The sky was a muted shade of grayish blue, as the stars sank in the west and the dawn gradually approached from the east. A gentle morning breeze caressed the air, causing loose strands of hair to dance freely, momentarily obscuring her vision. Liu raised her hand to tuck the errant locks behind her ear, tightened her coat, and shifted her feet in search of the perfect vantage point, quietly awaiting the moment with her phone held aloft. The night was serene, accompanied only by the soft serenade of unseen insects, adding a touch of intrigue to the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, a fiery orb of sun erupted from the horizon, as if the inky sky had been drawn back like a curtain, revealing a breathtaking spectacle. In an instant, the somber hues receded, and the sky was awash in a palette of brilliant hues, while the wispy clouds unfurled like dancers clad in crimson veils, gracefully swirling and painting the vast expanse of gray-blue sky with their vibrant strokes. Click, click. Liu, filled with exhilaration, pressed the shutter button, capturing this magnificent scene. Nature's artistry, so profoundly moving, touched her soul and cleansed her spirit. Every moment spent climbing through the night was worth it. Contentedly stowing her phone, Liu gazed dreamily at the horizon, entranced by the grandeur of the sunrise. However, she was abruptly roused when someone lightly patted her right shoulder twice. Who could it be? With such vastness around, surely one need not crowd together for a view. Her mind brimming with silent complaints, she nonetheless graciously shifted aside. To her surprise, the intruder persisted, applying more pressure as they tapped her shoulder again. Wow! Liu's breath caught, her eyes suddenly sparkling with astonishment. A goddess! The newcomer appeared in a flowing gown of aquamarine, the sleeves billowing to the ground, as if she had emerged from a veil of mist, gliding gracefully. As she moved, delicate silver-white lotus flowers flickered on her skirt, exuding an ethereal charm. Untouched by the mundane world, a cascade of ebony tresses was elegantly secured at the nape with a delicate satin ribbon, revealing a visage as flawless as white jade. Beneath gently arched, willow-like brows, her misty eyes mirrored the hues of the rising sun and the ink-washed mountains. Upon witnessing Liu's astonishment, the goddess whimsically brushed aside her flowing locks, the corners of her lips curving in a gentle smile, as if she were about to utter words of compassion for the world. How beautiful! Liu found herself murmuring, unable to restrain the thoughts swirling within her. At her words, the goddess' eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, and a soft smile graced her lips, instantly dispelling the morning fog. Liu was once again entranced. Her beauty was breathtaking. Every gesture, every fleeting expression exuded unparalleled grace and an ethereal aura. With delicate fingers raised slowly, the goddess gave a gentle push, and in an instant, Liu felt like a kite severed from its string, plummeting straight towards the abyss below. What on earth is happening? How could this be? She and this goddess were strangers, with no past grievances or recent quarrels. Was it truly her fate to meet her demise upon their first encounter? Moreover, today marked her 15th birthday. Couldn't the act of murder be postponed? She certainly did not wish for her birthday to coincide with her death. Then, a thought struck her as peculiar. Who would wear such cumbersome, flowing ancient attire while climbing a mountain? One would surely meet disaster before even reaching the summit. Yet, she was certain she was not dreaming. Could it be that she had encountered a ghost? As she turned to gaze upon the woman in azure, she was struck with disbelief. The surroundings were utterly devoid of life. Silence enveloped the world, so profound that even the wind had vanished without a trace. Liu strained her eyes towards the mountaintop, where the woman in azure gradually faded in the gentle sunlight, akin to a specter dissolving in the light. The cacophony of the crowd resounded once more as the couple remained entwined, pointing towards the rising sun in the east. The girl intermittently glanced down, turning to the boy to share her excitement, almost bouncing with joy, completely oblivious to the figure plummeting below, unaware that someone was missing. Liu found herself at a loss for how to react. She did not cry out for help when she first fell. She was momentarily dazed, unable to think clearly. Now, however, she realized that even if she called out, it would be futile. Regardless of whether others could see her, even if they did, their only option would be to watch helplessly as she met her demise. This was a sheer cliff at an altitude exceeding 3,000 meters, not the rooftop of a city building, where police officers would be waiting below with safety nets. She stared blankly at the retreating sky, a sense of déjà vu washing over her, as if she had once gazed upon the heavens in a similar manner. Her vision gradually blurred, and in a daze, she perceived a white figure floating in the air, silently observing her descent. Behind him, shards of golden light erupted, flickering in and out, obscuring his expression. Where consciousness returned, it felt as though she were submerged in warm water, enveloped by a soothing warmth. Yet, the chaos around her was overwhelming. She heard a woman's piercing cries, reminiscent of a tormented ghost from the depths of hell, each wail tearing at the heart. Startled, she shivered, and with that tremor, the woman's cries intensified, causing Liu to shrink back even further. Could she have descended to the underworld? At this moment, upon a crimson, intricately carved bed, a young woman gasped for breath, her pallid visage glistening with perspiration. Her damp hair clung disheveled to her face, brows tightly furrowed, nostrils flaring as she labored to inhale, and the imprint of her teeth was starkly visible upon her ashen lips. "Princess, exert yourself." Aunt Shui paced anxiously, having endured a full day and night of turmoil. The lives of both children and adults hung in the balance. Should any misfortune befall the princess, none amongst them would escape unscathed. The venerable matriarch of the Yun family, Lady Wang, took a piece of ginseng and personally administered it to the young woman, her voice grave. "Savor the ginseng, it will bolster your strength. Hold on. Do not be deceived by the affections of the third prince. Men are notoriously unreliable. The moment you depart, he shall welcome another into his life. As the old adage goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. I, too, have but a few years left to live and cannot shield Feng from hardship for long. Having grown up in the palace, you must know the trials faced by children without mothers." Aunt Shui was momentarily taken aback, having never heard such a thing spoken of one's own son. Setting aside the fact that the young master was the emperor's own nephew and the beloved grandson of the empress dowager, basking in favor, even without such royal affection, the prince's affluent domain of Yingzhou rendered the young master an object of envy and flattery, far from victimization. The illustrious Princess Zhao Run, overwhelmed by pain, seemed to lose her faculties, failing to recall this reality. The words struck her with urgency, and clenching her teeth, she gripped the sweat-soaked mattress with both hands, her pale arms taut with strain, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "My life is at an end." Liu was utterly bereft, on the verge of tears. Throughout her life, she had neither saved the world nor rescued the downtrodden, and though she had occasionally engaged in minor mischief, she had never committed any heinous acts. She had willingly offered her seat to elderly gentlemen and ladies on the bus and had aided lost children in their search for their mothers. How could she have possibly met such a tragic fate? To be ambushed by an unknown female ghost while merely watching the sunrise was lamentable enough, but to endure further punishment in the underworld was utterly incomprehensible. Well, at least it was not a torturous fate of being thrown onto a bed of knives or in a boiling oil. Resigned to her fate, Liu closed her eyes, allowing herself to be confined within a bottle. After enduring an excruciating sensation that felt as though her entire being were being crushed, she finally slipped through the narrowest neck of the bottle and felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. A rush of cold air greeted her, causing her nose to twitch and prompting an unexpected, resounding sneeze. To her astonishment, the sound that escaped her lips was not that of a sneeze, but rather the clear and melodious cry of an infant. Liu was taken aback. What on earth was happening? She's born. She's born. A voice of delight erupted in her ears, and moments later, she felt herself being enveloped in a blanket and lifted into someone's arms. Chapter 2. Names. The summer breeze was intoxicating, and the faint fragrance of gardenias lingered in the air. Sunlight streamed through the slightly ajar window, casting dappled patterns across the floor. Liu was momentarily blinded by the bright sun, instinctively raising her hand to shield her eyes, only to have it grasped by someone. A sudden jolt of surprise surged within her, and the remnants of sleep vanished instantly. Recalling the bizarre events of the previous night, she cautiously opened her eyes. A delicate little face came into view. Beneath softly arched brows, a pair of striking phoenix eyes, narrow and slightly upturned, sparkled with a hint of mischief. Below a petite, rosy nose, a small pink mouth was pursed, exuding an irresistible charm. As their gazes met, the little one beamed widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that glistened in the sunlight. Where did this enchanting little darling come from? Liu was utterly smitten. Don't worry, sister. I will take good care of Ling Gur. A gentle voice floated down from above. Liu looked up to see a woman clad in a pale purple garment, leaning gracefully against a carved pillow on an ornate bed. She was adorned with a headpiece and playfully patted the hand of a woman in blue sitting beside her. Liu gazed at the woman in purple, pondering if this was her mother in this lifetime. Indeed, in ancient times, one ought to refer to her as mother. The esteemed Princess Zhaoren leaned down, pinching the rosy cheeks of the little one, and teased with a smile, Ling Gur, your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Oh, our Père Gier is awake. Noticing Liu in the cradle, the princess offered a warm smile and reached out to lift her. However, the little one clutched Liu's hand tightly, causing a momentary pause before a smile blossomed on her face. Ling Gur seems to want a sister too? Little Do Ding gazed at Liu, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes as he nodded and then shook his head, his childish voice declaring, I don't want a sister, I only want a you. Qin's expression turned quizzical. Who is a you? Liu, too, cast a curious glance at little Do Ding, thinking it couldn't possibly be her, for her mother had just called her Li Jier. Just then, as everyone stood in bewilderment, a small child clad in a moon-white brocade robe dashed over like a whirlwind, pushing past little Do Ding and urgently calling out to Liu, Sister, sister, I am your brother. Quickly call me brother. A gust of chilly wind rushed into Liu's nose and mouth, causing her to involuntarily sneeze. What a troublesome child. She was still an infant, so delicate and unable to withstand such roughhousing. Princess Zhaoren hurriedly separated her son from her little daughter, gently admonishing, You just arrived. Do not touch your sister. She is still too young and cannot bear the wind. As she spoke, the sound of light footsteps approached from outside. A maid dressed in a green garment walked in steadily, greeting them before cheerfully announcing, Your Highness, the imperial envoy has arrived. The prince has sent me to take the little princess out. Princess Zhaoren paused slightly, asking, What is the matter? Hong Ying replied with a gentle smile. The little princess is to be granted a title. A look of surprise flashed in Princess Zhaoren's eyes. So early? Typically, royal women receive titles only after a ceremonial gift-giving, and while those favored may receive them sooner, it is usually after their first birthday. It is quite unusual to be granted a title before even undergoing the three-washing ceremony. Sensing her confusion, Hong Ying explained with a smile. Yesterday, the Duke of Ning visited to see his freshly born granddaughter and found the character Yu quite suitable for her. However, the younger generation of the Yun family is traditionally named with characters pertaining to wood, leaving the Duke of Ning restless throughout the night. This morning, he attended court with a furrowed brow, prompting the emperor to pause in confusion. Given the recent tranquility of the nation and the absence of pressing matters in the court, he wondered if the duke perhaps favored sons over daughters and was disappointed by the birth of a granddaughter. The thought darkened his expression, for royal daughters are equally precious, and his irritation got the better of him. The benevolent emperor, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, swiftly decreed an elevation of titles and conferred the name in Yu. Liu paused, pondering whether Yu truly suited her. A memory surfaced. In her previous life, she was born in a remote mountain village where the older generation was largely illiterate. The girls her age were often given names like Hua, Fong, and Xiao, rich in local flavor. It was said that her father had originally intended to name her Li Hua, but due to a slip of the pen during registration, she was recorded as Li Yu. Her father, upon seeing the name, found it pleasant and thus left it unchanged. She had often mused about how one's hand must tremble to transform Hua into the unconnected Yu, but now it seemed her connection to this name was indeed profound. Princess Zhaoren glanced down at her daughter in the cradle, realizing that you indeed symbolized a phoenix clutching a divine pearl. Previously unnoticed, this truth now resonated deeply with her. Jean smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness. Might I take the little princess out for a stroll?" When the imperial edict arrived, all members of the household, except for Princess Zhao Run who was in confinement, gathered in the front hall to receive the decree. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the sovereign fosters harmony among the 9 clans and cultivates concord among the myriad nations. Princess Zhao Run, known as Yun Li, possesses a gentle disposition, exhibiting both propriety and kindness. Her virtues have won my heart, and at the behest of the Empress Dowager, she has been bestowed the title of an Yu County Princess, granted a golden tablet, and encouraged to maintain humility while nurturing the family legacy. Listening to the quacking voice, Li Yu, oh no, she should now be called Yun Li, felt her ears buzzing. How could the emperor discern such commendable qualities in an infant? Moreover, he should not have even laid eyes upon her. On a tranquil morning after the rain, the world was bathed in a luminous clarity as sunlight filtered gently through the thin clouds. In the garden of the princess's residence, a little girl, around 6 or 7 years of age, languished on a swing, sighing heavily. Having existed in this world for 6 years, she bore the name Yun Li, hailing from the illustrious Lanshi Yun family of the Liang Kingdom. Her grandfather was a venerable elder of 3 dynasties, Duke Ninghua, while her grandmother descended from one of the 4 great noble families of the Liang Kingdom, the Lingyao Wang clan. Her father served as the grand tutor to the current emperor, and her mother, the emperor's own sister, was the esteemed Princess Zhao Ren. From the moment of her birth, she was conferred the title of an Yu County Princess. It can be said that her life commenced under a fortunate star, destined for an abundance of splendor and ease. Upon realizing her status as the child of an official, a top noblewoman in ancient times, Yun Li meticulously crafted a study plan for herself, dedicating time each morning and evening to practice calligraphy, honing her musical skills in the mornings, and engaging in chess and needlework in the afternoons. In pursuit of her ambitions, she set aside her pride and, alongside her cousin, Princess Anyun, engaged in the art of scheming against the innocent Bai Lian, thereby honing her domestic combat skills, to stave off an untimely demise and not squander the splendor of this prosperous age. She occasionally accompanied the youthful Wei Lin from the neighboring waning marquisate to practice martial arts and strengthen her physique. She also frequently observed her mother managing their fief and attending to household affairs, immersing herself in the nuances of domestic governance. After several years of diligent study, she had achieved considerable progress. Although her proficiency in playing the zither remained somewhat clumsy and her chess skills had only marginally improved from her previous experience with 5 in a row, her calligraphy in the art of flower arrangement was commendable, and she had inherited her father's artistic talent. Just before the new year, she had been accepted as a disciple by the esteemed painter, Master Huang Lingshan. In summary, everything was steadily progressing towards her established goals, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was poised to become a well-rounded noblewoman of ancient times, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, domestic management, household intrigue, and martial prowess. However, this morning, a shocking revelation left her utterly disoriented. It seemed that all her past efforts might soon be rendered futile. Oh, perhaps her sporadic martial training would still hold some value. As she awoke in her charmingly girlish boudoir, she prepared to head to Chunhua Courtyard for breakfast, assisted by her maids. As she was about to traverse the small garden dividing Tunghua and Chunhua courtyards, a voice filled with uncontainable excitement reached her ears. It was rumored that a celestial affinity test was imminent. Celestial affinity? What on earth is that? Having overheard a fragment of conversation, Yun Li felt indifferent. The ancients have always been reticent regarding matters of spirits and deities. Each visit to temples or Taoist shrines, her mother, the princess, would incessantly caution her, fearing that her careless words might offend the divine, almost wishing to sew her lips shut with a needle. After experiencing the extraordinary event of reincarnation, Yun Li still held a respectful awe towards supernatural beings. However, the profound influence of her past education often led her to speak freely, regardless of the occasion, earning her a reputation for being indiscreet. Casting a glance at the artificial hill nearby, she surmised that it was merely the idle maids gathering to gossip and alleviate their boredom. With no intention to engage, she continued her path. According to my husband, the sovereign has already issued a decree to all provinces to cooperate in selecting disciples for the immortals. Entui and Chief Steward Chung have also departed for Yingzhou. A steady voice interjected. Yunli was taken aback. Was that voice Zhu Mama? Both Zhu Mama and Aunt Shui were long-serving attendants of her mother, and her husband was a trusted aide of her father, known for his reliable information. Could this be true? Goodness, was her imperial uncle truly so foolish? Or was there genuinely an immortal? Shocked, Yunli pondered. If she could traverse realms, it seemed plausible that immortals could exist as well. There was no time to waste. She needed to ascertain the truth. Without further ado, she lifted her skirts and sprinted forward, seeing the princess vanish in a flash. The little maid Green Bud stood dumbfounded for a moment before stomping her foot and taking off in pursuit. Princess, please slow down. Bursting into Chunhua courtyard, she seized the arm of Princess Zhaoran, who was directing the maids and arranging the meal, and urgently inquired, Mother, is it true that an immortal is coming? How old are you? Yet you still behave so recklessly. Where have your manners gone? The Princess Zhaoran chided, while dabbing her forehead with a handkerchief. Yunli took a deep breath to steady herself, knelt, and eagerly inquired, Are there really immortals? The Princess Zhaoran lightly tapped her forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, I wonder whom you take after. Yunli, sticking out her tongue, playfully leaned against the princess and asked again, Mother, I heard that immortals are coming to select disciples. Is that true? The princess, utterly resigned, replied, Indeed, there is. Do you not consider yourself a little genius? Yunli, bewildered, thought to herself, What does that have to do with being a genius? Noticing her confusion, the princess was astonished. Is there not a collection of books in the library? Have you not read them? The library? Immortals? Chapter 3. Immortals. Yunli stood in a daze, recalling that she had indeed perused a couple of peculiar books in the library. On a moonlit night a century ago, a neglected prince of the previous dynasty happened upon an immortal. The immortal, recognizing the prince's extraordinary potential for martial arts, or rather, for cultivation, sought to take him as a disciple. The disheartened prince, with remarkable resolve, declined the offer, but the immortal persisted. Eventually, the prince was moved to disclose his reason. His mother, on the brink of death, was in dire straits. The prince, embodying filial piety, could not bear to leave her side. Upon hearing this, the immortal waved his sleeve and produced an elixir. The mother consumed it and instantly revived, not only regaining her vitality but also appearing several years younger, which delighted the prince, who then happily embarked on his path of cultivation. Yunli appeared as though struck by lightning, unable to fathom that such a melodramatic scenario could be anything but a fictional tale. She blinked in disbelief and inquired, Isn't this merely a story? Princess Zhaoran cast her a disapproving glance, saying, Do you presume the library is merely a repository for any triviality? Yunli was taken aback, realizing the significance of the library within the Yun family, renowned for its scholarly heritage. The library, a cornerstone of the Yun clan, housed invaluable texts, historical records, and rare manuscripts. It certainly was not a place for just any book. Overwhelmed, she stammered, So does this mean it is indeed true? At that moment, Lu Ao rushed in, only to find her lady in a state of disbelief. She looked at Hong Ying, the senior maid standing nearby, perplexed. What has transpired? With a sympathetic shake of her head, Hong Ying conveyed that it was not an easy situation, given their master's unpredictable nature. Assured by Hong Ying's response, Lu Ao silently bowed and discreetly moved aside, exhausted. Naturally, Lu Ao had overheard Granny Zhu's words. The rumors of the immortal selecting disciples had persisted for half a year. Her mother and the neighbors often gathered to gossip, and tales of the Ascension Conference had been recounted since her childhood, thus she found nothing remarkable about it. Consequently, she could not comprehend her lady's astonishment. Princess Zhaoran cast a sidelong glance at her daughter, remarking, If your father were present, he would surely reprimand you for your naivety. With a resigned shake of her head, she pondered the girl's thoughts, noting that while she occasionally articulated profound truths, she remained bewilderingly unaware of widely acknowledged realities. Yunli's lips twitched. She couldn't shake the feeling that her mother's tone hinted at a certain schadenfreude. Surely, father would never part with his beloved little cotton-padded jacket. A clear, bright child's voice floated in from outside the door. Yunli turned her head to see her brilliant elder brother entering with measured steps, moving with the grace and decorum of a refined gentleman, a transformation from the little firecracker he once was. Yunfeng performed a courteous bow, noticing his sister's expression of distress, and inquired with curiosity, Has my little sister been struck by lightning? Princess Zhaoran's lips twitched at this description. Casting a glance at her daughter's small visage, she found it rather apartment. As Zhu Xiang, who was setting the table, trembled slightly, nearly spilling a bowl of almond drink. The maidservants, Lu Ao and others, kept their heads down, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Yunli, disregarding the opportunity for banter, rushed over and grasped his sleeve. Urgently seeking confirmation, "Brother, do celestial beings truly exist in this world?" Yunfeng steadied her and replied, "Indeed, they do." Upon observing Yunli's incredulous expression, he turned to Princess Zhaoran, perplexed. Was this not common knowledge? With a resigned smile, Princess Zhaoran briefly explained the situation. To which Yunfeng expressed his astonishment. "My sister is unaware of this matter." Princess Zhaoran glanced at her still-dazed younger daughter and nodded helplessly. After a moment of processing, Yunli gradually began to accept this reality, and after a brief contemplation, she inquired further, "What is the measurement of celestial affinity?" Before Princess Zhaoran could respond, Yunfeng eagerly took on the role of the explainer. This measurement of celestial affinity, also known as the Ascension Conference, originated from the time when the fifth prince of the Zhou dynasty was accepted as a disciple by a celestial master. Every decade, such masters come to select their apprentices. In every state capital, there exists a testing site, and in principle, individuals aged between 6 and 15 may participate in the assessments. However, the matter of celestial affinity is rather enigmatic. Merely undergoing repeated tests without the presence of such affinity proves futile. Consequently, the majority of participants in these evaluations are children and adolescents who have never been tested before. Yunli was taken aback. The age range of 6 to 15 spans precisely a decade. If the tests are conducted every 10 years, does that not imply that everyone is eligible to participate? With this thought, she turned to Princess Zhaoran and inquired, "So, dear mother, have you also undergone testing?" Princess Zhaoran nodded and replied, "In truth, everyone has been assessed for their celestial affinity. Prior to the arrival of the celestial masters, notifications are sent out, and all suitable candidates travel to various prefectural cities for testing." Yunli was astounded by the magnitude of it all. Such knowledge was evidently widespread. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, as she, a native of the Liang Kingdom, was completely unaware of this information. How utterly shameful. After a moment, her curiosity resurfaced. What does the testing for celestial affinity entail? Upon hearing this, her usually composed and graceful mother, who rarely displayed her emotions, was suddenly animated. She gestured enthusiastically, describing the luminous treasures and the radiant, multicolored lights that flickered when those with celestial affinity placed their hands upon them. Yunli felt a jolt of excitement. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the testing of spiritual roots depicted in novels about cultivation. She swallowed hard. Could it be that she had unwittingly entered a realm of cultivation? Tears of frustration threatened to spill forth, as she had always believed she was merely involved in a domestic intrigue narrative, while diligently honing her skills for such a storyline. She was now confronted with the possibility of being thrust into a world of monster slaying and leveling up. Was this not an egregious deception? Although her mother consistently emphasized the rarity of celestial fates, claiming there were only a handful of individuals in the entire Liang Kingdom, Yunli was inexplicably convinced that she must possess such a destiny. Seated on a swing, her mind was consumed by the image of the enigmatic figure clad in azure, a being whose nature was uncertain, whether human, ghost, or immortal, who had pushed her off a cliff. She sensed they would meet again. It was an intuition she could not shake. However, she understood the necessity of preparation. With this thought, Yunli leaped from the swing and sprinted towards the neighboring estate. The waning Marquise was renowned for its martial prowess, boasting a dedicated training ground. Yunli frequented this arena, much to the indifference of the household staff who had grown accustomed to her visits. Navigating the familiar paths of the waning Marquisate's training field, she spotted a young boy in blue and white attire practicing swordplay. A brilliant azure sword danced effortlessly in his hands, sometimes soaring gracefully like a swallow, striking with a delicate elegance akin to a startled swan, or, at other moments, moving with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving the air with a resounding crack as leaves fell in response. The boy's swordsmanship was refined and fluid, his movements resembling flowing water, leaving Yunli in awe. Though her senior brother might have a somewhat boisterous demeanor, his martial talent was undeniably impressive. The young boy, Wei Lin, was the son of the waning Marquis and the very first captivating figure Yunli had encountered upon her arrival in this world. Wei Ziki, the heir of the waning Marquis, was strikingly handsome, tall and robust. Clad in armor, he exuded an extraordinary charm, wielding a long spear with an impressive vigor that was reminiscent of a heroic warrior. Each time she beheld him, Yunli found herself entranced. Having clung to Wei Ziki at the age of 3, insisting he become her master, through which she acquired a few superficial skills and a handful of elder brothers. Certainly, she would never admit that it was her disdain for Ling Gu and Kaji's overly sentimental nature that prompted her to seek such an excuse. Wei Ling had always been a restless spirit, climbing trees and walls, engaging in fights wherever he went. By the age of 5, he had already established himself as the tyrant of Jintai Fong, and now he led a gang of rascals in skirmishes and territorial disputes, steadily working his way up to becoming the dominator of the capital. Wei Ling halted momentarily, casting a sidelong glance with his phoenix-like eyes, and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Do you have another favor to ask of me?" Caught off guard by his perceptiveness, Yunli felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered, "Is it wrong for me to show concern if there is nothing else?" Wei Ling took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, tossing it into her hands, and replied earnestly, "Flattery without cause is either deceitful or opportunistic." Yunli remained silent, clearing her throat and pretending she hadn't heard him, mustering her courage to ask, "Ahem, I was just wondering if there are any martial arts that can be mastered in a month or two." Leaning slightly forward, her expression brimming with anticipation, she mused that the essence of cultivation was akin to leveling up through battling monsters, whether through celestial techniques or mundane martial arts at their core. They were fundamentally about combat, sharing commonalities. With no celestial manuals at her disposal, it seemed prudent to start with martial arts for practice. Grandfather Wei had remarked that her senior brother was a prodigy in martial arts, grasping the essence with minimal effort, though he showed little interest in the classics. He had perused numerous martial arts texts, becoming a living encyclopedia of martial knowledge at such a tender age. Seeking his guidance would surely be beneficial. Wei Ling shot her an exasperated glance, striding past her with purpose, and casually remarked, "The art of flattery." Yunli, undeterred, quickened her pace to catch up, asking, "Is there a martial art that is easy to learn?" Crushing boulders with one's chest, she added. Yunli, undeterred, prepared to persevere. "Master." Wei Ling swiftly pulled her behind him, evading an unidentified object that flew into the courtyard. Once safe, Yunli gazed at the mysterious black boots adorned with silver cloud patterns on the ground. Such a familiar scene. Dare you hide? As anticipated, a familiar roar approached from outside the door, growing ever closer. The Marquis of Wei Ning, with a furious expression, exclaimed, "You little rascal. How bold you are to take the 8th prince to a brothel. Skinny horse." The Marquis raised his voice, interrupting, his anger palpable as he huffed and puffed, preparing to kick again. "You little brat. At such a tender age, you should know better than to associate with a skinny horse." Wei Ling reacted swiftly, instinctively dodging the incoming kick. It was only then that the Marquis noticed the astonished Yunli behind him. As an aficionado of online literature and historical tales, Yunli was certainly aware of what a brothel and a skinny horse were. However, a 6-year-old girl, especially one sheltered in a secluded environment, ought not to possess such knowledge. The Marquis was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yunli, then forced a benevolent smile through his flustered demeanor. "Ah, the young princess is here as well." He lamented inwardly, how could he utter such words in front of an innocent little girl? The Marquis felt his old face burn with shame, silently praying that Yunli had not overheard his earlier remarks. Given the volume he had spoken, it would be impossible for her to feign ignorance. Noticing the awkwardness on his face, she twirled her eyes and inquired with genuine curiosity, "Skinny horse? Is it a very thin horse? And is there a blue building?" "Grandpa Wei, why do cousins want to go to a brothel to see a skinny horse? Can't they go somewhere else?" Whining Hao, suppressing his embarrassment, began to speak earnestly yet nonsensically. "Ahem. The newly constructed stable at the Prince of Shou's residence is built with blue bricks, housing several rather emaciated horses. Hence, your cousins have suggested going to it. Brothel to observe the lean horses." Yunli could only respond with a silent expression. Chapter 4. Celestial Fate in the ensuing month. The entire Liang Kingdom was engulfed in fervor. Those residing far from the capital city rushed to various prefectural cities with their families in tow, eagerly awaiting the events. Meanwhile, those living in close proximity to the capital, along with its inhabitants, were not idle either. They fervently prayed and performed rituals, invoking the blessings of numerous deities, including Buddha and Guanyin, as well as their ancestors, beseeching for celestial opportunities for their offspring. Even her illustrious and valiant uncle, the emperor, was not exempt from this fervor. Deciding to lead the royal family, esteemed officials, and privileged youths who were to partake in the upcoming trials to the grand temple for heavenly offerings and blessings. The notion that celestial fate could be garnered through mere prayers was utterly baffling to Yunli. Amidst the fervent public sentiment, The day for testing celestial fate finally arrived. Early that morning, under the guidance of Duke Ningwa, the Yun family set forth in grand procession. The streets were teeming with people, making it almost impossible for the carriages to move swiftly. By the time they reached their destination, the sun had already risen high above the treetops, and Yunli disembarked under the scorching autumn sun. On the vast, open ground, a sea of humanity stretched before her, a dark throng divided by the high platform at the far eastern edge. To the south stood the dignitaries in resplendent attire, while the north was predominantly occupied by the common folk in coarse linen garments. Duke Ningwa guided the group to their designated position in the southern section and nodded to a few colleagues in acknowledgement. After waiting for over half an hour, the crowd suddenly erupted into commotion, their excitement palpable as they knelt in reverence towards the west. As I raised my gaze, beneath the radiant sky awash in hues of dawn, two ethereal figures clad in white approached alongside the emperor. As the trio drew near, one could discern the celestial master adorned with a silver crown, his white garments exuding an otherworldly grace. Particularly striking was the youthful celestial master in the center, who, despite the sun shining brightly overhead, resembled a sliver of moonlight against the night, a vision of purity and serenity, his countenance embodying the essence of gentle breezes and clear moons. A true gentleman of refined elegance. The middle-aged celestial master to his right, while not quite matching the youth's allure, stood tall and handsome, exuding an undeniable charisma. It was evident he was the leader of this apprentice recruitment delegation. Ascending the platform without uttering a single superfluous word, he produced a crystal orb the size of a bowl with a flourish and declared, "Let us begin." Yunli could only marvel at the efficiency of the celestial masters. The emperor nodded to the princes standing nearby, signaling the crown prince to be the first to undergo the test. He straightened his back and solemnly placed his hand upon the levitating crystal sphere. Yunli craned her neck, holding her breath, for the moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. However, to her dismay, after staring intently, the orb remained utterly unresponsive. Nothing transpired. It was evident the crown prince felt a sense of disappointment, yet he maintained a solemn demeanor, bowing to the two celestial masters before turning away. Next was Princess Anren, Li Mingyu, who, despite her usual arrogance, appeared quite anxious at this moment. Yunli observed the slight tremor in her outstretched hand. Once again, she held her breath, as if the mere act of breathing might scare away Anren's celestial fortune. Beside her, Princess Zhaoran couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of the girl, who was unnecessarily tense despite the situation not yet being her turn. As Anren's hand gently rested upon the surface, a brilliant red light erupted from the transparent crystal orb, swiftly illuminating its entirety. A singular spiritual root. The middle-aged immortal beside her was filled with a delightful astonishment, grasping Anren's hand with fervor, his words tumbling over themselves in excitement. The crowd erupted in a fervor, for witnessing such a magical spectacle in one's lifetime rendered existence worthwhile. Yunli was taken aback. Was this truly the same aloof immortal who seemed untouched by mortal affairs just moments ago? A singular spiritual root, a rarity not seen for a century, was indeed a treasure within their Tai sect, particularly one hailing from a forsaken place. The discovery of such an exceptional talent surely warranted a significant reward. And with this thought, Su Mao could hardly contain his exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Although he too felt a surge of joy, Su's reaction struck him as excessively undignified, especially before these mortals, undermining the poise expected of a cultivator. However, being a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner and a relative of Su, Lin Chen felt compelled to show a modicum of respect. Clearing his throat, he spoke with measured calm. A fire-type singular spiritual root, of superior quality. Turning to Anren, he offered a warm smile. "Little junior disciple, please step aside for a moment to bid farewell to your family." His demeanor exuded poise and composure, contrasting sharply with the middle-aged immortal's earlier display. It was only then that Su Mao realized, releasing Anren's hand and adopting an air of feigned tranquility, restoring his celestial bearing. Zhao Wanying's heart sank. With Anren ascending to immortality, would she not find herself forever overshadowed? As Anren raised her head like a little rooster, surrounded by a throng of admirers, Zhao Wanying felt an intense pang of jealousy that pierced her heart. How could Anren deserve such attention? Apart from her privileged background, what qualities did she possess? She was both willful and capricious. Yunli, however, was too preoccupied with the escalating tension of the dwindling line ahead to concern herself with their rivalry. The anxiety she felt rivaled that of students preparing for their college entrance examinations. Accompanied by the rapid thumping of her heart, it was soon Yun Feng's turn, and her anticipation mounted as she saw him laboriously descending with a strained expression, causing her heart to leap into her throat, her palms drenched in sweat. She decided to cast aside her fears, clenched her fists, and with a deep breath, placed her hand on the crystal ball. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed in silence. Was there no celestial affinity? Yunli's mind went blank, her body frozen, just as she prepared to withdraw her hand. The crowd erupted once more. Startled, she glanced down to see the crystal ball beneath her palm seemingly enchanted, as vibrant hues of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow illuminated in succession, dazzling and translucent, flickering endlessly. The shimmering five-colored lights beneath her hand resembled twinkling stars against the night sky, and Yunli was entranced. As if delicate pink peach blossoms were swirling around her, and a pale blue sky loomed hazily above. A profound sadness enveloped her, dragging her into the depths of despair. The 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Turning to look below, she saw her grandfather beaming, greeting several colleagues with a smile that creased his face into a blooming chrysanthemum. Her father's eyes sparkled with warmth, gentle as jade, while others around them radiated joy, their expressions animated. Yunli's lips curved slightly, a faint smile gracing her face. Upon returning to the Yun family, Duke Ning, with a sense of satisfaction, stroked his beard and exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The 3 utterances, each more resounding than the last, reflected his immense joy. In the Liang Kingdom, the influence of cultivators on a family, or even an entire nation, is profound. A century ago, when the 5th prince of the Zhou Kingdom was discovered to possess dual elemental roots of fire and earth, the once mighty warlords and powerful clans, who had ruled independently, were swiftly quelled. The Zhou royal family transformed their long-standing state of poverty and weakness, firmly re-establishing their reign. Princess Jaren embraced Yunli, her laughter effervescent. "Our little Li is truly remarkable." Yet, as her laughter continued, a tremor crept into her voice, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she spoke. While possessing celestial destiny can indeed bring glory and protection to one's lineage, it also signifies an eternal departure from home. Her beloved daughter, whom she had carried for 10 months and fought to bring into the world, had never been apart from her. Though occasionally mischievous, she was often warm-hearted, considerate, and innocent. Now, she was to leave forever. With this thought, tears streamed down Princess Jaren's face, and her sobs grew uncontrollable as she held Yunli tighter. Yun Huajin, observing this poignant scene, felt a sting in his eyes. He whispered a few words to Duke Ning before ushering the family onto the carriage. Once inside, Princess Jaren could no longer contain her emotions. She clutched Yunli and wept, gasping for breath. Yunli, overwhelmed, clung to her princess mother, exclaiming, "I won't go, I won't go." However, as soon as her words fell, the previously tearful Princess Jaren's expression hardened, and she gave a firm slap to Yunli's back. "What nonsense is this? Others yearn for such fortune. How can you refuse to go?" Yunli, the speed of this transformation is truly astonishing. Yun Huaijin gently caressed her head and softly said, "Your mother is right. Do not worry, for your father is here." Just as Yun Feng, recently recovering from the immense disappointment of lacking celestial affinity, had to confront the separation from his little sister, his eyes instantly turned red. He sniffed resolutely and declared, "Dear sister, do not fret. I shall take good care of our home." Yun Huaijin's eyes also welled with tears. "You have always been sensible since childhood, never causing us any worry. In the future, there will be no opportunity to concern ourselves." He turned his face away, not wishing to reveal the tears glistening in his eyes. After a brief pause, once he had regained his composure, he continued, "When we are not by your side, you must take good care of yourself." At this point, he turned his head again, pondering why today he spoke such melancholic words. Though Princess Zhao Run was reluctant, she understood that this was not the time for caprice. Yet outside, she still held Yunli tightly, unwilling to let go. Soon, the crowd erupted in another round of cheers. Yunli glanced over and exclaimed, "Oh, it's a familiar face, young Master Wei Ling of the Wei Ning Marquise." Su Mao stared at the celestial affinity stone, where red and green hues flickered incessantly, overwhelmed with excitement. "What incredible luck today. All the exceptional talents that I have not encountered in decades have manifested at once." This forsaken place is truly a land of extraordinary people and spirits. After a long moment, he finally managed to announce, Firewood dual spiritual roots. Having said that, he turned to Wei Ling and gently advised, you should also take a moment to rest. Even Ling has celestial affinity. Yunfeng murmured softly, his eyes filled with profound envy. For the first time, Yinli perceived a hint of envy in his eyes. Her brother had always been the pride of the heavens, blessed with a distinguished lineage, striking appearance, and remarkable talents. The object of admiration throughout his life. Yet, in the face of celestial fates, all these attributes seemed trivial. Yunli was at a loss for words to console him and could only gently squeeze his hand, recognizing that such matters were beyond mortal control, entirely dictated by destiny. Chapter 5. Encounter with a demon. Wei Ling raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, Mother, who chose this outfit for you today? The cobalt blue is rather aging. Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback, the melancholic sentiment of parting vanishing in an instant, replaced by a desire to give him a sound scolding. Was it appropriate to speak of his mother in such a manner? The emotions Qin Shi had painstakingly prepared evaporated once more, and with furrowed brows, she snapped. You impudent boy, have you grown weary of your skin? Her 3 sons were generally commendable, except for their personalities, which left much to be desired. Sighing, she reflected on the Wei Ning Marquette, a family steeped in loyalty and righteousness, where every scion exhibited valor and integrity, save for Ling, who stood out as an anomaly. Despite his tender age, he seemed disinclined to learn proper decorum. When he spoke, he had the uncanny ability to stifle others. Were it not for her husband keeping watch outside during her labor, she might have doubted whether the child was indeed hers. Casting a glance at the little girl nestled in the arms of Princess Zhaoran, her eyes red and face awash with reluctance, Qin Shi felt even more distressed. Indeed, it was the daughter who was ever so considerate. Following Wei Ling, no other scions of noble families had been able to ascertain their celestial fates. Yunli was not surprised. Over the past month, she had meticulously researched and consulted all knowledgeable individuals around her. Celestial fates were exceedingly rare within the entire Liang kingdom. There were scarcely a dozen, and it was already exceptional for the capital to possess 3 or 4. It was not unheard of for there to be none at all. After the illustrious families, there existed the common folk, among whom only 2 individuals possessed the affinity for the celestial. One was a delicate little girl from a silk shop, her demeanor timid and forlorn. The other, a gaunt, wretched beggar, his eyes sharp and vigilant like that of a wolf. The grand spectacle of assessing celestial affinity concluded, and the curtain of parting was drawn. Lin Shun, satisfied, summoned his spirit vessel and stepped aboard. This recruitment of disciples, both in terms of quantity and quality, surpassed all expectations. With a smile, he addressed Yun Li and the other 4, stating, It is time to depart. 3 days later, under a brilliant starry sky and a luminous moon, the overwhelming scent of the sea enveloped them. Yun Li stood on tiptoe, leaning over the ship's railing, gazing at the shimmering waves below. After residing in Liang Kingdom for 6 years, she now realized it was, in fact, an island nation. The northern, eastern, and southern borders of Liang were surrounded by the sea, while the west was shrouded in a mysterious swamp, perpetually cloaked in mist, devoid of any discernible features. No one had traversed it, or rather, no one had returned. Ancient texts recounted tales of ancestors, who, emboldened by their martial prowess, ventured into the depths, only to emerge deranged, muttering about immortals. At that time, no cultivators had yet appeared in Liang, and the people deemed him mad. However, in hindsight, he may have indeed encountered an immortal. Wei Lin approached, leaning casually against the ship's railing, casting a glance her way. What are you pondering so intently? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing, she replied. I was merely curious. Did they not mention that every province hosts a celestial ascension conference? Why have we only visited Guozhou, Chengzhou, and Linchuan? Since departing from the capital, they had followed 2 immortal masters to Guozhou, Chengzhou, and Linchuan for assessments, subsequently winding westward to navigate around the western swamp en route to the realm of cultivation. Might the other 8 provinces be under the guidance of different immortal masters? I am aware of this. Before Wei Lin could utter a word, a crisp voice echoed from behind. Turning around, An Ran was seen adorned in crimson robes, standing gracefully beneath the radiant glow of the night pearl lantern at the cabin door. Bathed in the shimmering light, her usually dazzling beauty was softened with a touch of tenderness. Yun Li's eyes lit up, and she urged, Tell us quickly. And Ran's eyes curved into a smile, and without playing coy, she began as she walked. Because the ones going to other prefectures are other sections. Other sects? Yunli was even more puzzled. She had studied it. The Liang Kingdom's territory was less than a tenth of that of her previous life's Great China. In the cultivation world where one could fly and escape at will. Wasn't it just a small black dot? A small Liang Kingdom, sending out several sects? Wouldn't that be too much of a mobilization? Could it be that the Liang Kingdom was a high-quality source of students? And Ran raised her eyebrows, her tone filled with undisguised pride, and spoke eloquently. Our Tai sect, along with the Tianxin Pavilion, Four Seasons Valley, and Phantom Shadow Palace, are each responsible for 4 prefectures. So, the place we're going to is called Tai sect. Yunli murmured. In recent days, the gentle senior Uncle Lin had been staying in his room and hadn't shown his face. The other senior Uncle Su wasn't as reclusive, often wandering around. However, he always had a cold face, as if someone owed him 1,000 taels of silver. And Yunli and the others didn't dare to approach him, let alone ask questions. Only Ran was an exception. Senior Uncle Su was so kind and amiable to her, like a kind elder, which made everyone very envious. Therefore, in recent days, Yunli and the others only knew that the 2 senior uncles, one was surnamed Lin and the other was surnamed Su. Other than that, they were completely in the dark and knew nothing. Yunli suddenly shivered, every hair on her body standing on end. She wrapped her arms around herself and rubbed them, pondering why she felt an abrupt chill in the air. Following the direction of her finger, Yunli noticed that the once brilliant moonlight had been obscured by dark clouds. The somber sea glimmered with a deep blue light, flickering like ghostly flames, causing her legs to weaken. Stammering, she uttered, "No, surely there can't be ghosts?" Just then, a melodious voice echoed from the cabin, reminiscent of a mountain spring gently flowing over smooth stones, accompanied by a soft breeze caressing the hills. The night wind howled fiercely as 2 venerable uncles stood poised in midair, their garments billowing as if they were ready to soar away. What has transpired? And Ran summoned her courage to inquire. Lin Shun raised his hand to cast a barrier around the spirit vessel, his tone indifferent, merely a low-level demon beast. Nothing of consequence. You shall encounter such things frequently in the future. Eh? Why doesn't it hurt? It feels so soft, Yunli wondered aloud. Pressing her hands against the ground, perplexed. What is beneath my hands? It was warm, and upon closer inspection, it had the texture of fabric. Her pupils contracted in realization. Goodness, it seemed to be a chest. Turning her head with trepidation, she saw Wei Ling propped up on his elbow, half of his body raised. In his beautiful phoenix-like eyes, there flickered a spark, while she lay sprawled across him, treating him as a cushion. Wei Ling's forehead twitched. He had intended to assist her, but was toppled over by her sudden panic. Had he known, he would have refrained from pulling her. He smirked wryly and said, "Aren't you getting up? Are you waiting to feed the fish?" Yunli was momentarily taken aback, instinctively following his gaze. In the next instant, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. Good heavens, what was she witnessing? At the end of her line of sight, a multitude of enormous black fish, each measuring over 10 meters in length, surged forth from the ocean like mushrooms after the rain, creating a dark, swirling mass. The ethereal blue orb she had previously observed were, astonishingly, their eyes. To her bewilderment, several of these colossal fish even sported wings, floating upon the water's surface. Was this truly a fish? Setting aside her fear, she scrambled into the boat with hands and feet, tumbling and rolling, before huddling together with Ran, both trembling in the corner by the cabin door, as they beheld the 7 or 8 flying fish emerging from the water and soaring into the air. Su Mao's heart tightened. Creatures capable of flight were at least 5th-tier monsters, comparable to human cultivators in the mid-foundation stage. If they were merely 5th tier, it would be manageable. But crucially, the 3 fish with azure-tipped wings were perilously close to 6th tier. Demonic beasts were invariably more formidable than cultivators of the same rank. And with one of them at the late foundation stage and the other at the mid-foundation stage, they faced a daunting situation. Meanwhile, Lin Shen observed the army of demonic beasts with an air of detachment. Without a hint of hesitation, he brandished his sword and ascended into the air. Su Mao, with no choice, followed suit. Their speed was remarkable, and Yunli could only widen her eyes, catching fleeting glimpses of 2 white figures flickering in the dense black mist. The flying fish on the surface of the ocean, feeling overlooked and discriminated against, erupted in fury, leaping from the water to collide with the spirit vessel. Despite the protective light barrier, the vessel was violently rocked by the impacts. The children aboard the vessel tumbled about in a state of joyful chaos, sprawled in every conceivable direction. Among them, one unfortunate child was flung out, pressing against the shimmering barrier, his face contorted in an expression of pure distress. Just beyond the barrier, a colossal black fish loomed, inching closer and drooling in anticipation. Supan, terrified, cried out, instinctively retreating, horrified by the sight. Yunli, still shaken, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had she and her cousin not been wedged into the corner of the cabin door, they might have been the ones to encounter such a beast. As for Wei Ling, having trained in martial arts for several years, he remained unfazed by the turbulence, firmly grasping the cabin door and effortlessly steadying himself. Monsters. There are monsters. Upon entering the cabin and witnessing the black fish thwarted by the barrier, curiosity overcame fear. The children gathered around, pointing and whispering, while the bravest among them ventured out onto the deck for a closer look. What is this? Is it a fish? It's enormous. A chubby-cheeked little boy, with a round face and an inquisitive demeanor, reached out with his plump fingers to poke the fish pressed against the barrier. Ugh! Yunli turned her head in distaste, utterly repulsed. Wow, are the uncles capturing monsters? Exclaimed another excitable child. How frightening. A petite girl named Muyen, with a delicate oval face, willow-like brows, and eyes filled with a timid innocence, shyly hid among the crowd, resembling a startled fawn. Behind her stood a boy of about 7 or 8, lacking any sensitivity towards her plight, casually remarked, "Then you should go to the back." As he unceremoniously pushed past her, Muyen stumbled as she was jostled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She raised her gaze to the others, only to find them engrossed in the spectacle, utterly oblivious to her distress. Unable to contain her sorrow, she lowered her head, biting her lip fiercely to stave off the tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Yunli, unable to bear the sight, reached out to pull her aside, offering gentle reassurance. You needn't watch such terrifying scenes. It's best to avoid nightmares in your sleep. Surprised by the unexpected comfort, Muyen paused for a moment before finally breaking into a smile, softly replying, "All right." Chapter 6. The ambush. As the children were captivated by the unfolding drama, the luminous screen trembled under the relentless assault of the flying fish army, appearing on the brink of shattering. The monsters are coming. Master, uncle, save us. The children scrambled backward in a frenzy, chaos erupting around them. Who stepped on me? Ouch. Don't pull me, sob. No, this place is perfectly safe. With all the right conditions. Yunli resolutely shook her head, and Rand contemplated for a moment and decided to stay, recognizing that this spot was indeed advantageous, with most of her body hidden in the corner, allowing her to clearly observe the fierce battle outside. In the midst of the fray, Lin Chun deftly flicked his sword to send a formidable demon soaring, then turned to seal the barriers anew. The little ones aboard, witnessing the display, rushed forward in eager anticipation. Yunli exchanged knowing glances with Rand, asserting that had they left earlier, securing this prime viewing position might have been a matter of contention. Wow, uncle is so impressive. The children had yet to embark on their journey. Moments ago, they had not clearly witnessed the battle against the formidable demon, but now, they were able to see everything distinctly, unable to suppress their astonishment. As everyone cheered in welcome of their two masters' triumphant return, the spiritual vessel suddenly shuddered, catching the children off guard and sending them sprawling to the ground. Ha ha. Young Lin, it's good to see you. Who would have imagined that you personally came to take on disciples? I trust you have made substantial gains. A voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed from behind. Yunli turned to follow the sound, noticing that the thick clouds had dispersed, revealing a serene moonlit night. Two figures hovered in the air, a middle-aged man standing atop a large black blade, his small eyes narrowed with ill intent, and a graceful woman in red dramatically covering her mouth, feigning a smile. Upon hearing the woman's words, the man shifted his gaze to scrutinize the spiritual vessel. Oh, is that so? A single spiritual root is exceedingly rare. I wonder which young prodigy possesses such a gift. Could you, young Lin, summon them for this humble Taoist to behold? Though framed as a question, his tone left no room for contradiction. Lin Chen felt a jolt of anxiety in his heart, yet his expression remained unyielding. Who had leaked this information? A single spiritual root was indeed a rarity, especially one from the Forsaken Lands. To prevent any leaks, he had refrained from communicating even with his own sect, fearing interception along the way, and worried that a sudden change in plans might draw the attention of the other three factions. Yet, despite his precautions, the news had somehow reached others. Though Lin Chen's heart was tumultuous, he maintained his composure, bowing respectfully. Lin Chen pays his respects to Senior Xuanjie. Recently, my master has been thinking of you. If you have the time, I would like to invite you to visit my Tai sect. As the words fell, the mysterious ring seethed with fury. The audacity of the young one was intolerable, daring to use Ling Suo to oppress him. With a chilling laugh, he remarked, "Let us set aside the Tai sect for now. The mountains are high and the roads long. I dare say you must be weary. Why not accompany me to the Four Seasons Valley for a respite?" His piercing gaze swept over the children aboard the vessel. The untrained youths could not withstand the intensity of his stare, collapsing to the ground in a flurry, their vitality surging, blood seeping from their nostrils and lips. Yunli, too, felt the weight of an invisible hand pressing her downwards, compelling her to brace herself against the ground. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength, barely managing to remain upright. Suddenly, her heart raced, warmth enveloping her being, and the pressure dissipated like mist. She looked up in bewilderment, only to see Lin Chun moving deliberately, positioning himself before them. It was Uncle Lin. A breath of relief escaped Yun Li as she turned to assist and ran and Mu Yin beside her. No one noticed the fleeting glimmer of pale orange light in her eyes at that moment, nor did they realize that she had already broken free from the grip of the mysterious ring before Lin Chen intervened. Lin Chen subtly signaled to Su Mao, stepping forward to discreetly shield the two from scrutiny. "Dear Senior, your kindness is duly noted, but I currently have pressing matters to attend to, and thus shall refrain from troubling your esteemed sect for now. Perhaps another day." Though he was the most accomplished in cultivation in the eyes of others, it was Lin Shidi who posed the true threat. Despite his reluctance, Su Mao understood that this was not the time for disputes. Taking advantage of Lin Chen's unintentional cover, he gradually retreated to Enrant's side. The mysterious ring's gaze was sharp, and with a sinister tone, he declared, "There is no better day than today." As the words fell, the great blade swung towards Lin Chen, who had been attentively observing the movements. At this moment, he remained unperturbed, positioning his sword to block the attack. A muffled grunt escaped his lips, his complexion paling as he retreated 3 steps, barely managing to defend himself. The disparity between the Golden Core stage and the Foundation Establishment stage was indeed a chasm. Although he was at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, his extraordinary talent and the Dao artifact, the Qingyuan sword, rendered him capable of easily overcoming practitioners of the late Foundation Establishment stage. He had anticipated that, as an ordinary Golden Core initial stage practitioner, Xuanjie would be manageable, yet he found himself struggling to withstand even a single strike. Meanwhile, the red-clad maiden, Ling Mi, also launched her attack. With a flick of her wrist, a crimson ribbon was sent hurtling towards Su Mao. Su Mao's expression turned grave as he stepped forward, ready to intercept it. However, Ling Mi, with a cunning smile, pivoted her elbow, causing the ribbon to bypass Su Mao and strike the spirit vessel instead. With a crack, the vessel shattered into countless pieces. Instinctively, Su Mao grasped the Enran's sword with one hand, lifting it into the air. So it was her. Ling Mi chuckled lightly, her delicate hand rising, as the crimson ribbon gracefully wrapped around Enran's waist and yanked her towards Ling Mi. Just as it seemed Enran would fall into her grasp, at the critical moment, Lin Chen hurled several fireballs towards Xuanjie to create a diversion, retreating swiftly. In mid-flight, he seized Enran, and his left palm suddenly erupted with a silver radiance, concealing both their figures. As the silver light dissipated, they vanished without a trace. A space transmission talisman, Xuanjie, just freed from the fireball spell, was taken aback. While high-grade talismans of the Xian tier were not uncommon, space attribute transmission talismans were exceedingly rare. Even low-grade space transmission talismans were a rarity, let alone this high-grade one. In Xuanjie's eyes, a profound sense of apprehension emerged. This was indeed a spatial teleportation talisman capable of preserving life in critical moments. The Tai sect truly deserved its reputation as the foremost sect of the present era, possessing an impressive depth of heritage. The events unfolded with such suddenness that not only Xuanjie and Ling Mi, but even Su Mao found himself momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Lin Chun had gestured for him to safeguard and ran until help from the sect arrived. Ling Mi sarcastically curled her lips, exclaiming, "TSK, TSK. So this is the new generation of leaders from the Tai sect, abandoning their companions in times of crisis." It was only then that Su Mao awakened from his stupor, disregarding her derision as he channeled his spiritual energy, summoning his flying sword to make a desperate escape. "Pursue." Xian Jia shouted, and together with Ling Mei, they hastened after him. Cough, cough, help, help. Just as Yun Li struggled to surface from the depths of the sea, her cry for help escaped her lips. In an instant, 3 figures vanished without a trace, gulping, sputtering, and coughing, with hope for rescue fading. Panic set in as she flailed about, desperately grasping a piece of debris. Half of her body lay atop the wood, and it was only then that she managed to quell some of her turmoil. Thankfully, the spiritual vessel had been shattered into countless pieces by the crimson-clad woman, providing ample boards to cling to. Grab hold of the board. Quickly, seize the board nearby, she urged, pushing a plank towards Mu Yin, who was closest to her. Where is my senior brother? Yun Li scanned her surroundings, one hand clutching the wood while the other paddled through the chaos of struggling children. Senior brother. As she witnessed that all the children had safely clung to their boards, yet Wei Lin remained unaccounted for, Yun Li felt a surge of anxiety. Her eyes widened as she peered into the depths of the sea, fearing he might have become ensnared beneath the waves. What should she do? She couldn't swim. But then she reassured herself. No, senior brother can swim. There's no need to fret. Yun Li let out a sigh of relief. But her heart sank once again as she saw Wei Lin about to grasp a nearby piece of wood. Just then, a towering wave surged forth, instantly distancing him from his lifeline. Senior brother. Before one wave could settle, another rose, each time accurately pushing Wei Lin farther away. Anxious, Yun Li hastily tied a ribbon, which she had worn around her wrist for years, to the wooden plank and, disregarding her inability to swim, propelled herself toward him. It must be said that the potential of a person is immeasurable. In her frantic state, after overcoming her initial stiffness, her swimming skills improved remarkably. However, Wei Lin was pushed far too away by the relentless waves, and her speed could hardly keep pace with the tumultuous sea. Fortunately, she ventured into the storm's embrace, and a colossal wave crashed against her back, causing Yun Li to wince in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she harnessed that force to swiftly approach Wei Lin. Grab it, Yun Li urged, pulling the plank towards him. Wei Lin, still trembling from fear, lay on the plank, gasping for air. His first words were reproachful. What are you doing here? You can't swim, so why are you recklessly paddling about? Yun Li shot him a glance, retorting with irritation. If I hadn't come, you would have ended up feeding the fish. Wei Lin was momentarily speechless, pressing his lips together in frustration. Indeed, his misfortunes seemed to have followed him relentlessly. After the spirit vessel shattered, relying on the skills he had honed since childhood while fishing by the river, he had surfaced immediately. Just as he was about to grasp the nearby plank, another wave swept in, flipping him back into the sea. By the time he resurfaced again, the scene was much the same, and Yun Li witnessed this as the third time he was cast away by the waves, driven by the relentless waves. They had long since distanced themselves from the shattered remains of the initial spirit vessel. As Wei Ling surveyed his surroundings and then looked skyward, he contemplated. Earlier, when aboard the spirit vessel, the sun had been positioned in the northwest. Now, it resided in the northeast. Suddenly, another wave crashed upon him, thrusting him into the depths of the ocean. Yun Li, caught off guard, was similarly swept into the sea by the rope, quickly sealing her mouth and eyes, holding her breath. Unfortunately, this tempest was unlike the previous one. The surface of the water roiled violently, and treacherous currents surged beneath, tossing the two in chaotic directions, up and down, until exhaustion overwhelmed them, leading them into unconsciousness. Chapter 7. Encounter with a ghost. When Yun Li awoke, it was already dusk. The sea had regained its tranquility, with gentle breezes occasionally wafting through, a stark contrast to the earlier tempest. The fading light of evening spread across the water, resembling scattered gold. Stunned for a moment, Yun Li murmured, "It's already evening. If you don't start rowing, we'll find ourselves adrift in the sea once more." "No use," she sighed, collapsing onto the wooden plank in despair. "Rowing is futile. We'll still be in the sea regardless. Let us conserve our strength. We must endure until our masters come to rescue us." Wei Ling scoffed, relying on them. "Huh, you might as well believe that a sow can climb a tree." The two senior uncles were indeed unprincipled. How could they escape on their own? A group of young children, still untrained in cultivation, submerged in the sea, would be vulnerable not only to ferocious demonic beasts but also to ordinary carnivorous aquatic creatures, which could easily devour them, especially since most could not even swim. "I have no expectations of them." Yun Li shook her head, then tilted her head to look at him, smilingly saying, "I am counting on you." Given the two senior uncles' evident favoritism towards her cousin, the The fewer spiritual roots, the better. Her senior brother possessed dual spiritual roots, second only to her cousin's singular spiritual root. Such exceptional aptitude would surely not be easily discarded by the senior uncles, and once they escaped, they would undoubtedly return for him, thus providing a convenient rescue for me as well. Relying on me is the right choice. Wei Ling raised an eyebrow. Stepping aside and gesturing ahead, look over there. Yunli leaned out from beside him and followed his, and the next moment, she exclaimed in delight, an island. Before them lay a verdant isle, bathed in the soft golden glow of the setting sun, appearing both sacred and beautiful, as if it were a paradise on earth. After reaching the shore, the two collapsed onto the beach, exhausted. After a while, as he caught his breath, Wei Ling untied the ribbon from his wrist and handed it to Yunli. Where did you buy this ribbon? It looks so delicate and soft. Yet it turns out to be quite sturdy. Yunli, as usual, tied it around her wrist in a bow, cheerfully replying, I didn't buy it. Once, when I went to Yingzhou with my father, I found it by the fragmented Star Lake. I thought it was quite beautiful, so I've worn it ever since. I never imagined it would save our lives. Wei Ling turned his head to observe, indeed strikingly beautiful. The light golden ribbon was smooth and soft, its delicate texture shimmering in the afterglow of the sunset, as if sprinkled with stardust. After resting, the two rose and ventured inward. Yunli tugged gently at Wei Ling's sleeve, trailing half a step behind, cautiously scanning the surroundings. She swallowed nervously and remarked, Do you not find this small island rather unsettling? Wei Ling cast her a sidelong glance, freeing his sleeve from her grasp and smoothing out the creases. What a nuisance. She always fidgeted with his sleeves whenever she was anxious. The island was so small that one could see from one end to the other, devoid of any real danger. Yunli felt awkward. The island was indeed tiny, measuring no more than 10 meters in circumference, with only knee-high shrubs and not a single tall tree in sight. Standing by the sea, the entire island lay bare, enveloped in silence, save for the sea breeze that caused the grass and shrubs to sway uniformly in one direction. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if some terrifying creature might leap forth from the lush greenery at any moment. Pressing her dry lips together, she instinctively grasped Wei Ling's sleeve once more and whispered, How did you discover this island? Do you think, could there be ghosts? After entering the sea from Little West Bay, they had journeyed for 3 days without sighting any islands. How could it be that just when they encountered trouble, they were swept away by the waves and found themselves on an island? The increasingly anxious Yunli couldn't shake the thought that they had stumbled upon something supernatural. Wei Ling looked down at the sleeve that had just been smoothed out, now back in someone's grip, his forehead twitching. This was satin, the most prone to wrinkling. The sky was overcast, and the sea appeared quite treacherous. Even during the day, the light was dim, and at night it was engulfed in utter darkness. If a whale or some monstrous creature were to swim by, they would be none the wiser. It was nothing short of a miracle that they had drifted safely for an entire day and night. Moreover, could you kindly release my sleeve? Yunli, momentarily taken aback, looked down to discover that she had twisted the corner of Wei Lin's sleeve into a crumpled mess. She hastily let go, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she attempted to smooth it out. Alas, her earlier grip had been too forceful, rendering the fabric irreparably wrinkled. Sheepishly, she touched the tip of her nose. Her senior brother was known for his meticulousness, believing that no garment or accessory should bear a crease. Unlike her seventh sister, who had a penchant for crumpling her handkerchief, Yunli sought comfort in tugging at the clothes of others, as it alleviated her own insecurities. However, this brief distraction alleviated much of her anxiety. With the psychological fears diminished, her physical needs became more pronounced. She felt an overwhelming hunger. Cradling her stomach, she glanced toward the thicket and then turned her gaze to the sea. Let us catch some fish to roast, she suggested, after a day and night without sustenance. Her stomach felt as though it were pressed against her back. Yet, the idea of venturing into the brush to forage for fruits stirred a sense of trepidation within her. Who could say what serpents, insects, or vermin might be lurking there? Fishing seemed a safer bet. Wei Lin cast her a sidelong glance, but refrained from further comment. He understood her thoughts all too well. She had always been timid and easily frightened. She could scream at the mere sight of a mouse. Fortunately, in the shallows of the beach, there were plenty of fish. Perhaps the fish had remained distant from humanity, unaccustomed to being caught, and thus were not particularly wary. Before long, they had managed to catch several fish. Yunli cheerfully broke off a branch from the shrub, washed it in the seawater, and took the fish skewers that Wei Lin had roughly prepared with his sword, placing them on a makeshift grill. However, her hand paused in embarrassment, everything was ready, only to realize there was no fire. Dejected, Yunli lamented the absence of flames. Wei Lin, who was intently gutting fish by the water's edge, heard her and reached into his pocket, producing a leather pouch and tossing it to her. A fire starter. Yunli eagerly caught it, then inquired, "After soaking in the sea for a whole day, can it still ignite?" Wei Lin raised an eyebrow, his expression radiating pride. "Specially made for the military, waterproof and fireproof." Yunli smiled slightly as she began to kindle the fire, casually asking, "Why do you carry this around?" Wei Lin glanced at her and shook his head. "You wouldn't understand. Silver, daggers, fire starters, and sleeping powder are all essential travel items." Yunli turned away, comprehending everything except the sleeping powder. "What do you need that for? Are we planning to rob someone?" Wei Lin smiled mysteriously. "It has its uses in critical moments. Then you might as well carry some pepper powder. Not only can it season food, but in a crisis, you can throw it in someone's face to buy yourself some time to escape." "Pepper powder? That seems a bit harsh." "Sleeping powder isn't any gentler. It's a matter of perspective." Wei Lin's nose twitched. "What's that smell?" "It's burning. Pay attention and stop talking." "Oh no." Yunli quickly removed the fish from the grill, only to find that the side facing down was already emitting smoke, a strong, burnt aroma invading her nostrils. Wei Lin grimaced, his expression darkened. "Change it. Cook it properly." After much turmoil, by the time they finally indulged in the grilled fish, dusk had descended, and the sea breeze howled, threatening to topple the flickering fire pit, which seemed on the verge of extinguishing. The pale moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the surroundings, yet added a sense of foreboding, intensified by the chilling wind that penetrated to the bone, creating an atmosphere of terror. Yunli crouched protectively by the fire, glancing around. Surely, a small hillock to shield them from the wind would be welcome. Wei Ling reached out to poke the fire. Just as he was about to speak, when an odd laughter echoed around them, a chilling ha-ha, ha-ha. The sound reverberated in their minds, as if originating from all directions. Yun Li's heart raced, and she instinctively darted to Wei Ling's side, gripping his arm tightly, her teeth chattering. What is that sound?" Wei Ling unsheathed his azure sword, positioning it defensively before him, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance as he called out sharply, "Who goes there? Show yourself." After a brief hesitation, he cautiously advanced, with Yunli crouching low and shrinking her neck, closely following him. Suddenly, the voice resonated again. "TSK, TSK. The little one is quite alert." Yun Li's scalp prickled. This time, the voice was unmistakably close, and she could even feel the damp, chilling breath of the speaker as they spoke near her ear. Stiff with fear, she mechanically turned her head, revealing her pale face, the dark circles around her eyes, her ashen lips, and the vivid streaks of blood at the corners of her mouth. "Monster!" A scream escaped her lips, and instinctively, she attempted to flee, only to be grasped firmly by the stranger's left hand, which brought her closer, inhaling deeply with a look of rapture. "Haha, such sweet blood." Then, the sharp, white fangs plunged into her wrist. The pain was excruciating, a sensation that Yunli had never experienced before. She cried out in distress, tears streaming down her face, desperately attempting to withdraw her hand while her right hand instinctively struck and clawed at the assailant. "Let go of me. Woe is me. What kind of monster is this? Its terrifying visage is bad enough, but now it's drinking my blood. Could it be a vampire?" As these thoughts raced through her mind, a wave of panic engulfed her. With her fingers curled into claws, she fiercely swiped at the intruder's face. "Help! I do not wish to be drained into a desiccated corpse. My glorious path lies ahead." At that moment, Wei Ling turned around. Upon seeing the figure, he did not hesitate. Without uttering a word, he lunged forward with his sword. However, the assailant effortlessly seized the blade with bare hands. Wei Ling's pupils constricted slightly as he exerted all his strength to thrust forward, but despite his utmost effort, his face reddening in exertion, the sword remained immovable. In a desperate bid, he twisted his wrist, attempting to leverage the sharp edge against the intruder to compel them to release their grip. Imo Chishan's eyes glimmered with disdain. It was merely a common blade. Indeed, despite Wei Ling's exertions and skillful maneuvers, he only managed to leave 2 shallow scratches upon the assailant's fingers. With a decisive flick of his fingers, the icy blue sword shattered with a crisp sound, its tip embedding deeply into the earth. Wei Ling, grasping the hilt of his sword, stood in stunned disbelief. This sword, renowned for slicing through iron like mud, had been effortlessly broken by another's hand. Chapter 8. strange happenings as he spoke. His gaze towards Yunli grew increasingly covetous, as if he were beholding a cherished treasure. He then turned his attention to the dazed Weiling, grasping his wrist and drawing it close to his nose, inhaling for a moment, and exclaiming in rapture, This is quite delightful as well." Having lost an excessive amount of blood, Yunli felt a chilling numbness envelop her, her vision darkening, until she could no longer endure and succumb to unconsciousness. Ollie, witnessing Yunli's head droop lifelessly, Weiling grew frantic, struggling desperately, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift strike from Imo-Chi-shan. Imo-Chi-shan gazed at the fainted Yunli, his brow furrowed. She was clearly an ordinary girl, yet her blood possessed such extraordinary properties. Having practiced the blood demonic technique for several years, he had consumed countless pints of blood and discerned certain patterns. The higher one's cultivation, the richer the spiritual energy contained within their blood, which greatly aided the practice of the blood demonic technique. Moreover, the blood of cultivators with exceptional spiritual roots was purer, further facilitating this practice. However, among all those whose blood he had absorbed, none had blood like this young girl's, immediate and teeming with vitality. It is worth noting that even the blood of Bai Mei, who was at the nascent soul stage, paled in comparison. A flicker of doubt crossed Imo-Chi-shan's mind. Could she be a prodigy from a hidden lineage? Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. The tumultuous waves crashed, and deep beneath the surface, a pack of blood-eyed crab whales pursued the aquatic creatures ahead. A glance at the broken sword at his feet eased his mind. What sort of cultivator would wield a mundane blade? He had been overly concerned. After walking 100 steps eastward, he leaped into a pit over a foot deep, carelessly discarding the two bodies to the side. He then raised his hand to re-establish the isolation array and seated himself on the central mat to cultivate and heal. Yunli was awakened from her slumber, having dreamt of a shadowy and frigid moonlit night, pursued by an unknown entity. In her panic, she stumbled into a palace enshrouded in mist. The palace, exquisitely beautiful, was obscured by the haze, rendering its details indistinct. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an innate familiarity with the palace's layout. Every table, every chair, every brick and tile was etched into her memory, allowing her to navigate it with her eyes closed. As the fog thickened, she crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, attempting to shield herself from the chill that surged within her bones. At that moment, a pained, low moan startled her awake. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of a ghastly visage. The pale, bluish face was marred by bulging, purplish veins, and the eyes protruded from their sockets as if they might fall at any moment. The most horrifying aspect was the blood seeping from the corners of the eyes, nostrils, and mouth, accompanied by his intermittent, raspy breaths, creating an eerie scene reminiscent of a horror film. "Monster!" Yunli gasped, scrambling to her feet and tugging at Wei Lin. Desperate to flee, yet he remained rooted in place. "Hurry," she urged, the remnants of sleep dissipating as she recognized that the ghastly face was that of the vampire who had drained her blood the previous night. Although the reason for his grotesque transformation remained a mystery, it was undeniably the perfect moment to escape. In her frustration, she reproached Wei Lin, her senior brother, who had awoken early yet failed to rouse her for their flight, idly watching as the bloodsucker inched ever closer. "What time is it? This is no time for leisurely observation. Our lives are at stake." Wei Lin finally broke free from her grasp, stepping forward, raising his right hand. And only then did Yunli notice that he clutched a stone in his hand. Yunli grasped his arm, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Wei Ling shook a stone in his hand and replied coolly, "Eliminate him." Yunli retorted, "Do you think this is merely a game for those rascals in Hada Alley, where you can twist and crush at will? Furthermore, is it truly appropriate to speak of violence with such nonchalance?" She quickly grasped him again. The vast ocean and desolate wilderness surrounding them seemed far from hospitable, and he might very well be a cultivator like Uncle Lin and the others. Yunli had long since lost hope in Wei Ling's combat prowess. Reflecting on the past, she remembered how, with his fluid swordplay, he could hold his own against his grandfather and father, earning her profound admiration. Yet now, his sword lay shattered, leaving merely 2 superficial wounds on his opponent. It was either that he was but a fa of strength or that his adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. Regardless, one thing was certain: his martial capabilities were no longer worthy of expectation. The blood-red sun ascended languidly above the horizon, and the dawn sea breeze bore no warmth. Chilling to the bone, Yunli continued to implore Wei Ling, Cultivators are not like us mortals. Even if he is on the brink of death, dispatching us would be as effortless as crushing ants. We must flee without delay. To her surprise, Wei Ling disagreed, asserting, "It is precisely when he is weak that we should strike. If he recovers, we shall possess no means to defend ourselves." Yunli stood in stunned silence, recognizing the truth in his words. Even if they seized this moment to escape, should this vampire regain his strength, pursuing them would be inevitable. "Wait a moment," she exclaimed. As Wei Lin was about to take action against Imo Qishan, Yunli hastily snapped out of her stupor and called out to him. However, she found herself at a loss for words. To suggest not to kill would be futile, given the ferocity with which their opponent had sought to drain her last night. The outcome would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Yet to engage in violence would cost a life. As a child raised under the Red Banner, she could not regard human life as mere fodder. After stammering for what felt like an eternity without articulating a coherent thought, Wei Lin impatiently urged her, "Well, speak." In her moment of distress, Yunli suddenly noticed the vampire crawling toward them. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she confirmed that the creature was indeed approaching. Why, in its dying state, was it making its way toward them? Instinctively alert, Yunli quickly pulled Wei Lin aside. Initially puzzled, Wei Lin froze upon meeting the vampire's gaze. Within those murky eyes burned a fierce desire for survival, coupled with an unmistakable air of contempt. This disdain mirrored the look it had given him when Imo Li Jian had snapped in the previous encounter. A chill ran through Wei Lin, and he raised his arm to hurl a stone. Just as his arm reached its zenith, the vampire began to convulse violently, then tilted its head and fell still. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, Yunli muttered in astonishment, "Is it dead?" "Perhaps," Wei Lin replied, moving closer. Suddenly, from the creature's gaping mouth and bleeding nostrils, specks of golden light began to emerge. These motes spiraled upward to a height of 3 feet above its head before abruptly darting eastward, vanishing into the horizon. Yunli gaped in bewilderment, questioning what this phenomenon might signify. Wei Lin shook his head, pondering for a moment before speculating, "Perhaps it is the soul." Yunli replied, "Can souls even be seen? You truly have a vivid imagination." Just as she noticed Wei Lin preparing to approach, she instinctively grabbed his arm, fearing he might feign death to lure them closer. Wei Lin considered her words and found them reasonable. With that, he hurled the stone he held at the vampire's face, creating a gory indentation. Yet the figure remained utterly still. It appeared he was indeed lifeless. Wei Lin shrugged, brushing the dirt from his hands, and was about to advance. "Should we wait a bit longer?" Yunli urged, her apprehension causing her to grasp him once more. Caution, she believed, was the foremost virtue in their perilous existence. Although Wei Lin found her excessive caution somewhat amusing, he yielded to her insistence and refrained from approaching directly. Instead, he broke off a branch from a nearby shrub and cautiously prodded from a distance, but still, there was no response. Noticing the exasperated glance Wei Lin cast her way, Yunli sheepishly released her grip, stammering, "Well, under his circumstances, he surely can't last much longer. Let's wait a little longer." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. "Oh, how embarrassing. Is this all just a drama?" This time, Wei Lin disregarded her entirely and strode forward, crouching down to check for a pulse. He confirmed the unfortunate truth. He was indeed dead. With her heart finally at ease, Yunli began to feel an eerie chill creeping up her spine. It was the first time in her 21 years of life that she had witnessed death firsthand. She swallowed hard, wanting to draw closer to Wei Lin, yet fearing the proximity to the corpse. Clutching her arms, she cautiously scanned the surroundings and suggested, "Shall we depart?" Wei Lin not only remained unmoved, but also reached out to lift the vampire's garments. Yun Li's heart raced to her throat. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. This reckless child. How could he be so audacious? With a frustrated stamp of her foot, she hesitated for a moment before stealthily approaching him. Peering over his shoulder, she inquired, "What have you found?" Wei Lin touched his chest and extracted a piece of jade pendant shaped like a crescent moon, scrutinizing it under the sunlight before curling his lips in disdain. "Just an ordinary jade pendant. The color of the water is subpar." "Let me see," Yunli said. Taking it from him, she examined it closely and, using her thumb, pinched it to feel its texture. Indeed, it was an exceedingly mundane piece of jade, the kind one could purchase for 5 taels of silver in Jinman Tower. Could he truly be just an ordinary warrior? At that moment, Yunli forgot her fear and cast a suspicious glance at the corpse on the ground, only to notice a dark green embroidered pouch hanging from its waist. Oh, a pouch. Wei Lin, unimpressed, thought to himself that if the jade pendant was of such low quality, the contents of the pouch must be equally unremarkable. Despite his disdain, he reached out to take it, unfastened the strap, and carelessly emptied its contents onto the ground. With a resounding clatter, a small mountain of items cascaded before them. Wei Lin was so astonished that he sat down abruptly, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared at the pouch in his hand. How could such a diminutive pouch contain so many items? After a moment, he murmured to himself, a mustard seed can contain Mount Samaru. Is this what Master Lin referred to as a storage bag? Yun Li, equally flabbergasted, soon succumbed to ecstatic joy, realizing that this was indeed the legendary storage bag. She abruptly yanked the pouch open and gasped. This was not merely the opening of a pouch. It was akin to unveiling a doorway. Yun Li, astonished, observed that what appeared to be a mere palm-sized pouch contained a space as expansive as a 5-square-meter room. Holding the storage bag, she stood in a daze for quite some time, softly murmuring, "The world of cultivation is truly marvelous." Eventually, she reluctantly set down the storage bag and, alongside Wei Lin, began sifting through the small mountain of items before them. Black flags, an ancient mirror, a cumbersome great sword, scattered medicinal herbs. No, they must be spirit plants. As she rummaged through several dusty Taoist robes, Yinli uncovered a white jade box. Upon opening it, she discovered a single pale blue petal, so faint it was nearly transparent, shimmering with a delicate aura. How exquisite! Yunli carefully pinched a corner of the petal and brought it closer to her eyes, watching as a clear droplet of water fell from the tender petal. Ah, it must have been freshly plucked. She raised the petal above her head, letting the sunlight illuminate it, and inquired, "What kind of flower is this?" Wei Lin turned to glance, furrowing his brow uncertainly as he replied, "It resembles an orchid." But wait, what, let go? With that, he swiftly swatted the petal from her hand, leaving Yunli bewildered. What is the matter? Wei Lin, filled with suspicion, pulled her back a few steps. I sensed a trace of dark energy. Chapter 9, Cultivation Dark Energy? Within the petal? Instinctively, Yunli lowered her gaze. The soft golden morning light fell upon the translucent blue petal, where a wisp of black smoke curled out and dissipated in the enchanting morning glow. Yunli felt a sudden chill, her heart racing with trepidation. That individual was clearly no ordinary cultivator. An aura of malevolence surrounded him, and his penchant for blood drinking suggested he was likely a nefarious practitioner. What if his belongings were tainted by his sinister energy? How careless she had been, Yunli lamented, chiding herself for her lack of discernment. It was merely a storage bag, yet she had become so giddy with excitement. Ah, but it was indeed a storage bag, a marvel she had never encountered before. After a moment of silence, Wei Ling picked up a twig from the ground and meticulously began to sift through the scattered items, eventually locating the source of the dark aura, a thin, yellowed book. Its ancient parchment material was mottled and worn, and the 3 traditional Chinese characters on the cover had faded somewhat, yet their meaning remained clear. Blood demon technique? Yinli was taken aback. How could a cultivation method from the Kanglan continent be inscribed in the script of the Liang kingdom? She casually snapped off a twig, flipping open the pages, which were also written in Liang characters. Remarkably, it seemed the ancient world had once enjoyed a unified script, which certainly alleviated communication barriers. This is utterly wicked, Yunli gasped, muttering to herself. Who could have devised such a heartless technique? After examining all the items, Wei Ling shook his head, expressing his regret. What a pity. They have all become tainted by the dark energy. Ah, Yunli sighed, then consoled him. Never mind, it was never ours to begin with. If we gain it, we are fortunate. If we lose it, it is but fate. It matters not. In that fleeting moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a corner of fabric peeking out from the deceased chest, its color and pattern reminiscent of the outer garment. Without a second thought, she deftly used the twig to extract it. Another pouch. 2 paces away, the 2 of them collaborated to pry open the ties with branches, spilling the contents onto the ground. There was little within. Only a square, red-lacquered wooden box, a thin book, and a small jade square. After a thorough examination, they found no traces of malevolent energy. One side of the jade square bore the simple inscription Mo Chi-shan, while the other displayed a large character for brocade, accompanied by a subtle relief of a roaring tiger, likely serving as a form of identification. Inside the red lacquered box lay a pale pink overgarment and a light green cinched skirt, meant for a girl of about 8 or 9 years of age. Yunli tilted her head to glance at the brocade box on the ground and then stole a look at the nearby grotesque corpse, conjecturing. A gift prepared for his daughter? Perhaps. Wei Ling lost interest after a mere glance and instead picked up the remaining book. The pages were unremarkable, made of common paper found in any bookstore. The front page bore the neatly inscribed words Spirit Summoning Technique. A cultivation technique, Yunli exclaimed with delight. It was something they could practice. Wei Ling's eyes brightened as well, and he carefully smoothed the creased corners of the pages, repeatedly reading and contemplating the brief content until it was firmly imprinted in his mind. Pointing towards Mo Qishan's corpse, Yunli suggested with a grimace, "Shall we bury him? It's unsettling to linger with a cadaver." Reluctantly, Wei Ling set aside the spirit summoning technique, agreeing, "All right." The azure sky was devoid of clouds, with only the sun hanging high above. Yunli sat cross-legged on the beach, her heart directed towards the heavens, tongue pressed against the roof of her mouth. Eyes gently closed. Following the instructions of the spirit summoning technique, she relaxed her body, attuning herself to the flow of spiritual energy. At first, she could still focus on her surroundings, but gradually her mind began to wander. Scenes from the fantasy dramas she had watched in the past flickered through her mind like a film. She envisioned herself clad in flowing white garments, soaring through the skies with a sword in hand, conjuring vibrant spells with a mere wave of her hand. Yunli was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. She had always possessed a vivid imagination. During her previous life as a student, she often appeared to be diligently studying, while in reality, her mind was hosting a myriad of theatrical performances, capable of producing a continuous series of 60 episodes in a single day. She straightened her posture, readjusted her stance, and earnestly sought to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but gradually she felt herself entering a state of harmony. Becoming increasingly relaxed, the spiritual aura around her seemed to thicken considerably compared to before, enveloping her in a warm embrace. In this delightful state of comfort, she blissfully fell asleep. Time trickled by, and after an indeterminate duration, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her face, reminiscent of summer's refreshing water droplets, which was utterly delightful. As she opened her eyes, it was already dusk. The setting sun cast a golden hue, blurring the boundary between sea and sky. The air was imbued with a misty humidity, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. Beside her, Wei Lin was in a meditative state, exuding an ethereal tranquility, his posture relaxed and breathing rhythmic. Could he be on the verge of success? Yunli thought in astonishment as she slowly rose, carefully stepping aside to exhale softly. Although she was curious about the method of channeling energy into the body, she did not wish to disturb her senior brother's cultivation. After observing from a distance for a while, she noted that Wei Lin remained in that state, with the surrounding air seemingly converging toward him, indicating that his practice would not conclude in the near future. Yunli arrived at the spot where she had previously emptied her storage bag. After a day's exposure to the sun, the source of the blood fiend technique had been buried alongside Mo Qishan's corpse. The remaining items were significantly less shrouded in dark energy. Grasping a shrub branch, she idly rummaged through the remnants. It was only when all the objects were spread across the ground that she discarded the branch and stood up, murmuring to herself, "Perhaps a little more sun tomorrow will suffice." She bent down to retrieve a thicker shrub branch, rolled up her pant legs, and waded into the shallows. After standing there for a moment, a few silver fish swam lazily toward her. Holding her breath, Yunli tightened her grip on the branch, slowly raising it. Just as the fish approached, she aimed carefully and plunged the branch down with force. To her surprise, the fish, sensing her movement, swiftly evaded her strike with a flick of its tail. Not willing to let it escape, Yunli clumsily lunged towards another fish that was closer, but in her fluster, she missed again. The other fish, startled, scattered in all directions. Amidst her movements and the fish's frantic escape, the once clear seawater was instantly muddied. One particularly disoriented fish leaped high, splattering Yunli with a mouthful of mud. She sputtered, spitting out the dirt, and raised her hand to wipe her face, yet still felt unclean. Discarding the branch, she lowered her head to continue expelling the mud. "What are you doing?" came a clear voice from behind her. Turning to respond, she said, "Fishing." Her gaze fell upon Wei Lin, and she paused, her brow furrowing in thought. "You seem a bit different somehow." Bathed in the soft golden glow of the setting sun, the young man stood tall like a slender bamboo, his demeanor as relaxed as ever. Yet, inexplicably, she felt that something about him had changed, although she could not quite articulate what that difference was. Wei Ling curved his lips into a smile, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. I have succeeded, he proclaimed. Truly? You have succeeded? Yun Li's eyes sparkled as she rushed forward to grasp his hand. You have drawn the energy into your body? Wei Ling raised an eyebrow, pride evident in his voice. Indeed, I have attained the first level of qi cultivation. According to the spirit drawing technique, drawing energy into the body signifies the ascendance to the first level of qi cultivation, marking the commencement of one's journey into the realm of immortality. Yunli was both astonished and envious. Wow, congratulations. She beamed, then urged him eagerly, do tell. What is it like to become a cultivator? Well, how shall I put it? Wei Ling mused, stroking his chin. The world appears clearer, my perception is heightened, and my body feels lighter. So, your physical prowess has improved across the board? But that doesn't signify a qualitative change. The wonders of cultivation have yet to manifest. Yunli pressed on. Is there more? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ling closed his eyes and quietly attuned himself. Behind me, the third forsythia bush has a grasshopper perched on its lower right leaf. Yunli approached cautiously, parting the obstructing branches. A green-yellow grasshopper, startled, leapt away and sought refuge in a nearby thicket. Staring in disbelief, Yunli turned to the still-closed eyes of Wei Ling, astonished. Can you see without your eyes? Wei Ling continued to elucidate. It differs somewhat from what the eyes perceive. There is no color, only shades of gray and white. Could it be spiritual awareness? Yunli speculated, recalling the spirit drawing technique, but soon her brow furrowed with confusion. Yet, doesn't the technique state that one only attains spiritual awareness upon reaching the second level of qi cultivation? That should be the case, Wei Ling confirmed. Wei Ling gradually opened her eyes and paused for a moment before saying, to trust books entirely is to be misled. Every individual's circumstances are unique, and the techniques described in the spirit summoning method may not be suitable for everyone. Indeed, her senior brother possessed exceptional talent, and it was not beyond reason that he could develop spiritual awareness at an early age. Yunli, having no desire to dwell on her experiences, swiftly directed the conversation to the main topic. So, what constitutes the successful absorption of energy into the body? After a brief silence, she inquired, and what about you? How is your cultivation progressing? Yunli chuckled awkwardly, lowering her head, her voice barely audible. I fell asleep. Wei Lin was momentarily taken aback, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Yunli's head drooped even lower, wishing fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. How embarrassing. Yet, upon reflection, it was merely her first attempt at cultivation, and this was her inaugural serious meditation session. It was entirely natural to doze off without grasping the technique. With more practice, she would surely improve. With this thought in mind, she lifted her head and, without a hint of shame, asked, is there a technique to this meditation? Yunli furrowed her brows, feeling quite inadequate. I'll give it another try shortly. Wei Lin nodded, seizing the shrub branch from her hand and casting it with great force, pinning a silvery fish to the shallows. Removing the fish, she handed it to the astonished Yunli and gently smiled. The secret to spearing fish lies in being swift, fierce, and precise. Yunli. Chapter 10 The Giant Egg. Her gaze fell upon the azure broken sword in his hand. The blade was slender and delicate, emanating a faint cold light. The hilt was a deep blue, with a small flower delicately engraved at the crossguard, resembling either a white windflower or a lily. Beneath its silver leaves, slender stems intertwined gracefully, culminating in a delicate hollow ring at the end of the hilt. The enchanting blue, the ethereal cream, and the elegant silver merged with the blade's cold sharpness, creating a piece that was both exquisite and beautiful. Now, this dreamlike sword lay shattered, and Yunli could not help but feel a pang of regret. What a pity for such a beautiful weapon. Wei Ling's expression also darkened. This sword held a special significance for him. During the difficult birth of Qin's child, Wei Ningho's heir, Wei Ziki, anxiously paced outside the delivery room. Witnessing Qin's cries gradually fade, the old lady of Wei Ningho barred the door, preventing entry. In a moment of panic, Wei Ziki attempted to scale the window, inadvertently kicking over a long sword that stood against the wall. The sharp clang as it fell coincided with the resounding cry of a newborn echoing from within the room. After numerous inquiries, no one could ascertain the origins of this exquisite sword or how it came to be outside the delivery room. Wei Ziki resolutely claimed it as a token of his son's destiny, cherishing it until it was finally entrusted to Wei Ling when he reached the age of martial training. Wei Ling sighed, contemplating whether there might be a way to restore it in the future. The autumn moon hung high, and the night breeze was cool. Yunli assumed a meditative posture, emptying her mind and body, once again channeling her spirit-calling technique, striving to meld with the essence of the universe. The night was tranquil, and not far away, the waves were tirelessly pushed by the autumn wind, crashing rhythmically upon the shore. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the surroundings in a pristine white haze, reminiscent of daylight. The gentle, aqueous luminescence caressed her face, while shimmering orbs of gold, red, green, blue, and yellow gradually emerged, dancing, swirling, and floating around her like mischievous children at play. A surge of joy welled up in Yunli's heart, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She gazed at the twinkling lights surrounding her, questioning if this was indeed the ethereal energy spoken of in legends. According to the teachings of the spirit attraction technique, the initial step to harnessing this energy is to perceive its presence, these vibrant points of light dancing in the air. What should she do next? Oh, right. She must draw them into her body. Focusing her mental energy, she aimed to project goodwill towards the spirit energy, beckoning it to converge upon her and gradually enter her being. Yunli stifled her excitement, fixating intently on the nearest golden orb. While concentration could be achieved through her unwavering gaze, how was she to convey her goodwill? After some contemplation, she resolved to smile at the light. For is not a smile the most genuine expression of kindness in daily life? As she continued to gaze, a double vision began to manifest, rippling in circles. Swiftly, she shifted her focus to a red orb, but soon found herself dizzy and disoriented, her attention waning. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber once more. Wei Lin sensed the swirling spirit energy in the air converging towards Yunli, a smirk tugging at his lips. The progress was commendable, as she had swiftly attained the state of unity between heaven and man. Just as he prepared to commence his own cultivation, he observed Yunli's head bobbing gently. Her posture relaxed and her breathing deep, until her head tilted and she fell into a deep sleep. Wei Ling felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he raised his hand to awaken her, only to suddenly realize that the spiritual energy surrounding Yunli had not dissipated. Rather, it was flowing into her body with each breath she took. Could it be that she had succeeded? Wei Ling pondered, and then he witnessed the previously absorbed spiritual energy swirling back out. Wei Ling, what is this situation? Could it be that Ali possesses a funnel-like constitution? Wait, something seems different. The energy that is emerging appears somewhat altered, akin to a cup of tea that has lost its most exquisite essence. Has Ali already absorbed the most refined portion of the spiritual energy? Wei Ling fell into contemplation. Is it possible that everyone's cultivation methods vary? Alas, it is quite vexing, without a mentor for guidance or a comprehensive cultivation manual. He resigned himself to the notion that being able to absorb spiritual energy is indeed a positive outcome, and he would explore the rest on his own. No longer troubled, Wei Ling commenced his own practice. 3 days passed, and the situation remained unchanged, causing Yunli to become increasingly anxious. Were it not for Wei Ling's success, she would have begun to doubt her own abilities, especially as she struggled to practice the fireball technique that accompanied the spirit summoning method, managing to produce a fireball only after a convoluted series of hand gestures. She began to suspect that this might be a false method. Could it be that her posture was insufficiently precise? Yunli glanced at Wei Ling, who was still engrossed in his cultivation, and compared her stance to his. There seemed to be no discrepancy. After meticulously comparing their postures from beginning to end and scrutinizing the spirit summoning method word by word, Yunli ultimately surrendered to frustration. Her gaze fell upon the items drying on the beach, and a thought struck her. Might there be some cultivation guide that she had overlooked? Aside from the initial box containing a single petal, the others remained unopened. Although the ominous black mist was no longer visible to the naked eye, Yunli still hesitated to reach out. With great effort, she swung 2 branches, managing to pry open a few jade boxes, all of which contained unfamiliar flora. Upon opening one box, an overwhelming, pungent aroma assaulted her senses, causing tears to stream down her face. Among them was a plant with a dark green stem and ethereal blue leaves. The moment it touched sunlight, it disintegrated into powder, leaving Yunli too frightened to open any more jade boxes. Her gaze wandered among the few open boxes, none of which she recognized. With a slight pout, she was about to close them when her peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimmer of red. What could it be? Upon closer inspection, she realized it emanated from a nearby box adorned with strange patterns, faintly glowing with a crimson light. As she opened it, she discovered a bead the size of a ping-pong ball, entirely blood red, translucent, and plump, resembling jade yet distinctly unique, radiating an enchanting crimson glow. Suddenly, her body froze in place as her right hand pressed against something round and smooth. It was a bead. Startled, Yunli leapt back, exclaiming, "Oh my, there's black mist. What if I inadvertently contaminated myself with something vile?" Looking down, her mind buzzed with confusion. How had the bead adhered to her hand when her fingers were clearly open? "You have something red on your hand." Wei Ling noticed the object on her palm just as she interrupted him with a frantic shout. "Hot, hot, hot!" Yunli cried, flailing her arms in a panic, her palm feeling as though it were glued to a searing iron, both burning and painful. A surge of heat flowed from the palms into her body, igniting her with an intense blaze. Even more terrifying was the sight of the beads on her hands melting away at a visible pace. "Ali!" Wei Ling exclaimed, rushing forward only to be repelled by a beam of golden light, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, a dreadful pressure erupted from Yunli, firmly pinning him down, rendering him immobile. Yunli felt her blood boiling, muscles sizzling in agony as she curled helplessly on the ground, clawing at her throat, yet unable to utter a sound. In her despair, she caught sight of Wei Ling, who was pressed to the ground, his delicate face flushed crimson with urgency, veins bulging as he desperately struggled to rise. She opened her mouth, yearning to say something, when an even fiercer wave of searing heat surged from her heart, spreading throughout her body. Unable to endure any longer, she lost consciousness. Wei Ling observed as a brilliant light suddenly enveloped Yunli, followed by an ominous silence. Panic surged within him, and gritting his teeth, he channeled all his spiritual energy in a bid to break free from his constraints. With a sudden jolt, he felt his insides shift, and in the next moment, he vomited blood, utterly drained of power. An even greater weight bore down upon him, slamming him back to the ground, rendering even his fingers immobile. He turned his eyes in despair to Yunli, where streams of golden light erupted, circling around her. Then it struck him, there was also spiritual awareness. In his utmost despair, he recalled a miraculous power that did not require spiritual energy, one that emerged after drawing energy into the body. He concentrated his mental strength, gradually directing it toward Yunli. As he languished in a state of confusion, a sudden wave of refreshing coolness surged from the depths of his mind, soothing the excruciating pain that plagued him. Although his head still throbbed intermittently, he managed to retain his sanity. Abruptly, Wei Ling's pupils constricted sharply, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. At that very moment, when the coolness emerged, he felt a faint connection with Yunli, who was enveloped in golden light. This tenuous bond conveyed to him the reassuring notion that she was unharmed. A gentle breeze wafted through, leaves rustling softly, while the autumn sun gradually ascended into the sky, casting warm, radiant beams upon his back. The oppressive weight that had burdened him dissipated, allowing Wei Ling to rise to his feet and brush off the accumulated dirt. Strange occurrences were not uncommon, yet this year seemed particularly rife with them. A living person had transformed before his very eyes into an egg. The enormous egg was oval-shaped, measuring approximately 3 feet and 6 inches in length and 5 inches in height, considerably larger than Yunli. Its resplendent shell was adorned with peculiar runes, and flecks of light danced along the elegantly outlined patterns, inducing a deep sense of trepidation as he gazed upon it for too long, leaving his eyes ablaze and his head spinning. Wei Ling found himself in a daze. As a mere novice in the realm of cultivation, he was utterly bewildered by such an extraordinary phenomenon, left in the dark as to how to proceed. He crouched before the colossal egg, and a deep, rhythmic heartbeat resonated from within. His taut nerves began to relax slightly, and he anxiously pondered whether everything would be all right. On the first day, Wei Ling vigilantly kept watch over the giant egg, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yunli would emerge from its confines. By the second day, he sat beside the egg, resolutely practicing his cultivation, vowing that he would never again allow himself to succumb to such feelings of helpless despair. By chance, I stumbled upon the golden runes, seemingly capable of gathering the essence of celestial energy. Engaging in cultivation nearby proved to be remarkably effective, even alleviating his injuries significantly. On the 5th day, the golden runes upon the colossal egg had notably dimmed, and Wei Ling had regained his composure. While savoring roasted fish, he glanced at the giant egg and murmured, "It has been 5 days without a meal. Surely, I won't perish from hunger?" On the 7th morning, the sky was crystal clear, just beginning to lighten. Wei Ling sat in meditation as usual beside the giant egg, facing the rising sun, aligning his heart with the heavens, and concentrating his spirit. He was engaged in the circulation of 36 minor circulatory paths when suddenly, a crisp cracking sound resonated by his ear, reminiscent of something fracturing. He paid it little mind. His recent practice had sharpened his senses to such a degree that he could distinctly hear the rustling of leaves falling nearby, and the outlines of distant scenery were vividly clear. Thus, the initial crack seemed unremarkable. However, as the sounds of cracking continued in an unusual rhythm, it became more alarming. Chapter 11. The mortal world. Opening his eyes slightly, he beheld the giant egg, which had remained tranquil for the past 7 days, now marred by an array of emerging fissures. As the entire surface of the egg became encrusted with cracks, it shattered into a cascade of powder. Wei Ling stood in a daze, abruptly closing his eyes, hastily removing his outer garment to drape over Yun Li, his face flushed with embarrassment. How could even the clothing disintegrate into dust? As Yun Li opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of his face. Blushing crimson as if it were drenched in blood, she stared in bewilderment, asking, "Why is your face so red? Are you ill?" "Cough, cough, it's nothing," Wei Ling replied, standing and awkwardly turning his face away. Yun Li, in disbelief, raised her finger to point at his still flushed face and said, "But your face is truly." Her gaze fell upon her own fair and delicate arms, and she paused momentarily before her eyes drifted downward to the white and blue brocade robe at her waist, revealing her bare upper body. Ah! She glanced around, and aside from herself, there was only Wei Lin, the sole living soul on the island, which ignited her fury. "Was it you who did this?" "What?" Yun Li questioned her own hearing, bewildered, as if emerging from an egg. Was this a new sarcastic catchphrase? A quarter of an hour later, Yun Li stood petrified, staring at the powder on the ground, still finding it hard to believe. Had she truly transformed into an egg? For a full 7 days, panic set in. "No, how could I possibly turn into an egg? I am not a chicken," Wei Lin corrected her. "It is the egg that hatches into a chicken, not the chicken that becomes an egg." Yun Li was hardly in the mood to engage in a philosophical debate about whether the chicken or the egg came first. She was already beginning to question her existence. "All right, it must be that Pearl's fault. How do you feel now?" "Something's wrong." Yun Li wrapped her robe tighter around herself, her face a picture of distress. "My clothes are a problem." The bundle she had brought from home was lost when the spirit vessel shattered, and now she was left with this single garment, which had now turned to dust. What was she to wear? Surely, she could not run around draped in this outer robe. Wei Lin glanced at Yun Li, wrapped in her blue and white brocade robe, and then at his own single inner garment, equally troubled. It was not just inappropriate for a young lady to be confined to a single robe. He too could not face the world with only one garment. He pressed his lips together and inquired, "Are you feeling all right?" Yun Li was still engulfed in the embarrassment of not having any clothes to wear, and merely replied softly, "I'm fine." In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she encountered such an awkward situation, and her embarrassment was palpable. Suddenly, Wei Lin's eyes brightened. "There is a set of clothes in the red lacquered wooden box." Upon hearing this, Yun Li recalled that there was indeed a set of untainted clothing in the small storage pouch. She hesitated for a moment and instinctively responded, "But those are someone else's clothes." As soon as the words escaped her lips, she felt rather finicky. In such circumstances, having something to wear was already a blessing. Yet the thought of wearing someone else's garments still made her uneasy. It wasn't merely a matter of preference. Everyone has their own scent, an essence that cannot be washed away. The idea of being enveloped in another's aroma was simply intolerable to her. Having been sensitive to scents since childhood, she was particularly mindful of this aspect. While she was caught in this internal conflict, Wei Lin had already retrieved the clothes and handed them to her. "These are new." Yun Li's lips curled into a smile at the sight of the pink top and green skirt, resembling a walking lotus flower. She lifted the hem of the skirt, revealing her delicate, fair feet, but then wondered about the shoes. Wei Lin turned his face away, resigned, and tossed his own shoes to her. Pouting, Yun Li caught them and went to the seaside to wash them, drying them in the sun before joyfully putting them on. Facing the sun, with the ocean before her, she began to perform the spirit guiding technique. In the next moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, her expression one of immense disbelief. What had happened? Wei Lin, who had been anxiously watching her practice, felt a sudden surge of alarm. Was there an issue with the spirit guiding technique? Wei Lin was taken aback, but soon sensed that something was amiss. He had been cultivating for 7 or 8 days, on the verge of breaking through to the second layer, and felt no discomfort whatsoever. "No," Yun Li said, staring at him in a daze, "there is a technique in my mind." Wei Lin questioned whether his ears were deceiving him or if something was amiss with Yunli's mind. If she had memorized the spirit calling technique, it was understandable that a technique would reside in her mind. However, the astonishment on her face did not suggest a jest. Could it be that a technique had inexplicably manifested in her mind? How could that be possible? Yunli firmly shut her eyes, striving to calm herself and organize her thoughts. As I was about to activate the spirit calling technique, two peculiar runes appeared in my mind. I do not recognize these runes, yet the moment I saw them, I instinctively understood that they represented the words red dust, as if I had known them all along. The ancient characters, upon their emergence, radiated a profound essence that left her in awe, preventing her from withdrawing from her cultivation immediately. Subsequently, as if shattered by an invisible force, the two runes transformed into a multitude of tiny characters, appearing in rows as if someone were fervently inscribing them with a brush. Although Yunli had never seen these characters before, she comprehended them clearly. They were a technique entirely distinct from the spirit calling technique. At this juncture, Wei Lin was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "What kind of technique is it? How does it compare to the Blood Abyss technique?" Thus far, he had encountered only two techniques. The Blood Abyss technique was evidently more advanced than the spirit calling technique, albeit too sinister. Yunli nearly blurted out, "How could such a thing even be compared to red dust?" Wei Lin raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Wei Lin felt a sense of perplexity and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is it a form of sinister art?" "Not at all." Wei Lin shrugged, realizing that if it was not a malevolent technique and was indeed superior to the spirit summoning method, there was nothing more to deliberate. One must cultivate it. However, Yunli furrowed her brows, carefully organizing her thoughts, and timidly remarked, "It operates through several additional meridians compared to the spirit summoning method." "Oh. The methodologies of different martial arts manuals vary significantly. If they were all identical, they would merely be one and the same, wouldn't they? Is that truly the case?" Yunli questioned, recalling her initial days under Wei Ziqi's tutelage when she had invested effort into martial arts and memorized the human meridian chart. She noted that many meridians found in the mortal realm were conspicuously absent from that chart. Glancing at Wei Lin's utter nonchalance, she reconsidered. The human anatomy is intricate and marvelous, existing in its own realm. Thus an incomplete meridian chart was not entirely implausible. Then, shall I attempt it? This left Wei Lin in a quandary. After all, the origins of this technique were uncertain, and what if complications arose from reckless practice? Yet, he recalled that the spirit summoning method also had an unclear provenance, and having practiced it for several days without any anomalies, he decided, "Then you may give it a try?" Without further ado, Yunli commenced her cultivation. As she activated the Mortal Heart method, a dazzling array of golden, green, blue, and red lights began to swirl and dance around her. Not to mention, the speed at which she sensed the spiritual energy was exponentially swifter than that of the spirit summoning method. Patiently, she continued to channel the technique. And after approximately a quarter of an hour, a transformation finally occurred. A golden light slowly approached her, and Yunli held her breath, terrified of scaring it away. As she anticipated, the golden light flickered gently, delicately landing upon her. Yunli trembled, a refreshing sensation rising within her. With the golden light as the leader, other light points seemed irresistibly drawn towards her, rushing into her body. Upon opening her eyes, she laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, I have succeeded." She stood up and grasped Wei Ling's arms, shouting once more, "Senior brother, I have achieved it, haha." Wei Ling frowned, turning his head away with a look of disdain, saying, "Keep your distance." Yunli was taken aback, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. In the next moment, a gentle sea breeze wafted by, carrying an unfamiliar scent that made her wrinkle her nose as she inhaled deeply, noting its proximity. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that her once fair arms were now covered in dark grime, not merely dirt from the ground, but the sort of filth accumulated from a long absence of bathing, a concoction of sweat and dust. "Ugh," Yunli gasped, her face aflame with embarrassment. And she immediately released Wei Ling and dashed towards the sea. Upon reaching the shore, she realized that it was not just her arms, but her entire body that was soiled. Reluctantly, she sought a shallow area, wading in fully clothed to cleanse herself of the grime. After scrubbing herself and her clothes clean, she sprawled on the beach to bask in the sun. Fortunately, the autumn sun blazed fiercely, and soon she was dry. Otherwise, she would surely catch a cold. Chapter 12. Leaving the island indeed. The red dust technique is a remarkable method. Not only does it effortlessly draw energy into the body, but it also serves to cleanse the meridians and purify the marrow. It is noteworthy that, according to the spirit drawing technique, one must reach at least the 4th level of qi cultivation to achieve such cleansing. With a superior technique at hand, Wei Ling naturally no longer needed to practice the mediocre spirit drawing technique, which is limited to just 4 levels. Transitioning to a better method would be far less troublesome. Yun Li silently recited the red dust heart technique, only to have Wei Ling roll his eyes in disbelief. How could there be an error? She pondered, meticulously comparing the technique in her mind with her written notes on the sandy shore, finding no discrepancies. Wei Ling extended his long finger, pointing to the lower right corner, raising an eyebrow as he cast her a sidelong glance. Did you invent this meridian? Oh, this part. Yun Li exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization. Indeed, the meridian chart we studied lacks this section, but in reality, these meridians do exist. Just follow the path outlined in the technique. These meridians exist? Wei Ling questioned, his expression a mix of skepticism and contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, do you possess these meridians? Of course, Yun Li replied, perplexed by his inquiry, especially since she had successfully guided qi into her body according to the technique. Wei Ling smirked, pondering how to convey his thoughts. Although he was not entirely certain, he was aware of 2 specific meridians that were undeniably absent from the red dust heart technique, those adjacent to the Han Shaoyang heart meridian and the Han Shaoyang Sanju meridian. Not only did he lack them, but so did anyone else. Observing Yun Li's unwavering conviction, he steeled his resolve and began to search for the additional meridians as described by the red dust. Unsurprisingly, he found none. Ali, Wei Ling gazed intently at her, recalling her bizarre transformation into an egg. Could these newly appeared meridians truly be the result of that mysterious pearl? Could it possess the power to alter one's meridians? Feeling the weight of his gaze, Yun Li's heart raced. What is it? Observing the anxious yet oblivious Yun Li before him, he steadied his thoughts. It couldn't be. After all, she was the little girl he had watched grow up. Perhaps it was indeed the influence of that orb. He exhaled the stagnant air from his chest, his gaze returning to its usual calmness as he spoke with serene composure. I do not possess those meridians. Yun Li appeared momentarily stunned. How could that be? Clearly. Wei Ling interrupted her. It must be the orb that altered your meridians. He then added with a hint of regret, alas. This means you can no longer cultivate. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the two had spent over 10 days on the island. Wei Ling had successfully advanced to the 2nd layer of qi training, mastering the fireball technique to such an extent that he could nearly conjure it instantaneously. Yet no one had come searching for them. Yun Li sighed. It seems that Master Lin and the others will not be coming to rescue us. Perhaps they believe we have perished. Wei Ling shrugged nonchalantly. It is also possible they themselves have not escaped. Indeed, in which case, she should be safe. Yun Li carefully wrapped the roasted fish in clean leaves and placed it neatly into a small storage pouch, arranging it meticulously before picking up another fish to continue roasting. As she turned the fish in her hands, she inquired, by the way, how is the fireball technique mastered? When she had observed her senior practicing it initially, it appeared rather simple. Aside from that first clumsy attempt, where the tiny fireball extinguished almost immediately, she had not encountered any failures since. Even during the early stages, despite sweating profusely while forming the necessary hand seals, the fireball eventually manifested, albeit with great difficulty. Unlike her, who had the incantations of spells committed to memory, regrettably, she had yet to conjure even a mere flicker of flame, let alone a fireball. The best she had achieved was a wisp of green smoke. Yun Li, having been accustomed to excellence, found it profoundly difficult to adapt to her sudden decline in performance. She held her breath, concentrating intently, attempting to channel her spiritual energy through her palms, ensuring it flowed evenly with her gestures. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Ling responded. Having been asked this question numerous times over the past few days, Yun Li felt a pang of frustration. While she practiced her hand gestures absent-mindedly, she grumbled. But why am I still? Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted, startling Wei Ling, who immediately stood up and turned around. The grill had been reduced to a massive black pit, and the freshly cleaned fish lay scattered on the ground. One individual, covered in soot with singed hair, sat dazed, while their pristine pink shirt and white skirt remained untouched, not a speck of dust in sight. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and gritted his teeth, asking, "What have you done this time?" Upon hearing this, Yun Li blinked in surprise, Her gaze fixed on him as she stammered, "I think I succeeded?" "What?" she exclaimed joyfully, picking up a fish and hopping merrily toward the seaside. Just as she crouched down to wash a fish, the clear water reflected her instant noodle hairstyle and her soiled little face. "My hair." Remembering Wei Ling's barely suppressed laughter and his earlier suggestion, she furiously accused, "You did that on purpose." Wei Ling, with a glint in his eye, chuckled softly, "It wasn't me who set it on fire. You." Yun Li, feeling aggrieved, found herself amused by her own misfortune. She washed her face, gazing at her singed hair, and the joy of mastering the fireball technique was significantly diminished. A day later, after a brief trial voyage, she and her companion buried all the magical artifacts and treasures from Imochi Mountain, retaining only a large and a small storage bag along with the spirit summoning technique. They embarked on a bamboo raft, a whimsical mix of grass and wood, swaying unsteadily as they drifted westward. It was unavoidable. After more than 10 days, those artifacts occasionally exuded wisps of dark energy, though the storage bags appeared to be safeguarded by some isolating formation. To prevent any mishaps mid-journey, Yunli had taken precautions, using a seemingly delicate yet remarkably resilient ribbon to bind their wrists to the largest plank. Thus, they drifted on the vast ocean for 7 days, subsisting solely on roasted fish, to the point where the sight of it now made Yunli feel nauseous. She glanced at the boundless sea, questioning for the 247th time whether they had veered off course. Wei Ling, equally uncertain, pondered for a moment before responding, "We set out from Linchuan Prefecture, navigating around the western marshes and continuing westward. Heading west should be correct." Yunli squeezed her sore, aching arms and despondently remarked, "But we have been adrift for 7 days. The realm of cultivation feels so distant." "All right. Why did Master Lin and the others choose to circumvent the western marshes back then?" Yunli mused, stroking her chin. "A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Since the realm of cultivation lies to the west of the Liang Kingdom, why not proceed directly? The spirit vessel can both fly and swim, negating any concerns about terrain. What could have compelled them to avoid the western marshes? Perhaps they were unable to traverse the marshlands at all." Wei Ling had long been aware of this, having inadvertently caught sight of Su Mao gazing anxiously and intensely towards the marsh. Were they also unable to enter? Yunli felt a surge of astonishment, quickly followed by an insatiable curiosity. Was it truly so mysterious? Could it be that genuine immortals resided within? "Perhaps," Wei Ling replied, only to suddenly notice a small red dot approaching from the diagonal front. What was that? He rose to his feet, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight as he peered into the distance. Yunli followed his gaze. It was too far to discern clearly, but it appeared to be a person. The presence of another human implied they were not far from land, and Yunli instantly felt a surge of joy. Wei Ling squinted, extending his consciousness to perceive, murmuring, "Indeed, it is a person," before his brow furrowed in confusion. "Oh, what is that following behind? Help!" Accompanied by the panicked cries of the approaching figure, Yunli finally discerned a small, rotund boy clad in fiery red, desperately swimming towards them, with a massive grayish-brown whale in pursuit, leaving a trail of crimson seawater behind. Blood, though whose it was, remained a mystery. "Fellow cultivator, save me." As the distance closed rapidly, the colossal creature behind the boy came into full view, its enormous body measuring nearly 10 meters, with a smooth back and, most peculiarly, a slender horn about a meter long protruding from its head. Yunli gasped in horror and shouted, "Quick, move aside." Their fragile wooden raft could scarcely withstand a collision with such a behemoth. The two of them paddled furiously, narrowly evading the whale's impact just in time. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pondered what the chubby boy had done to provoke the colossal whale, which passed by them indifferent, relentlessly pursuing the boy. Wei Ling formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a series of fireballs that struck the whale's back with unerring precision. The whale let out a pained roar, its skin splitting open, swaying momentarily before finally lowering its head in defeat. Was it truly so easy to perish? Yunli watched in disbelief. Such a massive creature, reduced to a mere casualty from a handful of fireballs, akin to a human singed by a few sparks, surely could not be dead. She scrutinized Wei Ling with suspicion. Could it be that his fireballs were extraordinary? Perhaps they were the famed glazed purifying fire? "Thank you, my friend," the chubby boy gasped, clasping his hands in gratitude. Once he regained his breath, he summoned a silver longsword, deftly maneuvering around the giant whale. It was only then that Yunli noticed several gaping wounds marring the whale's underbelly. The boy skillfully extracted a fist-sized, pale blue orb from within the whale's belly and stowed it in his storage pouch. He turned once more to Wei Ling, bowing deeply. In gratitude for your life-saving assistance, I must acknowledge that this long-horned fragrant carp is rightfully yours, as you dealt the killing blow. However, having battled this beast for an extended period, I have nearly exhausted all my resources. My elder brother urgently requires this demon core for alchemical purposes, and I humbly request that you allow me to take it. Demon core? Yun Li's curiosity was piqued as she eyed the boy's storage pouch, her lips curling in disdain. You've already tucked it away for yourself, and yet you speak of letting me have it. How disingenuous. The chubby boy sheepishly scratched his head and gestured toward the massive whale. This long-horned fragrant carp is a peak first-tier demon beast. Its flesh could fetch a considerable amount of spirit stones. Yunli blinked and gazed at him, her mind racing with thoughts. Can the flesh of demon beasts be sold? Perhaps to restaurants? Shortly thereafter, the plump boy pulled 3 red crystal stones from his storage pouch. Of course, my friend, I cannot repay your life-saving grace adequately. I sneaked out from home this time and did not bring enough spirit stones. These are all that remain. Chapter 13. Common knowledge. Yunli pondered, realizing their ignorance of the world of cultivators. Pretending to be locals would easily reveal their true identity. As mere mortals newly arrived in the realm of cultivation, lacking any possessions, it would be prudent to allude to this fact, especially considering the life debt owed. However, one must remain cautious. It would be unwise to mention Mochi Mountain, lest others assume they possess its entire fortune. Although they had only acquired 2 storage bags and a manual on spirit drawing, others would not be inclined to believe them. They might even suspect that they had slain those from Mochi Mountain, leading to complications. Should any relatives or friends of Mochi Mountain exist, they would undoubtedly be awaiting vengeance. Yun Li's thoughts raced as she sifted through various novels she had read previously, concocting a tale on the spot. We hail from the mundane realm, where our ancestors once produced a cultivator. As she spoke, her thoughts flowed more smoothly. Following the ancestral manual on spirit drawing, she began to channel energy into her body, guided by her forebears' writings, aiming to enter the world of cultivation. The plump boy, Zhu Gu, suddenly understood. The spirit drawing technique was commonplace, found in the hands of nearly every practitioner on the Kanglan continent, often deemed too flimsy even for propping up tables. It seemed their ancestors had not fared particularly well. He relaxed, propping himself up on the bamboo raft, and gently leaped onto it. After sitting down, he pointed at Yunli and asked, "Is this garment also inherited from your ancestors?" Yunli felt somewhat bewildered. The notion of inheriting a piece of clothing seemed rather peculiar. A ceremonial robe? What is that? She paused, processing his words. Wait, did you just imply that someone hasn't cultivated their energy? I can perform the fireball technique, you know? Despite her confusion, she managed to suppress her thoughts this time. Wei Lin shot her a silencing glance before inquiring, "Can you discern the cultivation level of others?" "Oh, it's merely a simple observation technique. I can perceive the cultivation levels of others, though it's not applicable to everyone. I can see those at lower, equal, or even 1 or 2 levels higher than mine, but those significantly above me remain obscured." Yunli regarded him skeptically. "Then why couldn't you see through my cultivation level? I only have a first-level cultivation, you know." The chubby boy, clearly a well-meaning individual, produced a small booklet and handed it to Wei Lin. The spirit induction technique only accompanies a fireball spell. While these few minor spells are simple, they are quite practical. He then scratched his head, bashfully admitting, "My cultivation is low. I've barely managed to break through to the 4th level of chi refinement, so I've only learned these few spells. There's also a family secret technique, but I cannot share that with you." Wei Lin bowed respectfully, saying earnestly, "You are too kind, my friend. The fact that you are willing to share your techniques is already generous. I would never be so ungrateful." After another formal bow, Yunli reciprocated the gesture. The chubby boy truly had a good heart. He was an honest person. Zhu Gu was taken aback by Wei Lin's earnestness and hastily waved his hands, saying, "It's nothing. These minor spells are known to everyone and hold little value. Besides, you have saved me, and I owe you a debt of gratitude." Wei Lin interrupted him, insisting, "My dear friend, please refrain from mentioning such trivial debts of gratitude. You have sustained grave injuries, and I merely dealt a finishing blow. I cannot accept such claims of life-saving." Zhu Ji's expression turned contemplative. In the world of cultivators, human emotions were often as fleeting as autumn leaves. The act of killing for treasure was commonplace, yet few would extend a hand to save another, even if it were a mere gesture. His earlier plea for help had merely been a desperate grasp at any potential lifeline in a moment of peril, and he had not anticipated that the other party would genuinely offer assistance. He chuckled innocently and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Zhu Ge from Jin City. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Wei Lin, and this is my younger sister, Ali." After exchanging names, the three did not linger. With Zhu Ji's assistance, Wei Lin dismembered the long-horned fragrant fish, packing the pieces into a small storage pouch. Together, they drifted towards the shore on a wooden raft. The autumn sea breeze was particularly refreshing, its coolness brushing against their faces, mingling with a hint of salt. Ali, her hair tousled by the wind, gathered it behind her and curiously inquired, "Zhu Ge, is the spirit stone you mentioned the currency of the cultivation world?" Zhu Ge, evidently eager to share his knowledge, promptly elaborated, "Spirit stones are ores infused with spiritual energy. They serve as our currency among cultivators. Beyond their monetary value, they are essential for cultivation, array formation, talisman crafting, alchemy, and healing. Even in times of starvation, one can rely on spirit stones to prolong life, though matters change once one transcends the need for sustenance." Ali's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Such remarkable treasures." Zhu Ge nodded proudly and continued, "Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Theoretically, one can exchange 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single mid-grade stone, and similarly, 10,000 mid-grade stones for 1 high-grade stone, and so forth. However, few are inclined to make such exchanges, for high-grade spirit stones contain far purer spiritual energy. The higher the grade, the scarcer the stone. Additionally, there are spirit pearls, which circulate only among mortals and low-tier cultivators, where 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000. Yunli nodded, acknowledging that 10,000 low-grade spirit stones hold the same purchasing power as 1 higher-tier spirit stone. However, the latter is smaller in size and superior in quality, making it unappealing for most to trade. What I provided to Brother Wei are 3 low-grade fire attribute spirit stones. Wei Lin toyed with the spirit stones in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Fire attribute? Are they categorized by attributes? Indeed, Zhu Ge replied, gesturing for Wei Lin to examine the stones. Observe, this spirit stone predominantly exhibits a red hue, indicating it is primarily composed of fire attribute spiritual energy. Yellow represents earth attribute, while green signifies wood. Yunli, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, cut to the chase. "So, how does one earn these spirit stones?" Zhu Ge commended her. "Clever. You've hit the nail on the head. There are numerous methods, but for us low-tier cultivators, there are primarily 2 paths: hunting demon beasts and cultivating spiritual plants. Demon beasts are treasure troves. Their skins and flesh can be processed into spiritual meals. Their blood can be used for talismans, their bones serve as materials for crafting tools, and their demon cores can be utilized in alchemy. Moreover, the returns are swift, making it the preferred choice for low-tier cultivators to amass spirit stones, albeit with a degree of danger." His voice grew deep and tinged with evident despondency. The demonic beasts are endowed with remarkable advantages, far surpassing human cultivators of the same era in aspects such as spiritual power, strength, and speed. The cultivation levels are categorized by ranks. A first-tier demonic beast is equivalent to a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. A second-tier beast corresponds to the 6th level, a 3rd tier to the 9th level, while a 4th tier aligns with the early stages of foundation establishment, and a 5th tier with the mid-stages. This pattern continues, with a 7th tier great demon capable of shedding its throat bone to speak human language, and upon reaching the 9th tier, it can transcend its beastly form and assume human shape. "Ah," Yunli remarked, gently patting his shoulder, "but we humans are far more intelligent than demonic beasts. Moreover, they must reach the 9th tier to transform into humans, whereas we are born as such. Surely, it is we who possess greater advantages." Zhu Ge paused momentarily, finding this perspective quite novel. Yunli smiled and inquired, "Why are the others unsuitable for us?" "The others all have their own thresholds, requiring talent, materials, and essential manuals," he replied, tilting his head to glance at Yunli, speaking earnestly. "Your primary task now is to draw in qi. The rest can come gradually." Yunli exchanged a glance with Wei Lin before quickly averting her gaze. After pondering for a moment, Wei Lin feigned nonchalance and steered the conversation in that direction. The technique for drawing in spiritual energy was somewhat vague. I am quite muddled myself. Might I request Brother Ho to elucidate the nuances for her? Of course, Brother Wei. You are too kind, he responded, proceeding to elaborate on the technique for drawing in spiritual energy. Although she did not practice this technique, Yunli listened intently and managed to grasp several specialized terms, which she considered a worthwhile gain. It aligns closely with my understanding as well. Once he finished speaking, she murmured in frustration before naturally inquiring. How long did it take you to draw in Qi? Zhu Ge chuckled softly. Being a triple spirit root, my aptitude is quite commendable. It took me merely a month to draw in Qi. A month? Yunli was taken aback. You only took a month to draw in Qi. Are you certain your aptitude is commendable? She glanced at Wei Lin, who had accomplished the feat in just a few hours. The disparity between a triple spirit root and a dual spirit root suggested her journey should reasonably span at least 3 months. Yet she had only spent 3 days on it. What do you know? A month is already impressively swift. My cousin, also a triple spirit root, took 2 months to draw in Qi. Then there's my clan brother, a quadruple spirit root, who took half a year to achieve it. And my brother. His voice suddenly dropped, tinged with a hint of bitterness. He is a quintuple spirit root and has yet to succeed. Yunli cautiously observed his expression and asked, how long did he spend? Zhu Ge looked up at the sky, eyes closed, as memories of humiliation and ridicule flooded back. He sighed softly, 5 years. 5 years. Yunli swallowed the words not successful, feeling a pang of guilt. Is it truly that difficult? Indeed, Zhu Ge replied, closing his eyes to suppress the tumult of emotions within. Currently, the fastest record on Kanglan continent is held by Chu Feng of Tianxin Pavilion, who possesses a mutated ice spirit root and managed to draw in Qi in just 1 day. Yunli turned her gaze to Wei Lin. Her senior brother had broken the record. Wei Lin pressed his lips together, pondering for a moment, and inquired, you and your younger sister both possess 3 spiritual roots. Why is there such a significant disparity in quality? Zhu Ge inhaled deeply, explaining that talent is not solely determined by the number of spiritual roots, but also intricately linked to the purity of those roots, one's disposition, comprehension, and even fortune. Yunli, lost in thought, wondered if her and her senior's rapid progress could be attributed to their pure spiritual roots and virtuous natures. Casting a glance at Zhu Ge, she then turned to Wei Lin, and upon receiving his nod, feigned curiosity, asking, is it possible to conceal one's cultivation level? It's quite unsafe to have everything exposed. Isn't it? Zhu Ge chuckled lightly. Are you perhaps overthinking this matter? I'm merely curious, she replied. It is indeed feasible. Certain treasures can obscure one's cultivation level, though few invest their spirit stones in such artifacts. Yunli frowned, realizing the futility of concealing one's cultivation. If one encountered a stronger opponent, the concealment would prove useless. It would be far more beneficial to use those spirit stones to enhance one's cultivation or acquire offensive and defensive treasures. Yet, what was her own situation? She possessed no artifacts. Could this robe be an artifact that conceals her cultivation? As she speculated, once ashore, she purchased a newly crafted dress from a local villager, one that fit her form quite well. After changing, Zhu Ge still failed to discern that she had reached the first layer of Qi training. Moreover, Wei Lin, who had learned the spirit observation technique, also remarked that he could not ascertain her cultivation level. Yunli felt overwhelmed, pondering whether her path in cultivation could be a tad more ordinary. Being too peculiar might lead her to be treated as a lab rat for dissection. Due to the peculiar incidents surrounding Yunli, the two were indeed reluctant to linger among others. After a brief respite in a seaside village, they resolutely declined Zhu Ji's enthusiastic invitation to accompany him to Jincheng. Chapter 14. Battling demons. The sky was clear, devoid of clouds, and the air was still. The sun blazed fiercely, causing the grass and trees along the roadside to droop listlessly. Yunli hastily darted into the woods ahead, rubbing her sunburnt cheeks. Finally, she entered the forest. It was already autumn, yet the heat was still so oppressive. With quick strides, Wei Lin adjusted his slightly disheveled sleeves. The autumn tiger, he remarked, is known for its chilly mornings and sweltering afternoons. Haven't you heard? But it was already September, Yunli muttered, pulling out a piece of paper and unfolding it. She glanced down for a moment and said, if we traverse this forest and walk 5 more miles, we will reach Moyun City. Wei Lin tilted his head to examine the rudimentary map in her hands. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, we are too close to Jincheng. Let us rest a while and then depart. All right, Yunli nodded. Mo Yun City was adjacent to Jincheng, should the plump boy suddenly decide to visit. It would be easy for them to cross paths. Let us go? Having chosen their direction, Wei Lin stepped forward. After walking for about half a quarter of an hour, Yunli's nose twitched, prompting her to halt and grasp Wei Lin's arm. Wait, do you smell that? She inquired. Leaning forward, she sniffed the air, detecting a faint fragrance, almost imperceptible. Take a closer whiff. Wei Lin inhaled deeply, his expression puzzled. I don't detect anything, he replied. Aside from the pine scent from this camphor pine nearby, all I can perceive is the sharp aroma of this pepperweed at our feet. Yunli gazed down at the wedge-shaped leaves and the crimson, spiky fruits of the wild grass beneath her feet, utterly astonished. You recognize this wild grass as well? Wei Ling shrugged, casually perusing some miscellaneous books out of sheer boredom. Yunli fell silent, then recalled the matter at hand, inquiring, aside from these two scents, have you detected anything else? It shouldn't be the case. Although the fragrance was somewhat faint, it remained perceptible when the gentle breeze wafted through. After a brief pause, as the soft forest wind caressed her cheek, a delicate aroma intermingled with a subtle sweetness reached her senses. It's over here, she said, turning to the right and following the scent. After walking approximately 100 steps, Wei Ling too caught a whiff of the fragrance. Indeed, there was a delightful aroma. Continuing on for another couple of 100 meters, they parted a cluster of low-lying grass, revealing a tender green plant. Its stalk, about a foot tall, was adorned with 7 leaves, and a verdant fruit nestled quietly beneath the upper 2 leaves. The enchanting scent emanated from this green fruit. What kind of fruit could this be? It appeared utterly delectable. Yunli swallowed hard, eyeing the oval-shaped fruit. Plump and glistening with freshness. Wei Ling stared in disbelief before exclaiming, Are you a dog? How can you smell it from so far away? Yunli playfully stuck out her tongue, bent down to pluck the fruit, and held it before him with a triumphant grin. Hee, you're just jealous. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted nearby, sending a gust of wind that sent the dry leaves swirling into the air. What was that? Yunli tightened her grip on the fruit, cautiously turning to face the source of the sound. Wei Ling retrieved the long horn of the long-horned fragrant fish from his storage bag, gripping it firmly in hand while pulling Yunli behind him, his expression grave, an ominous beast. A beast, Yunli exclaimed, only to remember that she, too, was a cultivator. She raised her hand to form a seal. Her newly acquired spirit observation technique required such gestures to function properly. Second tier. Yunli's face fell in despair. A second-tier beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining, with one at the 2nd level and the other merely at the 1st. Their situation appeared dire. She glanced at the horn in Wei Ling's hand, realizing it belonged to a 1st-tier beast, uncertain of its durability. Her gaze shifted to her empty hands, devoid of any weaponry, amplifying her anxiety. Can we defeat it? Wei Ling answered bluntly, we cannot. As the turbulent air gradually settled, a cascade of withered leaves drifted down, revealing a colossal shadow advancing slowly. In the dappled light of the forest, a massive black bear emerged, its body entirely dark save for a crescent-shaped white marking around its snout. With 4 sturdy, short legs supporting its robust form, it resembled a mobile mountain. Is that a bear? Yunli stammered, her legs trembling like noodles. The bear's gaze fell upon Yunli's hands, and its fury ignited, eyes ablaze as it let out a thunderous roar directed at her. Yunli, petrified, collapsed onto the ground. Goodness, that tongue is terrifying. The bear's long, grotesque tongue was lined with sharp barbs, and she feared that if it ensnared her delicate limbs, it would obliterate her entirely, bones and all. Wei Ling sighed. Could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of composure? I can't control it. Yunli gasped, looking up to see a trail of blood. Ah, you're bleeding. Where? Wei Ling touched his mouth and nose, finding blood on his hand. After a moment of shock, he spoke in a calm tone. Its roar can injure the mind. His eyes flickered with suspicion as he glanced at Yunli. Why are you unharmed? Do you wish for my misfortune? Wei Ling ignored her, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his mouth and nose, then meticulously cleaning his hands before folding the silk cloth and putting it away. He muttered to himself, could it be that my mental injuries have not fully healed? Yunli's eyes widened in disbelief. At such a critical moment, he was still concerned with cleaning bloodstains. Stammering, she asked, Senior brother, you aren't dazed, are you? Wei Ling cast her a sidelong glance. Stay back. Are you going to fight alone? Despite her overwhelming urge to flee, She couldn't bear the thought of leaving her senior brother to face the beast alone. Wei Ling raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to join me? Yun Li was at a loss for words. Fear gripped her as her legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering her unable to stand firm. Her gaze fell upon the monstrous bear, its gaping maw dripping with foul saliva that pooled on the ground, its powerful forelimbs bending as it lunged towards them. Quickly, Yun Li exclaimed, I will support you with a fireball from behind. As she spoke, she retreated at lightning speed, hiding behind a tree, clutching a green fruit to her chest, and began to form her spells. Wei Ling swiftly evaded, causing the demon bear to bite into thin air, its powerful jaws colliding with a resounding force that nearly left it dazed. Shaking its head, the bear's long tongue, covered in sharp barbs, lashed out towards Wei Ling, who narrowly dodged by pivoting. With a swift twist of his long horn, he jabbed it into the bear's flesh. However, the creature's tough hide rendered the attack nearly ineffective, leaving only a shallow cut. The demon bear's tongue struck the tree, instantly obliterating half of its stout trunk. Unfazed, it shook its tongue and resumed its relentless charge at Wei Ling, who found himself trapped between the tree and the bear with no avenue for escape. In a moment of urgency, Yun Li directed a fireball towards the bear. The fireball struck the wound Wei Ling had inflicted, sizzling as it made contact, releasing an enticing aroma of roasted meat. The gentle breeze fanned the flames, causing them to engulf the bear's fur in an instant. The demon bear howled in agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. When it finally managed to rise, its already dark body was now charred, mingled with dirt and blood, and the air was thick with the scent of scorched protein, a truly pitiful sight. The bear turned its furious gaze towards Yun Li, who gulped nervously and took a few steps back, surprised by the fireball's ferocity. I merely threw a fireball, she thought. Is it necessary to hold such a grudge? Just then, the bear's hind legs tensed as it lunged at her, prompting her to sprint away, shouting, Brother, help me. Inspired by Yun Li's actions, Wei Ling combined his wind-walking technique with fireball spells, launching a series of precise fireballs at the bear, hoping to redirect its fury towards himself. Alas, the black bear was relentless, fixated solely on Yun Li, entirely disregarding Wei Ling, who was trailing behind. As Yun Li screamed at the top of her lungs, she skillfully maneuvered amidst the scattered trees to evade the monstrous bear's assaults. Suddenly, a foul gust swept past her from the right. Cold sweat trickled down her spine as her body reacted faster than her mind. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a foul, elongated tongue that lashed past her ear, splattering her face with its repugnant saliva. Startled and nearly disfigured, Yun Li paid no heed to the filth on her face and hastily darted behind a nearby tree. After creating some distance, she leaned against the trunk, panting heavily. I can't move. She channeled her spiritual energy into her legs. Wei Ling, who was also exhausted from the chase, was astounded by how the typically timid and delicate Yun Li had transformed into a frenzied rabbit, sustaining her stamina far longer than expected. It was only then that Yun Li came to her senses. Despite being a cultivator, her mind had not fully adapted. She still reacted as an ordinary person, occasionally resorting to her spiritual energy in a rather rigid manner. With the infusion of spiritual energy, evading the bear became significantly easier. As she hid, she complained, Why didn't you remind me sooner? Wei Ling shrugged. Who could have anticipated your speed? Yun Li felt a surge of indignation. After all her exhausting efforts, to Wei Ling, she was merely a source of amusement. Annoyed, she retorted, Could you not run faster? If I slow down even a little, I might become disfigured or worse. Wei Ling stifled a laugh. Why don't you just keep evading it a while longer? Yun Li shot him a glare, urgently devising a plan. The fireball she had conjured previously had barely tickled the bear, and if it regained its composure, they would be doomed. Wei Ling took a deep breath, wielding the long horn in his hand like a sword, channeling all his spiritual energy into it. As he swung the sword forward, a brilliant light erupted, a silver gleam slicing through the sky like a thunderclap. The demon bear pursuing Yun Li momentarily halted. A dark sheen on its back suddenly revealed a crimson streak as its black fur slid aside, exposing a 3-foot-wide gash. Through the flesh, one could faintly discern the glimmer of white bones. Pain surged through the creature, eliciting a series of earth-shattering howls as it abandoned Yun Li and charged ferociously at Wei Ling. That single strike had consumed all of Wei Ling's spiritual power. And now, faced with the bear's retaliatory assault, he could only awkwardly brace himself with the long horn. Yun Li, startled by the roar, felt her heart tremble. nearly breaking her concentration on the incantation for the fireball spell. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the bear lunging forward. Its massive paw struck the long horn, pushing Wei Ling against a tree. The bear opened its cavernous mouth, its long tongue lashing out, seeking to ensnare his face. But Wei Ling narrowly dodged it by tilting his head. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunli abandoned her nearly completed spell. In that critical instant, instinctively, she unfastened the ribbon tied around her wrist, infusing it with spiritual energy and forcefully flinging it towards the demon bear. Chapter 15. Illusory World Silk. As the energy coursed through, Yunli's perception extended alongside it. To her astonishment, the ribbon gradually illuminated with spiritual energy, unfurling into a long, pale golden silk. The silk seemed to meld with her very being, and with a thought, it accurately ensnared the bear's left hind leg, tying a firm knot. Dismissing her surprise, Yunli summoned all her strength and yanked it fiercely. The bear, caught off guard, was unexpectedly pulled over 2 meters away. Fortune smiles upon the discerning. Seizing the moment while the demon bear remains oblivious, she swiftly pivots, wrapping the long silk ribbon around the tree behind her twice. The rising demon bear, filled with fury, employs its 3 claws to rudely tear at the ribbon ensnared around its leg. The weighty claws, meeting the ethereal ribbon, strike as futilely as a fist against cotton. Lacking any firm grip. Regaining his composure, Wei Ling grasped the long horn and lunged forward, aiming fiercely at the demon bear. Alas, bereft of spiritual enhancement, and faced with the bear's tough hide and thick flesh, even his utmost effort only resulted in a shallow puncture upon its body. Pausing momentarily, he redirected his assault towards the prior wound on the bear's back. Without the protection of fur, the impact was markedly pronounced. The demon bear, in pain, swung its long tongue to ensnare Wei Ling. He would not squander such an opportunity. Leaping high, he tightened his grip on the long horn, using his weight to forcefully drive it down into the bear's injured back. The sword aura left from earlier continued to wreak havoc within the wound, and this thrust exacerbated the already grievous injury. Warm blood gushed forth, and as the blood flowed, the bear's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Its hind legs, ensnared, left it cornered with no escape. In its final throes, the black bear's fury intensified. It reared back and, with powerful hind legs, leaped, flinging Wei Ling off its back. He arced through the air, colliding heavily against a tree, letting out a muffled groan as he fell to the ground, spitting blood. "Brother!" Yunli gasped in horror, casting her long ribbon to ensnare the demon bear's right front leg. Rolling deftly on the ground, she caught the falling end of the ribbon, wrapping it around the tree once more to create a secure knot, binding the demon bear entirely. Cough! Wei Lin leaned against the tree, slowly rising to his feet. Every bone in his body feeling as if it were fracturing, each movement sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Taking a slow breath, he struggled to speak. "Are you all right?" Yunli dashed forward, extending her hand to assist him, but halted midway, questioning where he was injured and whether it was safe to move. Wei Lin gradually shifted his weight against the tree, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." He gestured toward the demon bear. "Quickly, hurry." Yunli regarded him with concern, biting her lip before turning to form a seal, reciting incantations. The fire element in the air thickened, coalescing into a crimson fireball in her hands, which she hurled accurately at the demon bear. The black bear emitted a series of anguished wails before finally surrendering to darkness. Yunli stepped back a couple of paces, leaning against the tree, slightly bowing to catch her breath. "It's finally dead. How wonderful it is to be alive." "Are you truly unharmed?" she asked anxiously, noticing the blood still staining the corner of Wei Lin's mouth. He had expelled such a significant amount of blood. She feared for his lungs. Wei Lin shook his head. "What about you? Are you injured?" "I'm fine," Yunli replied, her eyes slightly reddening, yet still unconvinced. "You've coughed up blood. Are you really all right?" "I don't know," Wei Lin admitted, a look of confusion on his face. "I was too anxious just now." And suddenly, Wei Lin furrowed his brow. "How did you acquire it?" "Let me think," Yunli mused, tilting her head in contemplation. "It seems to have been at Qingyun Temple in Yingzhou, where I lost my way on the back mountain and fell, scraping my palm in the process. Just then, I spotted the shimmering star fragment lake not far ahead, and I went to wash my hand. As my memory gradually sharpened, I realized I needed to bandage it afterward. But I hadn't brought a handkerchief, and my garment was of such fine quality that I struggled for quite a while without managing to tear off even a single thread. Just as I was about to rise, I caught a glimpse of a ribbon floating in the water, so I picked it up and used it to dress my wound. Is that all? Yes, that's all, Yunli shrugged. I've been wearing this ribbon for over 2 years without any sign of peculiarity before. Wei Ling, perplexed, could only deduce that Yunli had fortuitously stumbled upon a magical artifact, which, due to her blood mingling with it while binding her injury, had inadvertently recognized her as its master. Yunli examined the ribbon in her hands. Infused with spiritual energy, it had become as delicate as a cicada's wing, indistinctly resembling both gauze and silk. Beneath its faint golden hue, a subtle orange radiance danced, and upon closer inspection, she noticed 2 shallow silver symbols had appeared at the upper right corner. Is this the illusory realm? She pondered. Much like the intricate crimson symbol she had previously envisioned, these 2 symbols were equally complex and enigmatic. In that fleeting moment of observation, she intuitively understood they represented the words illusory realm. Wei Ling looked up, astonished, and inquired, The illusory realm? Do you recognize this symbol? Don't you? Yunli exclaimed in disbelief. She had assumed that this extraordinary symbol possessed an innate capability for translation, comprehensible to anyone who beheld it, and could not fathom that she alone could decipher its meaning. Whether it be the runes of the mundane cultivation method or the 2 upon the ribbon, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered, as if etched deep within her very bloodline. Suppressing the unease that brewed within her, she pondered, could it be that this silken fabric has acknowledged me as its master, allowing me to perceive this? Wei Ling fell silent for a moment, casting a complex glance her way before softly replying, It is possible. After a brief pause, he regained some strength, slid down against the tree, and settled into a cross-legged position, stating, We shall discuss this later. I need to recuperate for a while. You should first deal with this demon bear. We must depart swiftly. Their earlier confrontation with the demon bear had been tumultuous, the air thick with the scent of blood. Should they attract other beasts lurking in the forest, their current state would render them mere prey. Without hesitation, she picked up the long horn, crouched down, and began to probe the bear's wound. Yet, she found nothing. Where could it be? Yunli furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the bear's corpse. The demon core. The essence of a beast's cultivation should be rich in spiritual energy. With this thought, she closed her eyes, slowly attuning her senses. There it is. Yunli's eyes flew open as she wielded the long horn, and before long, she extracted a lustrous white orb. This is the demon core. Clutching the orb, she held it above her head, squinting against the dappling sunlight filtering through the trees. The walnut-sized orb radiated a soft, pearlescent glow, its immense spiritual power harmonizing with an unknown energy, achieving a delicate equilibrium. It is rather beautiful, indeed. She retracted the demon core and circled the massive bear carcass twice. The small storage bag was already filled to capacity with the previously acquired longhorned fragrant fish, rendering it incapable of accommodating this large pile. The larger storage bag, however, had some space available, yet it previously contained the blood technique imbued with dark energy. Although it had been aired out for quite some time, and the dark energy was no longer visible to the naked eye, one could never be too certain of residual traces. Moreover, should she extract it for sale, it would inevitably expose the existence of this significantly sized storage bag. It is worth noting that a 1 cubic meter storage bag is quite common, with almost every cultivator possessing one. Whereas a bag of 5 to 6 square meters qualifies as a medium-grade magical artifact, beyond the means of an ordinary person. They were merely a second-layer chi cultivator and a seemingly mundane little girl, and possessing such a storage bag would be akin to proclaiming, I am wealthy. Come and rob me. When she first acquired the storage bag, Yunli thought a cubic meter was excessively large. Her luggage could fit in just a corner. Yet, the beasts in the cultivation world were of considerable size, and a cubic meter barely sufficed for a medium-sized demon beast. After some contemplation, she decided to store the demon bear, opting to sell the longhorned fragrant fish first, and then transfer the bear to the smaller storage bag, selling it at a different shop. As for the dark energy, it had been nearly half a month. Surely it must have dissipated by now. The autumn sun hung low in the sky, a gentle breeze wafting through, and the oppressive heat receded, reviving the wilting foliage by the roadside, which began to sway lightly in the wind. At the end of the path, beneath a cerulean sky, the grand stone gate stood silently, adorned with the ancient, robust characters of Mo Yun City, exuding a profound aura. Yunli supported Wei Ling as they approached, whispering softly, We have arrived. Wei Ling nodded, his pale countenance devoid of any color. As he stepped forward, Preparing to act, Yunli grasped his arm and said, "Allow me to take the lead." Without any elixirs, his brother's wounds could only be gradually nurtured by the spiritual energy within him. Thus it was prudent to conserve his spiritual power. Wei Ling surveyed the surroundings. Finding no one present, he felt no trepidation about revealing Yun Li's condition. He took a couple of steps back and replied, "Very well." They stood at a cultivation town located in the southeastern region of the Dongshan system, inhabited solely by practitioners. The entrance was activated by channeling spiritual energy to unlock the barrier upon the gate. As the energy flowed forth, the intricate hexagrams upon the door illuminated sequentially. Once the entire pattern glowed, with a resounding boom, the massive stone gate trembled slightly before slowly parting to reveal the interior. Exchanging a glance filled with uncontainable excitement, they entered, marking their arrival at the first congregation of cultivators. Chapter 16, Emoyun City. Taking a deep breath to suppress their exhilaration, they supported each other as they stepped through the threshold, a wave of abundant spiritual energy washing over them, invigorating their spirits. Their arrival went unnoticed amidst the bustling shops and the vibrant calls of street vendors. After walking a short distance, a clever-eyed youth approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "Are you a newcomer to Emoyun City? Do you require a guide?" Disregarded once more, Yunli rolled her eyes internally. Glancing at the boy, who appeared around 15 or 16 years of age, she felt a sense of relief. It was only natural for someone at the first layer of qi cultivation not to perceive her true prowess. Upon reflection, at the age of 15 or 16, having only attained the first layer of qi cultivation, it seemed evident that her innate talent was rather lacking. After all, those with exceptional gifts would hardly engage in such menial tasks. Nevertheless, since she was perceived by others as an inconspicuous mortal, she resolved to remain unobtrusive. Wei Lin cast a glance at the youth before him. Although the lad was considerably older, his own cultivation level surpassed that of the boy. In the realm of cultivation, strength held paramount importance. Thus he saw no harm in adopting a slightly haughty demeanor, particularly as speaking would aggravate his wound. He regarded the youth with a dispassionate gaze, choosing to remain silent. The boy, under Wei Lin's scrutiny, felt a twinge of unease and thought to himself, "How formidable, though his cultivation is merely a layer above mine. His presence rivals that of a practitioner at the fourth layer of qi." Realizing they were within the city limits, where dueling was prohibited, he raised his voice, saying, "I have lived here since childhood, and I am quite familiar with the city." The youth's eyes darted over Wei Lin's tattered brocade robe, then furtively glanced at Yun Li's coarse burlap attire. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Despite her youth, she had already reached the second layer of qi cultivation, indicating remarkable talent. Yet, why was she dressed in such humble garments and accompanied by an ordinary girl? Concluding that they must be financially constrained due to their lack of even basic robes, he clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, "What a coincidence! My uncle from the Wang family visited Qingyao City last month and entrusted me with overseeing a small courtyard. If it seems suitable, we could rent it out. Why not come and take a look?" "Fellow cultivator, please follow me," the boy said, his face alight with enthusiasm as he led the way. Securing this rental would also yield him a reward. With newfound prospects, Wang Shun's spirits were lifted, and as he guided them, he engaged in friendly conversation. "Have you also ventured to Nanawan in search of fortune?" Wei Lin smiled silently, having heard from Zhu Gu about the peculiar incident that transpired 2 weeks prior. Numerous carcasses of demonic beasts had inexplicably drifted into Nan Mi, ranging from formidable 7th-tier fiends to the weakest 1st-tier creatures. The cultivators were in an uproar, flocking to Nan Mi to seize the precious beast cores and remains. Zhu Gu had ventured there in hopes of fortune, yet his luck had betrayed him. By the time he arrived, all the carcasses had already been claimed by those who arrived earlier. Undeterred, he pressed onward to more distant locales, eventually encountering a long-horned fragrant carp. After a prolonged struggle, he narrowly escaped death at its jaws. "Alas," Wang Shun sighed, "if only my cultivation were higher. Such opportunities that fall from the heavens would surely elude me." The ferocity of demonic beasts meant that acquiring their cores and remains without engaging them in combat significantly reduced the danger. However, unbeknownst to many, humans could be far more terrifying. The act of killing for treasure was all too common among cultivators. Wei Lin shook his head. "We hail from the South Mountain sect and merely happened upon this place during our training." He was not foolish. To admit they had come from Nan Mi would imply they had also reaped some rewards, and in unfamiliar territory, it was wise to tread carefully. What a pity, Wang Shun remarked. With your cultivation level, if you had gone, you would surely have gained something. Wei Lin replied coldly. In the presence of those in the late stage of qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core realms, what does my humble cultivation amount to? After speaking, he donned a stern expression, signaling his disinterest in further discussion. Wang Shun forced a smile and fell silent. In a prolonged silence, they turned a few corners and traversed a narrow corridor, eventually pausing before a courtyard. Pushing open the gate, they beheld a two-story wooden cottage. In the corner of the yard stood a well, accompanied by a square table and 4 long benches. The first floor served as the banquet hall, while the second floor housed the sleeping quarters. What do you think, my friend? Wang Shun inquired, opening the door and gesturing for entry. The ground floor was an open space, with a low table on the left, illuminated by a solitary round lamp, and a staircase on the right. Each corner of the room was adorned with a potted green plant, rendering the entire space rather sparse. Yunli widened her eyes, questioning the occupancy of such an empty abode. There wasn't even a single chair. Jinyiga? Wei Lin's expression grew peculiar. Is this an establishment of pleasure? Noticing Wei Lin's confusion, Wang Shun quickly clarified. Jinyiga belongs to the Yi family business, the largest auction house in the Kanglan continent, where rare treasures from across the land are gathered. The guards are often away, escorting goods, and seldom reside here. Moreover, Jinyiga provides accommodations for its employees, which explains the lack of inhabitants in this courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lin inquired, what is the cost? Wang Shun chuckled. Around 30 low-grade spirit stones per month near the city lord's residence, and 10 in the eastern part of the city. Although we are located in the western part, we are quite close to the city center and adjacent to the market, making it particularly convenient. Thus, the rent here is merely 5 low-grade spirit stones a month. Yunli inhaled sharply. Their entire fortune amounted to merely 3 spirit stones. This dwelling, devoid of a location on a spiritual vein and lacking any protective formations, was nothing more than an ordinary courtyard. With its scant furnishings, demanding 5 spirit stones a month was utterly exorbitant. She lifted her gaze to observe Wei Lin, noticing his furrowed brow in silence. Her eyes darted around, as her senior brother hailed from a noble family. He had never been short of funds and had likely never encountered such a situation. He would surely not haggle. Thus, she took the opportunity to voice her discontent. This house lacks everything and is only marginally better than sleeping on the street. It is exorbitantly priced. Can you not lower it a bit? Wang Shun appeared quite troubled. The price was already quite low. This courtyard was secluded, providing undisturbed tranquility, which was ideal for cultivators like them. Yunli secretly rolled her eyes, thinking that it was merely an ordinary mortal dwelling, devoid of protective barriers. Wang Shun was taken aback. Little sister, can you truly discern the absence of barriers? Realizing her slip, Yunli felt frustrated but retorted. Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork? I, too, possess a spiritual root. Do you also possess a spiritual root? Wang Shun was astounded. Upon receiving Yunli's nod of affirmation, he glanced at Wei Lin, who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old and at the second level of qi training, suggesting exceptional talent. Perhaps forming a favorable connection would be beneficial. With this thought, he conceded, very well, let us settle on 3 coins a month. I will negotiate further with Uncle Wang San. Though unsure of the other's intentions, Yunli sensed that the opponent was wavering, indicating that they had not reached their bottom line. She promptly declared 2 coins. Noticing the hesitation, she quickly added, this is my final offer. If it's acceptable, we shall stay. If not, then so be it. After glancing at the 2, Wang Shun gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, 2 coins it is. Yunli's face brightened with joy. Thank you, kind sir. Wang Shun also wore a smile. The little girl was indeed clever. After bidding farewell to Wang Shun and noticing that the day was still young, Yunli said to Wei Lin, let us first find a pharmacy to treat your wounds. Wei Lin shook his head and replied, my injuries are trivial. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Let us first sell the longhorn fragrant carp. Yunli, frustrated by the lack of spirit stones, contemplated for a moment and added, nevertheless, the wounds must be treated. What if they affect your lungs and develop into a chronic ailment? Wei Lin shot her a glance, interrupting her. We are cultivators. These minor injuries can be healed with spiritual energy. Yunli disagreed, asserting that given their unfamiliar surroundings, it was prudent to tend to the injuries promptly to maintain their optimal condition. After some reflection, Wei Lin conceded. With their decision made, they secured the courtyard and, upon leaving the alley, inquired for directions from an elderly man, heading straight for their destination. Upon entering the shop, a kind-hearted old man with silver hair greeted them warmly, saying, "What would you like to purchase, young friend? Feel free to browse." Wei Lin observed him closely, his heart sinking. Even a seemingly ordinary shopkeeper was at the third level of qi refinement. Indeed, Mo Yun's city was teeming with hidden talents. Composing himself, he laid the longhorn fragrant carp on the ground and asked in a neutral tone, "Do you buy demon beasts?" The old man looked at Wei Lin with surprise and remarked, "An esteemed longhorn fragrant carp? You possess remarkable skills." The skin of the longhorn fragrant carp, known for its radiant hues, was highly sought after by many female cultivators, while its demon core was essential for refining cleansing elixirs. Consequently, this longhorn fragrant carp was more valuable than other beasts of the same rank or even those of a slightly higher tier. Regrettably, the longhorn fragrant fish thrives in schools and resides only in the depths of the southern mud bay, a locale teeming with formidable creatures, rendering it perilously dangerous. Even golden core cultivators dare not venture too deeply. The high demand coupled with an exceedingly scarce supply has driven the price of the longhorn fragrant fish to unprecedented heights. Wei Ling raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It was merely luck. The longhorn fragrant fish is of peak first rank, comparable to a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement, while Zhu Gu is at the fourth level." The southern mud bay incident had scattered it from its kin, nearly leading to its demise, illustrating the formidable challenge of hunting such beasts. However, his statement was not one of modesty, as he had only delivered the final blow. Just 5 spirit stones. Yunli was taken aback. This longhorn fragrant fish measures nearly 10 meters in length and stands about a meter tall, even roasted. It could easily feed 10 people for a month. Truly a ripoff. Perhaps Yun Li's overt expression of suspicion toward the merchant was too conspicuous, prompting the elder to clarify. The most valuable aspect of the longhorn fragrant fish is its demon core. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the elder's eyes as he gazed expectantly at Wei Ling. If you possess a demon core, it could fetch as much as 35 spirit stones. Yun Li was momentarily stupefied. 35 stones, 7-fold the price. Is a demon core truly worth that much? Wei Ling merely smirked. "Let us settle for 5. The elder's face was filled with regret. Alchemists are typically generous, while most cultivators prefer to sell demon cores to alchemists or potion shops. These two appeared rather naive, likely fresh from the mortal realm, thinking they could strike a bargain. Alas. Upon exiting the shop, Yun Li suggested, "Let us procure some medicine. I recall there being an alchemy store along the way." Chapter 17. Entering the room 15 minutes later, in the alchemy hall, Yun Li's expression was one of disbelief as she exclaimed, "5? How exorbitant!" Clad in a cerulean robe, the female cultivator smiled with an air of composure, her eyes betraying an unabashed pride. "Our Dan Hall is affiliated with the Yi Merchant Group, the largest apothecary in the Kanglan continent, renowned for the superior quality of our elixirs, and we do not entertain haggling." "Indeed the largest?" Yun Li mused, casting a skeptical glance around the modest hall. The space was neither large nor small, with rows of medicinal shelves embedded in the walls, each adorned with labels indicating the names of the potions. In the center stood a curtain embellished with the character for fortune, suggesting that the back housed the resting quarters for the staff. A long counter stretched across the front of the shelves, flanked by tall wooden stools for patrons to engage with the sales personnel and inspect the quality of the elixirs. The establishment was indeed spacious and tidy, yet to claim it as the largest apothecary in the entire continent seemed rather exaggerated. Mo Yun City was merely a small town. Such a venue was already commendable. The female cultivator, perturbed by Yun Li's skepticism, retorted, casting a condescending glance her way. "If one day you have the fortune to visit the Dan halls of the 4 principal cities, Tianyan, Qingyang, Nanling, and Hengyue, you may then behold the grandeur of the greatest apothecary in Kanglan." She emphasized the word greatest, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes, as if to say, "Ah, a mere mortal like you will never have the opportunity." Although her contempt was fleeting, Yun Li, whose senses had sharpened during her cultivation, could not help but notice it. She pouted, rolling her eyes inwardly. Who did she look down upon? Wei Lin lowered his gaze, pausing for a moment before lifting it again. A slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded, "My apologies for the disturbance." With that, he took Yun Li's hand and began to lead her out. She tugged at him, but he merely replied, "There is no but." Wei Lin interrupted her, firmly pulling her out the door. "My injuries can heal gradually. However, we are in the city. Nothing will happen." "All right." Wei Lin gently rubbed her face and said, It is more pressing for us to acquire a sword first. One must take life one bite at a time. We will find spirit stones eventually. Yunli nodded sullenly. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such a dire lack of money. Though her previous life had not been affluent, at least her basic needs had been met. Now, she could barely afford medicine. Wei Lin looked at her with suspicion. Can you even cook? Underestimating me, are you? It's merely a matter of making some porridge. Just add a bit of water, grab some rice, and stoke the fire. Although she had never possessed much culinary talent and did not enjoy cooking, she was capable of preparing the basics, such as porridge and noodles. She was quite pragmatic. As long as she didn't starve, that was sufficient. Wei Lin's lips twitched. He shook his head. Is that truly what you call cooking? Suddenly, Yunli bent down to grab some rice from her cloth bag, and a green fruit rolled out from her belongings, nearly forgotten. Taking a delicate bite, the refreshing sweetness flooded her mouth. Yunli's eyes sparkled with delight. It was delicious. After exclaiming, she took a larger bite, the fresh sweetness mingling with a hint of tartness, soothing her throat. Wait? Yunli's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the last small piece of green fruit in her hand. Somewhat incredulous, there was spiritual energy. Was this a spirit fruit? The sweet juice enveloped with spiritual energy caused the red dust heart method to involuntarily activate, guiding the energy into her dantian. Wei Lin, shaking his head in resignation, took the fruit from her hand and fed it to her, saying, "We agreed to share 1/2 each. You need not worry about this little bit." Although Yunli felt somewhat discontented, she thought it rather unreasonable to insist that others partake in the fruits she had previously tasted, so she acquiesced and ate. She promptly began to channel her energy to dispel the medicinal effects. Raising her gaze to the sky, she observed the azure expanse adorned with a delicate veil of white. As the crystalline sunlight cascaded down, illuminating all things in a radiant glow. Perhaps that demon bear was the guardian of this spiritual fruit. Considering this possibility, it indeed seemed plausible. Yunli recalled how the demon bear had initially fixed its furious gaze upon her, relentlessly pursuing her. Wei Lin consumed the green fruit and instantly felt a surge of pure spiritual energy coursing through his body. He too began to cultivate, utilizing this energy to mend his injuries. As evening approached, the sky was painted with resplendent hues of sunset. Yunli slowly opened her eyes, concluding her cultivation. The fruit appeared to possess additional benefits, as her meridians, nourished by the medicinal properties, felt warm and exceptionally comfortable. Glancing at Wei Lin, who was still immersed in his training, she quietly exited the house. In the courtyard, she fetched water, took out the small pot she had purchased the day before, washed it, and gathered a few stones to fashion a makeshift stove, placing a small amount of water atop it. Entering the house, she opened the rice bag, revealing grains of spiritual rice, translucent and lustrous, exuding a faint aroma. Delighted, Yunli grabbed a generous handful, rinsed the rice, and ignited the fire in one fluid motion. Perched on a stone, she rested her chin in her hands, gazing into the flames, contemplating her need for additional household supplies, fresh clothing, a stool. Well, the stool could wait. She could make do with stones for the time being. Indeed, there are also some essential tomes on cultivation, which are of utmost importance. For instance, today's green fruit is fortunate to enhance spiritual energy. Had it been poisonous, their fate would have been dire. The water reached a boil, and the small pot bubbled gently. She reached out with a small spoon, leisurely stirring to prevent the contents from sticking. Alas, there are numerous places where spirit stones are required. Perhaps I should sell that large black bear tomorrow, with the demon pill this time. It should fetch a considerable number of spirit stones. What am I thinking? I am so absorbed. Wei Ling gently nudged the still absorbed Yunli, took the spoon from her hand, and scooped a spoonful of the porridge to taste. It was already done. After serving the porridge, Wei Ling glanced at her, furrowing his brow, and with a fearless spirit, took a bite. His expression relaxed in surprise as he remarked, "I did not expect your cooking to be quite delectable." "Really?" Yunli responded, half in disbelief, for she had never possessed much culinary skill. After sampling a small spoonful herself, she was astonished. The porridge was fragrant and tender, pleasantly light on the palate, far surpassing her previous attempts. She smiled shyly, attributing it to the quality of the rice, confessing, "I have never made porridge this delicious before." In the latter half of the night, the wind howled ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The sky appeared to tear open, unleashing torrential rain that soon transformed the ground into waves of water. On the second floor, Yunli sat cross-legged on the empty bed, palms facing heaven. tongue pressed to the roof of her mouth, eyes tightly shut. In the darkness, her eyelashes suddenly fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the night. She turned her head and met Wei Ling's dark, inscrutable gaze. Silently, she formed the words with her lips, "Someone." Wei Ling pressed the blade of the azure sword against his leg, shaking his head slightly to signal her not to move recklessly. After the lightning struck, darkness enveloped the room once more. Yunli held her breath, her heart racing wildly as if it would leap from her chest. She exhaled slowly, loosening the ribbon from her wrist and gripping it tightly, silently encouraging herself to remain fearless and strong. After a brief silence, Wei Ling gradually rose to his feet, his fingers gently pressing the hilt of the sword, retracting its brilliance. The clamor of thunder, the crackle of lightning, and the patter of rain intertwined, rendering the sound of approaching footsteps nearly imperceptible. Yet, within their awareness, a figure turned the corner of the courtyard, took a few steps at the entrance, paused momentarily, and suddenly leaped onto the second-floor windowsill. With a soft thud, the figure descended from the window and began striding towards them. Yunli's heart raced to her throat. A thief? Or perhaps a home invader? The security of Mo Yun City was abysmally poor. How could they face such trouble upon their arrival? What should she do? Her senior brother was still injured. Could they fend off an intruder? Should she rush out? In that instant, her mind was a tumult of confusion. Just then, Wei Ling made his move, infusing his sword with spiritual energy. With a swift pivot, he thrust the blade towards the intruder. The intruder's heart skipped a beat, swiftly sidestepping to evade the sudden strike, then chuckled softly, revealing that they had indeed been discovered. Wei Ling paused for a moment, calmly stating, "It is you." "Who?" Yunli remained bewildered, struggling to see through the enveloping darkness. She could only discern that the intruder's voice was aged, imbued with a gentle yet indifferent tone, showing no concern for whether they recognized him. After a gust of wind, the candles on the candelabrum were ignited, and the elderly man in gray, with white hair, stood calmly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of his demeanor in the shop earlier. "It is you," Yunli exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the familiarity of his voice. The old man's gaze turned towards her, warm and amiable. "Indeed, it is I. Since you do not sell the demon pills during the day, I must come personally to collect them at night." Demon pills? The longhorn fragrant carp? It was not that they were unwilling to sell. It was simply that they had none, for the items had been stolen from them. Unable to contain herself, Yunli rolled her eyes, at a loss for words. Furthermore, to speak of robbery as if it were a matter of course was utterly shameless of the old man. With others having pursued them home, he likely would not believe their claim of having none. Even if he did, it would not spare them from his wrath. Chapter 18. Duel of Magic. Su Fu smiled as he spoke, his spirits high today. "Let me clarify things for you before you meet your demise. Wang Shun claims you hail from the southern mountain region, yet the entirety of the Kanglan continent possesses no longhorn fragrant carp save for the southern mud bay. What does this imply?" He paused, then articulated slowly and deliberately. "You are lying." Wei Ling furrowed his brow. "Wang Shun? Are you in league with him?" Su Fu shook his head, his cheeks flushing with excitement, barely concealing his glee. He merely mentioned it casually during a chat at the shop. There are not many in the second layer of Qi training at the age of 8 or 9, especially one accompanied by a companion. He cast a sidelong glance at Yunli. "A mere mortal girl. Isn't that the two of you?" He sighed, lamenting the absence of the cleansing elixir. Had he possessed such a potion in his youth, he would not have squandered his life limited to merely the third layer of Qi cultivation. Although somewhat out of place, Yunli was taken aback by the sorrow in his tone. Was the path of cultivation truly so arduous? Nevertheless, he composed himself and fervently declared, "My grandson must not follow in my footsteps. With this miraculous elixir, once it is refined into the cleansing elixir, he shall ascend to the ranks of the outer disciples of the Four Seasons Valley." His final words resonated with an unwavering determination. Wei Lin's gaze sharpened as he lightly tapped his toes. The shimmering blade enveloped in spiritual energy surged towards Su Fu with ferocity. Before it reached him, Su Fu felt a chilling sensation in his throat, a premonition of pain. In that instant, he summoned all his spiritual power, conjuring a colossal iron hammer that was strikingly disproportionate to his frail, hunched figure, and swung it forcefully towards the oncoming Qingmu sword. The clash resounded. The inertia from the hammer and Su Fu's full might sent Wei Lin hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth in a vivid spray. "Brother!" Yunli gasped, alarmed. His wounds from earlier had yet to heal, and now he faced further injury. No one could withstand such relentless assaults. Just as Yunli intended to rush to his aid, Wei Lin, after expelling blood, suddenly pushed off the ground with his left hand and leaped into the air, gripping his sword with both hands. His body spiraling like a high-velocity top, charging at the elder. Su Fu, initially poised to mock the man he had just sent reeling, was taken aback by Wei Lin's swift response. Faced with Wei Lin's all-out, decisive strike, Su Fu had no time to cast a spell and could only raise the massive hammer to shield himself. To his astonishment, the frenzied Wei Lin unleashed remarkable potential, propelling both Su Fu and the hammer against the wall. Yun Li's heart raced with trepidation. Though it appeared that her senior brother had pinned the old man firmly against the wall, it was evident to anyone that he was on the brink of exhaustion, merely sustaining himself on sheer willpower. At that moment, Su Fu's eyes gleamed with a spark of determination as he shouted "Little Black." Suddenly, a small creature resembling a mouse, adorned with long rabbit ears, leapt from his waist, darting swiftly past the massive hammer and charging directly at Wei Ling. Yunli deftly wielded the illusory silk, ensnaring the creature just before it could reach Wei Ling's face, and with a swift motion, she hurled it violently to the ground. A magical artifact. You are also a cultivator. Su Fu gasped in astonishment. The little girl, whom he had completely overlooked and who had emitted no trace of spiritual energy, was indeed a cultivator. It was said that those at the nascent soul stage returned to simplicity, appearing akin to mortals when not utilizing their spiritual power. No. It was inconceivable that she could be a true nascent soul master. A mere 6 or 7-year-old girl could not possibly possess such prowess. He attempted to mentally command the long-eared rodent to ambush the frenzied girl before him, but to his dismay, the usually obedient spirit beast remained motionless, simply lying on the ground in a daze. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped him. Su Fu's eyes widened in horror as he struggled to draw breath, his mouth agape, tongue straining, nostrils flaring in a desperate attempt to inhale. With one hand he raised the hammer defensively, while the other clutched the illusory silk, trying to pry it loose. Yun Li's long, curled eyelashes trembled rapidly, and fine beads of cold sweat formed on her smooth forehead. She chanted silently in her heart, "I cannot make a mistake. I cannot falter." With a firm squeeze of her eyes shut, she exerted her strength, tightening her grip on the illusory silk once more. Su Fu's aged visage flushed crimson, the veins on his neck bulging as he summoned his spiritual energy, causing his robes to billow violently. With a thunderous shout, he pushed aside Wei Ling, who had braced himself with his sword, and cast aside his massive hammer. Grasping the long ribbons on either side of his neck, he exerted all his strength to pull outward. Yunli, a delicate young maiden, was no match for his might, and was instantly yanked off balance. She quickly mimicked Su Fu's stance, lowering her center of gravity and leveraging her own weight to resist. Coughing twice, Su Fu felt a sharp pain radiate from his neck, his eyes blazing with fury. Like an eagle struck by a chicken's peck, he had momentarily underestimated this young rascal, who possessed an uncanny charm that had bewitched his little black companion. As the force from the illusory silk grew stronger, Yunli began to inch forward. Suddenly, Wei Ling, who had fallen to the ground, sprang back to life with a ghostly swiftness. In a flash of white light, his greenwood sword pierced straight into the old man's chest. Su Fu felt a chilling sensation in his heart and instinctively looked down to find a greenwood sword embedded in his chest, blood staining his garments of vivid crimson. Unconsciously, he released the pale golden ribbons, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Wei Ling's gaze was cold and unyielding, channeling his spiritual energy into the sword. With a flick of his wrist, the sword twisted within the old man's heart, shattering it, before swiftly withdrawing. The entire motion was seamless, flowing like water, devoid of any hesitation. The splattering blood first felt warm against Yun Li's face, but as it met the coldness of the rainy night, it quickly turned frigid, seeping into her very marrow. She stood there, frozen in shock, her body trembling uncontrollably, her hands shaking so violently that she lacked the strength to wipe the blood from her face. Unlike the inexplicable death of Imo Chishan that had occurred before their eyes, this time they had personally taken the life of a living being. Filled with resentment, Su Fu fell backward onto the ground, his bright red blood resembling a crimson silk that could not be severed. Yun Li's vision blurred, and a buzzing sound filled her ears. Shaking her head vigorously to dispel the dizziness, she stammered, "Master, senior brother, are you all right?" Wei Ling observed Yun Li's pitiful state and shook his head in silence. Girls were so sentimental. A life had been extinguished, yet she was still so fearful. Suddenly, A flash of white light darted between the long-eared rat and the old man, after which the rat jumped twice in place before swiftly scurrying away, vanishing into the night. With Su Fu's death, the bond with his spirit companion was severed, granting it freedom. Naturally, the long-eared rat did not wish to be captured and made a spirit companion again. Wei Ling sat down to catch his breath for a moment, then rose to search the corpse for a storage pouch, which he tucked into his robe before hoisting the body and heading outside. Yunli grasped his arm, her voice trembling as she asked, "Where are you going?" "To dispose of the body. Unless you wish to stay with him?" Ah, her throat tightened. Though they had grown up together, she felt as if she were meeting him for the first time. How could he speak so casually about such a grim task? What had her senior brother experienced that she was unaware of? Heavy rain poured down, each raindrop striking her like a painful blow, while dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, and lightning streaked through the heavens as if it sought to tear the sky apart. After turning several street corners, Wei Lin set the old man down deep within a narrow alley and performed a dust-clearing technique on the corpse. The booklet provided by Zhu Ge contained not only the spirit-gathering technique, but also several commonly used minor arts such as windwalking, water spirit, earth shield, binding, and dust removal. In Zhu Ji's eyes, Yunli was merely a mortal yet to cultivate inner energy. Thus, throughout the journey, she had not studied any new techniques alongside Wei Lin, compelling him to rely on his own efforts. It must be said that the dust removal technique is one of the most practical foundational techniques for cultivators. It is a fusion of water spirit and windwalking, serving well for both domestic cleaning and erasing evidence after theft or murder, making it highly favored among practitioners. Yunli exhaled a breath of turbid air, her gaze growing resolute. This world was not the peaceful realm she once knew. It was rife with dangers, ferocious beasts, robbery, murder, and deceit, an endless array of perils. She must strive to adapt and gradually become stronger. Upon returning to their dwelling, despite having cleansed the second floor with the dust removal technique, a sense of unease lingered between them, prompting a descent to the ground floor. There, they opened the old man's storage bag and were astonished to discover over 100 spirit stones, one of which was of medium quality. Could this be the fabled golden belt of burglary? Lastly, there was the old man's weapon, a massive iron hammer, heavy and unsightly. Yunli promptly stowed it away in her storage bag, intending to sell it at the first opportunity. The following day, Yunli and her companion set out early for the market, driven by the dual purpose of acquiring foundational reading materials for their cultivation and gathering intelligence about their surroundings. Although they managed the situation quite adeptly last night, one could not discount the possibility that the cultivators possess some peculiar means, should anyone uncover their identities. They would need to flee swiftly to avoid being apprehended in their own abode. After feigning a casual stroll, the two turned into the nearest market area by the city gate. Beast for sale. Newly caught azure-eyed wind tigers, emerald-scaled serpents, saber-toothed leopards. Come and take a look at these exquisite talismans, essential for survival in battle. Esteemed friend, would you care to purchase some talismans? Transport talismans, water-evading talismans, explosive talismans, earth-burrowing talismans, immobilization talismans. Do any of these pique your interest? As Wei Ling and his companion sought out a stall selling books, they were unexpectedly intercepted by an overly enthusiastic vendor who relentlessly promoted his wares. Talismans. Yunli tilted her head to examine the neatly stacked yellow paper adorned with red patterns on the vendor's table. This was one of the methods of making a fortune that Zhu Ge had mentioned, creating talismans. Noticing her curiosity, the stall owner eagerly pulled out 3 sheets from the leftmost stack and showcased them. This is a first-tier fireball talisman, with a potent explosion particularly suitable for us initial stage chi cultivators. 5 sheets for a single spirit stone, an exceptional bargain. Yunli rolled her eyes inwardly. Although the vendor was addressing her, his gaze frequently drifted toward Wei Ling. Furthermore, a single spirit stone seemed exorbitantly priced. While they had indeed come into some unexpected wealth last night, such expenditure was unwarranted. She waved her hand dismissively and declared, "We shall not purchase any talismans." In stark contrast to Yunli's reaction, which was marked by a certain timidity, Wei Ling maintained his composure and graciously nodded to the vendor before departing with a leisurely gait, all the while internally voicing his own critiques. Chapter 19, News. After a while longer, they finally stumbled upon a stall that dealt in books. The two individuals squatted before the bookstall, rummaging for quite some time without locating the volumes they sought on the fundamentals of cultivation. Could it be that such books do not exist? The pale and bashful stall owner called out to them, stammering, Fellow cultivators, What kind of books are you looking for? Wei Ling raised his gaze to the blushing youth, understanding that this must be his first time operating a stall. He nodded, preparing to respond, when his eyes caught sight of a rather disorganized stack of books nearby. The topmost volume, prominently titled An Introduction to Cultivation, piqued his interest. He set aside An Introduction to Cultivation and idly flipped through a few other books before redirecting his attention to the neatly arranged, pristine volumes. Yunli, unaware of his sudden change of heart, chose not to inquire immediately, opting instead to observe in silence. After much deliberation, Wei Ling finally selected Fundamentals of Talismans, Compendium of Spirit Plants, and Bestiary of Magical Beasts, and then said, "These will suffice." The young stall owner scratched his head, shyly stating, 30 spirit pearls. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ling casually picked up 2 additional tomes, suggesting, "How about these 2 along with your 3 for 30 spirit pearls?" The youth glanced at the titles, one being An Introduction to Cultivation and the other Chronicles of the Luoling Cultivation, both seemingly unsellable odds and ends, and after some consideration, he acquiesced. At this moment, Yunli grasped that despite the outward cleanliness of the disheveled books, the edges bore a layer of dust, indicating the stall owner had applied his dust-clearing technique rather carelessly. The indifference of merchants towards their own goods merely indicates that these items lack market appeal, being even inferior to discounted promotional products. If they were to purchase them intentionally, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on their judgment, casting them as foolish and peculiar, akin to being easy marks. However, the Spirit Plant Compendium and Beast Chronicle are understandable, as they offer insights into various common spirit plants and beasts. Yet, why select the Chronicles of Luoling's cultivation? That is clearly mere fiction. As they approached the small courtyard, they spotted Wang Shun coming from the city, his hair somewhat disheveled and appearing somewhat disoriented. With a thought, Wei Ling called out to him, "Taoist Wang." "Oh, it's you," Wang Shun replied, regaining his composure. "Where are you headed?" "We just arrived," Wei Ling responded with a smile, gesturing towards Wang Shun's tousled hair. "What happened to you?" Wang Shun conjured a water mirror to inspect himself, smoothing his hair while sheepishly admitting, "Look at me. I'm so inexperienced that a trivial matter has thrown me into disarray." Yunli timely inquired, "Did something occur?" Sighing, Wang Shun replied, "The owner of the beast shop, Master Su, has passed away. The city lord's people have summoned me to inquire about the details." "Ah," Yunli exclaimed in shock, then puzzledly asked, "Isn't dueling forbidden in the city?" Wang Shun shook his head with a bitter smile. "Those high-ranking individuals do not concern themselves with such rules. Such regulations are merely imposed on us lower-tier cultivators." Yunli trembled in fear. "Have they caught the murderer?" Wang Shun shook his head. "Recently, there have been no suspicious individuals entering the city, and there were no abnormalities discovered in Master Su's home. Exercise caution in recent days, for the killer may still be lurking within the city." Yunli nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "How terrifying." Wang Shun sighed heavily, lamenting, "While the demise of others is unfortunate, it is particularly distressing regarding Master Su." Wei Ling's eyes flickered as he exchanged a glance with Yunli, then inquired, "What do you mean by that? What makes Master Su so distinctive?" "You may not be aware," she continued, "but Master Su has a grandson who entered the esteemed Four Seasons Valley a few years ago. In recent times, even the city lord has shown Master Su a modicum of respect." "I see," Wei Ling mused, recalling that Ran had mentioned on the spirit vessel that Four Seasons Valley is a sect of equal renown to Tai's sect. The fact that the late elder's grandson could gain admission to such a prestigious place suggests he possesses some innate talent. It appears wise to steer clear of the influence of Four Seasons Valley until one's cultivation has sufficiently advanced. During the cultivation process, the spiritual energy coursed through the meridians, radiating warmth, as if the body and soul were immersed in a soothing hot spring. Every pore opened in a state of utter comfort. Upon entering the courtyard, Wei Ling found 2 bowls of rice already set upon the table. With a flick of his sleeve, he extinguished the flames and placed 2 dishes of side dishes in the center of the table. Without lifting his gaze, he called, "Come, it's time to eat." Yunli scrutinized him from head to toe, asking, "Have you solidified your cultivation?" "Indeed." "Wow, how impressively swift," Yunli exclaimed, her envy palpable. Just 3 days prior, her senior brother had already broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement, while she, having spent over 10 days in diligent practice and exploration, had come to understand that others could not perceive her cultivation due to the illusory heart technique, a method imbued with inherent deception. With her intentional adjustments, others were now able to discern her true abilities. However, despite her diligent cultivation over the course of several months, she remained stuck at the initial stage of chi refinement, showing no signs of a breakthrough. Given her aptitude for swiftly channeling chi into her body, one would expect her spiritual roots to be of decent quality. Yet, why was it so challenging to advance? Within just over a month, one could attain the third layer of chi refinement. Even Wei Lin, who had grown indifferent to praise due to his exceptional martial talent, could not help but curl the corners of his lips upwards. Hurry and finish your meal. I will go to find Wang Shun to terminate the lease, and you should procure some spiritual rice for sustenance. Let us meet at the city gates. Yunli had no objections. The month-long period had concluded, and there was nothing suspicious about terminating the lease. Moreover, they were out of spirit stones, with only over 30 spirit pearls remaining, which meant they could not purchase much spiritual rice. If they lingered any longer, they would be left to sleep on the streets. Alas, the pursuit of cultivation, when undertaken in isolation, clearly lacked scientific merit. Most resources were monopolized by immortal sects and families to achieve anything substantial. One must join a sect for training and take a master to ensure efficiency in their endeavors. The vicinity of Mo Yun City was home to only small sects, with the nearest major sect being the Four Seasons Valley. Unfortunately, Su Fu's grandson was affiliated with Four Seasons Valley, and it was also the very people from this sect who had initially robbed them of their spirit vessel. Consequently, Yunli and her companion held no favorable sentiments towards this sect. Had it not been for their disregard for martial ethics, the two would have already made a smooth journey to Tai Yi sect, thus avoiding all these complications. It is worth noting that Tai Yi sect was a colossal power within the Dongshan system and the foremost sect across the entire Kanglan continent. After careful consideration, they resolved to head to Tai Yi sect. With connections in the court, particularly within Ran, their journey there would be considerably easier. The distance was daunting, but they could cultivate and gain experience along the way. The pursuit of immortality is truly delightful. Not only does it bestow a fair complexion and beauty, but it also grants eternal youth and convenience in travel. Once I establish my foundation, I shall soar through the skies on my sword, making journeys even more expedient. After swiftly procuring some spiritual rice, Yunli arrived at the city gate only to discover Wang Shun was already present. A pang of anxiety struck her. Why was he here? Could it be that he was waiting to confront us? No, it dawned on her that they had first met at the city gate, suggesting he frequented this spot. It was likely a mere coincidence. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she greeted him with a natural smile. Brother Wang, what brings you here? My senior brother has been looking for you. Wang Shun appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yunli, exclaiming in astonishment, Little sister, you have already cultivated your chi. Indeed. That was just a couple of days ago, Yunli replied, eager to divert the conversation. We are set to depart today. My senior brother went to your home seeking you, only to find you were not there. Oh, you are leaving? My, how swiftly a month has passed. Well, I can only offer my services to fellow practitioners newly arrived in Mayan City, so I tend to linger here at the city gate. Observing the two, one an 8 or 9-year-old at the second level of chi cultivation and the other a 6 or 7-year-old at the first level, Wang Shun wondered if he had misjudged their identities. Could they be disciples of a prominent sect? This thought caused him to unconsciously soften his tone, donning a smile. Yunli realized why they had encountered him as soon as they entered the city. He had been deliberately waiting here. Have you been here all along? I shall go fetch my senior brother, she said, turning to head into the city. Just a few steps in, she spotted Wei Ling emerging from around the corner of the street. Upon seeing Wei Ling, Wang Shun's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What kind of trickery was this? In a mere span of 20 days, he ascended from the second level of chi cultivation to the third, while I remained stagnant at the first level for over a decade. Truly, the heavens are unjust. Yunli gazed at his silhouette, tilting her head in confusion. Pondering, why does it seem as though he is not happy? Wei Ling flicked her forehead, remarking, what concern is it of yours whether he is happy or not? Let us go. Yunli swatted his hand away and muttered as she walked, I'm just a bit curious. He seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly become so dejected? A young girl, gathering mushrooms, trod barefoot through the forest and hills, her large bamboo basket slung over her back. The morning air in the wilderness was particularly refreshing, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. Dewdrops, crystal clear and glistening, slid down the leaves, dancing joyfully. Yunli hummed a tune, occasionally plucking wildflowers and gathering a few fruits by the roadside, treating her journey as a delightful excursion, thoroughly enjoying herself. As she continued on her way, a shadow unexpectedly loomed above her. Having just exited the woods, she found herself surrounded by low shrubs that reached past her knees. How could there possibly be a shadow? Just as Yunli was about to look up in curiosity, her collar was abruptly seized, and she was lifted off the ground. Beside her, Wei Ling quickly grasped her wrist, drawing his Qingmu sword and slashing at the air. A soft gasp resonated in the atmosphere, followed by a surge of spiritual energy that ensnared Wei Ling's wrist. Before he could react, he was lifted off the ground, sword and all, crashing down. Wei Ling was filled with terror. Against this opponent, he felt utterly powerless, reminiscent of his prior encounters with Imo Qishan before he had learned to channel his qi. With a reaction time, Yunli's illusory silk came alive and wrapped around the approaching figure. However, the stranger was undeterred, channeling spiritual energy through his wrist to effortlessly shake off the long silk. In the next moment, Yunli found herself pulled beside Wei Ling. Wei Ling swiftly surveyed his surroundings. They were aboard a spirit vessel, crowded with dozens of frightened children huddled together. Among them, only a girl of about 7 or 8 stood out. Unlike the others who clung to one another, she sat alone in a corner, her tattered silk dress and disheveled hair contrasting starkly with her pale face, which bore several vivid lash marks. Yet, her gaze was defiant and indifferent. The man in black, who had captured them, stood with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue in surprise at the presence of 2 youngsters who had already begun to harness their spiritual energy. Yunli watched him warily. He was enveloped in a dark cloak, with a large hood obscuring his forehead and a bronze-colored mask covering his face, rendering him almost unrecognizable. The cloak was woven from the most common ramie found in the Kanglan continent, unadorned except for a copper-hued insignia on his right shoulder, inscribed with the character for shadow. Wei Ling gripped his sword tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. This man was likely at the Foundation establishment stage, a disparity far too great for them to resist. The gaze of the man, known as Shadow One, fell upon Wei Ling as he stroked his chin, assessing him. 3rd layer of qi refinement? Quite impressive, he remarked. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a sparkling stone and pressed it into Wei Ling's hand, causing a dazzling display of red and green light to intertwine. Dual elemental roots of fire and wood, Shadow One exclaimed, his surprise evident and utterly unforeseen. During this expedition to select disciples, he fell victim to a nefarious plot and sustained grave injuries. By the time he recuperated, the once-in-a-decade selection of disciples was nearing its conclusion, with most children possessing spiritual roots already chosen. Among the children aboard the spirit vessel, apart from the 2 of them, there was the headstrong little girl who had reached the 1st level of qi training, while the others remained ordinary children. This situation bore a striking resemblance to when they were selected by the Tai sect, accompanying their masters, Lin and Su. Yet, something felt amiss, typically. Being chosen by an immortal is a cause for immense gratitude and reverence. So why did these children appear so anxious? Furthermore, why did the man in black resort to such coercive measures to seize them? Ying's mood lightened upon discovering that Yunli possessed merely 5 spiritual roots. He casually inquired, "How long did it take to draw qi into your body?" Ying nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. It seemed that, for the moment, they were not in immediate danger. Wei Lin relaxed, stretching his fingers, and took Yunli to find a quiet spot to sit. Although Yunli was filled with questions and sensed the complexity of their predicament, they were powerless against the situation, with no other recourse but to comply for now. They traveled anxiously for 3 days. As the spirit vessel decelerated and gradually descended, it halted before a magnificent waterfall. The cascading torrents crashed fiercely against the stones below, sending sprays of water into the air. Upon approaching, the droplets struck their skin painfully. The man in black then tossed a lustrous jade token into the air, which immediately released a massive, transparent black bubble that enveloped the spirit vessel, guiding it steadily toward the waterfall. A droplet of water, as large as a bean, cascaded straight down, colliding with a bubble and producing a series of soft popping sounds. Yunli, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch the bubble, wondering, what kind of bubble is this? How is it not bursting? As they ventured into the waterfall, darkness enveloped them, with only the jade tablet atop the spiritual vessel emitting a faint glow. With this meager light, Yunli discovered that they were surrounded by a dense mass of black mist. A tiny insect, drawn into the darkness with the vessel, made contact with the black mist and, after a brief sizzling sound, was instantly corroded away. What a potent corrosive substance! What could this possibly be? Yunli furrowed her brow tightly, her heart racing as she noticed the black mist approaching the bubble. To her surprise, The delicate bubble merely dented slightly before repelling the black mist, remaining entirely intact. Suddenly, a small point of light appeared ahead as the vessel drew nearer. The light expanded and brightened until clarity emerged. The vessel landed gently, revealing a colossal ancient tree, its gaping mouth requiring 8 people to encircle it. Astonishingly, the exit lay within the tree itself. The children, who had been consumed by fear along the journey, momentarily forgot their trepidation, awestruck by the incredible scene before them. An entrance concealed within the waterfall, an exit hidden within the tree. What kind of enigmatic sect was this? Yunli turned and lifted her gaze, once again astonished to find herself before a quaint village. Nearby, a gentle river flowed, adorned with scattered patches of verdant foliage, exuding a fresh and delicate charm. Crossing a small wooden bridge, she encountered clusters of rustic wooden cottages, some perched upon elevated platforms, others concealed beneath leafy canopies, and some standing gracefully by the water's edge. On the left, in an open space before a dwelling, a group of children assisted an elderly gentleman in black, whose hair was as white as snow, in drying herbs. Noticing the children's commendable efforts, the old man stroked his beard, smiling and nodding in approval, indicating he had encountered promising talent. To the right, upon a raised platform, a middle-aged man was instructing a group of youths in martial arts, his demeanor serious and earnest. Occasionally, a couple of mischievous children mimicked the movements nearby, yet the instructor, upon noticing them, merely smiled softly, his previously stern expression softening slightly. Yunli followed the lead of the man in black toward the largest open area at the center. She could not help but wonder if they had stumbled upon a serene and idyllic paradise, untouched by the chaos of the world. Shadowy halted, turned, and respectfully bowed. "I have come to see you, ending May." For reasons unknown, the woman suddenly appeared vexed, the light in her eyes dimming. She waved her fan impatiently, exclaiming, "Why have you been gone for so long?" Shadowy once again offered a respectful fist salute, stating, "I am incompetent. An unforeseen incident occurred. Fortunately, the heavens have favored me, and I have discovered a disciple with dual fire and with spiritual roots." As he spoke, he gestured for Wei Lin to step forward, revealing that he had already attained the 3rd level of qi cultivation. He then pointed to Yunli and a young girl, explaining, "This girl possesses the golden, wood, and earth roots, while this one has 5 spiritual roots." Upon hearing that Yunli possessed 5 spiritual roots, the woman could not help but cast a lingering glance her way, before snorting coldly, "Consider yourself fortunate. Now go and complete your task." With a graceful bow, Ing Yi vanished in an instant. Ing Mei's expression darkened abruptly as she snapped at the girl beside her, who had been keeping her head down. "What are you dawdling for?" The girl, who had always been inconspicuous, trembled slightly at the remark and responded meekly, "Yes." A small boy, standing at an angle before Yunli, tilted his head curiously, perplexed by the sudden shift in the enchanting woman's demeanor. "What are you staring at?" Ing Mei barked. And in the next moment, something warm splattered across Yunli's face. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, causing Yunli's eyelashes to flutter. Instinctively, she looked up to see the boy's face contorted in agony, snot and tears smeared across his features. His left hand clutched his right wrist tightly, while his right index finger was gruesomely severed, the shocking crimson staining Yunli's vision. Though she had encountered such bloody scenes before, she still felt a twinge of unease as she struggled to suppress her trembling fingers. Lowering her gaze to avoid the gruesome sight, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the severed finger on the ground. Yunli's pupils constricted, dizziness overtook her, and her stomach churned violently. She was not alone. Shaking her head, she prepared to turn away, only to be drawn in by 2 figures. A boy with exquisite features subtly shifted a couple of steps to shield the little girl behind him. Another girl, around 8 or 9 years old, wore an expression as cold as ice, her gaze vacant and lifeless, reminiscent of a wooden post. Intriguing. She let out a soft laugh, her voice melodious and gentle, as if the clouds had parted and the rain had ceased, heralding the arrival of spring with blossoms in full bloom. In that moment, she appeared to be enveloped in a sea of peach blossoms, typical of a warm March day. The children instinctively looked up at her, upon meeting her gaze. Their expressions turned momentarily vacant, lost in her enchanting presence. The girl's indifference faltered, and her hollow eyes glistened with unshed tears, droplets of crystalline clarity tracing down her cheeks. Her brow furrowed deeply, and the emptiness in her eyes gradually transformed into a potent resentment. An overwhelming tide of hatred surging forth. Wei Lin's gaze also became unfocused, emotion swirling within him, yearning for clarity, yet his mind was a blank canvas, devoid of direction. Yunli, who had kept her head bowed, sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Her senior-esque grip had grown somewhat rigid, prompting her to instinctively squeeze his hand. The pressure of her touch brought Wei Lin back to lucidity. He gently hooked his pinky around Yunli's ring finger, silently assuring her of his well-being. While cautiously eyeing the enchanting figure before them, his right foot shifting forward slightly, an indication of impending illusion. Yunli discreetly grasped the illusory silk at her wrist. Though she was still uncertain of the unfolding events, moments prior, she had kept her gaze lowered, only hearing the alluring woman chuckle, uttering a remark that was merely intriguing. Yet, with Wei Lin adopting a combative stance, she felt compelled to follow suit. The entire spectacle did not escape the watchful eyes of the enchanting figure, who approached the now composed girl, locking her gaze onto hers, articulating each word with precision. When you become powerful, you shall be able to trample all those who once belittled, oppressed, and harmed you underfoot. Wen Shuo stood momentarily stunned, her voice barely above a whisper as she murmured, "Powerful indeed. If I were strong enough, how could my mother have met such a tragic end? If one were sufficiently powerful, dear elder sister, how could our birth mother dare to use me as a pawn? If only I were strong enough." Her gaze gradually solidified with resolve. When Shuelian, Su Ruoya, there shall come a day when I am mighty, and you will pay in blood for your transgressions. Ingmei nodded in satisfaction. The residual night pavilion thrived only on hatred, betrayal, and slaughter. Here, it was those who harbored malice that could survive, while the absurd notions of kindness, mercy, and protection would ultimately be devoured by darkness. She turned to gaze at Wei Ling with a smile that held an edge of irony, observing his finger poised on the hilt of the Qingmu sword, discreetly shielding the girl behind him. A flicker of nostalgia danced in her eyes. Once, there had been a boy who stood before her when danger loomed, but alas. Her pale fingers lifted Wei Ling's chin, her gaze as fluid as water, her voice soft as a mother's gentle caress. Yet the words she uttered sent a chill down one's spine. I truly wish to destroy you. Chapter 21. Fire Spirit Technique. Follow me. With that utterance, Chang-Chi turned and strode towards the northwest, prompting the others to awaken from their stupor, helping the boy on the ground to his feet, and hastily trailing after her. After a few calls, Chang-Chi halted before a small courtyard nestled at the back, speaking softly. This will be your residence. 2 rooms for those who have harnessed their qi, and 1 for those who have not. The courtyard contained only 3 rooms, yet among their group, there were 16 who had yet to harness their qi. Would they all be crammed into a single room, standing through the night? Although the recent event was rather terrifying, the menacing specter has departed. The woman, who had maintained her head lowered throughout the ordeal with an expression of indifference, nevertheless staunched the boy's bleeding, earning her a measure of goodwill among the children. In a moment of boldness, one of them ventured to speak up. With so many of us, 1 room is insufficient. She gently interrupted him, raising her sleeve to reveal a dozen slender tomes that floated gracefully in the air. After each person from Yunli and her companions had taken one, she continued, "These are the cultivation methods. Henceforth, each morning, you shall assist old Wang in drying herbs, followed by sword practice with Chongwu. In the afternoons, you will toil in the fields. After a month, those who have successfully cultivated their inner energy will advance to the outer sect, while the rest shall continue as laborers." Why is it the spirit induction technique again? Yunli expressed her disinterest, closing the book. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but lift her gaze. So we will be practicing in the evenings? No wonder it accommodates 16 individuals. This room is hardly meant for rest, but rather serves solely as a training ground. Moreover, who is Old Wan? Is he the elderly man drying herbs earlier? And who is Chongwu? Please, do not leave without clarifying these details. As the woman's figure gradually faded away, a moment of silence ensued. The children, without the ability to channel their inner energy, suddenly surged towards the larger central room, eager to claim the best positions. Yunli couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for them. A dormitory for 16, how bittersweet that thought was. In a moment when everyone was eagerly vying for position, a young girl clad in a pale pink garment remained still, her gaze flitting among the trio. Wei Lin was a boy, and from their interactions aboard the spirit vessel these past few days, it was evident that he was not one to show leniency. As for Wen Shuo, it was unnecessary to elaborate. She radiated an aura that discouraged any approach. In contrast, Yunli, though not particularly fond of conversing with them, exuded a far gentler demeanor. With this in mind, the girl timidly extended her hand, grasping Yunli's sleeve and speaking in a soft, hesitant voice. Could I possibly stay with you? three individuals with only 2 rooms, almost forgetting that they too required accommodations. Yun Li's gaze drifted between the two, realizing that her senior brother could not share a room with this girl, which meant she would inevitably need a roommate. Traditionally, she should reside with Wen Shuo due to the distinctions between genders. However, in this unfamiliar and perilous environment, sharing space with a stranger, especially one brimming with animosity, would surely keep her on edge. With a decisive motion, Yun Li pulled her sleeve free from the girl's grasp and took a few steps towards Wei Lin, flashing a polite smile. "I'm sorry, but I already have a roommate." At her words, the girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her bright apricot-colored orbs suddenly brimming with moisture. She sniffled, attempting to maintain a facade of strength, and murmured, It's all right." After saying this, she turned to Wen Shuo, cautiously attempting to speak. This sister. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Wen Shuo, without sparing her a glance, decisively turned and walked towards the room on the right. The girl's expression, seemingly pitiful, bore a hint of cracks. For a fleeting moment, she appeared at a loss. However, in an instant, she composed herself and redirected her gaze towards Yun Li and the others. "Let's go," Wei Ling said nonchalantly, leading the way towards the house on the left. After nodding at him, Yun Li briskly followed him inside. As the crowd dispersed, only the girl remained frozen in place, her expression gradually morphing into one of ferocity. They were all so arrogant and selfish, she vowed that one day she would redeem the humiliation of today. With a fierce glare towards the houses on either side, she reluctantly entered the middle house. Inside, Wei Ling casually seated himself on a chair, stretching his neck before gesturing towards the door. "She bears quite a resemblance to Mu Yin. I see you are rather fond of her. Why do you not like her?" Yun Li rolled her eyes in response, thinking to herself, what kind of comparison is that? Although Yin is also gentle and timid, her gaze is clear and innocent, unlike hers, whose pitiable fade cannot conceal the cunning glint in her eyes. After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, Yin would never impose on others like she does. Besides, the bond formed during our shared journey on the spirit boat does not indicate that you are particularly close to Mu Yin either." Wei Ling silently scoffed. Finding her overly protective of Mu Yin, he had merely made a casual remark, yet she had launched into a vehement defense. Rubbing his temples, he interrupted the incessant chatter of Yun Li. All right, let us not dwell on this. We must focus on our cultivation, that is of utmost importance." Displeased by the abrupt interruption, Yun Li glared at him in silence, thinking, men, they will never comprehend the intricacies of a pure-hearted woman's motives. Time flows gently like a stream. During this month, she has dried herbs, practiced her swordsmanship, cultivated spiritual rice, and tilled the land, rising with the sun and honing her skills at dusk. This routine has occasionally bestowed upon her a fleeting sense of tranquil existence. Were it not for the gruesome severed fingers of the young boy she encountered upon her arrival, Yun Li might have doubted whether this was indeed a secluded paradise. "Come here, you lot," the woman commanded. "You have reached the 4th level of Qi training. Commendable." Yun Li felt a twinge of helplessness. In all honesty, she had not been idle. She had devoted every spare moment to her cultivation. Yet, she had been unable to break through to the 2nd level of Qi training, lacking even a hint of a premonition. Cautiously, she raised her eyes to gauge the woman's expression, preparing to offer a quiet defense, but the woman, displaying impatience, instructed, "Follow me." Yun Li, rubbing her nose in embarrassment, trailed behind. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Mei halted before a weathered stone tablet in the eastern corner of the village. With a flick of her fingers, she infused spiritual energy into the tablet, causing an intricate array to slowly materialize upon its surface. Subsequently, she cast forth a palm-sized jade token, which, drawn by the array, soared into its center. Witnessing this familiar procedure left Yun Li astounded, and she couldn't help but speculate whether this was a composite array of Mo Yun City's gates and the waterfall's formation. With a deafening roar, the tablet trembled violently before sliding backward to reveal a rectangular aperture. Once inside, continue forward, Mei instructed coolly. The three peered into the abyss beyond, which seemed unfathomably deep and shrouded in darkness. Wei Lin scanned with his spiritual sense, only to find it gliding past. It appeared that an array was in place to obstruct such probing, as they had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. They could not wield swords nor possessed any flying artifacts. How were they to descend? Mei stood silently to the side, seemingly unwilling to assist them any further. Yun Li exchanged a glance with Wei Lin, and with a flick of her wrist, a silken ribbon transformed into a long stream that coiled around Wei Lin's waist. He nodded at her and leaped down. Ning Mei raised an eyebrow, a low-grade yellow-tier magical artifact. Although this young girl lacked exceptional talent, she possessed a modicum of fortune. Magical artifacts are rare treasures, and even the most inferior yellow-tier ones require at least 200 spirit stones, which is why most low-level cultivators resort to using greenwood swords. Unlike magical artifacts, greenwood swords are crafted from the exceptionally tough material known as hollow azure iron pine, able to channel spiritual power. While they do not compare to magical artifacts, they are as resilient as stone. After descending for several breaths, Wei Lin finally touched down on solid ground. With a flutter, he tensed, raising his hand to conjure a fire spirit technique that illuminated the surroundings. It turned out to be merely a swarm of bats. He surveyed the vicinity, confirming there was no danger before tugging at the illusory world ribbon and called out, "It's safe." Yuan Li waved the illusory world ribbon and said to Wen Shuo, "Shall I escort you down?" After a moment of contemplation, Wen Shuo replied softly, "Thank you." After escorting Wen Shuo down, Yuan Li wrapped the illusory world ribbon around the stone tablet behind her twice, then grasped it and soared downward. It was incredibly dark. When her consciousness attached to the illusory world ribbon and scanned the area, it appeared colorless and grayish. However, now that she found herself within it, everything was shrouded in darkness, rendering her vision utterly void. Suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared above Wei Lin's fingertips, casting a bright glow around them. Fire Spirit Technique. Wen Shuo exclaimed in astonishment. The Fire Spirit Technique is the rudimentary form of the Fireball Technique, or one might say, the foundational form of any fire-related spell, which involves extracting and concentrating the fire attribute's spiritual power from within the body to generate flames. The Fire Spirit Technique possesses minimal offensive power. It merely conjures a flame to dazzle mere mortals. Most practitioners do not regard it as a distinct art, but rather as a preliminary gesture within the realm of fire magic. Nevertheless, despite its fundamental nature, sustaining a small flame is a feat few can accomplish. Among the cultivators she has encountered, only the late-stage alchemist from the Luo family has managed such a task. Maintaining the small flame requires not only mastery of the fire spirit technique, but also exquisite control and keen perception. The spiritual energy within her own body is manageable. Having been refined and tamed, she is aware of the output of her spiritual force. However, the external spiritual energy presents a different challenge. If the fire spirit energy is too concentrated, the small flame transforms into a roaring fireball. Conversely, if the fire spirit energy is sparse, it extinguishes easily. Yuan Li is accustomed to this and sees no significant issue. She too possesses this skill. The fire spirit technique is so minute that few wish to delve deeper into its study, and those who have mastered it often do so out of necessity. Chapter 22. The trial. Turning around a circular stone platform and descending a long flight of stone steps, they arrived at a somewhat open area. Wei Lin raised his hand to illuminate the ground with the flame before stepping forward. Yuan Li followed closely behind, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Just as they were about to exit the open space and enter the next stairway, an unexpected event transpired. "Ah, Wen Shuo?" Yuan Li called out, intending to investigate. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the flame extinguished, plunging them into darkness. "Senior brother, I'm fine." Wei Ling's figure flickered as he evaded an attack from the side. With a deft twist of his wrist, he conjured a barrier of sword energy, enveloping the two of them in an impenetrable defense. Simultaneously, Yuan Li summoned a brilliant yellow fireball that illuminated the surrounding darkness. "The flower-backed eight-eyed spider," Yuan Li exclaimed in alarm. The creature possessed a potent venom, with dark red dots at the base of its pincers indicating the presence of poison glands. Additionally, its fangs harbored toxic sacs, and its silk was as fine and resilient as steel wire. A careless entanglement in its web could easily transform one into a helpless victim. However, it had a vulnerability: it was afraid of fire. With a swift gesture, she dissipated the fireball, transforming it into a long, sinuous fire dragon that swirled around, driving away the encroaching flower-backed eight-eyed spiders. Wen Shuo, the fire dragon illuminated the cavern as brightly as day, yet there was no sign of Wen Shuo. She should not have strayed far in such a brief moment, and Yuan Li called out again. A faint sound emanated from above. Yuan Li looked up to see the ceiling, spanning about 10 square meters, layered with grayish-white webs. Wen Shuo was ensnared within the web, resembling a bloodied mummy, stuck to the stone wall. Not far from her, A spider the size of a table lay in wait on the web, regarding them with a gaze akin to that of a connoisseur eyeing a sumptuous feast. A chill ran through Wei Ling. This flower-backed eight-eyed spider's abdomen was already exhibiting a faint bluish hue, and the bases of its 8 pincers were tinged with a pale green, unmistakably indicating that it was a third-tier beast. He had just broken through to the 4th level of qi cultivation, his realm still unstable. As for Ali, she was merely at the 1st level of qi cultivation. It was inconceivable for them to rescue anyone from the clutches of the 3rd-tier, 9th-level flower-back eight-eyed spider, let alone save themselves. To make matters worse, both the ground and the air were swarming with 1st-tier flower-back eight-eyed spiders, all watching hungrily. He glanced up at Wen Shulo, who was already a bloodied mess, and hesitated, should he attempt to save her. Yun Li surveyed the cave, swiftly analyzing the situation, and declared, "I will wrap her in the illusory world silk. You sever the spider silk, and we shall flee immediately." Wei Ling turned to regard the earnest Yun Li, momentarily taken aback. From the embroidered chambers of the fragrant pavilion to their current plight, from the pampered life of a beloved young princess to the brutal, bloody reality of the cultivation world, she had adapted with remarkable speed, so much so that he began to question his memory of the little girl who had once screamed at the mere sight of a mouse. With a focused gaze, Wei Ling chanted an incantation, brandishing his sword as he leaped toward the colossal flower-back eight-eyed spider. In midair, he unleashed a fireball spell to obscure its vision, then swiftly turned and darted toward Wen Shulo. The illusory world silk materialized in Yun Li's hands, enveloping Wen Shulo entirely. With a flick of his wrist, Wei Ling's Qingmu sword sliced through the stone wall that had adhered to Wen Shulo. The spider silk cut into her skin, leaving trails of blood. The toxins coursed through her wounds, spreading a numbing sensation throughout her body. As her consciousness began to fade, Wen Shulo sensed the feeling of falling and forced her eyes open. The boy in the blue attire propelled himself off the smooth stone wall, his body soaring towards her like a piercing arrow. Just as her consciousness began to fade into darkness, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It dawned upon her that there were still kind souls in this world. Yun Li swiftly grasped the illusory world silk and caught the incoming Wen Shulo. The tremendous impact causing her to stagger momentarily, she hastily lowered her center of gravity to steady herself. "Are you all right?" Wei Lin inquired, supporting her. Yun Li shook her head, and Wei Lin pointed forward with his right hand, unleashing a torrent of fire spirit technique that roared towards the stone steps beneath the platform. The searing heat ignited the unsuspecting eight-eyed spider, causing it to sizzle in agony. "Now's the moment." Yun Li concentrated her spiritual energy into her legs, lifting Wen Shulo onto her back and darting down the path cleared by the flames like an arrow, vanishing into the inky darkness of the long staircase in the blink of an eye. The plump prey had slipped away, inciting the wrath of the eight-eyed giant spider perched atop the stone wall. The anguished cries of its minions fueled its fury. Its claws moved swiftly as it descended along the searing silk, unleashing a finely woven web aimed directly at Wei Lin. With a deft flick of his toes, he executed a graceful sidestep to evade the attack, yet one arm was still grazed by the silken thread, which instantly embedded itself into his flesh, staining his sleeve with crimson blood. Ignoring the pain, he did not falter. Instead, he retreated swiftly towards the staircase, unleashing fireballs relentlessly upon the eight-eyed giant spider. Once inside the narrow stone steps, Wei Lin wielded his greenwood sword, causing rocks to tumble and dust to billow, effectively barricading the staircase in mere moments. Yun Li gently laid Wen Shulo on the ground and, upon noticing the crimson stain on Wei Ling's left arm, felt a surge of concern. "You are injured," she exclaimed. "It's merely a scratch," Wei Ling replied, tearing a strip from his garment to bandage his arm before inquiring, "How is she?" As Yun Li meticulously removed the cobwebs clinging to Wen Shulo, she looked up and said, "She is all right, I suppose. Aside from being covered in cuts from the spider silk, she suffers no severe injuries. The faintness is mainly due to the paralyzing toxin that adheres to the silk." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Fortunately, we arrived just in time. The flower-backed eight-eyed giant spider had yet to inject its venom from its fangs. It is merely the natural paralyzing toxin of the web. Otherwise, she would have already perished." Wei Ling nodded in understanding. The bodies of cultivators, nourished by spiritual energy over the years, possess remarkable healing abilities. Such superficial injuries are trivial. After surveying their surroundings, he remarked, "This place is still unsafe. We must depart swiftly." "Agreed," Yun Li replied, rising to carry Wen Shulo but was halted by Wei Ling's outstretched hand. "Let me do it," he insisted. Yun Li instinctively protested, "But you are injured." Wei Ling shot her a disapproving glance, cutting her off. "You are but a child. How can you bear her for long?" Yun Li was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she was only 6 years old. How had she managed to carry a girl of 7 or 8 and run such a distance without feeling the slightest strain? A flicker of peculiarity crossed her mind. But as she pondered, Wei Ling effortlessly hoisted Wen Shuo onto his shoulder with a deft maneuver. Her lips twitched, and she dismissed her odd feelings, thinking, "Can't you be a little gentler with a girl?" Yun Li was momentarily taken aback. Was it yet another formation? Previously, in the village, there had been no indication of the happenings in this valley. Upon hearing the commotion, some individuals glanced their way but quickly returned to their own affairs, while others remained entirely indifferent, quietly meditating and cultivating their energy. Yun Li exchanged a glance with Wei Lin, and they chose a discreet corner to set down Wen Shuo. Wei Lin then sat down to cultivate and heal his injuries, while Yun Li sat beside him, observing the group of young boys and girls. The most striking figure among them was a boy of about 13 or 14, whose right thigh appeared to have been savagely bitten by some beast, revealing stark white bone amidst a pool of crimson blood, a sight both horrific and shocking. He sat on the ground, his expression contorted, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he trembled while attempting to bandage his wound. Strangely, none of the surrounding youths offered him assistance. Nearby was a slightly younger girl, who looked as though she had rolled through a fire pit. Her hair was entirely singed, and her face, hands, and exposed neck were red and blistered from the burns. She draped a milky white cloak over her shoulders, suggesting that her clothing beneath had been similarly ravaged by flames. A girl in white stood beside her, offering comfort. Possessing a cultivation level of the second tier of Qi training, she was a rare sight among the otherwise disheveled group, having escaped injury save for a singed hem of her skirt. Gently, she consoled the weeping girl, evoking a sense of fondness in those who witnessed her kindness. Perhaps Yun Li's gaze lingered too intently, for the girl turned to look in her direction, and upon realizing Yun Li was watching, she did not appear offended. Instead, she graciously nodded in acknowledgement, which made Yun Li feel a tinge of embarrassment, as though caught in a moment of furtive observation. After approximately the duration of a tea brew, Wen Shuo awakened, propping herself up on her hands. She glanced at Yun Li and then stole a look at Wei Lin, who was meditating nearby, whispering her gratitude. Yun Li offered a gentle smile and briefly explained the current situation. Subsequently, Wen Shuo commenced her own meditation. For though the toxins within her were not fatal, their prolonged presence in her body was certainly detrimental. Moreover, her external injuries would heal more swiftly with the nourishment of spiritual energy. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully passing the trial. A voice, somewhat aged yet resonant, suddenly echoed. The group looked up to discover an elderly Taoist priest hovering in midair, clad in a grayish-white robe, with snow-white hair and beard, yet exuding vitality and keen insight. Raising his hand, a vermilion pill materialized, and he smiled slightly, saying, "This is the ghost-weeping pill." As the name suggests, it is a poison so potent that even a ghost would weep upon consuming it. It dissolves instantly upon entry. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd at the thought of such a vicious pill, fearing that they would be compelled to ingest it. The elder paused to observe their expressions before continuing. However, there is no need for concern. As long as you diligently serve the residual night pavilion and regularly take the antidote, the effects of the ghost-weeping pill will not manifest. With a decisive motion, the elder tapped his storage bag, and a long table spun forth, landing steadily on the ground. On it rested 2 jade vials, one white and one blue. His demeanor turned serious as he coldly commanded, "Form an orderly line and approach one by one to collect your medicine." At that moment, a young female cultivator with a delicate countenance emerged slowly from the side of the valley, carrying a tray adorned with a dozen or so jade tokens, flanked by 2 burly men. Chapter 23. The Devil's Cry. The young boys and girls huddled together, none daring to step forward first. As the old man's impatience grew palpable, a sudden soft gasp pierced the air. It was the burn-scarred girl, shrouded in her cloak, who took a step forward. "Hurry up," the female cultivator interrupted her impatiently, retrieving a pill from the jade bottle. 2 burly, menacing figures clenched their fists, causing the girl to shrink back in fear. Her eyes darted to the crimson pill in the cultivator's hand, and in a sudden act of defiance, she tilted her head back and swatted the pill away. "I refuse to take it." Yun Li's mouth fell agape, astonished at the audacity of this willful young lady. This was a cult organization, not her parents' household. Was such defiance truly wise? I am here to cultivate. I possess 3 spiritual roots. You cannot. The girl continued to speak passionately, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Or perhaps she was aware but was merely trying to bolster her own position. The female cultivator smirked coldly as the burly man to her left reached out, pinching the girl's slender neck between his fingers. With a sickening crack, her head fell limply to one side. Without a second glance, the man carelessly discarded her body onto the ground. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, stunned by the spectacle before them. Trembling, they formed a line, one by one stepping forward to swallow the pills and receive a token in return. Yun Li and her companions lingered at the back, her mind racing to concoct a strategy to escape this grim fate. Consuming that pill meant a lifetime of shackles, with their destinies forever held in the hands of others. Suddenly, a burly man swung his hand, causing the boy, who had just swallowed the ghostly pill, to stagger. His cheek instantly swelled like a dumpling. Amidst the buzzing in his head, the man seized the boy's head and delivered several sharp slaps. "You little rascal, daring to play tricks in front of your grandfather." The boy collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and a shattered crimson pill rolled out from his open palm. The elder in the air spoke calmly. "Take him to the dark prison." Yes, in an instant, the once ferocious man transformed into a docile creature, akin to a kitten, respectfully complying as he dragged the boy towards the valley's end. Having witnessed this precedent, Yunli refrained from harboring any mischievous thoughts and obediently swallowed the pill, accepting the token and standing aside. After everyone had consumed the ghostly pill and received their tokens, the elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. "Upon entering the remnant night pavilion, all past matters shall be rendered void. This token bears your name, your soul name. Do you understand?" The crowd promptly responded in unison, "We understand." Yun Li's finger brushed over the token, revealing the name Qianshi. What a ridiculous name. She glanced at Wei Ling's token, which read Qianjiu. A frown crossed her face. Without a doubt, Wen Shui Luo must be Qianshi, as the 3 of them had received their tokens in succession. It appeared that even numbers could serve as names, merely functioning as codes, and she finally comprehended why the middle-aged instructor from the village, who had taught swordsmanship, bore the peculiar name of Chong Wu. After administering the medicine, the elderly man remained suspended in the air, his silence suggesting a lack of further instructions. The female cultivator also maintained a serene expression, while the imposing figure among them exhibited an odd demeanor, his gaze flitting between them with a hint of excitement, tinged with cruelty and an air of voyeurism. Yun Li's heart raced with trepidation. What more could they possibly want? Her eyes drifted to the untouched azure jade bottle to the right of the female cultivator, and an unsettling premonition arose within her. Silence enveloped the space, a stillness as profound as death itself. The recent ordeal had unveiled the brutal nature of this organization, leaving everyone in a state of confusion and apprehension, too fearful to speak, standing in mute solidarity. Amidst the silence, Wei Ling suddenly felt a tightening at his sleeve. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a delicate, pale hand wreaking havoc on his garment, tugging insistently while continuing to knead the fabric. Speechless, Wei Ling contemplated for a moment before grasping her tiny hand. The coolness of her touch brought a measure of comfort to Yun Li, prompting her to take a deep breath as she endeavored to calm herself. "Fear not," she reassured herself, for it was merely a poison. The cycle of nature dictates that where there is venom, an antidote must exist, and surely a remedy could be found. As she engaged in this mental fortification, an involuntary groan of anguish suddenly pierced the air, drawing her attention. She turned sharply to witness the young boy who had first ingested the ghost cry writhing in agony upon the ground, his cries echoing in despair. Was this the effect of the potion? Yun Li's mouth went dry, and in the next moment, a chorus of pained groans erupted around her as the effects of the drug manifested in succession. She too felt a tumult within her, her blood surging violently, a piercing pain radiating through her veins, her body convulsing as if it had been knotted and was on the verge of bursting. She gradually curled up, incessantly shifting her posture in a desperate attempt to find a position that would alleviate her pain, yet to no avail. Every movement was met with excruciating agony. Just as she felt herself teetering on the edge of despair, her heart suddenly contracted, and a warm sensation rapidly spread from her chest throughout her body, where it dissipated the poison, causing the pain to recede like a retreating tide. Yun Li's complexion turned pale, her spirit shaken. She propped herself up on her elbows, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, experiencing a level of torment she had never known in 2 lifetimes. Her gaze inadvertently caught sight of the writhing crowd around her, causing her heart to miss a beat. Instinctively, her elbow gave way, and she collapsed once more, crying out in anguish. A tempest of emotion surged within her as she curled up in agony, carefully observing those nearby. When Shiwelua clenched her fists, biting down hard on her lower lip. The bloodstains on her garments had faded considerably due to the soaking from sweat, yet they were still mired in dirt. Beside her, Wei Lin displayed remarkable fortitude, merely furrowing his brow. Had it not been for the sight of his fingers embedded deep into the earth, Yunli would have doubted whether the poison had left him as well. Noticing his fingers curling slightly as he exerted himself to push deeper into the ground, Yunli quickly grasped his arm, fearing the potential harm if his fingers were to break. At last, after a brief interlude, the elder's voice resonated once more, urging them to administer the antidote. The female cultivator responded with deference, pouring out pale green pills from a jade vial. The burly man bent low, prying open the mouths of the young boys and girls one by one, inserting the pills within. The cool tablets dissolved upon contact, and the medicinal liquid slid down their throats, gradually alleviating the bone-deep pain. This is the soul-locking pill, the antidote to the wailing specter. And as the old man paused, his tone shifted to one of chilling gravity. He articulated, "Poison." Yunli clenched her fists in indignation. Once again, poison. When would this end? Wei Lin lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions that lurked beneath. However, when Shuo remained composed, she had long grown accustomed to the role of prey in this grim game. The old man smirked cruelly, repeating, "The soul-locking pill traps one's spirit within the body, preventing possession by others. Of course, it also means one cannot seize another's soul. To forego the ability to possess others meant enduring the torment of the wailing specter indefinitely, forever under the control of the remnant night pavilion." A chill coursed through Yunli. It was a vicious cycle. What, ultimately, was the aim of this organization? From this day forth, you shall live as members of the remnant night pavilion, and in death, you shall remain its specters, never to betray the pavilion. The night wind howled, causing the trees to sway precariously. In the innermost courtyard to the right, Yunli closed the sect registration she held and turned to inquire, "When shall we embark on our mission?" Wei Lin delicately rubbed his thumb over the ethereal technique for a moment before responding, "Perhaps tomorrow." "Isn't that a bit hasty?" Yunli furrowed her brows. The wailing specter might still possess other side effects. Her senior brother had previously been injured by the silk of the 8-eyed giant spider, and she wondered if the toxins from the silk would react unfavorably when combined with the wailing specter. At this juncture, what we desperately need are secret techniques and spells. Undertaking missions sooner would allow us to earn contribution points for exchanges, thereby enhancing our ability to protect ourselves. In the Twilight Pavilion, one can exchange contribution points for various skills, elixirs, spells, talismans, and even spirit stones. Contribution points serve as the universal currency of the pavilion, and the sole means of acquiring them is through completing tasks. After some contemplation, Yunli decided to accept the basic task. This fundamental task is an annual obligation, with a 1-year deadline. Without contribution points, one cannot obtain the soul-locking elixir. Thus, she resolved to take it on, hoping it would facilitate the completion of other tasks along the way. Her gaze fell upon the technique in her hand. After reviewing the sect's records, she had been perusing the ethereal technique. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yunli inquired, "Are you planning to cultivate it?" Wei Ling raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Why not?" A proficient technique enables cultivators to absorb spiritual energy more swiftly, yielding remarkable efficiency in their practice. Some techniques possess inherent attributes that grant offensive or supportive capabilities. For instance, her red dust technique inherently incorporates illusions, allowing her to conceal her presence from others and resist their deceptive spells. Yet, Yunli remained somewhat apprehensive. She released her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings and lowered her voice. "This place clearly harbors ill intentions. They have been intimidating us since we arrived in the village, and now they threaten us further. Might the techniques they provide be akin to the blood fiend technique, tainted with malevolence?" Wei Ling cast his gaze downward at the jade slip in his hand and replied, "It is not," with a hint of skepticism. Yunli picked up her assigned jade slip, pressed it against her forehead, and meticulously examined its contents, confirming that there were no indications suggesting it was a technique of malevolent cultivation. The spirit summoning technique comprises merely 4 layers of incantations. And as there are currently no alternative practices at hand, it was decided, once we discover a superior technique, we shall promptly make the switch. Early the following morning, the two set out for the mission hall. The steward of the hall was a middle-aged man of gentle demeanor, possessing mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. He held a tome in his hands, seated behind a desk, engrossed in his reading. From any angle, he seemed less like a cultivator and more akin to an erudite scholar of the mortal realm. Upon their arrival, he set aside the book and raised his gentle gaze towards them. Yunli presented her identity token with a courteous bow, stating, "Uncle Master, we have come to accept the task." Noticing the white iron insignia on their right shoulders, the steward expressed mild surprise. "Jianzi generation? You are the new disciples who joined yesterday?" The disciples of the Kangyi Pavilion donned pitch-black hooded robes, accompanied by masks that concealed their identities entirely. The insignia on their right shoulders bore characters representing their generation. This cohort belonged to the Qian generation. The material of the insignia also indicated their rank as assassins. White iron denoted the lowest Huang level, followed by brass for the Xian level, silver for the D level, and gold for the Tian level. Additionally, there were the 4 supreme assassins, shrouded in mystery, seldom seen by others. Yunli flashed a sweet smile, affirming her response. One should not strike those who present a smiling face. As they intended to reside here, it was imperative to establish a good rapport with the steward. Chen Yi was momentarily dazzled by her bright smile, pondering whether the intimidation from their recent induction had been insufficient, or if this child was simply naive. Slowly retrieving a scroll from the shelf behind him, he lightly tapped its surface, causing a sudden flicker of light as the scroll unfurled, nearly covering the entire table. Chapter 24, Human Heart. Chen Yi pointed to the 3 columns at the beginning of the scroll, indicating that these were the foundational tasks, while the others were optional. "Choose as you wish." The two quickly began to examine the contents with great care. The foundational tasks primarily involved hunting demonic beasts, with the simplest requiring the slaying of second-tier creatures. The optional tasks exhibited a gradient of difficulty, encompassing the collection of spiritual herbs, the nurturing of spiritual pets, the concoction of elixirs and magical artifacts, and various other assignments, each with varying contribution points based on their complexity. Wei Lin pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How many tasks can one undertake at once?" Chen Yi regarded him with mild surprise. Typically, lower-tier cultivators focus on rapidly enhancing their cultivation, with tasks beyond the essential foundational ones often limited to the least challenging, such as gathering leftover herbs. It was indeed rare for someone to embark on a multitude of tasks from the outset. Nevertheless, he glanced at Wei Lin and his companion. This approach was indeed correct. The time frame for foundational tasks was 1 year, and even the simplest required the hunting of second-tier wind-running wolves. It was a rarity for one to begin cultivating upon entering the sect and achieve the 6th level of qi refinement within a year. Those who solely practiced spiritual power without appropriate techniques would merely serve as fodder for the demonic beasts. He smiled and replied, "There is no limit on the number of tasks. As long as you complete them within the designated time frame, you may take on as many as you can. The more tasks you accept, the longer the corresponding deadline will be." Wei Lin nodded, swiftly scanning the scroll for tasks to be completed within 7 days. Gathering leftover herbs yielded a mere 10 plants for 1 contribution point, which seemed rather insufficient. Fortunately, the deadline is quite generous, and the common herb known as Diyu Chao poses little danger. It seems to be a benevolent task designated for the lower-tier disciples within the sect. Thus it can be accepted. The objective entails hunting 10 first-tier Feng Xing Lang, wind-running wolves, and submitting their demon cores, with each core yielding a contribution of 100 points. The wind-running wolves are known for their pack behavior, with their leader being at least second-tier, exhibiting organization and remarkable speed, presenting a considerable challenge. This task could indeed be undertaken alongside the foundational task of hunting second-tier wind-running wolves. Additionally, the task of capturing Shui Ling Xiang 2, snow-fragrant rabbits, is available, offering 120 contribution points for each unharmed specimen, while those with injuries yield between 50 to 100 points depending on the severity of their wounds. The snow-fragrant rabbits are also renowned for their agility, differing in that they tend to be solitary, possessing a petite physique and exceptional hiding skills, making them difficult to detect. However, these rabbits have a preference for San Yi Bai Tong, 3-leaved white vines, which causes them to emit a faint sweet fragrance. Thus, with Ali's keen sense of smell, Locating them should not pose much trouble. After a swift perusal of the scroll, Wei Lin ultimately resolved to undertake the foundational task of hunting second-tier wind-running wolves. Alongside the tasks of harvesting Diyu Chao and capturing snow-fragrant rabbits, as well as exterminating the white-nosed bear. He decided to start with these simpler tasks to gauge the waters. Although they had successfully hunted a second-tier white-nosed bear on their journey to Mo Yun City, demonstrating their capability against second-tier demon beasts, it would be prudent to remain low-key given their recent arrival. After inputting the task information into his identity token, Chun-Yi returned it and turned to Yun Li, inquiring about her choice. They had previously discussed that the contribution points earned this time would be prioritized for Wei Lin to exchange for a higher-tier swordsmanship manual, considering that he was their primary combat force. With his strength enhanced, their future endeavors would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Refrained from uttering another word, merely casting her a meaningful glance. The inexperienced often must endure some hardships to comprehend the treacherous nature of humanity. Yun Li carefully observed the verdant, glistening foliage at her feet. The elliptical leaves danced gracefully in the breeze, while the slender spikes curved delicately. Resembling the description of the earthly grass from the Spirit Plant Chronicle, it appeared to be precisely that. She drew forth the azure wooden sword bestowed upon her induction into the cabinet yesterday, using its tip to inscribe a circle in the soil, a finger's breadth away from the earthly grass. Then, she joyfully began to excavate around the circle. In no time, a complete earthly grass was unearthed, its roots intact. With nary a scratch upon its skin as she gently brushed away the clinging dirt. Wei Lin had already dug up dozens of specimens, his sleeves loosening from the effort. He paused to tighten them and caught a glimpse of Yun Li, who would dig a bit, then halt to measure with her fingers, repeating the process. With a frown, he raised his hand to tap her forehead, questioning her motives. What are you doing? Don't slack off, hurry up and dig. Oh dear. Yun Li rubbed her forehead, responding with a hint of dissatisfaction. I am not being lazy. Although earthly grass is common and a few damaged roots may be inconsequential, should we encounter any rare treasures in the future, a single root could be worth millions of spirit stones. A mere scratch could render its efficacy null. She smiled slyly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like stars. Thus, from the very beginning, we must be meticulous. By practicing this way, when we eventually come across unfamiliar treasures, we need not worry about our lack of knowledge ruining something invaluable. Wei Ling supported his forehead, pondering the peculiar reasoning behind the diverse species of spiritual plants, each exhibiting distinct root distributions. Some plants possessed roots that could extend across a vast expanse, while his current method proved effective only for those with concentrated, vertically extending roots. Shaking his head, he was about to speak when faint sounds of a struggle reached his ears. Swiftly, he raised his index finger in a gesture for silence. As stillness enveloped the surroundings, the sounds of conflict became clearer. The two exchanged a glance, suppressing their presence and stealthily making their way forward. In the withered, yellowed forest, a young man clad in the garb of the remnant knight sect wielded a silver-white longsword, valiantly defending a petite girl who was desperately evading the assault of a third-tier white-nosed bear. Despite his cultivation at the 8th layer of chi refinement, he appeared somewhat flustered in the face of the third-tier beast's onslaught. Yet, his demeanor remained relatively composed. In stark contrast, the girl he shielded pressed her left hand against her waist, crimson blood seeping through her fingers, her pale face reflecting sheer panic. Should they intervene? An 8th layer chi refiner and a 7th layer chi refiner could scarcely hold their own. Their interference might lead to their own demise. However, the thought of inaction weighed heavily on her conscience. Just as she hesitated, the young man faltered in his evasion, and one of his arms was ensnared by the white-nosed bear. Gritting her teeth, Yun Li resolved to cast a fireball spell for support. Her eyes widened in alarm, and had Wei Ling not swiftly covered her mouth, she might have cried out in terror. The young boy, on the brink of death, managed to force his eyes open, only to be met with a crimson haze. Confusion enveloped him. They had collaborated for over 2 years, traversing countless missions, and he had placed his trust in her, protecting her all the while. Yet, in the end, he was repaid with her treachery. With a gaze filled with resentment, he stared towards the direction in which the girl had fled, summoning the last remnants of his strength to retrieve a talisman from his storage pouch. A bitter smile twisted his lips as he crushed the treasured high-grade explosive talisman, originally intended for moments of dire need, now ironically repurposed for a mutual demise with the beast. With a thunderous explosion, the aftermath left both Yun Li and her companion covered in soot and debris. Shaking off the remnants of the blast, hearts pounding with trepidation. The incredulous look in the boy's eyes reminded her of the young girl she once was, charred and betrayed by those she had trusted. The nature of humanity was indeed terrifying, and it seemed they would have to tread carefully henceforth. However, what kind of talisman had he wielded? Its power was formidable. The place where the white-nosed bear had stood was transformed into a massive crater, leaving no trace of either the beast or the boy. Fortunately, they had been at a safe distance, quickly enveloping themselves in layers of protective energy at the moment of the explosion. The girl, who had swiftly fled at the first sign of trouble, heard the thunderous noise and abruptly halted, momentarily stunned before racing back towards them. Quickly, Wei Ling shouted as he moved, dashing toward the enormous pit to retrieve the boy's storage pouch, along with the silver longsword planted in the ground and the white-nosed bear's demon core. Before pulling Yunli along in the opposite direction, regaining her composure, Yunli urged, "Let go of me. We can run faster this way." Upon hearing those words, Wei Lin released her grip, and the two of them began to sprint through the forest side by side. After running several kilometers without pause, they finally came to a halt. "No, I can't go on," Yunli panted, leaning against a tree. It felt as though every breath had been squeezed from her lungs, her heart racing rapidly. She took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, repeating the process a few times until she felt somewhat better. Wei Lin adjusted his slightly disheveled sleeves and remarked with disdain, "This is what happens when I tell you to practice martial arts properly. You can't endure even this." Yunli shot him a glare. As a refined young lady, she was accustomed to propriety and grace. Running was far too reckless for someone of her stature, who could have anticipated that she was, in fact, caught up in a script of combat and adventure. "Quick, let us see his storage bag." Cultivators often ventured out without a permanent residence, and a storage bag contained all their possessions. The thought thrilled Yunli. This could lead to fortune. Recalling the treasure trove of magical artifacts and elixirs crammed into Mo Chi Shan's storage bag, as well as the 100-odd spirit stones pilfered from Su Fu's bag, Wei Lin felt equally exhilarated. He tossed the demon core and long sword to Yunli before opening his storage bag. A brief scan with his spiritual sense caused Wei Lin's brows to furrow in disappointment. To his utter astonishment, it was completely devoid of wealth, not a single spirit stone in sight. "Surely not?" Yunli expressed her disbelief, planting the long sword in the ground and leaning forward to peer into the bag. After all, he was a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining and possessed a mid-grade yellow-tier magical artifact, which should be valued at no less than 500 spirit stones. It hardly seemed plausible for him to be impoverished. After thoroughly rummaging through the storage bag, aside from the corpses of 2 demonic beasts, 2 boxes containing demon cores, and an identity token, there was nothing else to be found. Yunli felt disheartened as she drew the long sword from the ground, lamenting, "It seems all his possessions were spent on this sword." Wei Ling took the sword from her hands, invoking a cleansing spell to remove the singed black marks on its surface. With a flick of his wrist, he performed a flourish, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Not bad." Yunli was perplexed by this, unable to discern the quality of the sword. She merely commented, "I still think your previous sword was better. It was particularly beautiful." Wei Ling raised an eyebrow, not concealing his contentment. "Clearly, you have an eye for quality. My moly, though crafted from mundane materials, pales in comparison to this one in terms of forging technique, design, and spiritual essence." Indeed, the azure sword featured smooth lines, with intricately designed patterns on the hilt. Even the delicate, hollowed floral stems appeared so natural, seamlessly integrated with the overall ornamentation, indicating that the designer had invested considerable effort. Chapter 25. The Mission. "Hey, that girl recognizes your sword. If you use it, she will realize it was us who took it," she said, glancing down at the youth's identity token and the storage bag of Yuba. Wei Ling remained unfazed, asserting as he bloodbound the sword to himself, "What is there to fear? We are not the ones who killed him. The one to be cautious is that girl." While the statement holds truth, the disparity in strength remains a harsh reality. She shook her head and reasoned, however, her cultivation level surpasses ours. Although dueling is prohibited within the sect, there are no such restrictions when undertaking missions. We cannot remain in Qinghe Valley indefinitely. Yet, Wei Ling seemed to dismiss the concern entirely, languidly adjusting his sleeves and scoffing. "She's merely at the 7th level of Qi training. What is there to fear? Merely at the 7th level of Qi training." Yunli gazed skyward in exasperation, silently critiquing. "Brother, must you be so arrogant? I am only at the 1st level of Qi training, and you are merely at the 4th level." Is it truly wise to belittle someone at the 7th level? Shaking her head, she recalled the demon core in her grasp and felt a surge of excitement. A 3rd-tier demon beast core could be worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. Yunli began to calculate. A 1st-tier demon core sells for 30 spirit stones. A 2nd tier at least 60. What about a 3rd tier? 100 stones? Lifting the white demon core, her heart soared with joy. As she focused her thoughts, her cultivation technique activated momentarily, and the core in her hand suddenly shrank like the waist of a fitness influencer in a video. Wei Ling stared in astonishment, speechless. What did you just do? Yunli, equally bewildered, stammered. I merely activated my technique. Suddenly, she recalled the strange orb that melted in her palm on the island, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Wei Ling was taken aback, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed her expression shift into something peculiar. He instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, "What's wrong?" Yunli was initially perplexed, but soon her heart swelled with elation. My realm is shifting. The surprise arrived so unexpectedly. After a prolonged month of stagnation, she was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. Overwhelmed with joy, she felt on the brink of tears. It was inconceivable to witness Wei Lin's cultivation soaring like a rocket while she remained ensnared in her own inertia, her heart heavy with anxiety. Wei Lin furrowed his brow, pondering, was it not said that one could not directly absorb the demon core? The chaotic and violent energy of such cores was far too potent. Human cultivators, by their very nature, were significantly more fragile than their demonic counterparts. Directly absorbing a demon's inner core could likely lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in one's own demise. Even if one were fortunate enough to survive, the mingling of energies could severely damage the meridians, jeopardizing one's foundation. Thus, it was essential to refine demon cores with spiritual herbs to create a viable elixir for consumption. How do you feel? Is there any sensation of uncontrollable spiritual energy or ruptured meridians? Wei Lin inquired anxiously. Not at all. I merely sense that I am just a step away from reaching the 2nd level of qi cultivation. Yunli replied, shaking her head with exuberance, yearning to sit and cultivate immediately. With a spirited nod, she boldly declared, "Let us go catch some rabbits." At long last, through her relentless efforts, she detected a faint, sweet fragrance of the 3-leaf white vine amidst the myriad scents of the forest. Found it. Yunli's eyes sparkled as she gently tugged at Wei Lin's sleeve. Pointing to the left ahead, Wei Lin extended his consciousness, and indeed, about 50 meters away, 2 plump snowbell rabbits were happily gnawing on sections of the 3-leaf white vine. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Ling leaned close to her ear and whispered, "We must not harm them. My sword is not suitable. And the snow fragrance rabbits are agile and swift. Capturing them barehanded would be futile. I will circle around to their rear and drive them towards you. You must ensnare them with the illusory silk." Yunli signaled an okay with her hand, and upon observing his puzzled glance, she swiftly nodded in affirmation. Wei Ling then retreated to a sufficient distance before stealthily maneuvering to the side, while Yunli quietly approached the snow fragrance rabbits from directly in front. She found 2 nearly parallel trees and, channeling her spiritual energy, gently draped the illusory silk, which unfurled like an ethereal curtain from the treetops to the ground. Meanwhile, Wei Ling executed a series of hand gestures, casting a fireball to either side of the snow fragrance rabbits before lunging directly at them. The innate alertness of the magical beast far surpassed that of humans. In an instant, the 2 snow fragrance rabbits propelled themselves forward, vanishing in a blur. Unperturbed, Wei Ling leisurely followed in their wake, tossing fireballs to the left and right as if strolling in a tranquil garden. Meanwhile, Yunli crouched amidst the grass, her eyes catching the fleeting white silhouettes of the rabbits as they raced towards her. As the 2 snow fragrance rabbits brushed against the illusory silk, she instinctively retracted it. Oh, how utterly adorable! Yunli's heart swelled with delight, overwhelmed by tenderness. Before her stood the snow fragrance rabbits, their fur a pristine white, with glistening black eyes, round little bellies, and tiny, dainty paws, simply endearing. The ethereal silk entwined around the hind legs of 2 snow-white rabbits, wrapping them twice before the central fabric slipped off their round little bodies. As the 2 adorable creatures attempted to flee, they were thwarted by the silk binding them. The pale golden silk began to retract, dragging the unwilling little ones to Yunli's feet. She crouched down, gently pinching their tiny ears. And with a beaming smile she said, "Little cuties, you cannot possibly tear apart your sister's silk. Not even the fierce bear brother managed to escape last time." Yunli glared up at Wei Ling, admonishing him to lower his voice so as not to frighten the little ones. Afterward, she bent down to comfort them, stroking their backs gently. "Be good, don't be afraid. Brother Wei Ling is not a bad person." Wei Ling rolled his eyes, realizing he was about to acquire 2 new rabbit companions. Throughout his life, from the dog brother to the cat sister, she had continually expanded his peculiar family. He tugged at Yunli's collar, urging, "Enough playing around, rise quickly. We have a task to hunt the white-nosed bear." Yunli turned her head, swatting away his hand from her collar with a disapproving look. "How can you speak of violence in front of the little ones? What if you scare them?" Wei Ling raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Yet you have no qualms about eating rabbit meat in their presence." Preposterous. Yunli stood up, regaining her composure. "Enough of this. We cannot store living creatures in the storage pouch, and we lack a spirit beast bag. How do we intend to take them with us?" Wei Lin cast her a sidelong glance and teased, "They're your younger siblings, so naturally, you should carry them." Coughing slightly, Yunli paused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness for scarcely 3 seconds. Her expression grew serious as she asserted, "While the Zhuolingxiang rabbits are herbivorous, their teeth are far from dull, and their claws are quite sharp. Holding them could result in injury. This method is unwise." Wei Lin regarded her with a smile that hinted at amusement, and just as Yunli felt her composure slipping, he deftly turned his wrist, swiftly rendering both Zhuolingxiang rabbits unconscious with the hilt of his sword. Then, he remarked nonchalantly, "Now it is permissible." Yunli stared in astonishment, mechanically wrapping the rabbits in the illusory world silk and cradling them against her chest, dazedly trailing behind him. How fierce. The duo wandered through the forest until afternoon, yet they had not caught sight of the white-nosed bear. Just as Yunli began to doubt whether the Wan Mountain only harbored the 1/3 tier white-nosed bear they had previously encountered, they finally discovered 2 first-tier white-nosed bears drinking by the stream in the valley between Wan Mountain and Hushi Peak. Without hesitation, Wei Lin charged forth and swiftly dispatched them with several strokes of his sword. It appeared he too had grown impatient. Yunli realized this only afterward. Nonetheless, her brother's martial prowess was indeed commendable. Could this be an indication that she would have a reliable ally to lean on in the future? However, Yun Li's joyous mood plummeted upon completing their task. The 2 Zhuolingxiang rabbits netted 240 contribution points. The 2 first-tier white-nosed bears brought in 220 points. And the rather meager 56 earth remnant grasses contributed an additional 5 points. Their total earnings for this endeavor amounted to a mere 465 contribution points. However, within the confines of the Wensu Tower, even the most inexpensive sword techniques demanded a staggering 780 contribution points. Yunli, overwhelmed with despair, vowed never to undertake any more menial tasks that yielded meager returns and wasted precious time. The 2 lingered within the building, neither exchanging nor departing, reminiscent of those shoppers in a mall who browse without making a purchase, while the steward responsible for that floor occasionally cast glances in their direction. Yun Li's heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that they were being regarded as mere window shoppers, prompting an urge to hasten their departure? Surely not. After all, they were not mall salespeople, and the more the pair exchanged, the steward would gain no commission. With suspicion, Yunli turned her gaze towards the steward, only to find him looking back at that very moment. Their eyes met, and the middle-aged steward approached them, inquiring, "Are the 2 apprentices lacking in contribution points?" Yunli, taken aback, offered a stiff salute, wishing he could show a bit more courtesy and subtlety. Wei Lin nodded, acknowledging the steward's astuteness in his observation. A glimmer of insight flashed in Qinjiu's eyes. Indeed, their demeanor suggested they were newly inducted disciples, undoubtedly in need of contribution points. He smiled slightly. "I can lend you some." Such generosity. Yunli regarded him skeptically. Her experiences in the Kanglan realm over the past month had taught her that the world of cultivation was hardly a bastion of kindness and altruism. Wei Lin raised an eyebrow, straightforwardly asking, "What does the uncle master desire?" A flicker of surprise crossed Qinjiu's face. The apprentice was refreshingly direct, which he appreciated. The condition was simple: assist me in harvesting a Qinzi fruit from Jueying Peak. Wei Lin remained silent, merely observing him. Qinjiu was taken aback. It was indeed rare to encounter a youth of such composure at this tender age. He cast a glance at Yun Li, who appeared utterly bewildered. Surely, the young lady would pose an inquiry. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Yun Li showed no inclination to speak, he felt a twinge of frustration. His own initiative had diminished, leaving the conversational reins in the hands of others. Yet, they were not in haste. He, however, was in a state of urgency. Reluctantly, he began, CZ is the principal herb for concocting the golden core pill. I have been ensnared in the late stages of foundation building for far too long. I have gathered all the other necessary ingredients, yet I lack only the CZ. Pausing briefly, he continued, "It is said that there exists a CZ on Juing Peak, hence I wish to implore your assistance in procuring it. Naturally, I offer compensation at a rate 50% above market value." This proposition sounded quite equitable. Yunli pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Why do you not venture there yourself?" Juing Peak is a secret realm accessible only to those in the qi refining stage. In response, Wei Ling raised his hand to smooth the creases of his sleeve and remarked nonchalantly, "There are numerous disciples in the sect at the qi refining stage, many of whom possess greater cultivation than we do. Why seek our aid?" At this, Yunli grew vigilant, pondering whether it might be a trap. Shenju let out a wry smile, explaining, "Wherever CZ is found, a Qinglin snake serves as its guardian. The one safeguarding the CZ on Juing Peak is a 4th-tier Qinglin snake." 4th tier? Yunli exclaimed in shock. "Are you sending us to our deaths?" "That is equivalent to our human cultivation at the foundation building stage." Shenju waved his hands repeatedly, hastily declaring, "The Juing Peak opens once every 2 years, with the next opportunity occurring a year from now. If it does not succeed, we shall wait 3 years. Given this esteemed disciple's innate talent, it should not be difficult to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement. At Juing Peak, the realm's suppression will limit the Qinglin serpent's full prowess. Thus harvesting the CZ should pose no challenge." Yunli rolled her eyes dramatically, incredulous at the notion. "Are you deceiving a fool? Regardless of the suppression, it remains a 4th-tier demon beast. Moreover, you speak of breaking through to the 9th level as if it were a mere formality. The latter stages of cultivation demand increasingly more time for advancement. For instance, ascending from the 1st to the 2nd level of qi refinement may take 3 months, while progressing from the 3rd to the 4th level could require 1 or 2 years. To transition from the 4th to the 9th level in 3 years. Even with my senior brother's dual spirit roots and relentless effort, success is by no means guaranteed." With a forced smile, Yunli addressed her master, "Given our modest cultivation, perhaps you should reconsider." "Deal," Wei Ling interjected, decisively curbing Yunli's objections. "Huh, are you out of your mind?" Yunli turned to Wei Ling. Disbelief etched across her face. Though perplexed, Yunli chose to remain silent, observing quietly. Shinjio chuckled heartily, "My dear disciple, your willingness is commendable." In truth, he had already struck similar deals with numerous qi refinement practitioners. He stood to lose little, casting a wide net hoping for a few successes. With the transaction settled, Shinjio grew increasingly affable, enthusiastically elucidating the merits and drawbacks of various sword techniques, thus saving them considerable time. Within the Winsa building, the sword techniques were encumbered by restrictions, allowing only a partial view, making it difficult to discern their quality. In the dimly lit residual night pavilion, Shinjio had spent a considerable amount of time becoming acquainted with practitioners who mastered various sword techniques. He had acquired a rudimentary understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of different sword arts. Observing Wei Lin extract a pale yellow, square box from the shelf, Shinjio glanced at the label affixed to it and remarked, "This Qingmu sword technique is a low-grade yellow-tier sword art, possessing remarkable resilience and unpredictable movements. However, its offensive power is somewhat lacking compared to other sword techniques of the same tier." Wei Lin nodded slightly, retrieving the jade slip within and placing it against his forehead to examine it with his spiritual sense before setting it aside and turning to inspect the jade slips on his right. The 1,000-hand Tathagata palm is also commendable. When cultivated to its utmost depths, it can shatter mountains with a mere gesture, reducing them to rubble. He continued to peruse the shelves, discovering several volumes dedicated to palm techniques. Frowning slightly, he looked up to see the characters for palm techniques inscribed above, realizing he had inadvertently wandered into that section. After scanning the shelves for the location of sword techniques, Wei Lin leisurely made his way over, inspecting each volume. After reviewing half a shelf of jade slips, he found himself dissatisfied. Practitioners often prioritize the study of techniques and spells, delving deeply into the cultivation of spiritual energy, while the sword arts tended to be flashy yet lacking in substance. In contrast, in the mundane world, martial artists, constrained by limited inner strength, devoted more attention to the efficacy of their techniques, striving for simplicity and effectiveness in their strikes. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Wei Lin hesitated. contemplating whether to select a volume to make do with when his peripheral vision caught sight of a dusty corner where two shelves intersected, revealing several empty slots. Among them lay a single parchment-covered book, abandoned and covered in dust. He was somewhat curious, walked over, and picked it up, raising his hand to cast a dust-clearing spell to remove the thick layer of dust clinging to it. The four characters Yi Luo Ling Kong caught his eye. Yunli followed his gaze, feeling perplexed. This sword technique bore no rank and was utterly unremarkable. Indeed, the next moment, Qinji remarked, this sword technique was brought out by a fellow disciple from the White Emperor Garden, lacking rank and incomplete, possessing only the upper volume. And to this day, no one has practiced it. Wei Ling perused it for about a quarter of an hour, growing increasingly fond of it. This was precisely the sword technique he desired. Noticing the resoluteness on Wei Ling's face, Chen Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety. This sword technique was a remnant, and the sect couldn't even bear to waste a blank jade slip on it, only pricing it at 5 contribution points. If this young man truly coveted this sword technique, there would be no need for him to borrow contribution points. With this thought, he couldn't help but remind again, this sword technique is incomplete. Nephew, you must consider it carefully. A flicker of struggle crossed Wei Ling's face as he scanned the other sword technique jade slips, then lowered his gaze to the parchment book in his hands, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, this one it is. Yunli looked at Wei Ling with suspicion, wondering what he was up to, why he would choose a technique without rank when there was one of middle grade in the pile of sword techniques just moments ago. His gaze lingered on the book in his hands. Could it be that this was, in fact, an extraordinary sword technique? This one only required 5 contribution points. Qinjiao's eyes twinkled as he suggested, nephew, why not select another sword technique? The Yi Luo Ling Kong can be studied slowly. Your talent is exceptional. And one day you might even complete the sword technique. No, Wei Lin replied with a faint smile that barely concealed his amusement. As the smile on Chen Jiao's face faded entirely, he casually remarked, perhaps you should select another technique for body movement. A fleeting look of menace crossed Chen Jiao's features. This audacious young man was toying with him. Yet, in an instant, he reverted to his amiable demeanor, leading them to choose a body movement technique. After borrowing 1,000 contribution points from Chen Jiao, they exchanged them for the body technique Jinghong Step. Remarkably, they did not expend any of the contribution points they had earned themselves. Just as they were preparing to depart, Chen Jiao, with a hint of surprise, pointed at Yun Li and inquired, isn't this disciple going to exchange something? Yun Li chuckled softly, realizing the merchant's intent to deplete their funds. She plastered on a professional fake smile and replied, we are in this together. Was this newcomer just arrived from the mundane world, truly so naive as to lack common sense? Chen Jiao subtly shook his head, his kindness prompting him to explain. This jade slip is a one-time use. Once the first person employs it, the slip will shatter. Yunli was, of course, well aware of this fact. The jade slip was a remarkable substitute for paper in the realm of cultivation, available in both disposable and permanent forms. The techniques distributed within the sect utilized permanent jade slips, while those in the Wensu Tower were predominantly disposable. Upon placing the jade slip against her forehead and scanning it with her consciousness, the content would be imprinted in her mind, impossible to forget. However, to truly comprehend it required personal contemplation, as there is a distinction between retention and mastery. That's all right, she mused after you use it. You can transcribe a copy for me, though she was reluctant to memorize it. Her current financial constraints necessitated that one person read it with their consciousness and then transcribe it for the other. Chen Jiao gazed at her, as if she were a fool. If this method were indeed viable, wouldn't the Wensu Tower within the pavilion face dire consequences? In principle, the approach is feasible, yet the crux lies in trust. There have been instances where cunning cultivators collaborated, but eventually, those who copied the texts became ensnared in madness. Upon delving deeper, it was revealed that their partners had withheld critical information. After several such incidents, those who sought shortcuts vanished. The essence of cultivation lies in the secrets of the techniques. Human nature is frail and cannot withstand scrutiny. No one dares to trust others easily, particularly in the Canny Night Pavilion. He parted his lips, intending to speak. But upon catching the boy's indifferent glance and the girl's expectant demeanor, he ultimately remained silent. Only through detours and collisions with the wall can one glean lessons. Upon exiting the Wensu Tower, Wei Lin tossed his identity token and lamented, I've spent only 5 contribution points out of 465. The sensation of holding wealth without spending it is quite unsatisfactory, especially since contribution points are not spirit stones and cannot be used for cultivation. Yunli suddenly recalled the shattered explosion talisman from Lin Zhongyue and felt an eager desire to learn talisman crafting. She proposed, "Let us procure a talisman brush and some talisman paper. I wish to learn how to draw talismans. I happened to buy a book titled Introduction to Talisman Crafting in Mo City, which will come in handy." Wei Lin raised an eyebrow, surprised by her newfound interest in talismans. Yunli blurted out, "To earn spirit stones. Didn't Zhu Ge mention that talismans are the easiest to learn? Mastering a particular skill is indeed an effective pathway to prosperity. However, alchemy necessitates the acquisition of a costly alchemical furnace, which is undoubtedly beyond their current means. The crafting of instruments demands a plethora of fixed assets, a venture only the affluent clans or grand sects can afford to pursue. As for formations, they are far too esoteric. Without a master to guide them, one could easily become bewildered. In light of this, they can only resort to the rudimentary practice of talisman drawing." Wei Lin remained skeptical, believing that while the entry into talisman crafting may be simple and any cultivator can manage a few strokes, it is unlikely to yield any spirit stones unless one can produce high-tier talismans. Yunli counters, expressing that she does not aspire to reach the pinnacle immediately. Rather, they can start by creating talismans for their own use, thereby saving on the spirit stones required to purchase them. Upon returning to their dwelling, Yunli inquires, "By the way, why did you agree to trade with Qinjiu? A fourth-tier beast is clearly a death sentence for us." Wei Lin lazily reclines, one leg bent, and casually replies, "Do you not find his demeanor rather peculiar?" Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Yunli rests her chin on her hand, murmuring, "It does seem somewhat odd. But what exactly is strange?" As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his politeness towards them, who are of a much lower realm, seems unwarranted. Yunli suddenly realizes that while such cordiality would be acceptable for a shopkeeper in the mundane world, they are in the Kanglan continent, not members of a prominent cultivation family, lacking familial support and with their own cultivation levels being low. It is indeed perplexing that he would deign to engage with them at all. She gradually organized her thoughts, yet if he intended to harm us, he could have acted earlier. There was no necessity to wait. This indicates that he genuinely requires assistance in harvesting the Qianxizi fruit. Was that welcoming smile merely a ruse to lower our guard? Hence, he seeks to deceive us into collecting it, only to rob us afterward. Wei Ling curled his lips in a smirk, suggesting that by agreeing to his request, we would remain safe until we had gathered the Qianxizi. But what would happen after that? Yunli felt a wave of anxiety. The abyssal shadow peak only permitted Qi refinement disciples entry, while Qinjiu was at the late foundation establishment stage and could not compete. Moreover, whether they could even obtain the fruit remained uncertain, given that it was a fourth-tier demon beast. Wei Ling playfully flicked her forehead, teasing, "Do you have so little confidence in me?" "Ouch, that hurts," Yunli exclaimed, clutching her forehead and leaning back to evade his hand, glaring at him. "This is my brain, not a rock." Wei Ling replied in surprise, "Isn't it tofu? Your brain is the real mush." Yunli retorted angrily, then added, "What exactly do you intend to do? Stop keeping me in suspense." With a light chuckle, a glint of coldness flashed in Wei Ling's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "What can I do? The ship will naturally sail straight when it reaches the bridge." "I'm serious." "So am I. I'm not joking." Chapter 27. Advancement. Wei Ling composed himself and stated, "All right, it's time to focus on your cultivation. You're merely one step away." "Oh, I almost forgot," Yunli exclaimed, no longer dwelling on her worries, and began her cultivation. Unfortunately, that final step remained unachieved until the next dawn. Yunli found herself in a perplexing predicament, despite her realm already showing signs of loosening. She felt she was still lacking that crucial element in her cultivation. In her desperation, Wei Lin even offered her the few remaining spirit stones he possessed for her training. Yet she still could not achieve a breakthrough. Yunli withdrew into herself. Gritting her teeth, she said to Wei Lin, "Give me that demon core from before." "Are you certain?" Wei Lin inquired. He had pondered her unusual cultivation over the past few days. The last demon core, belonging to a third-tier white-nosed bear, had been absorbed by her without any apparent adverse effects in the past 3 days, so he did not strongly oppose her request. However, absorbing a demon core for cultivation was inherently perilous and not a conventional method. It required careful consideration. But Yunli had made up her mind, resolutely determined to give it a try. Clutching the luminous demon core tightly in her palm, she took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes and began to channel her worldly cultivation technique. A surge of immense energy coursed through her meridians, circulating for a complete cycle before converging in her dantian. Then, with a resounding crack, the barrier between the first and second layers shattered instantaneously, achieving an unprecedented smoothness. A smile tugged at the corners of Yunli's lips. Had she known the issue lay with the demon core, she need not have endured such a prolonged struggle. Steeling her resolve, she prepared to consolidate her realm when an unforeseen change occurred. A drop of golden liquid suddenly seeped from her heart, akin to a spark igniting dry tinder, setting her entire blood coursing ablaze. She once again felt the searing pain reminiscent of when she absorbed that peculiar orb, but this time it was even more intense. Not only did her muscles feel as though they were being scorched by fierce flames, but her bones too felt as if they were being meticulously shattered by a tiny hammer. With the last remnants of her sanity, she grasped the corner of her garment and stuffed it into her mouth, stifling her cries. There were others nearby. Should she attract their attention, she might, as before, transform into a gigantic egg, which would be disastrous. Ali, Wei Lin exclaimed in alarm, witnessing her breakthrough. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly collapsed onto the mat in agony, a golden substance racing through her body in a rhythmic pattern. He reached out to support her, but upon contact, he was immediately met with a searing heat that took his breath away. Enduring the scorching sensation, he attempted to lift her for a checkup, but halfway through, the golden orb surged forward, causing him to be flung back. Yunli clenched her molars tightly, refusing to succumb to panic. She had to comprehend the condition within her. With immense effort, she propped herself up and, summoning all her strength, slowly raised her hand, signaling Wei Lin to stay back. In her current state, her senior brother could not touch her. He was of no assistance, and she had to rely solely on herself. As she endured the agonizing, bone-deep pain, she gradually peered inward. Scattered throughout her blood were tiny golden specks, which, despite being smaller than dust, harbored an immense amount of heat, causing her blood to bubble violently, as if it were a pot of tomato bone soup boiling fiercely over an open flame. Most infuriatingly, whenever one cluster of golden specks exhausted its energy and the burning sensation slightly subsided, the golden droplets traversing her body seemed equipped with radar, hastening to replenish the fire, thus instantly restoring the unbearable pain. What on earth was this? When had it entered her body? Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly summoned the spiritual energy coursing through her meridians, intending to encircle the golden tadpole that was wreaking havoc within her body. However, the barriers she painstakingly erected were as insubstantial as air to the golden droplets, proving utterly ineffective. Panic surged within Yunli as she resolutely channeled every ounce of energy from her dantian, forming successive barriers within her veins. Yet, each obstacle remained futile against the golden droplets, which glided through her bloodstream like a free-spirited fish or industriously scattered golden flecks akin to a diligent bee. The golden droplets accelerated, resembling a high-speed yacht navigating through a labyrinthine waterway, leaving an increasing trail of golden points in their wake, while the temperature soared, transforming her boiling blood into magma. Overwhelmed, Yunli collapsed once more onto the ground, writhing in agony. Faint, just faint, she repeatedly chanted within her mind, recalling how losing consciousness had dulled her pain last time. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. This time, she did not succumb to unconsciousness. Each time her pain rendered her awareness hazy, a fleeting sensation of coolness emerged in her mind, pulling her back to reality. Frustrated, Yunli felt the urge to unleash a torrent of curses, lamenting the cruel irony of her situation, as it was no easy feat to cultivate even a hint of dizziness amidst such torment. Ali, Wei Lin made another attempt to approach, but suddenly, the black fabric of Yunli's attire rapidly carbonized into ash. He paused, bewildered, before hastily turning away, realizing the gravity of the situation. What did it matter anymore? The trivialities of appearances, when the girl's reputation was at stake. With great difficulty, Yunli managed to utter a warning, "No." Upon observing the state of her clothing, Yunli abruptly halted, maintaining her previous posture, paralyzed by fear of movement, for the carbonized fabric could not withstand any vigorous actions. However, a sharp pain coursed through her, causing beads of cold sweat to emerge on her forehead, only to evaporate instantaneously, vividly illustrating the sensation of smoke emanating from her head. On the brink of collapse, she clenched her teeth, her fingers instinctively digging into the ground, the force radiating from her fingertips to her arms. causing the fabric on her arms to crack inch by inch. In dismay, Yunli dared not move recklessly any longer. Yet, the carbonized garment had already triggered a chain reaction, rendering it impossible to halt as it shattered gradually from the left sleeve. Should she allow it to disintegrate entirely? She recalled the illusory silk, and with a mere thought, the illusory silk at her wrist surged forth, enveloping her in layers of gossamer drapery that wrapped around her as she rolled. After a brief moment of shock, he pressed forward, sensing an invisible wave of heat surging through the air, prompting him to hastily conjure a protective aura. Taking a couple of steps while sustaining the shield, he was startled by the sound of cracking as fissures began to spiderweb across the protective barrier. Quickly retreating 3 meters, he finally escaped the onslaught of heat. What to do? What to do? Transform into an egg. Invoke the essence of coolness. Wei Lin's spirit surged. It was that wondrous essence of coolness that had, in the previous encounter, established a faint connection between him and Ali, allowing him to discern her safety. Like a headless fly finally discovering its direction, he steadied his heart, only to fall into despair once more, pondering how to summon that essence of coolness. At that moment, his consciousness had been impaired, and the essence of coolness appeared to restore it. Thus it must be related to his spiritual awareness. Only upon reaching the foundational stage could one access the sea of consciousness to assess its condition. During the chi refining stage, only divine awareness could be employed. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for hesitation, and thus he resolved to give it a try. Gradually, his thoughts entered a vast, wide expanse. But soon they were thwarted by an invisible barrier that swept his divine consciousness away. The moment that sliver of divine awareness encountered the barrier, it vanished as if a drop of water had fallen into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. It appeared that the sea of consciousness lay just beyond the barrier. Undeterred, Wei Ling relentlessly urged his thoughts to collide against it, yet to no avail. The barrier remained as steadfast as a fortress, unmoving. Wei Ling refused to yield, persistently striking the barrier, for this was his sole recourse, and success was imperative. As time trickled by, beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded down his pale forehead. Beneath his gently closed eyelids, his eyes darted about restlessly. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, something on the other side of the barrier flickered, and a refreshing sensation emerged within the sea of consciousness. Overcome with elation, Wei Ling frantically pounded against the barrier. The coolness seemed to sense his urgency, inching closer and eventually breaking through the barrier to connect with his thoughts. In that fleeting moment, a connection was forged between him and Yunli. Unlike their previous faint link, this time it was exceptionally vivid. Through this connection, he could distinctly perceive Yunli's condition. As an observer, he felt her suffering with clarity, devoid of the anguish she experienced. He sensed the golden light permeating her blood, searing and refining her veins and flesh, strengthening them bit by bit. After a considerable duration, Wei Ling opened his eyes, his heart at ease. There was no grave misfortune. Rather, it was beneficial for her, albeit the process was excruciating. He felt a pang of reluctance as he caught sight of Yunli, who was tirelessly rolling, repeatedly burning, flattening, and sinking into the gradually formed pit. Inspiration struck him. Perhaps he could cool her down with water, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. His brows furrowed slightly. Even if he were to prepare a bath for her, he couldn't assist her in getting into it given her current state. After a brief contemplation, he decided to directly employ the water spirit technique, pouring it over Yunli. Fortunately, the pit beneath her could hold the water. As the water cascaded down, she began to emit steam. Yunli, covered in dirt and grime, felt exasperated. Her senior brother seemed unsatisfied, intent on making her roll in the muddy water like an eel. To make matters worse, as Wei Ling intensified the output of the water spirit technique, the water that had not yet evaporated accumulated beneath her, quickly reaching a boil. Was this to be a scene of boiling mud eels? What sin had she committed? All she desired was to advance a level. Why was she subjected to such torment? Yunli's heart sank into despair. This agonizing ordeal persisted for a full hour, and by the end, she felt utterly dazed, strangely reminded of a familiar pain. Chapter 28. Cleansing the sutress, Wei Ling ceased pouring water into the pit, his face pale as a sheet of gold paper. Having exhausted nearly all his spiritual energy after 2 hours of employing the water spirit technique. "How do you feel?" he inquired, stepping closer, only to notice black mud rapidly emerging from the exposed skin of Yunli's arm, filling the room with a nauseating stench. He paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended that the golden specks not only tempered his muscles but also performed the profound cleansing of marrow and essence, with effects far superior to those of the marrow cleansing elixir. During his previous breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi training, he had also experienced this profound cleansing, albeit without such a grand display. Wei Ling pondered thoughtfully. A breakthrough signifies the moment when one's spiritual energy surpasses the maximum threshold that the dantian and meridians can endure, prompting an influx of energy to expand these vital pathways. In the early stages, the spiritual energy required for a breakthrough is relatively minimal, insufficient to expel impurities from the meridians. It is only upon breaking through to the 4th level of Qi training that the pressure exerted by the spiritual energy first reaches the level of marrow cleansing. The effects at this juncture are most pronounced. Subsequent breakthroughs will also expel bodily impurities, but due to the nourishing quality of the spiritual energy and the continuous expulsion, the amount of impurities naturally diminishes over time. The refinement of muscles through breakthroughs is inherently limited, and the duration of each breakthrough varies. Often, it merely achieves the cleansing of the meridians. To genuinely purify the marrow and expel impurities from the bones, the aid of a marrow-cleansing elixir is indispensable. What then? Are these golden rays that can simultaneously incinerate and refine while nurturing and restoring? As if emerging from water, Yunli gradually propped herself up on her arms. Upon noticing Wei Ling's dazed expression, she initially furrowed her brow, only to soon wear an expression of sudden realization. Then, her brow knitted in contemplation, recalling his actions. A surge of anger welled within her. First, he had caused her to stumble, though the sharp pain was overshadowed by an intense burning sensation, rendering her oblivious to it. Yet, it did not alter the fact that during her moment of greatest agony, he had compounded her suffering. And then, in her most disheveled state, he had added insult to injury, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. A pungent odor assaulted her senses, awakening them from a numbing torment. Yunli quickly detected the intense stench permeating the air. Wait, this foul smell seemed somewhat familiar. With a dazed expression, she glanced down at her small hands, now nearly entirely enshrouded in black muck, and noticed something trickling down her face. Instinctively, she wiped her face, only to smear her hand with the dark substance. What a disaster! Stunned, Yunli felt a buzzing in her mind before a realization struck her. She buried her head between her knees and exclaimed in exasperation, "Get out! Quickly! How embarrassing!" Wei Lin, snapping back to reality, observed her reaction with a shrug. "It's not the first time. Quickly out now." Yunli, a mix of shame and fury, spat out the words through clenched teeth before burying her head once more. Wei Lin chuckled twice, retreating amidst her acute embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Once she sensed his departure, Yunli sprang into action, retrieving a bathing tub from her storage bag. With a flick of her wrist, she filled it with water using her water spirit technique, then tore off the illusionary fabric and submerged herself within. Thankfully, they had brought along the household items purchased in Yun City, sparing her further humiliation. It was a full hour later that Yunli finally emerged, thoroughly cleansed from head to toe. Why did it take so long, you ask? This cleansing ritual was not a mere one-time affair, but a continuous cycle. Each time she finished washing, she would be promptly coated in muck again. In moments of despair, she contemplated waiting until the end to wash herself all at once. But the thought of enduring the dirt any longer was unbearable. Thus, she found herself weeping as she repeated the cleansing process over and over again. After the conclusion, Yunli hurriedly made her way to the courtyard. Although she had previously eliminated the muddy filth with fire, the lingering scent in the air proved to be beyond her immediate control, dissipating only with time. Indeed, Wei Ling scrutinized Yunli from head to toe, observing her firm composure and clear eyes, devoid of any signs of becoming enchanted by the violent spiritual energy. Only then did Yunli take notice of him. And recalling the earlier incident, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp. Was there a way to erase others' memories? She wished to bury this embarrassing episode. Wei Ling raised his hand, conjuring a water mirror, urging her not to feel awkward and to behold the fruits of her cleansing endeavor. Yunli shot him a disapproving glance before turning to the mirror, where her delicate visage appeared increasingly fair and tender, almost ethereal, yet tinged with a blush from her embarrassment, lending her a charmingly rosy hue. She lifted her hand to inspect her arm, equally radiant and supple. Despite the awkwardness of the process, the results were undeniably commendable. Such natural purity, untainted and devoid of any adverse effects. Offered an immediate enhancement to her beauty. Where could one find such a miraculous remedy? Stop preening and swiftly channel your energy, Wei Ling chided. Annoyed, Yunli glared at him, finding him insufferably bothersome. Reluctantly, she diverted her gaze from the water mirror and settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard to practice her earthly cultivation technique. As her body became increasingly attuned, the absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, forming a vast cyclone around her, with streams of energy surging from all directions into her being. After a long period of meditation, Yunli finally concluded her practice and lifted her gaze to the resplendent moon hanging high in the night sky. The silver moonlight glimmered like flowing water, and just moments ago, she had felt a surge of profound spiritual energy intertwined with a hint of lunar brilliance entering her being. Upon careful reflection, however, she began to wonder if it was merely a figment of her imagination. By the way, what did you do earlier? Why did I suddenly sense your emotions? Recalling the excruciating pain that had connected her to Wei Lin, she was acutely aware of his urgency amidst her torment, and thus resolved to forgive his unscrupulous actions. Wei Lin raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you referring to the connection? Just before you transformed into an egg, I mentioned that refreshing sensation." Refreshing sensation? Upon hearing Wei Lin's explanation, Yun Li's expression shifted dramatically, recalling how every time she began to feel a hint of dizziness, that refreshing feeling would promptly awaken her. She clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking that if it weren't for that sensation, she wouldn't have endured so much suffering. Yet, that thread of connection. She sat down and, following Wei Lin's instructions, attempted to strike the barrier with her thoughts, hoping to summon that refreshing sensation once more. However, the once diligent awakening sensation had transformed into Fu Wenpei, refusing to emerge despite her aunt's spirit attempting to intervene. Feeling dejected, she opened her eyes and stood up. Let us explore the first floor of Wensu building tomorrow. The inexplicably reappearing refreshing sensation had touched upon the realms of their ignorance, prompting a desire to consult some references. The Wensu building comprised 5 floors, and the last time they had visited, they explored the second floor, which catered to disciples in the Qi cultivation stage seeking to exchange martial arts techniques. The first floor, on the other hand, housed foundational knowledge about cultivation, biographical anecdotes, and simple spells. In essence, it was a place for supplementing common knowledge. And the fees were quite reasonable, just 5 contribution points for a day's access. Very well, Wei Ling nodded, having devoted these days to enhancing his cultivation. His understanding of spiritual awareness was rather limited. It was time to gain a deeper insight in preparation for establishing his foundational realm. Throughout his practice, nearly every night was spent in rigorous training, and after enduring inhumane trials once more this evening, Yunli felt utterly exhausted, her surroundings tainted by an unpleasant odor she had inadvertently created. After a moment of contemplation, she boldly proposed, "Let us forego our training tonight and simply enjoy the moonlight." Wei Ling raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze. "What is this? Are you, the slothful one, attempting to evade your duties? Who is trying to shirk?" Yun Li's cheeks flushed with a suspicious hue as she stammered a defense. Everything requires a balance of effort and relaxation. And so too does cultivation. Only with appropriate rest can one cultivate more effectively. Is that so? Wei Ling chuckled lightly, his eyes revealing a piercing insight that made Yun Li feel uneasy. She blinked her dark eyes, attempting to conceal her discomfort from his perceptive gaze, racking her brain for some motivational quotes she had encountered in the past that might suit the current topic. Unexpectedly, Wei Ling shifted his attention, leaping onto the rooftop and calling down to her, "Come up. Did you not wish to admire the moon?" I'm coming." Yun Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to have to enter the house. With a flick of her wrist, the illusory silk ribbon flew forth, wrapping around a corner of the rooftop, and with the aid of the long ribbon, she ascended effortlessly, grinning. "This is hardly a challenge for me." Wei Ling stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. "You've certainly gained some skills." Against the backdrop of the ink-black sky, the resplendent moon shone ever more brightly, casting its gentle light upon the mountains and rivers, enveloping the world in tranquility, while nearby, the shadows of trees danced gracefully, swaying gently in the caressing night breeze. The advanced pain still lingers in her heart. That kind of pain makes her tremble even now at the mere thought of it. Surely, each breakthrough cannot be this excruciating? A flicker of trepidation arose within her. After a long pause, she gently spoke. "Senior brother, what will we become in the future? Need it be said?" Wei Lin raised an eyebrow, responding with a proud declaration, "We shall ascend together." "Ascend together," Yunli murmured softly, exhaling a breath of stale air. The path of cultivation is inherently defiant against the heavens, seizing the very essence of the universe. If one were to abandon their pursuit at the slightest difficulty, how could they ever hope to achieve ascension? Her gaze grew resolute as a smile curved her lips. "This goal is rather ambitious. Let us set a smaller target first. We must first resolve your ghost cry, escape this place, acquire abundant spirit stones, gather spirit pets, learn talismans, and traverse countless rivers and mountains." Wei Lin turned his head to observe her radiant expression, her smile as vibrant as summer blooms, and could not help but inquire, "I have always harbored a curiosity." "What is it?" Yunli glanced sideways. "Why is it that despite your evident fear, you consistently manage to respond accurately?" His brow furrowed. Since the moment they encountered that white-nosed bear and engaged in their first battle, although Yunli was terrified by the gruesome and bloody scenes, she had never faltered. On the contrary, she always adapted her actions in accordance with the situation. This answer surprised Wei Lin. Can one truly avoid mistakes simply by wishing to? Indeed, one must not err. Reminiscent of the encounter with the white-nosed bear, had I faltered, you would have been reduced to mere fragments. And then there was the episode with Su Fu. Had I not steadfastly grasped his neck, he would have undoubtedly crushed you into a pulp with a single blow. Initially, her eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, yet as she spoke, a sense of relief washed over her. She gazed longingly at the silvery moon overhead. Having never before experienced such moments of life and death, the feelings had been vague. Now, upon reflection, across lifetimes, in times of greatest fear, the voice deep within her became ever more pronounced. The moonlight grew increasingly luminous, as if layers of radiance emanated from its core. Her eyelids grew heavier, and consciousness began to blur. From a vast expanse of white void emerged a tall figure, moving with a tranquil grace. His lips moved, yet his words eluded her comprehension. While his visage remained obscured, she sensed a strict demeanor intermingled with an air of helplessness and fatigue. There she knelt upon the ground, weeping bitterly, engulfed by fear, guilt, self-reproach, despair, resentment, and confusion, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. In the silence that followed, after a prolonged moment, a weight settled upon her shoulder, and a gentle, lingering breath graced her ear. Wei Ling, with a resigned arch of his brow, remarked upon the absurdity of it all, yet still sought solace in the moonlight. Chapter 29. Discovery. The verdant trees swayed gently under the sun's warm embrace. In the courtyard, Wei Ling stood resolute as a pine, his left foot stepping forward slightly. Toes angled outward, his gaze fixed ahead, a silver sword gripped firmly in his hand. Suddenly, he pressed his finger against the hilt, pivoted his elbow, and shifted his weight forward. Swish, swish, swish. A beam of sword light cascaded like water, and then the sword remained poised in its final horizontal stance, utterly still. The morning breeze gently stirred, causing a golden leaf to unexpectedly split in two, drifting slowly to the ground. This was the initial stance of the falling leaf sword technique, which he had diligently practiced over the past few days, capturing the subtle variations in each shift of movement, gradually gaining some insight. On the other side of the courtyard, at a stone table, Yunli held a talisman brush, channeling her spiritual energy into its tip. With her elbow raised, she meticulously outlined the talisman designs she had committed to memory, the vibrant red cinnabar mingling with demonic blood, flowing smoothly onto the talisman paper. Drawing upon her previous experience in calligraphy, the surface of the talisman appeared quite refined. This time, the cinnabar and spiritual energy flowed evenly and seamlessly onto the paper as she wrote. A smile crept onto Yunli's lips, and suppressing her joy, she continued to write steadily. Just then, a sudden loud knocking echoed at the courtyard door, startling her and causing her brush to falter, turning the talisman paper to ashes. Fuming with anger, Yunli sprang to her feet and rushed to the door, flinging it open and shouting, "Who is it?" The visitor was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. Upon realizing that they were being reprimanded by a newly admitted disciple, their expression cracked with disbelief. When Yunli finally recognized the person standing outside, her fury was abruptly extinguished, as if she had been choked. How could it be her? The girl, youthful and charming, wore a deep black robe that did little to conceal her delightful beauty. She was none other than the very girl who had betrayed her companions by kicking them towards the white-nosed bear. Yunli's heart raced. Surely, She couldn't know that they had taken the storage bag from Yuba, intending to silence them. Her thoughts raced, and she managed to force a smile that was tinged with confusion and a hint of anxiety. I apologize, but we are rather occupied. Is there something you require? Senior sister? Sergio surmised that she might be interrupting the other's cultivation, yet considering she was merely a low-ranking disciple, she felt no need to apologize. Instead, she furrowed her brow and inquired, I heard that you went to Luoshan on a mission a few days ago. Did anything noteworthy occur? Noteworthy? After advancing, they had spent several days immersed in the first floor of the Wonsu building, perusing every text related to spiritual consciousness, though they had yet to decipher the essence of that refreshing sensation. Nevertheless, they had acquired numerous small techniques related to spiritual awareness. For instance, the technique of transmitting thoughts was akin to a private chat in a game. Only the designated recipient could receive the message. The only drawback was the limitation of distance. Only those within a certain range could communicate. This range depended on the strength of the sender's spiritual consciousness. Furthermore, there existed the risk of interception by someone with a significantly stronger spiritual awareness. Generally, it was only after reaching the later stages of chi refinement that cultivators could practice this technique. Although they had not fully comprehended the nature of that refreshing sensation, they had learned to summon it, and, through the connection between the two essences, had preemptively mastered the art of thought transmission. Of course, at present, they could only exchange messages with each other and not with everyone. As Sergio spoke, Wei Lin discerned her voice and was about to sheath his sword when he noticed that the sword energy he had just unleashed had already sliced through the swirling autumn leaves, the resulting sound drawing Sergio's attention. Despite her petite stature, she stood half a head taller than the 6-year-old Yunli, easily peering over her to discern the situation within the courtyard. Her gaze fell upon the silvery long sword, and her expression abruptly froze, a flicker of tension crossing her features. However, upon assessing the cultivation levels of the two individuals, she relaxed, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing across her porcelain-like face, followed by a sweet smile. So it's you two. Yunli stumbled a couple of steps to regain her balance, pouting slightly at the rudeness displayed. Wei Lin tapped the sword hilt with his fingertip, lifting his eyelids slightly with a playful smile. What's this? Are you, senior sister, planning to seize it by force? You Sergio was momentarily speechless, unprepared for his audacity to reject her. How could a mere 5th-level chi cultivator dare to challenge her? Did he possess some hidden backing? A sense of vigilance washed over her, but then she recalled the information she had gathered, leading her to regain her composure. After all, he was just a newly admitted disciple, with no significant connections within the sect. He posed no real threat. Seize it by force. Senior sister may indeed give it a try. Wei Lin maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Yunli shook her head, silently blocking the girl's retreat while toying with the illusory world silk adorning her wrist. Sergio's gaze flickered. She realized she had no confidence in eliminating these two without alerting others. This was Qinghe Valley, and engaging in private duels within its confines would result in imprisonment in the dark cells. Weighing her options, she shot a fierce glare at Wei Lin before turning to Yunli, who had mysteriously appeared behind her. Her eyes traced the delicate, light golden ribbons coiling around Yunli's fingers, and her pupils constricted. Magical artifact. Sergio's face flushed crimson as she fixated intently on the ribbon-like artifact adorning Yunli's wrist. With a slight smirk, she narrowed her eyes, hardly believing that these two plump sheep could remain in Qinghe Valley indefinitely. A flicker of mischief crossed her mind as she adorned her face with a sweet smile once more. I am Sergio, dear junior brothers and sisters. Do remember my name. With that, she gracefully departed. Yunli closed the courtyard gate, lamenting, what bad luck to have been discovered so quickly. So what if we were found out? Qinghe Valley is not that vast. It was only a matter of time, Wei Lin replied nonchalantly. Yunli, however, was filled with concern. If only we could delay it, even for a little while. We need to enhance our strength to increase our chances against them. Wei Lin reassured her, it matters not. You ought to focus on learning talismans while I practice sword techniques. I had no intention of leaving the valley anytime soon. That will have to suffice, though I lament the loss of my fireball talisman. After muttering this, she recalled the talisman that had nearly succeeded, infuriated by the thought. Tomorrow, I shall exchange for a protective barrier. If we are interrupted at such a critical moment in our cultivation, we might very well fall into madness. The threat was ever present, and their urgency to strengthen their abilities grew. Yunli approached the table and began to draw talismans again. However, perhaps due to her restless mind. She could not recapture her earlier focus, and each attempt resulted in failure. She sighed, setting down her brush to massage her wrist. Meanwhile, Wei Lin remained unaffected. He had already commenced practicing his first form, his expression serious, executing each movement with utmost precision and diligence, sparing no effort. Regaining her composure, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, spread the paper, took up her brush, dipped it in cinnabar, infused it with spiritual energy, and with a graceful flick of her wrist, a blood-red rune sprang to life on the paper, a faint flow of spiritual power circulating within. Yunli lifted the corners of her mouth in triumph. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she fortified her resolve, acknowledging that success was not always guaranteed. There were instances where her efforts flowed seamlessly, yet there were also moments when they crumbled into ashes. With each failure, she paused to contemplate the reasons behind it, drawing lessons from her experiences before picking up her brush once more. After 2 or 3 days of this repetitive practice, her success rate with the Fireball Talisman had significantly improved, stabilizing at a remarkable 90%. It was time to learn something new. As she perused the Talisman Compendium, she pondered her next choice. Since the Fireball Talisman was an offensive talisman, it would be prudent to learn a defensive or evasive one next. Ultimately, she opted for the Golden Diamond Talisman, although she secretly yearned for the elusive Earth Escape Talisman. Its complexity and level of mastery required made it unsuitable for a novice like her. As the days blended into winter amidst her cultivation and talisman drawing, Wei Ling also advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 30. A deceptive scheme. On this day, Wei Ling ventured to the market tower to exchange for daily necessities, while Yunli practiced her agility in the courtyard. She exhibited a modicum of talent for talismans and demonstrated commendable progress in her cultivation. However, her martial skills lagged behind. The renowned falling leaves in the sky sword technique, known for its sharp and ethereal grace, was awkwardly transformed by her into the flamboyant style of a warrior brandishing a hefty blade. After more than 10 days of struggle, she still could not grasp the basics of the swordplay, stumbling through the fundamental moves of thrusting, slashing, and cutting. Thus, she strategically decided to temporarily abandon the sword technique and focus on agility, realizing that mastering either combat or evasion was essential. Unfortunately, agility proved to be no simple task. It was not uncommon for her to trip over her own feet during practice. At this moment, during the midday hour, the rare winter sunlight streamed in. As she walked, she recited softly, her left foot retreating half a step to occupy the koan position, while her right foot turned gracefully. Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open. A man, exuding the presence of a 6th-level Qi practitioner, strode in. Upon spotting Yunli, he frowned and inquired, "Are you Qianshi?" "Qianshi?" Yunli was momentarily taken aback before she quickly nodded in affirmation. "I am." "Follow me," the man said impatiently. Yunli felt somewhat bewildered. "What do you mean, The man grew increasingly irritable. "The task hall's elder Shirshu is looking for you." "Hurry." "Looking for me?" Yunli was even more perplexed. Since her arrival, aside from taking on tasks voluntarily, no one had ever sought them out. Her gaze fell upon the man's brown Dao robe, which indeed confirmed his status as a servant disciple. The servant disciples comprised the management of the residual night pavilion, with high-ranking members like Elder Shun Yi from the task hall and Elder Shinjiu from the 2nd floor of the literary tower, while those on the lower rung, like the man before her, merely conveyed messages. All servant disciples donned brown robes, whereas the other disciples wore black. Doubt crept into Yunli's mind. Why would an elder from the task hall seek her out? Could it be for a special assignment? Special assignments are distinct from basic and optional tasks. They are typically issued on an ad hoc basis by the pavilion and are mandatory. The level of danger is often unknown. Higher risks naturally accompany higher rewards, with correspondingly substantial contribution points. If one performs exceptionally well, there exists the possibility of gaining favor from the upper echelons, potentially leading to being taken under their personal tutelage. Anxiety bubbled within her, and the thought of not responding to a summons from a managing elder felt perilous. As she continued walking, she began to scrutinize her surroundings, soon slowing her pace. This is not the route they took to the task hall last time. She had only visited the task hall once and was unfamiliar with the valley, uncertain if there were alternative paths. Turning her head, she glanced at the man who had fallen slightly behind and tentatively inquired, "Esteemed senior, this does not lead to the task hall, does it?" "Naturally, this is not the way to the task hall." A melodious voice floated back from the front. and Yunli turned to see Yushurgyo standing gracefully on the narrow path ahead. "It's you," Yunli exclaimed, wondering if she intended to strike. Realizing this, she warned, "This is the valley. It is prohibited." Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful force surged from behind, causing Yunli to stumble forward several steps before regaining her balance. Yushurgyo waved her hand, establishing a barrier, and smiled brightly. "We are outside the valley now." Panic surged within Yunli as she bit her lip, cautiously surveying her surroundings. The path was narrow, flanked by stark, snow-covered mountains that glistened under the sunlight, appearing almost blinding. Floating above the route into the valley was an array plate, beneath which lay a transparent barrier. The man clad in brown approached Yushurgyo, casting her a haughty glance before coldly stating, "The person has been brought." Yushurgyo handed him 5 spirit stones, her smile polite. "Thank you for your hard work, junior brother." What a shame. How could a dignified disciple of the hall misuse public resources to deceive a fellow disciple, all for a mere 5 spirit stones? Where's your integrity? Yunli cursed the man's lineage in her heart, casting another glance at the floating array plate. If she could break the formation, entering the valley would be effortless. However, she possessed no experience in dealing with formations. Such a lofty concept was merely something she had heard of in passing. Yushurgyo smiled obsequiously, fully aware that despite her opponent being a level beneath her, rank could easily overshadow ability. Those who served as attendants were either endowed with exceptional talent or came from prestigious backgrounds, both of which were not individuals she could afford to offend. Yunli was filled with vexation. How could she have fallen so easily into someone else's scheme? How embarrassing, especially considering she had grown up in a household rife with intrigue and treachery. Yushurgyo's gaze was fixed intently upon her, with no one else around. She shed her sugary demeanor, revealing a sinister expression. "Aren't you feeling rather pleased with yourself? Aren't you quite arrogant?" she taunted. "I have always been amiable and approachable, as my senior brother would attest," Yunli silently retorted, pondering who truly was the arrogant one. Noticing Yunli's silence, Yushurgyo remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "Are you waiting for Qianzhou to come to your rescue?" Yunli's lashes fluttered at this insinuation, recalling the attendant disciple who had previously deceived her. An ominous feeling began to swell within her. "What have you done to my senior brother?" "Oh, him," Yushurgyo replied, stifling a laugh. "I merely had the 2 senior brothers from the market building engage him in conversation. You ought to be more concerned about your own predicament." Yunli felt her pupils constrict. Those whom Yushurgyo referred to as senior brothers must be at least at the 8th level of Qi training. Would her senior brother be in danger? No, he was within the valley. It seemed they were truly just engaging in idle chatter to buy time. As she pondered, Yushurgyo could no longer contain herself and flung a handful of thorn seeds at Yunli, infusing them with spiritual energy, and shouted, "Entwine." This was Yunli's first encounter with thorn seeds, having only read about them in books. Once infused with spiritual energy, the seeds, upon contact with any substance, be it soil, rock, or flesh, immediately sprout and grow, entwining their target in a relentless embrace, akin to the enchanting illusions of the dream world silk. Yunli was somewhat taken aback. Yushurgyo had already reached the 7th level of Qi cultivation, yet lacked even a proper magical artifact. Yunli's soft gasp pierced the sensitive nerves of Yushurgyo, who, hailing from a humble background as a child of affluence, found herself diminished to the dust upon entering the realm of cultivation. Possessing the 3 elemental roots of water, earth, and wood, her offensive capabilities were weak, making the task of slaying demon beasts considerably more arduous than for other cultivators. After much effort, she had managed to ally herself with Yuba, only to discover that he was rather miserly, contributing a mere 91 points to their shared endeavors, while taking 90 for himself. The sole advantage was his assistance with basic tasks. Lacking contribution points, secret techniques, and magical artifacts, she was left with no choice but to endure humiliation while collaborating with Yuba. To her dismay, he was not yet satisfied and sought to turn her into his furnace. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative. With her eyes glowing crimson, Yushurgyo greedily gazed at the dream world silk. Heaven would not forsake her. A mere 2nd-level Qi cultivator possessed a magical artifact. If she did not seize this opportunity, what path of cultivation could she pursue, and what ascension could she hope for? With this thought, her gaze grew cold as she hurled an explosive talisman towards Yunli's face. This talisman was of a grade perilously close to the mid-tier of the mysterious rank. Its power formidable. Even a 2nd-level Qi cultivator would struggle to withstand it, let alone a cultivator of the 7th or 8th level like herself. The explosive talisman. Yunli's pupils constricted as the vivid memory of the explosion that obliterated both Yu Ba and the third-tier demon bear in the forest of Luo Mountain flashed before her eyes. The proximity of the blast left her no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, she relinquished her entangled Qingmu sword and poured all her spiritual energy into the illusory silk. The illusory silk unfurled instantaneously, rising to shield her. Yet, still feeling a twinge of anxiety, she enveloped herself entirely in the fabric. With a resounding boom, the nearby rocks and grass were sent flying into the air. Yu Shijio waved away the swirling dust around her, just as the last corner of the diamond talisman flickered out. Observing the illusory silk buried beneath the rubble, she couldn't help but erupt into a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, "At last, it is mine. I have finally acquired a magical artifact." Chapter 31. Counterattack beneath the debris. Yunli stirred, only to be pierced by a searing pain in her back. She had underestimated the situation. Never did she foresee that while she had endured the shockwave of the explosion, she would nearly succumb to the crushing weight of the boulders that had rolled down from the mountain. It was her inexperience that led to panic upon seeing the explosion talisman, causing her to pour all her spiritual power into the illusory silk, leaving her without any energy to defend against the falling rocks, forcing her to bear the brunt of the impact. In that fleeting moment of the explosion, she realized that the talisman was merely a low-grade Xian tier, its power incomparable to the superior yellow tier talisman that Yu Ba had shattered that day. Furthermore, neither Yu Ba nor the demon bear had released their spiritual energy to counter the blast, which accounted for the horrific outcome. "You're still alive." The ecstasy of Yu Shijio faded into horror as she saw Yunli emerge from beneath the boulders. In an instant, she seized the Qingmu sword and thrust it into Yunli's abdomen. Yunli gasped in pain, gripping the sword to prevent it from penetrating further. On the 19th day of the moon, one could hardly anticipate that the already gravely injured Yunli still possessed such formidable strength. The verdant wooden sword in her grasp could no longer penetrate even the slightest bit further. Her visage was one of madness as she bellowed, channeling all her spiritual energy into the sword, exerting every ounce of her strength to thrust it deeper. Yunli was violently slammed against the rocky outcrop behind her, exacerbating the pain of her wounded back. The wooden sword pressed in further, causing blood to seep through her fingers and stain the ground, casting a crimson hue before her eyes. With a gaze awash in red, she twisted the wooden sword, its razor-sharp edge ruthlessly tearing through her insides. A surge of wrath suddenly blossomed within Yunli as she fiercely restrained the wooden sword. She fervently invoked the red dust heart technique to siphon the spiritual essence from the air around her. Once the spiritual energy within her reached a certain threshold, the illusory world silk in her hand sprang back to life, darting forth with blinding speed to tightly constrict the neck of the Moon 19. The sensation of suffocation forced Moon 19 to relinquish her grip on the wooden sword. In that fleeting moment, Yunli released the wooden sword and retrieved the hammer-shaped magical artifact, Su Fu, from her storage bag, striking it mercilessly towards Moon 19. Caught off guard while grappling with the illusory world silk, Moon 19 was unable to evade, and in an instant, half of her head was obliterated. Instinctively, she turned her head, disbelief filling her eyes. How could she, who had once held such a decisive advantage, face death? Her gaze fell upon the massive, bloodied iron hammer in Yunli's hand. How did she still possess a magical artifact? Discontent brewed within her. She had endured humiliation and schemed meticulously, all for the sake of acquiring her own magical artifact, sacrificing her very life for this pursuit. Yet, how could someone else possess it so effortlessly? As her gaze, once dulled, began to shimmer with renewed vigor, she reached out to grasp the wooden sword. Blood sprayed onto Yunli's face, the scalding warmth searing her and causing her to tremble. The fierce cold wind whipped her hair into a wild dance, the blood-stained strands brushing against her cheeks. Her vision engulfed in crimson. Her heart raced incessantly, her eyelashes trembling violently as she bit down hard on her lip, reminding herself not to falter. Not to err, Yunli stood frozen, acutely aware of her fear, yet her body instinctively reacted faster than her mind could process. Time slipped away, and as the biting chill pierced her skin, she moved her brows, and droplets of red ice crystals fell from her face. Slowly, she rose, struggling to divert her gaze to her surroundings. The restraints set by Sergio had collapsed without the support of their master's spiritual energy. The formation plate lay quietly in the middle of the path, while the bare branches futilely wrestled against the cold wind. As far as the eye could see, there was not a soul in sight. Only those who reached the foundation establishment stage could withstand the capriciousness of the seasons. And such cultivators were either on missions or training in the inner valley. The outer valley was mostly occupied by chi refinement stage practitioners, who tended to remain indoors during winter for their training. Taking a deep breath, she gradually regained her composure, trembling hands rummaging through Sergio's belongings to retrieve her storage bag. She placed her identity token atop the corpse, then produced a fireball talisman to incinerate both the body and the token. Ollie, Wei Lin could scarcely believe his eyes. The young girl was drenched in blood, her small face smeared with a mixture of blood and mud, filthy and disheveled, as she pressed her hands against her abdomen, pausing with every step. Hearing the familiar voice, Yunli lifted her gaze to see a tall figure silhouetted against the light at the end of the path, the red winter sun cascading above him, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens in Greek mythology. She curled her lips into a faint smile, her tone casual. "Senior, you've arrived." Yet, an unintentional quiver of vulnerability laced her words. Wei Lin swiftly stepped forward, his long fingers trembling as they rested on her shoulder, his brow furrowed deeply. "Where have you been? Were you not instructed to remain in the courtyard?" Yunli struggled to muster a smile. But the wounds on her back and abdomen felt as though they were tearing open anew, the biting cold wind seeping in, causing her intense pain. Thus, she replied, "I just need to faint for a moment." With that, she raised her hand and decisively struck her neck, truly losing consciousness. Wei Lin, both amused and exasperated, caught her, only to discover the crimson stain on her abdomen where she had been pressing. Blood continued to flow profusely, and the warmth on his hand revealed, as expected, that it was covered in blood as well. Wei Lin's gaze sharpened, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rising tide of fury, and swiftly lifted Yunli, vanishing at the end of the path. When Yunli awoke, it was already the dead of night, the luminous stones in the room glowing tirelessly. Wei Lin sat cross-legged on the mat beside her, immersed in his cultivation. She propped herself up, muttering, "Cultivation fanatic." Ever since he acquired the spirit summoning technique, he had been incessantly practicing, dedicating himself to training and perfecting his sword techniques and movements, only venturing out for essential tasks. His diligence was enough to evoke a sense of shame. Indeed, the most formidable individuals in this world are not merely those who work hard, but those who possess greater talent and exert even more effort. "You're awake." After concluding a day of cultivation, Wei Lin cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, "Look at your pitiful state. A mere superficial injury, and you've gone and made yourself faint." He had examined the wounds, which, though alarming in appearance, were merely surface injuries. Nothing had penetrated deeply enough to affect her vital organs or bones. The only issue was a slight loss of blood. Alas, young girls can be so delicate. Yunli rolled her eyes, thinking, "It's easy for you to speak when you're not the one injured." Suddenly, she recalled that Wei Lin had also endured various injuries in the past, like that blood-soaked encounter outside Imoyan City, or when he had battled Su Fu in the small courtyard to the west of the city while still recovering from illness. Not to mention the time he was wounded by the eight-eyed giant spider in the Tombstone Cave. Considering all this, she felt rather petty about her own situation. She hastily closed her mouth, contemplating, and then reluctantly offered a weak rebuttal. "Now that you're here, can't I at least have a moment of less pain? It's the Moon 19th. She covets my illusory world silk." "Moon 19th. Wei Lin raised his voice in alarm, tapping her forehead lightly. "You really are audacious. Daring to engage in a contest of spells with someone at the 7th level of chi refinement. Don't you know how to escape? Last time outside Imoyan City, you had quite the knack for fleeing from that white-nosed bear." "Ow." Yunli covered her forehead, glaring at him in discontent. "I'm the injured party here, and you still dare to act so harshly." After a brief pause, she added, "I would have liked to run, but there was a barrier behind me, and mountains on both sides. Where was I supposed to run to, right in front of her?" After muttering this, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, expressing her uncertainty. "However, I have a feeling she may not be as formidable as she appears." Chapter 32. Special summons. When Huan Shiling entangled herself with Qingmu Jian, it marked their initial confrontation, one in which she did not feel overwhelmed. In fact, she found it rather effortless. The The sudden explosion that ensued was a consequence of her inadequate combat experience, leading her into a predicament. As for what followed, after Huan Ling ensnared the neck of Yushurgio, she had completely lost her fighting capability. It should not have been the case. In the early stages, Yushurgio had scarcely utilized her spiritual power, thus there was no question of depletion. The minuscule amount of spiritual energy she temporarily restored was merely sufficient to maneuver Huan Ling, yet it entirely confined her. Was Yushurgio truly weak? Wei Ling raised an eyebrow. He dismissed Yushurgio as he had already transcended the 5th tier, and it was evident that Yushurgio was not particularly renowned for her combat prowess, with their cultivation levels being relatively similar. And given that her combat experience paled in comparison to his, coupled with Ali's assistance, they felt no pressure facing Yushurgio. However, Ali's situation was different. She lacked substantial combat experience and was significantly inferior in cultivation to Yushurgio, yet she dared to claim that the opponent was not formidable. Wei Ling's brows furrowed tightly, almost capable of squashing a fly. This battle could only be described as bizarre. Instances of the weak triumphing over the strong were not unheard of, but typically, lower-tier cultivators relied on skillful maneuvers to exploit their adversaries' vulnerabilities, or they wielded formidable magical artifacts or talismans that could swiftly alter the tide of battle. Yet in their encounter, not only did Yushurgio possess a cultivation level several realms above Ali, but she also commanded the devastating Xian-tier explosive talisman. And all this transpired while Ali was already grievously injured, leading to her audacious and direct annihilation. After a brief pause, she continued to speak to herself. Moreover, I find the hammer-shaped tool quite handy. It requires little skill. Just smash it down, simple and straightforward. Wei Ling rubbed his forehead, unable to comprehend her logic. However, he dismissed it, reasoning that it was not necessarily a bad thing. In response to her remark, he casually suggested, "Then I shall exchange a hammer technique for you." "No." Yunli rejected firmly. "I aspire to be a little fairy." What kind of fairy would wield such a formidable tool? An enormous hammer. Yunli's figure jolted, and she turned rigidly to Wei Ling, asking in bewilderment, "Am I really that strong?" "What?" Wei Ling was momentarily taken aback by her nonsensical query. Yunli, astonished, spread her hands wide. At that moment, her spiritual energy had been utterly depleted, and the minuscule amount that had been restored was entirely channeled into the illusory world silk. Therefore, she had crushed Yushurgio solely with her raw strength. She swallowed hard. This revelation was too alarming. She did not wish to become a tomboy. Noticing her shifting expressions and her silence, Wei Ling could not help but give her a gentle push, inquiring, "What's wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing, nothing at all." Yunli shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, resolutely determined that her senior brother must not discover this, or she would be the subject of ridicule. Wei Ling asked skeptically, "Are you truly all right?" "You do not appear to be." "Absolutely fine," Yunli declared emphatically. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the world in white. Before dawn had broken, a sound transmission talisman suddenly flew in through the window. Wei Ling withdrew from his meditation and raised his hand to catch it. "What is it?" Yunli felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that someone might have discovered her involvement in Yushurgio's demise. Wei Ling crushed the communication talisman, and a warm, deep voice resonated within the room. "Urgent summoning task. Report to the task hall immediately." The swift call for a special mission left Yunli feeling somewhat apprehensive. She gazed out at the silver-white world beyond the window. Such heavy snowfall was perfect for sipping warm milk, savoring red bean cakes, and listening to Aunt Chui's stories. It would also be delightful to hold a hand warmer while admiring the plum blossoms in the garden. Yet now, her eyes dimmed slightly as she let out a barely perceptible sigh and said, "Let us go." As they stepped outside, the door of the neighboring courtyard swung open, revealing Wen Shulaw, who paused momentarily upon seeing them before casually stating, "Long time no see." Yunli smiled in response. Indeed, it had been quite a while. Since the day they were assigned their quarters, Wen Shulaw had remained in seclusion, diligently cultivating her skills. The results were evidently remarkable. She had yet to congratulate her senior sister. In just 2 short months, she had already reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. Truly, her diligence serves as a model for us all. "Junior sister, your praise is unwarranted. I merely strive to keep pace," Wen Shulaw replied, her expression remaining tranquil as she cast a sidelong glance at Wei Ling. "I cannot compare to senior brother Qianjiu. I remember when I first met him on the spirit boat. He was still at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, and now, in such a brief span, He has ascended to the 5th layer. His innate talent is unparalleled, leaving us in his wake. Wei Ling shot her a sidelong glance and leisurely remarked, Junior Sister 11 is too humble. Throughout history, countless gifted cultivators have emerged, yet those who attain enlightenment are few. It is diligence that truly matters. Yunli interjected silently. So why must she, a lackluster cultivator, endure this exchange of modesty between two prodigies? Is this not a form of self-torture? She endeavored to conjure a smile that was less rigid, interrupting their back-and-forth exchange. Sister, have you also received a special mission to the task hall? When Shuelo nodded. And Yunli promptly replied, Then let us make haste. Tardiness may lead to complications. Upon arriving at the task hall, they discovered that they were not the only ones summoned. To the right of the courtyard stood 5 indifferent foundation establishment cultivators clad in black robes adorned with copper ornaments, while to the left gathered a dozen or so chi refinement cultivators in black robes with iron embellishments, their expressions tinged with trepidation. Upon closer inspection, most were familiar faces, many of whom had entered the sect alongside them in the 1,000-character generation. The trio continued forward, silently aligning themselves among the group on the left. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a young girl clad in a cerulean garment emerged from the task hall. She was in the bloom of youth, with bright, expressive eyes. A small beauty mark graced the corner of her right eye, adding an elusive allure to her presence. Following her were the task hall's steward, Chen Yi, and a man in a black robe adorned with silver, a striking blue kingfisher amid a flock of crows, naturally drawing the attention of all present. Upon her appearance, the 5 foundation establishment cultivators immediately bowed in greeting, speaking in unison, We pay our respects to Miss Lan Shu. The Qi refinement cultivators on the left hesitated momentarily before following suit. We pay our respects to Miss Lan Shu. Yunli was filled with questions. Who was she? Why was she permitted to wear blue garments? In the residual night pavilion, aside from the shadow charm from Little East Village, she had never encountered anyone adorned in colors other than black, nor had she met individuals whose names were not numerical. She discreetly cast a glance at Jing Shi-san, who stood behind Lan Shu, clad in black with silver adornments, a top-tier assassin, undoubtedly at the Golden Core stage. In the residual night pavilion, a Golden Core practitioner is not necessarily of the Earth level, yet an Earth-level assassin must possess Golden Core cultivation to ascend from Yellow level to Xian level. An assassin must reach the Foundation Establishment stage and accumulate a contribution of 100,000 points to advance from Xian level to Earth level. One must attain Golden Core cultivation and gather a total contribution of 100,000 points to progress from Earth level to Heaven level. One must reach the Nascent Soul stage and accumulate 10,000 contribution points. As for the 4 ultimate killing techniques, they are beyond Yun Li's current level of understanding. The reverence displayed by Golden Core practitioners towards a mere 7th-layer Qi refinement disciple indicates that this is indeed the residual night pavilion's 2nd generation. Lan Shu nodded and instructed the silver-adorned man behind her, Let us depart. Jing Shi-san stepped forward, summoned a spiritual vessel, and respectfully awaited Lan Shu's ascent before addressing the others. Everyone, don your masks. From this moment forth, no private conversations and masks must remain on. Understood, the group responded, affixing their masks and hoods, then queued to board the spiritual vessel. Naturally, 5 Foundation Establishment practitioners clustered together, while the other Qi refinement disciples formed small groups of 3 to 5, each possessing their own camaraderie. The 3 of them had indeed formed a bond, having been brought into the residual night pavilion by Ying and shared trials together. Even their courtyards were adjacent, thus temporarily forming a small collective. Among the 20-odd individuals, aside from the girl in blue, all were clad in black robes from head to toe. Yunli couldn't help but feel apprehensive. What exactly were they about to undertake? Chapter 33. Blood Nether Technique. The spiritual vessel flew for 3 days and finally came to a halt on the evening of the 3rd day. The winter sky darkened particularly early. Despite it being merely the end of the Shen hour, dusk had already descended. Upon entering the city, Lan Shu parted ways with them, and Yunli followed the crowd forward, her mind fleetingly recalling the ancient character for brocade inscribed above the city gate. To her astonishment, their destination was indeed Jin City. She remembered that Zhu Gu resided in Jin City, and it seemed that the Zhu family was quite a notable clan there. Little did she expect that after such a convoluted journey, she would arrive in Jin City in this manner. Yet, the character Jean seemed familiar from somewhere. The streets were desolate, with only an occasional passerby who, upon seeing their ominous group, veered away at a distance. The procession came to a halt, and Yunli lifted her gaze to behold a grand estate. 2 imposing stone lions lay sentinel on either side of the entrance. And under the illumination of lanterns containing luminous pearls, the plaque at the center of the gate bore the characters Feng Fu with striking clarity. "Who are you?" questioned the guard at the entrance, gripping his sword as he approached, his tone laced with an unrecognized anxiety. A foundational cultivator in the front waved his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, and instantly, a crimson hue appeared at the necks of the 4 guards at the second level of Qi, who collapsed silently to the ground. An ominous premonition stirred within Yunli. Jing Shursen summoned his flying sword, which soared above the estate, and a jade token flew from his hand. With the token as the focal point, a vast formation enveloped the Feng estate in an instant. "What is that? A formation?" Panic erupted among those within the courtyard, with voices raised in alarm. "Enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. Quickly, inform the clan leader." Yunli leapt into action alongside the others, vaulting into the estate. At that moment, a formidable aura surged from deep within the mansion, accompanied by the furious roar of an elderly voice. "Who dares to be so audacious as to cause a disturbance at the Feng family's estate in Jincheng?" An elder with hair as white as snow soared into the air, his imposing presence overwhelming. The oppressive force of his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation caused the less powerful clan members and the Qi refinement disciples from the chaotic night pavilion, who had intruded into the estate, to falter beneath him. "It is the ancestor." Upon seeing the elder, the members of the Feng family momentarily quelled their panic, gazing at him with fervent respect. Had it not been for the inopportune circumstances, they might have knelt before him in reverence. The Feng families standing in Jincheng, alongside the Mo and Zhu families as one of the 3 prominent clans, was largely attributed to this late-stage foundation establishment elder. Following the mysterious disappearance of the Mo family's ancestor, Mo Qishan, 3 years prior, the Feng family had ascended to become the foremost clan in Jincheng. However, the elder, whom they regarded as their savior, suddenly paled upon seeing Jing Shursan. He bent slightly and clasped his hands, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Junior Feng Ying greets you. Esteemed elder, my Feng family has always remained peaceable and content in our small corner. We are unaware of your purpose here." Jing Shursen offered him not even a glance, merely instructing coldly. "Qi refinement disciples in the initial stage, guard all exits. Not a single mosquito must escape. The rest of you, kill them all. Leave none alive." In the cultivation stages, the initial stage encompasses levels 1 to 3, the mid-stage covers levels 4 to 6, and the late stage spans levels 7 to 9. Yunli and Wen Shuelua, both in the initial stage, heard his command and positioned themselves along with the other initial stage disciples at the walls of the Feng estate. Encircling it entirely, Yunli stood dazed beneath a tree in the southeast corner, her palms slick with sweat, realizing with dread that they were here to annihilate them. The little girl in a pink dress screamed in terror as a young woman collapsed before her, a gaping wound in her chest bleeding profusely. She opened her mouth, summoning her last ounce of strength to cry out to the weeping girl, "Run! Run!" But where could she flee? The girl looked around in confusion, surrounded by dark-clad figures. Nevertheless, she obediently wiped her tears and struggled to rise. Just as she managed to get halfway up, a sharp blade pierced her small body. A crimson fireball hurtled towards a fleeing youth, engulfing him in flames in an instant. Frantically, he conjured a rain spell, the cool droplets extinguishing the fire. Before he could celebrate his narrow escape, a vine suddenly coiled around his neck. Ear. Her bloodied father lay at the doorway, reaching out with a mangled hand, desperately trying to grasp his daughter, who lay in a pool of blood. Yunli clenched her fists tightly, her curled eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. In a fleeting moment, the Feng residence transformed into a hell on earth. The cacophony of various spells pierced the air, the sounds of blades tearing into flesh echoed relentlessly, interspersed with screams, wails, and curses. At that moment, escaping from the night's remnant pavilion, the resolve to grow stronger solidified within her like never before. She did not wish to be the next victim of such a tragedy, nor did she want to become someone else's prey. The highest cultivation level in the Feng residence was merely at the foundation establishment stage, whereas the Knight's Remnant Pavilion boasted a presence of golden core cultivators. along with 5 foundation establishment cultivators, 2 at the late stage, 2 at the mid stage, and 1 at the early stage, alongside more than a dozen chi refinement cultivators. This is a one-sided massacre. In the face of absolute power, these once lofty and imperious cultivators are scarcely distinguishable from mere mortals. Under the siege of 2 late-stage foundation establishment practitioners, Fang Yin gradually finds himself overwhelmed. Spitting blood, he cries out in anguish, "Who are you? Why must you annihilate my Fang family?" Jing Shisan raised his hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent, standing coldly to the side. The silver-adorned man uttered 3 chilling words, "Blood demon art." Blood demon art? Yun Li's heart quivered as she lowered her lashes, concealing the tumult of emotions beneath. Wasn't that the technique of Imo Qishan? Suddenly, she recalled the identity token of Imo Qishan, which bore a large brocade character on its reverse side. So he was also from Jincheng. What is this blood demon art? Fang Yin's gaze flickered as he cautiously glanced at Jing Shisan, stammering. "We of the Fang family have no blood demon art. Could it be that you are mistaken?" "There is no mistake." A weak yet resolute voice echoed from above. Turning to see, a little girl clad in a pale pink feathered cloak, her hood lined with thick white fox fur, approached with the support of Lan Shu. Surprisingly, she was a mere mortal child. "Mou." Someone recognized the girl in pink and gasped. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Mou snorted coldly, addressing the disheveled Fang Yin. "Do you truly believe that the Mo family has been annihilated? A month ago, I witnessed you emerge from the clan leader's chamber, and shortly thereafter, the blood demon art vanished without a trace. If it was not you, then who else could it be?" Fang Yin felt a deep bitterness in his heart. After the incident with the Mo family, he indeed ventured to Mo Cheng's residence. But by the time he arrived, it was already too late. The room had been ransacked, with storage bags containing pills, spirit stones, and magical artifacts untouched. Only the exquisite box holding the Bloodming technique was missing. His knowledge of the Bloodming technique came 3 years prior, when he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Imo Qishan and Imo Cheng. At that time, Imo Qishan was evidently gravely injured and unaware of his presence. After hastily entrusting the Bloodming technique to Imo Cheng, he departed. It was from that moment onward that Fang Yin began to closely monitor the movements of the Imo family. A heavenly grade technique. What cultivator could resist such temptation? He discreetly bribed one of Imo Cheng's concubines to ascertain the location of the Bloodming technique. However, Imo Cheng guarded it fiercely, and he dared not act openly. Anxious, he found himself with no recourse but to wait. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. A month ago, members of the Imo family began to collapse and die in succession. After the Imo family's calamity, he rushed to Imo Cheng's residence, only to discover that someone had already beaten him to it. Not speaking, Jing Shisan coldly scoffed, his tone ominous. "There is nothing in the Kanglan continent that my Can Night Pavilion cannot obtain." "Can Night Pavilion?" Fang Yin exclaimed, a chill running down his spine. Trembling as he spoke, "You are members of the Can Night Pavilion." The Can Night Pavilion is a notorious assassin and intelligence organization on the Kanglan continent. When this organization first emerged 1,000 years ago, people regarded it with disdain. The idea of cultivators pursuing immortality and ascension, serving an organization like ignorant mortals, seemed ludicrous. Yet, in the span of a mere 1,000 years, the Can Night Pavilion had spread its influence across the continent, infiltrating every corner. The assassins under their banner are exceedingly ruthless. Unlike other cultivators who kill for treasure, they do not hesitate to annihilate entire families and lay waste to cities, instilling widespread fear across the Kanglan continent. The 4 major sects once contemplated uniting all the smaller sects and families on the continent to eradicate the Caneyage Pavilion in one fell swoop. However, no one knows its location. Even those notorious assassins have no knowledge of their appearance. Fang Yin, with a face as pale as parchment, pointed shakily at Mou, exclaiming, "Your Mo family has colluded with the Caneyage Pavilion." At this revelation, a look of dawning realization crossed his features. It was no wonder that such a small family as the Mo could nurture a nascent soul cultivator. It was indeed the support of the Caneyage Pavilion. In Chapter 34, Annihilation of Clans, the 3 prominent families of Jincheng, Fang and Zhu, have cultivators whose highest attainment is merely at the foundation establishment stage, while the Mo family boasts a true nascent soul master. In the realm of cultivation, aptitude, resources, and fortune are all indispensable for smaller sects and families. Even a golden core cultivator is a rare gem. Previously, they had regarded Mo Qishan as exceptionally talented. Filled with indignation and sorrow, Fang Yin felt the weight of injustice. His Fang family had cautiously carved out a modest existence over generations, only to face total annihilation due to the Mo family's entanglement with the fiends of the Caniage Pavilion. Struggling to his feet, he cast aside his previous subservience, his withered hand trembling as he pointed at the black-clad figures in the courtyard, his expression one of tragic defiance. "You fiends, your actions are cruel and devoid of conscience. Do you not fear the consequences of your deeds?" Jing Shursen scoffed. "A mere insect dares to speak of consequences." Just as he was about to speak further, the yellow light in Fang Yin's hand flickered and vanished in an instant. The people in the courtyard were momentarily stunned, as the Fang family had not anticipated that their ancestor would forsake them and flee alone. The members of the Canny Knight Pavilion were equally astonished to discover that he possessed a ground-escaping talisman capable of traversing barriers. The ground-escaping talisman was of the profound rank, not something that any mediocre talisman master could conjure. To breach barriers, such a talisman required the expertise of at least a legitimate 6th-tier talisman master. Thinking to flee? Jing Shursen let out a cold snort, his figure flickering as he pursued. The ancestor, with blood spouting from his mouth, cried out in despair. The Fang family members, awakening from their stupor, watched as a middle-aged man brandished a long sword, charging at the nearest black-clad assassin, exclaiming, "I will fight you." Yun Li, hearing the commotion, felt a tremor in her heart. She grasped the illusory world silk and instinctively took a couple of steps forward. That was her senior brother. Though he wore a hood and mask, she could not mistake his form. Wei Ling lightly tapped his toes, his figure becoming ephemeral. Just as it seemed that the sword would pierce his heart, the next moment, the illusion dissipated, and Wei Ling had already appeared behind the man. Thrusting his sword through the man's body, warm blood gushed forth, yet Wei Ling's form flickered, leaving him untouched. What remarkable agility! A mid-foundation cultivator exclaimed in admiration. The surrounding cultivators turned to look, and even Lan Shu raised her gaze towards Wei Ling, contemplating. Meanwhile, some members of the Fang family screamed as they charged forward, while others seized the opportunity to retreat, attempting to escape. However, it was futile. One by one, figures fell, and the flowing blood soaked the shoes of the executioners. In the midst of persistent dread, Yun Li suddenly sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy. She turned her gaze to find a boy of around 11 or 12 huddled in the shadowy corner. His eyes were bloodshot, his brows stood stiffly on end, and pronounced veins bulged on his face as he stared intently ahead. His pale teeth were deeply embedded in his lips, with trickles of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Clutching a small azure incense burner tightly in his hands, a wispy blue smoke enveloped him, forming an enchanting array that encased his entire being. Yun Li paused momentarily, realizing that someone had indeed evaded detection, right beneath their noses. From his appearance, it seemed he had been hiding there from the very beginning. Her gaze fell upon the incense burner in the boy's hands. What kind of artifact was this that even the golden core cultivator Jing Shursen had failed to notice? Yun Li's scrutinizing look sent a shiver through Fang Mo, who was steeped in hatred. Had he been discovered? No, that was impossible. The azure smoke incense burner was a top-tier Earth-grade artifact. Its illusion array could not be penetrated even by those in the golden core stage. He relaxed slightly, but soon grew anxious again as he observed the dissipating smoke. It wouldn't last much longer. As the boy's gaze followed the dwindling mist, Yun Li also noticed that the smoke emanating from the incense burner had indeed grown fainter. She focused on the front and quietly retrieved a ground-escaping talisman from her storage pouch, tossing it toward him. Whether he could escape now depended on his fortune. Fortunately, there lay a ground-escaping talisman in Yushurgio's storage pouch, likely purchased for a critical moment of survival. She had perished unexpectedly, and hadn't he had the chance to use it. Now it would serve to save the boy's life. A tempest surged within Fang Mo's heart as he suddenly looked up. She could see through the illusion array of the azure smoke incense burner. How could this be possible? He fixed his gaze upon Yun Li, trembling as he picked up the ground-escaping talisman at his feet, suppressing the shock that surged within him. He cast one last glance at this hellish realm with his blood-red eyes before shattering the talisman with trembling fingers. This talisman was certainly inferior to Fang Yin's, unable to breach the barrier. However, it could still allow him to burrow underground and evade the slaughter of these fiends. Unbeknownst to him, snowflakes began to drift from the sky, each pure white flake descending upon the Fong residence, instantly chilling the warmth of blood. Suddenly, a bloodied head plummeted from above, rolling to a stop at Yun Li's feet. A chill surged from her soles to the crown of her head. Her throat felt as if stuffed with cotton, rendering her voiceless. Just as she was about to retreat, her gaze met the seemingly amused eyes of Jing Shi-san. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she fought to suppress the urge to flee, taking a deep breath as she slowly diverted her gaze from Fong Yin's grotesque head. Do not think, do not think. Yun Li silently chanted within her mind, yet to no avail. Fong Yin's eyes, filled with resentment and indignation, seemed etched into her memory, as if at any moment those darkened lips would part to unleash the most venomous of curses. Meeting Wei Lin's concerned gaze, she silently mouthed, I am fine. The middle-aged cultivator, counting the heads, paused momentarily, frowning in surprise. Jing Shi-san's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, his voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. Who let them go? Surely not. Surely not. They are still counting. There cannot possibly be a roster of names as well. Yun Li felt a surge of anxiety within, her eyes half closed as she endeavored to conceal any sign of her turmoil. Yet, why were two individuals missing? In the illusionary array, there was clearly but one person present. Could there be others lurking and hiding? Ingwu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, pondering the unsettling absence of anything amiss. The chilling gaze of Jing Shi-san sent a tremor through Ingwu's heart, leaving the final word lodged in his throat. At that moment, a woman clad in the attire of the Fong family's servants spoke up. This afternoon, the young master Fong Mo of the third household has gone missing. The third household has searched tirelessly throughout the day, yet he remains unaccounted for. Even now, the attendant Chang Fu is still outside looking for him, with no sign of return. She was a spy for the Silent Night Pavilion, and it was through her that they received Mo's distress signal. Ingwu exhaled in relief. After all, who could slip away from their vigilant watch, if not someone who was never present? Fong Mo? The thought of that perpetually proud youth darkened Mo's gaze. The cold wind tugged at the edge of her hood, revealing a pale visage, marred by an intricate network of crimson veins that appeared particularly ghastly amidst the blood-soaked surroundings strewn with corpses. Many were taken aback, including several foundation-stage cultivators. Mo hastily adjusted her hood, her exposed arm also bearing a grotesque lattice of veins. Yun Li was immediately reminded of the sight of Mo Chi-shan before his demise, similarly adorned with a web of purplish veins. Was this a poisoning, or perhaps a hereditary affliction of the family? The blue-robed figure furrowed her brow, glancing at Mo, who stood in the biting cold, a mere mortal, unable to endure such harsh weather for long. She turned to Jing Shi-san and instructed, leave two individuals to search. Mo nodded in agreement. The frigid wind howled, slicing through the air like a knife against the skin, while snowflakes tirelessly cloaked the world in a silvery hue, as if to erase the blood-soaked sins of the past. Chapter 35. Gossip, have you heard? A mortal girl has arrived at the pavilion. Upon emerging after 3 days of psychological fortitude to conquer her fears, Yun Li immediately caught wind of a low, mysterious voice. A mortal girl? That would be Mo. The mention of Mo Chi-shan made her heart race. She lifted her gaze to see 3 Qi refining disciples gathered beneath the grand banyan tree outside her home, whispering conspiratorially. Upon hearing this, the small-eyed cultivator, Xiao Bai, scoffed dismissively. What is so remarkable about a bunch of lowly servants from Lulin Wan and Shaodong village who haven't even begun to refine their qi? Yuan-faced cultivator Yin Lu wore an expression of disdain. Those who have never even heard of the name of the residual night pavilion can hardly be considered part of the sect. I'm referring to Qinghe Valley. He continued. Yesterday, while submitting a task at the task hall, I saw Miss Lan Shu and an 8 or 9-year-old mortal girl coming out. How is that possible? The other 2 were astonished, unable to believe their ears. All disciples within the sect were required to first refine their qi in the upper regions of Qinghe Valley, namely Lulin Wan or Shaodong village, before officially becoming cultivators. Only after passing rigorous tests could they enter Qinghe Valley and attain the status of a yellow-level assassin. Yun Li pondered for a moment. Her secretive eavesdropping suggested a guilty conscience. Rather than skulking about, she might as well approach openly. It is human nature to be inquisitive, and no fault can be found in such curiosity. Thus, she stepped forward and inquired with genuine interest, who is Miss Lan Shu? You don't even know who Miss Lan Shu is. Yin Lu's scornful gaze swiftly shifted towards Yun Li, while the diminutive-eyed cultivator, Kong 15, showed no empathy for their shared plight and began to look down upon Yun Li for her ignorance. Yun Li discreetly rolled her eyes and gestured towards the white iron ornament on her right shoulder, indicating, "I am new here." Understanding dawned upon Yin Lu, who retracted her disdainful expression and succinctly explained, "Miss Lan Shu is the daughter of the deputy head, overseeing all matters concerning our yellow-level assassins. So she is their superior." Yun Li realized, only to be struck by another thought. 3 days prior, the mission had predominantly involved assassins, with Jing 13, an assassin, commanding the operation. The yellow-level members were merely support. Kong 15 leaned in, eager to gossip, "But I've heard that Miss Lan Shu is actually the illegitimate daughter of the head." "The head?" Yun Li gasped. Yin Lu admonished softly, "Keep your voice down." After surveying their surroundings, she asked, "Why do you say that?" Yun Li nodded thoughtfully. It indeed seemed rather dubious for a trusted confidant of the head to serve as a bodyguard for the deputy's daughter. A flicker of intrigue ignited within her. Meanwhile, another slender cultivator, Yin 12, grew impatient. Once his explanations concluded, he urged Yin Lu, "Quickly, tell us about that mortal girl." Yun Li was filled with vexation, nearly forgetting her primary purpose for being there, to investigate Mo and Mo Chi-shan. Yin Lu, suppressing his voice, exclaimed with fervor, "According to a distant cousin of mine who serves beside Miss Lan Shu, this young lady is named Mo, a member of the Frostfall clan. One of the 4 absolute killers." Absolute killers. It was Yin 12 who gasped in astonishment this time. The absolute killers had always been shrouded in mystery within the residual night pavilion, aside from the left protector Mang Zhong, who managed all affairs. The other 3 had never made an appearance, their enigma rivaling even that of the pavilion master. Now, the emergence of a descendant of Frostfall ignited the curiosity of the group, causing them to collectively hold their breath in anticipation of Yin Lu's tale. It was said that this Frostfall individual hailed from Jin City, bearing the surname Mo. For reasons unknown, they had vanished several years ago, and even within the pavilion, their whereabouts were a mystery. However, last month, a distress signal from one of their kin was suddenly received. Can you guess what happened next? The 3, eager to engage, inquired what happened. He inhaled deeply, a hint of fear in his voice. More than 100 members of the Mo family, for reasons unknown, perished in rapid succession. Perished? The trio's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, astonished at the audacity of anyone daring to strike at the kin of the absolute killers of the residual night pavilion, let alone an entire family dying in such a manner. What immense enmity must exist for such a brutal fate, with this kind of demise? Surely it was the result of foul play? Yet, in the next moment, Yin Lu dispelled their conjectures, revealing, indeed, their bodies exhibited signs of chaotic meridians, their blood vessels swollen and ruptured. Initially, the Mo family suspected poisoning, but they could not ascertain the source. His voice unconsciously deepened, and soon, some relatives of the Mo family began to exhibit similar symptoms, all meeting untimely deaths. The 3 were rendered speechless by astonishment. After a long pause, Yun Li's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she inquired, "Surely the Mo family has servants. What has become of them?" Yin Lu nodded thoughtfully. Noting the peculiarity, the servants of the Mo household remained unharmed, while those relatives who suffered were indeed of blood relation. Suddenly, Yin Lu smacked his forehead, coming to a startling realization. It was quite possible. The more he pondered, the more he felt this was a valid line of inquiry. The servants, residing under the same roof, were unharmed, while distant blood relatives exhibited the same alarming symptoms. Such an extraordinary occurrence could only be elucidated by a mysterious curse. Hadn't the witchcraft sect been eradicated a millennium ago? How could curses still persist? Kong Shiwu's expression turned to one of dread. The arts of witchcraft were enigmatic and insidious, rendering one defenseless. 1,000 years prior, under the auspices of the Kanglan giant Qi of the Tai sect, nearly all sects united to eradicate the witchcraft sect. In the face of the combined might of cultivators across the continent, the witchcraft sect was utterly annihilated. Although it was said to be extinguished, one could never be certain of remnants. Yin Lu regarded him with a knowing look, as if to say he was still too young. Those esteemed figures of righteous sects appeared lofty and just, yet one could only wonder what their true nature was behind closed doors. When the arts of witchcraft are wielded by others, they are deemed nefarious and warrant extermination. However, when held by oneself, they symbolize strength, revealing that the evil lies not within the arts, but within the hearts of men. The young woman, With her sparkling eyes brimming with mischief, mused aloud, could it be that she is not truly of the Mo lineage, but rather the result of a clandestine affair by Lady Mo? Yin Lu and Yin 12 exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into conspiratorial smiles. Yin Li recalled the deep crimson veins running through Mo's skin, furrowing her brow in contemplation. She was undoubtedly a scion of the Mo family. Despite exhibiting symptoms, she had not succumbed, and given the timeline, she had maintained this state for at least a month. How was she managing it? Yin Li blinked, realizing they were unaware of Mo Qi Shan's demise, which meant they were temporarily safe. Even if Mo Qi Shan was a formidable assassin, his death rendered him of little use to the pavilion. The cold-hearted nature of the Silent Night Pavilion ensured they would not concern themselves with the remnants of his lineage. The fact that they had specifically summoned Mou for observation indicated their ignorance of Mo Qi Shan's fate. Moreover, the blood fiend technique, wasn't it a skill he had exchanged within the pavilion? Remembering the determined tone of Jing 13 that fateful night, she wondered if this technique held significant implications. While some questions were answered, new mysteries only multiplied. In a moment of realization, she nearly forgot her intention to exchange for spirit rice at the marketplace. Hastily, Yin Li bid farewell to the trio and hurried towards the market. Disciples below the foundation establishment stage generally did not practice fasting, as the pavilion provided various spirit meals for exchange. The storage bags were advantageous, as they sealed out air, ensuring that even a year's worth of provisions would remain unspoiled. The spirit meals consisted of assorted spirit grains, vegetables, and specially processed beast meat, all crafted by skilled spiritual chefs, and their prices were exorbitant. Most of their contribution points were spent on these delicacies. In addition to the spiritual meals, there are also inexpensive fasting pills that can stave off hunger. A single fasting pill costs 10 contribution points and can sustain one for 3 days, providing a remarkable sense of fullness and an exceedingly high cost-performance ratio. However, they are extraordinarily unpalatable, devoid of any flavor, and have a crunchiness that makes them difficult to chew. Yun Li scrunched her nose and eyes tightly, struggling for a long time to swallow it down. After one experience, she could only abandon the economically advantageous fasting pills in tears, dedicating all her savings to the spiritual chef at the market building. Chapter 36. Apprenticeship. Wei Ling leisurely surveyed the small courtyard before him, which was more than twice the size of the quarters occupied by the Qi refining stage disciples. In the center stood a 2-story pavilion, while a small medicinal field, neatly arranged with several rows of spiritual herbs, lay adjacent to the east wing. Under the tree to the west was a white jade stone table accompanied by 4 jade stools of the same material. He tapped the courtyard's protective barrier and respectfully announced, "I am Qianjiao, here to pay my respects to Miss Lan Shu." The barrier of the courtyard opened, and Lan Shu's melodious voice resonated. "Come in." Wei Ling traversed the courtyard and entered the pavilion, offering a respectful greeting. Qianjiao, with both fire and with spiritual roots, has advanced from the 3rd to the 5th layer of Qi refining in just over 3 months since entering the pavilion. Am I correct? Miss Lan Shu, your strategic acumen sees through everything. Wei Ling earnestly flattered, realizing that although the pavilion appeared indifferent towards its disciples, it was indeed observing them closely in secret. You certainly have a way with words, she replied, turning to speak cheerfully to someone inside the room. Master Uncle, are you satisfied with this disciple? Is there someone else in the room? Wei Ling felt a sudden chill within his heart. Aside from the blue book, there was no one else in his vicinity. To elude his perception, one must either possess a far superior cultivation level or have mastered a corresponding concealment technique. The gauzy curtains separating the outer hall from the inner chamber seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly parting to reveal a refined gentleman clad in white, meditating upon a central mat. His features were strikingly handsome, and his posture was impeccably straight. Upon hearing a voice, he gradually opened his eyes, casting a glance at Wei Ling, and inquired with an air of indifference, "How long have you been cultivating?" "What?" The man appeared taken aback, the aloofness in his eyes evaporating entirely. In an instant, he rose and, with a flicker, stood before Wei Ling. Lan Shu was astonished. The information she had received indicated that Qianjiao had ascended from the 3rd to the 5th level of Qi refinement in a mere 3 months. Little did she anticipate that Wei Ling had only been cultivating for half a year, his progress surpassing her own as a single spiritual root. With this thought, her gaze towards Wei Ling transformed. The man flipped his hand, presenting a small jade plate marked with scales, which he placed into Wei Ling's palm. The center of the plate suddenly illuminated with red and green hues, vibrant beams of light emanating from the center and moving outward. Initially, the speed was astonishingly swift, reaching the outer edge of the plate in the blink of an eye, but then it slowed, yet continued unabated. Lan Shu leaned in eagerly, her eyes fixated on the small jade plate, murmuring to herself, 90, 91. How is this possible? She found it hard to believe that in such a brief moment, the two beams of light had ascended several notches. As a singular spiritual root with a purity of merely 93, how could the purity of a dual spiritual root surpass that of a single one? The reason a single spiritual root is regarded as an exceptional talent lies primarily in its high purity, which allows for a remarkable affinity with spiritual energy, resulting in rapid advancement in cultivation. However, if the purity is equivalent, a greater number of spiritual roots is naturally more advantageous. She possessed a golden spiritual root, capable of absorbing only gold-attributed spiritual energy. To wield techniques of other attributes, she would first need to convert the energy within her body to the corresponding attribute, which would undoubtedly take considerably longer than those who inherently possessed the relevant attributes. In life and death battles, where every moment counts, most cultivators thus focus solely on techniques associated with their own attributes. Ultimately, the red beam halted at the 99 mark, while the green fell slightly short at 98. Lost in a state of prolonged astonishment, she pondered the unprecedented purity of spiritual roots that had not been seen in the Kanglan continent for millennia. After a moment of contemplation, he gently addressed Wei Ling, stating, "Your purity of spiritual roots is a rare sight in a millennium, with fire and wood harmonizing. If cultivated properly, it may very well evolve into a wind spiritual root in the future." Pausing briefly, he then inquired, "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" As a singular golden spiritual root, she was most suited for the path of the sword, and Jingzhe was a renowned sword cultivator of the Zhangyi Pavilion. Initially, she had aspired to be a disciple under Master Jingzhe, but unexpectedly, the pavilion master recognized her potential and took her as a personal disciple. The continent's aberrations and seal? Wei Ling was taken aback internally, though her expression remained composed. With a steady bow, she declared, "Disciple Qianjiu pays respects to the master." "Excellent." As Jingzhe smiled and gently tapped Wei Lin's forehead, he recalled acquiring a dual attribute cultivation technique of fire and wood a few years prior, which was perfectly suited for him. "Thank you, master." Wei Lin closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge of the technique, and upon opening them in surprise, realized he had obtained a high-grade, earth-level technique. Was this the benefit of having a mentor? Jingzhe continued, "As your master, I possess a singular golden spiritual root, and most of the artifacts I utilize are of the gold attribute. Thus I lack items suitable for you. However, there is no need for concern. Within our sect's armory, there exists a low-grade heavenly sword named Zhaoying, which is quite fitting for you. I shall persuade the sect leader to offer it as a reward in the upcoming sect competition in 2 years during the Qi refining stage. If you can secure the top position, Zhaoying will undoubtedly be yours." The mention of a heavenly artifact made Wei Lin's phoenix-like eyes gleam with excitement. It seemed he need not seek a personal artifact in the future. Suppressing his exhilaration, he respectfully replied, "I appreciate your efforts, master." What was most remarkable was that Zhaoying already possessed a semblance of sentience. Should fortune favor him and superior materials become available for enhancement, it could very well evolve into a treasured artifact. Lan Shu, feeling a tinge of envy, remarked that while her dream sync sword was also a heavenly grade artifact, it lacked sentience and therefore the potential for advancement. Given Jingzhe's esteemed position, it was unlikely that the master would refuse his proposal. With Jingzhe's guidance and the innate talent of junior brother Qianjiu, securing victory in the sex competition 3 years hence for the Qi refining disciples seemed almost inevitable. Wei Lin couldn't help but smile. The next day, Yunli stood before a tranquil courtyard, their new residence, more accurately, Wei Lin's new abode. The position of the Jiexian Pavilion was unparalleled, second only to the Pavilion Master, with the Vice Pavilion Master subordinate to it. The direct disciples of the sect are granted the privilege of residing within the inner valley, where they are also assigned a servant to attend to their daily needs, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. As for her, she currently occupies the role of a maid, responsible for the care of Wei Ling. The inner valley is situated at the source of the Qinghe Valley, where 2 principal spiritual veins converge, resulting in an abundance of pure and potent spiritual energy. It serves as the residence for the elite disciples of the valley, making cultivation here remarkably efficient. Since servants are also permitted to reside and cultivate alongside their masters in the inner valley, such positions are highly coveted among the outer disciples. However, her role was personally appointed by her senior brother, rendering it unassailable by others. With a sense of delight, she pushed open the courtyard gate and was about to set up some protective barriers when a bright voice emanated from a small pavilion entwined with green vines. It was junior brother Qianjiao. Wei Ling looked up to see Lan Shu lazily leaning against the railing, her body slightly angled as she smiled warmly in their direction. Beside her sat a young girl clad in a pale pink cloak, her back turned towards them, exuding the aura of MOU. Senior sister Lan Shu. Wei Ling greeted politely, pausing before adding, Miss MOU. Yunli quickly followed suit, bowing silently. Lan Shu chuckled softly, saying, We are all of the same generation. You may simply call her sister MOU. Wei Ling nodded and reiterated courteously, Sister MOU. MOU had been keeping her head down, yet from their vantage point, it was evident that the purple-red veins on her face appeared more pronounced than the last time they had met. Noticing the gaze of the two, she shifted uncomfortably, adjusting her cloak and turning her face away. Lan Shu, perceiving her discomfort, subtly shifted to obscure their line of sight. Her gaze fell upon Yunli, who stood behind Wei Lin, and she frowned as she remarked, Is this truly the servant you have chosen? She appears rather young. Can she adequately care for you? Yunli. Wei Lin smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, We are already acquainted. Lan Shu cast him a sidelong glance, thinking it was more than mere acquaintance. How could a girl who had just reached the second layer of Qi training handle anything significant? Noting Wei Lin's disinclination to elaborate, she refrained from further inquiries and simply stated, We shall be neighbors from now on. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, senior sister. In the attic, MOU slowly lifted her head, observing Wei Lin's silhouette with a bitter expression. With a dual spiritual root that was nearly at full purity, how unjust the heavens could be. Some individuals, endowed with exceptional talent, could be taken under the wing of powerful mentors upon entering the sect, without a care for cultivation techniques, secret manuals, magical artifacts, elixirs, or spirit stones. Meanwhile, others lacked even the opportunity to cultivate, wishing for even the most basic 5 elemental roots. Chapter 37. The pack of wolves. The north wind howled fiercely, causing the barren wood and dead branches to tremble incessantly. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, pressing down upon all who breathed beneath it. Yunli followed closely behind Wei Lin, trudging through the snow with a mix of deep and shallow steps, occasionally glancing around her. Suddenly, she halted and questioned skeptically, On such a frigid day, are there really demonic beasts roaming about? Wei Lin replied, The wind-running wolves are resilient to the cold. Such snowy weather is ideal for them. Yunli pouted, recalling that they had initially planned to embark on their tasks once the weather warmed. However, circumstances had shifted. Her senior brother was to enter seclusion for cultivation with Lord Jingjia in 7 days, and he would be occupied for at least a year. In the coming days, it is imperative to complete the foundational tasks, and she also requires the opportunity to hone her skills against demonic beasts, thereby augmenting her combat experience. She cannot afford to find herself in peril due to a lack of experience as she did previously. Moreover, after her advancement, she discovered that the absorption of demonic cores significantly accelerates her training, strengthening her muscles and bones. Now, not only has her spiritual power increased, but she is also steadfastly progressing towards becoming a powerhouse, albeit frequently succumbing to drowsiness. However, not all demonic cores are equally effective. Those from first-tier demonic beasts provide negligible benefits, with only second-tier and third-tier cores proving useful. As for cores of higher tiers, she has yet to encounter any. Therefore, accumulating these cores has become essential for her cultivation, as she is reluctant to confront demonic beasts alone once her senior brother concludes his seclusion. Suddenly, a waft of sweet fragrance from the 3-leaf white vine drifted towards her. Yunli paused, astonished that even in such frigid weather, the snow fragrance rabbit could be found wandering about. Just as she was about to inform Wei Ling, a flash of white dashed towards them, racing straight for a nearby tree. Yunli stared in disbelief, wondering if the rabbit intended to reenact the age-old tale of the waiting for the hare. Realizing it was indeed the snow fragrance rabbit, Wei Ling sheathed his sword and called out, Ali, with a flick of her wrist. Yunli unleashed her illusory world silk, ensnaring one of its legs tightly. What a catch! I cannot allow this rabbit to escape. It would be a disgrace to my reputation. Grasping the rabbit by the nape, she prepared to boast, when suddenly, a formidable presence approached rapidly. Wei Ling released his spiritual awareness to investigate, a smile spreading across his face as he declared, "Our task has been located. It is a pack of wind-running wolves. It seems they are in pursuit of this little creature. Wait, something is amiss." His expression shifted abruptly, brows furrowing deeply. After a meticulous examination, he gasped, "A fourth-tier wolf king. Run." No sooner had the words left his lips than Yun Li had already darted several dozen meters away. Sensing not only the presence of the fourth-tier Windrunner Wolf King, but also 3 third-tier wolves, while their other companions were merely second-tier and even weaker than the others. To remain would be tantamount to delivering themselves to the pack. Yet, it was too late. The 3 third-tier Windrunner wolves advanced with their respective teams, encircling them from the left, right, and ahead, while the Wolf King loomed behind. The regal Wolf King strolled gracefully, coming to a halt upon a raised platform, tilting its noble head to gaze down upon the 2 individuals and 1 rabbit with a disdainful and indifferent glare, exuding the commanding presence of one who holds dominion over life and death. The 3 third-tier Windrunner wolves each claimed a vantage point, howling to the heavens. As if rallying the pack to heed their call, a cacophony of wolf howls resonated through the forest. They flexed their muscular frames, their sleek fur rippling like waves. Powerful forelimbs slightly bent, bodies arched in readiness, poised to launch at the command of their king and rend their prey to shreds. The wolf pack was proud. Unlike a venomous serpent lurking in shadowy corners, waiting for an unsuspecting moment to strike and then escape, they were disciplined, unlike solitary tigers or lions. Instead, encircling their quarry under the leadership of the Wolf King, with order and organization to initiate a bold assault. The snow-white fragrant rabbit trembled in her grasp like a leaf in the wind, causing Yun Li's legs to weaken. She relinquished the rabbit, no longer able to concern herself with it, resigning to fate. The abandoned snow-white rabbit, Snow Lingxiang, harbored no inclination to flee. Instead, it nestled closer to Yun Li's feet. Glancing down at the creature, Yun Li's face contorted in sorrow as she trembled and muttered, "Little one, I cannot save you either. We are both in peril." With that, she turned her attention away, attempting to steady herself as she stood back-to-back with Wei Lin, shivering as she asked, "What shall we do now?" Wei Lin tightened his grip on his sword, his expression grave. "You hold off the others. I will confront the Wolf King. Can you manage that?" Yun Li stuttered, her teeth chattering. After all, they were dealing with a beast on par with a human cultivator at the foundational stage, and her confidence was waning. Wei Lin replied coolly, "Only by defeating or severely injuring it do we stand a chance to escape." The wind-running wolf was renowned for its swiftness. If it were merely a third-tier beast, they might have been able to utilize their talismans and magical artifacts to prevail, but the daunting presence of this 4th-tier Wolf King far exceeded their capabilities, both in strength and speed. "Here, take these talismans and aim for its legs. If we can cripple it, we will flee." Yun Li, keeping a vigilant eye on the encircling pack, retrieved a handful of diamond talisman and a stack of fireball talisman from her storage pouch, her entire stock accumulated from recent practice. After glancing at the wolf's sharp claws, she grimaced, "Give me 2 diamond talismans." She resolved then and there to stockpile more defensive talismans. Preserving one's life was paramount. Furthermore, she needed to swiftly learn the Earth Escape talisman. Survival was of utmost importance. Wei Lin divided the diamond and fireball talismans, handing her several of each, and cautioned, "Do not engage them directly, just keep them occupied." "Understood." Yun Li tightened her grip on the illusory silk, contemplated briefly, and then switched it to her left hand, retrieving a colossal hammer from her storage pouch. The illusory silk felt ethereal, suitable for long-range entanglements. Yet she feared that should a wolf draw near, she would be at a disadvantage. With the giant hammer in hand, she felt a sense of reassurance. "Are you ready?" Wei Lin inquired softly, his gaze fixed upon the Wolf King before them. As soon as his words fell, he deftly summoned several fireball talismans, launching them from various angles toward the Wolf King. The searing orbs descended upon the beast, vibrant red flames coalescing into a radiant barrier that momentarily obscured its vision. Without a hint of hesitation, the instant he released the fireballs, he affixed several diamond talisman seals to himself, then advanced with his sword, delivering a powerful strike to the Wolf King's leg. The sound was akin to striking a solid metal surface, sending a jolt through his wrist, leaving it slightly numb. Anxiety surged within him. The Windrunner Wolf King possessed formidable defenses, rendering his sword energy talismans capable of inflicting only superficial wounds. Conversely, he found himself compelled to evade and maneuver cautiously, fully aware that a direct hit would result in severe injury. Meanwhile, Yunli unfurled the illusory silk, positioning it to obstruct the path between the other wolves and their king. The ends of the silk swiftly elongated, wrapping tightly around the three-tiered Windrunner wolves on either side, resembling serpents in their constriction. The turbulent airflow behind her whipped her long hair and garments into a frenzy. Without hesitation, she channeled her spiritual energy into the giant hammer, illuminating it in an exquisite golden glow. Suddenly, she pivoted sharply and brought it crashing down, pausing momentarily in surprise. Chapter 38. Brutality, the formidable third-tier demon beast, which should have been as resilient as an impenetrable fortress, was rendered remarkably feeble beneath the weight of her colossal hammer. With a single strike, half of its body became ensconced in the earth, the splattered snow mingling with the damp soil obscuring her view. When had her offensive prowess become so piercing? Admittedly, the Windrunner wolf was not renowned for its defensive capabilities, yet for human cultivators, its resilience was still formidable. The feudal skirmish between Wei Lin and the Wolf King served as a testament to this, as his attacks merely tickled the creature. Yet, when it came to her, the dynamics abruptly shifted. Though her heart surged with tumultuous waves of astonishment, her hands remained resolute, swinging the hammer once more against the advancing pack of wolves. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Wherever the colossal hammer descended, it obliterated all in its path. Every Windrunner wolf met its demise without exception. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, severed limbs and flesh scattered as crimson droplets stained the pristine white snow, an image forever etched in her memory. The remaining wolves, cowed by Yun Li's ferocity, hesitated to advance any further. They paused, but Yun Li did not. With a swift flicker of her raven lashes, she leaped towards the nearest third-tier Windrunner wolf, and with a precise strike of her hammer, the beast convulsed in terror before succumbing to its fate. After dispatching the last of the third-tier Windrunner wolves in a similar manner, she hefted her hammer and turned her attention towards the Wolf King. Its kin lay slain, and though the Wolf King was consumed by rage, an overwhelming sense of terror gripped it, particularly in the presence of the unmistakable aura emanating from her, compelling it to instinctively prostrate in reverence. However, its pride forbade it from yielding, especially in the face of an opponent evidently inferior in strength. It vehemently resisted the urge to submit, and thus its attacks against Wei Lin grew noticeably more restrained. Wei Lin, too, refrained from delivering a decisive blow to the Wolf King. Firstly, his strikes proved ineffective, and secondly, due to the evident distress exhibited by Ali. Her gaze was sharp and clear, reminiscent of a tranquil pool nestled deep within the mountains, crystal clear yet profoundly deep, with a faint orange glow shimmering at the bottom. A stark contrast to her earlier ruthless decisiveness, evoking the image of a cold-blooded assassin. Yet, her eyelashes quivered incessantly, her lips pressed tightly together, betraying an unmistakable fear. The massive hammer in Yun Li's grasp carved a deep groove in the snow. The metal scraping against the hard stone produced a jarring screech that instilled a sense of dread in the Windrunner Wolf King, causing it to retreat a couple of steps. Yun Li strained to widen her eyes, suppressing the tremors of her lashes, lifting the hammer, leaping, and bringing it down with force. The Wolf King's forelimbs weakened, and as Yun Li approached, the aura of terror it exuded intensified. In a flash, years of combat experience enabled it to dodge swiftly. Yun Li felt a twinge of surprise. After all, the Wolf King was indeed a formidable opponent. The lesser second and third-tier Windrunner wolves had quaked in fear beneath her hammer, unable to evade her strikes, meeting their demise with alarming ease. Yet, despite the Wolf King's evident terror, it still managed to react. Thud. Ultimately, however, its speed was insufficient. The massive hammer struck down upon its right hind leg, eliciting a pained howl, only for it to realize that the human's strength was not as formidable as it had feared, and did not align with the aura of dread it had projected. Yun Li was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, as a fourth-tier demon beast, it exhibited a qualitative leap in every aspect compared to its third-tier counterparts. A single blow that could nearly incapacitate a third-tier beast merely left a moderate wound on its leg, failing to strike a fatal blow. She summoned the illusory silk and swiftly ensnared the creature, once again swinging her colossal hammer with relentless ferocity. If one strike was insufficient, she would unleash 2, 3. She would grind it down to defeat. At this moment, the strategy she had previously shared with Wei Lin about crippling the beast and fleeing had been cast aside. Her mind singularly focused on annihilating it. Wei Lin, bewildered by her peculiar demeanor, stood frozen for a moment before advancing with his sword drawn. With the illusory silk binding the Wolf King's limbs, he felt liberated from restraint and struck with abandon. No matter how formidable the Wolf King was, no matter how robust its defenses, it could not withstand their relentless onslaught, slowly succumbing to their persistent assault. Wei Lin's gaze sharpened as his longsword, enveloped in a silvery glow, pierced the creature's flesh, just as he intended to withdraw and evade the Wolf King's final thrashings. A massive hammer descended with brutal force, splattering him with its gushing blood. Caught off guard, Wei Lin's face darkened, his brow twitching in distress. Yunli, noticing his reaction, forced a laugh and awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back." Lowering her gaze, she was confronted by a scene of blood and dismembered flesh that seared her eyes. Her long lashes fluttered anxiously, reflecting her inner turmoil and unease. She felt like a monster, gripped by profound fear, yet her actions were as merciless as those of a callous brute. In the past, she had maintained a facade of calm in the face of fear, but now she realized that it was not merely a matter of avoiding mistakes. It was an unsettling transformation. She raised her hand to shield her eyes with the back of her hand, taking several deep breaths to calm her tumultuous emotions before finally lowering it. Furrowing her brow, she organized her thoughts. "I feel as though they have not unleashed their full potential, as if their abilities are being suppressed by some unseen force." Her gaze darkened, the pungent scent of blood seemingly igniting her inner battle spirit, making her more resolute with each conflict. The stronger her combat intent, the greater the suppression of the wind-running wolf. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "This suppression seems to be specifically directed at the beasts. Entirely different from what transpired with you, Sergio. She was merely weak, yet she displayed her inherent strength." Wei Ling raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What leads you to perceive you, Sergio, as weak? And what about this suppression? Is it exclusively aimed at the beasts?" His gaze fell upon the illusory world silk in her hand, which possessed a mysterious origin and considerable power, seemingly attuned to its master's thoughts. Could it have gained sentience, thereby exerting pressure on the wind-running wolf? No. He recalled the initial encounter with the third-tier wind-running wolf that perished beneath the colossal hammer. Ali had not employed the illusory world silk against it, and it had offered no resistance. He met Yun Li's incredulous eyes, realizing she too had deduced the same. If it was not the illusory world silk, then it must be her own essence at play. Wei Ling pondered for a moment, speculating. Could it be that the residual aura from your absorption of the demon cores is imposing this suppression upon them? Yun Li shook her head, asserting no. The highest tier demon core I absorbed was that of the third-tier white-nosed bear during my advancement. How could a third-tier demon core exert control over a fourth-tier demon beast? If it is not the demon cores in question, then what might be the underlying cause? He let out a faint sigh, raising his hand to smooth the furrowed brows of Yun Li. "All right, let us tidy up and depart swiftly. Those matters that elude our understanding shall be set aside for now." "Very well," Yun Li replied, her voice soft and tinged with uncertainty. In truth, there was little to be organized. The wolf pack lay in disarray, utterly shattered by her onslaught. Apart from the demon cores, nothing of substantial value remained. For the ensuing 3 days, they lingered in the spiral mountain, methodically slaying various beasts such as the saber-toothed leopard, iron-boned tiger, and the spiritual rhinoceros, creatures of the first and second tiers, posing little threat. To gain a more precise understanding of Yun Li's current capabilities and her awkward demeanor during combat, Wei Lin had her engage in battles alone against the beasts they encountered. Without exception, the first and second tier monsters stood no chance against her. Upon facing a beast, her initial instinct was fear. Yet, once engaged in battle, regardless of her inner trepidation, each strike was executed with precision and decisiveness. Particularly when wielding the massive hammer, each blow was lethal, leaving a gruesome spectacle in its wake. Aside from the demon cores, the blood and flesh of the beasts were obliterated. As the days progressed, Wei Lin ceased to allow her involvement in the fighting. With her current approach, fulfilling their mission would be impossible, as they were required to present both demon cores and the bodies of the beasts for it to count. Wei Lin expressed his disapproval, noting her lack of aptitude with the sword. For an entire month, she struggled with the most fundamental techniques, thrusts, slashes, and cuts. However, he understood the nature of young girls. Who does not wish to embody the elegance of a fairy? Thus, he suggested, do you not possess the illusory world silk? Devote yourself to mastering the long silk. It is most fitting for a girl to wield such a weapon, embodying the essence of a petite fairy. Yunli pouted her dewy lips, wearing a bitter expression as she lamented, silk is indeed quite suitable for control, yet it possesses little lethality. Chapter 39. Enlightenment. Wei Ling shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, who says otherwise? Do you not enjoy reading tales? A master of unparalleled skill can subdue foes with but a mere flower or leaf. Why should silk be any different? Moreover, we are cultivators, our spiritual energy, far surpassing mere internal strength. That makes sense, she mused. Hence, her silk could indeed serve a purpose. She gently caressed the pale golden silk, realizing that petals and leaves could sever a throat only after being infused with internal power, rendering them hard and sharp, akin to thin blades. As for her silk, transforming the entire length into something as sharp as autumn frost seemed somewhat unattainable, at least with her currently meager spiritual energy. It would be quite wasteful, however, concentrating her energy in a specific area to render it as sharp as a sword was feasible. In a flash of inspiration, the illusory silk soared from her wrist, the leading edge taut and rigid, resembling a delicate yet keen blade. The trailing length followed suit, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Akin to an elegant dancer, soft and fluid. A massive tree loomed ahead, and Yunli pursed her lips, continuing to direct the silk forward. With a faint whisper, the silk's edge penetrated the trunk. The cold wind howled past, and with a sharp crack, the towering tree swayed before crashing backward. Wei Ling raised his sleeve to shield himself from the flying snow and mud, arching an eyebrow in surprise. Impressive intuition. Hee, I can draw inferences as well. The pearly eyes of Yunli shimmer brightly, filled with myriad fragments of starlight. There is truly no need to infuse an abundance of spiritual energy from the outset, allowing the Ling string to maintain its sharpness. I can simply amplify the infusion of spiritual energy just before making contact with the tree, ensuring that it becomes sharp at the moment of contact. Indeed, Wei Lin nodded in appreciation, and suddenly his phoenix-like eyes sparkled as he smiled and remarked, there is room for further advancement. The entire Ling string traverses the trunk, while the tree remains steadfastly upright. However, external forces exist, such as the recent gust of wind, which are beyond her control. To minimize the influence of these external forces, the Ling string must pass through swiftly. As long as the duration is brief, the impact of external forces becomes negligible. This tests her mastery over the illusory world Ling and her application of spiritual energy. Unconsciously, she fiddled with the illusory world Ling around her wrist, absent-mindedly twirling it around her left index finger while furrowing her brow and murmuring, considering this, it doesn't seem impossible. Noticing her realization, Wei Lin felt greatly pleased and stated, there is no need to rush. With a clear direction, you can practice gradually in the future. Yunli nodded, beaming with a radiant smile. Now, you can rest assured and enter seclusion. I shall practice with the Ling string in the courtyard and draw talismans while awaiting your emergence. Do not neglect your cultivation either. Understood. Time swiftly passes, spring fades into autumn, and in the blink of an eye, a year has gone by. Before dawn, fine strands of rain drift down, gently cascading upon the delicate pink petals, gradually coalescing into a lustrous, transparent bead. As droplets coalesce and grow larger, at last, the delicate petals can no longer bear the weight. The curved tips collapse, sending the droplets cascading down and splashing upon the ground. Yunli pushed the door open, shaking her head and swaying, stretching her limbs to awaken her languid body. With a single stride, she stepped to the right side of the courtyard, raising her hand to wield the illusory silk, directing it towards a wooden post that stood over a meter tall. Chilly raindrops fell upon her hair and brow, dissipating the last remnants of sleep. She gazed intently as the long silk swiftly passed just half an inch above the wooden post. Just as the final segment of the silk was about to glide past, her spiritual energy faltered momentarily, causing the silk to soften. However, it soon regained its tautness and surged forward, pulling the previously softened segment back into place. Where the two segments overlapped, a gap appeared. The flat cylindrical top wobbled slightly before falling to the ground with a soft thud. These wooden posts, once lush green trees, had been gradually worn down by her relentless efforts over the past year, losing their vibrant verdancy. Sighing, she thought of her senior brother, who had been in seclusion for over a year. She wondered when he would emerge. During these past 2 years, she had transformed into a complete recluse, venturing out of the courtyard only to exchange provisions at the market when her supplies ran low. Aside from her nightly slumber, all her time was devoted to cultivation. She discovered that reaching a critical point in her practice often left her feeling agitated, while maintaining a measure of sleep not only benefited her cultivation, but also enhanced her physical strength, speed, and resilience. Frustrated, she muttered, "Can you refrain from flailing that worn silk and poking about so early in the morning? It's raining. Can't you just settle down?" A girl clad in black pushed aside several branches adorned with delicate, pale pink cherry blossoms, peering out to impatiently shout at Yunli. With a roll of her eyes toward the heavens, Yunli retorted, "On a rainy day, you choose not to eat. Is that it? Huh. And who are you to criticize? Aren't you the one wielding that broken sword and hacking away while I am in my practice?" Yunli refused to grant her any opportunity for rebuttal, promptly interrupting, "Miss Lan Shu usually practices her swordplay at this hour as well. If you possess the capability, instruct her to change her schedule." After calling out to her retreating figure, Yunli resumed her own practice with the long silk ribbon. San, the maid responsible for attending to Lan Shu's daily needs, had a penchant for stirring up trouble. This hour was designated as Lan Shu's sword training time. To avoid disturbing her neighbor, Yunli chose to practice her illusory world ribbon at this juncture. A few days prior, when Lan Shu went out on errands, San began to complain about the noise, insisting on a daily quarrel. Was this not merely seeking trouble? Just because she altered her training time did not necessitate Yunli to follow suit. In truth, she was quite content. The inner valley was rich in spiritual energy. After tending to Miss Lan Shu's affairs each day, she could devote herself to her cultivation with peace of mind. The results were remarkable. During her time in the outer valley, it took her 5 years to ascend from the 1st to the 4th level of qi cultivation. Yet, upon entering the inner valley, she achieved a breakthrough from the 4th to the 7th level in a mere 4 years. However, comparison often breeds discontent. The young girl next door, reputedly the direct disciple of Lord Jingzhe, had only moved in a few days prior, after which her master had entered seclusion alongside Lord Jingzhe. The young girl, free from labor, brazenly took residence in the main house, which is perched upon a spiritual vein, teeming with an abundance of spiritual energy unmatched by any other location. This small abode was originally hers alone, but with Miss Mou's arrival, additional staff had been assigned to serve in the quarters, thus requiring her to relinquish half of her space. As the hour of Chun approached, Yunli gathered her silks and, as customary, raised her head to greet Mou from the adjacent loft. Miss Mou. It seemed that at some point, Mou had developed a fondness for watching her practice the illusory world silk from the loft. Initially, Yunli was startled, speculating whether Mou had unearthed some secret, but later realized that she merely enjoyed observing the cultivation of others. Perhaps it was envy. A person devoid of spiritual roots living amidst a throng of cultivators is a tragic plight, a constant reminder of her status as a mere mortal. Chapter 40. Night market. By midday, the gentle drizzle showed no signs of abating, rather intensifying, with droplets cascading like pearls from the eaves. Yunli set up a long table beneath the corridor, creating talismans amidst the misty rain. Upon emerging from tidying up the room of Lan Shu, San observed this scene and couldn't help but snored in disdain. A disfigured person often stirs trouble. In the path of cultivation, tranquility is paramount. What does it matter to imitate the mundane by painting while listening to the rain? Yunli, with steady hand, completed the final stroke of the Earth Escape talisman, then cast a sidelong glance at her, nonchalantly stating, "I am refining my heart." San's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a liver. Realizing this was a veiled jab at her own disturbances. Not only had she criticized Yunli for interrupting her practice earlier that morning, but now this was also a pointed critique of her own lack of composure. Upon this realization, her complexion shifted dramatically from a shade reminiscent of pig liver to a hue akin to excrement green, before finally transitioning to a vivid scarlet. After holding her breath for an extended moment, she delivered her 186th threat. "Just you wait." Yunli shrugged. This phrase had become a monotonous refrain, devoid of any substance, leaving her ears nearly calloused from its repetition. Nonetheless, the daily exchange of such banter proved to be a delightful distraction amidst her cultivation, prompting her to smile before resuming her artistic endeavors. It is said that the secret realm of Ju-ing Peak was originally a fragment of an immortal abode left behind by a powerful being who, 30,000 years ago, had failed in their ascension during a tribulation. This abode was subsequently fortified with restrictions, serving as a training ground for disciples of the sect. Ju-ing Peak, being a portion of this celestial estate, is abundant in spiritual plants and medicinal herbs, providing nearly all the materials required for foundation establishment pills, thus making it a designated training realm for disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Additionally, there exists the Mang Mountain Secret Realm, tailored for the training of foundation establishment practitioners, and the Jiuqing Gorge Secret Realm, meant for those at the Gold Course stage. The rapid rise of the Kanglan continent's remnant knight sect within a mere millennium can be attributed to the substantial contributions of this immortal abode. The materials from Ju-ing Peak have facilitated the creation of foundation establishment pills, and the sect has generously initiated benefits, should a disciple's contribution during this training reach 5,000 points. They are rewarded with an additional foundation establishment pill. Such measures have resulted in a promotion rate for disciples akin to that of the 4 major sections. Mang Mountain, teeming with demonic beasts, offers the finest practical training environment, while Jiuqing Gorge stands as the site of the aforementioned being's failed tribulation. Its lingering divine thunder allowing Gold Core practitioners to glean insights and forge their own paths. As dusk descended and the rain ceased, Yunli donned a specially crafted black hooded cloak of the sect, masking her face with a mask that left only her eyes visible. With that, she stepped outside. In the southwestern corner of the outer valley lies a quaint market, a clandestine venue where disciples of various sects engage in nighttime stalls and private transactions. Compared to the formal marketplace within the pavilion, the night market offers more favorable prices, albeit with a variance in quality. The ability to discern the gems from the dross is a testament to one's discerning eye. Yunli unfurled a piece of blue cloth from her storage bag and arranged 5 samples of talismans upon it. With the imminent opening of the Ju-ing Peak, the night market buzzed with activity, filled with figures clad in black robes, revealing only their eyes, giving off an eerie, ghostly market aura. As she meticulously set up her talismans, a figure approached, prompting Yunli to greet him warmly. "Fellow cultivator, may I assist you with talismans?" A deep, gravelly voice emerged from beneath the dark cloak, inquiring, "What do you have?" Displaying a keen sense of caution, the individual even altered his voice, adding a touch of intrigue. Yunli discreetly assessed him. He was at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, undoubtedly preparing for the secret realm of Ju-ing Peak. A subtle twitch of his nose revealed he was particular about his appearance, as his garments bore the fragrance of incense. Wait a moment. This wasn't merely incense. It was the scent of 3-leaf white vine. An odd expression crossed Yunli's face. Could he be nurturing a snow fragrance bunny? The snow fragrance bunny, adorably soft and charming, is quite favored among female cultivators, though it is rare for male cultivators to keep one. She picked up an Earth Escape talisman to show him, cheerfully announcing, "This is a mid-grade Earth Escape talisman of the Xian rank, capable of traversing 1,000 miles, a must-have for excursions and explorations of secret realms." She deliberately emphasized the term secret realm, and indeed, the man's eyes glimmered momentarily before he feigned indifference, merely grunting in response. Yunli, with the eloquence of a skilled merchant, elaborated on the 5 types of talismans, captivating not only the man's interest but also drawing the attention of nearby passersby. She curled the corners of her lips, for this particular talisman was specifically crafted for the Shadow Peak. The yellow-tier fireball talismans and diamond talismans were items that most cultivators could produce themselves, making them difficult to sell. The initial man, noticing the growing crowd, worried that Yunli might run low on stock, hurriedly inquired, "How much for this talisman?" Indeed, it was evident that crafting talismans was not as lucrative as alchemy. The mysterious tier talismans could only fetch a price equivalent to that of low-grade yellow-tier elixirs, and this was primarily due to the recent seller's market, allowing her to raise her prices. To her surprise, even at this bargain price, the man found it too steep and frowned, saying, "That's too expensive." Yunli chuckled lightly, brandishing a bursting talisman, and remarked, "All the talismans I sell are of the mysterious tier middle grade. Just this bursting talisman can severely injure a 3rd-tier beast." As soon as her words fell, someone shouted, "I want 2 bursting talismans." Yunli's eyes sparkled as she accepted the spirit stones, cheerfully retrieving 2 bursting talismans from her storage bag and handing them over. "I also want 2 bursting talismans. I need a ground-escaping talisman." Li beamed like the Buddha, joyfully responding, "One at a time, please." The third-tier beasts were likely the highest level of beasts they might encounter in this Shadow Peak secret realm. The man gritted his teeth and quickly joined the enthusiastic crowd, one of each, bursting talisman and ground-escaping talisman. Before long, all the talismans Li had brought were sold out. She was delighted and prepared to stroll through the night market to see if there were other items she needed to acquire. At that moment, a vendor selling elixirs called out to her, asking, "Friend, would you like to buy some elixirs?" Li waved her hand dismissively, expressing her apprehension about purchasing elixirs at the night market. While counterfeit goods might only lead to a financial loss, a defective potion could prove fatal. As she turned to leave, Lu swiftly stepped in her path. Li furrowed her brow and retreated a few steps, eyeing him warily. She had just come into a significant sum of money, and she wondered if he meant to rob her. "Are you also planning to participate in the trials at Juing Peak?" Upon hearing this, Li heightened her vigilance. Who would assume that a mere third-layer Qi cultivator like herself would dare to engage in the trials at Juing Peak? Although the peak was open to all Qi disciples, it was tantamount to courting death for lower-tier cultivators. Not only was there the possibility of encountering high-level demonic beasts, but the most perilous threat came from fellow disciples. It was not uncommon for murder and treasure theft to occur among them. In fact, the majority of those who perished at Juing Peak each year fell victim to their own comrades. "You seem quite knowledgeable about Juing Peak, which leads me to this assumption," Lu remarked with a smile. He explained that a few days prior, Jiu had mentioned a third-layer Qi girl purchasing a map to Juing Peak at the night market. He could not be certain if it was her, merely probing for information. Li narrowed her eyes, not trusting a single word. His earlier comments could only suggest that she possessed a keen business acumen. There was nothing to indicate that he perceived her to be well-versed in the matters of Juing Peak. Chapter 41. A delicacy. She blinked, initially regarding him with suspicion before nodding slightly, attempting to appear nonchalant. "I am going with my senior brother." A flicker of joy ignited within Lu's heart. She was but a novice who had recently entered the cabinet. Her gaze, tinged with a hint of pity, suggested that her so-called senior brother might harbor the same intentions as he. His smile grew increasingly benevolent as he remarked, "Sister, this is your inaugural experience in the trials of Juing Peak, is it not? The secret realm has been open for 7 days now, and during its opening, protective barriers are in place, limiting the strength of the beasts within to below the 4th tier. However, once the realm closes, those limitations vanish. Should one fail to exit in time." He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to linger in the air. Li, attuned to the unspoken sentiments, feigned a look of concern and hurriedly inquired, "Could it be that brother has a precise method for keeping track of time?" Indeed, this posed a significant dilemma. The numerous uncertainties within the secret realm presented their own challenges. Remaining conscious was one thing, but losing track of time due to a day or two of unconsciousness could lead to dire consequences. Lu chuckled softly, retrieving a hand ring folded from talisman paper from the stall. It bore 7 blue vertical lines etched into its surface. "This is a timekeeping ring. Once infused with spiritual energy, it activates, and with each passing day, 1 blue line vanishes. When all 7 lines have disappeared, the ring will disintegrate." Li regarded him with skepticism. "Is this truly effective?" The handmade origami contraption appeared rather dubious. Lu's expression turned serious. "Am I to deceive you? If you have doubts, feel free to inquire about it. Juing Peak opened its doors every 2 years, and many individuals were not newcomers. It was entirely plausible that practical tools had been crafted specifically for this purpose. Moreover, the efficacy of the timekeeping ring could be verified with a simple inquiry." He likely spoke the truth. Upon this thought, Li's smile blossomed. Her senior brother had misunderstood. How could she ever doubt him? He was so approachable, clearly a person of great virtue. Thus, she decided to purchase 2 as an apology to him. Lu's expression softened once more. He scrunched his nose and picked up another from the stall, handing it to Li. "I shall not take advantage of you. We share a bond. So this bracelet is my gift to you." Li was taken aback, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you truly are a kind-hearted person." After paying a spirit stone, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude and departed. Once outside the night market, she brought the 2 bracelets to her nose and inhaled deeply, a smile gracing her lips. There was an added flavor. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a small mark on the inner side of each bracelet, akin to the residue left by a wet fingertip carelessly touching paper, emitting a faintly astringent scent. The fragrance was particularly subtle. Had it not been for her keen sense of smell, she would have overlooked it. Yunli tugged at the corner of her lips. She distinctly remembered that the initial display had no such astringency, likely added later when he retrieved the other one. Half a month later, as dawn broke and the eastern sky lightened, the area beneath Hu Shi Peak buzzed with voices. Yunli scanned the crowd, noting the absence of familiar faces, primarily comprised of cultivators who had been practicing for several years, now in the later stages of qi refinement. As a mere third-layer qi refiner, she found no one at her level. The lowest among them had already reached the sixth layer of mid-stage qi refinement. But there was a familiar figure, Wen Shueluo. After a moment's hesitation, she opted not to approach, instead offering a distant smile to Wen Shueluo before finding a quiet spot at the edge to stand silently. Over a year of cultivation had taught her not to trust others easily. Often, the true terror lay not in the beasts, but in the hearts of men. At present, with her senior brother absent, she, a mere cultivator at the third level of qi refinement, appeared as nothing more than a tempting target in the eyes of others. The gazes cast upon her were rife with unabashed greed. Yet, she remained unfazed. After all, a year ago, she had managed to defeat a fourth-tier Windrunner Wolf King while still at the second level of qi refinement, and now, at the third level, her prowess was even more formidable. One need not worry about demonic beasts, as anything below the fourth tier posed no challenge at all. When it came to human cultivators, even without that peculiar suppression, there was little cause for concern. Moreover, she had prepared an array of talismans. Even if she relied solely on them, she could easily dispatch a few opponents. When Shueluo's eyes flickered, with her own cultivation at the sixth level of qi refinement, it was already a challenge to ensure her safety among her peers at the later stages of qi refinement, to bring along someone at the third level. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from approaching, merely offering a distant nod of acknowledgement. "What are you doing here?" A sharp voice erupted beside her. Yunli turned to find Yu Ershizen standing not far away, her expression one of astonishment. Yunli rolled her eyes in response, thinking to herself, "Why shouldn't I be here?" Recognizing that Yunli was indeed intent on venturing to the absolute shadow peak, Yu Ershizen immediately switched to a tone of sarcasm. "How amusing. A mere cultivator at the third level dares to venture into the secret realm of absolute shadow peak? You must be tired of living." Yunli twirled the illusory world silk around her finger, her words laden with significance. "What? Are you planning to rob me, senior sister?" Yu Ershizen nearly blurted out a response. That is. However, at a critical moment, she abruptly swallowed her words. Some matters, though understood by all, were best left unspoken in public. Moreover, junior brother Qianjiao is quite protective of this girl. If I were to speak out so brazenly now, and something were to happen to her in the secret realm, junior brother Qianjiao would surely hold me accountable. With this thought in mind, her brows remained perfectly still. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile graced her lips as she swiftly approached Yunli, playfully chiding, "Junior sister Qian sure loves to joke. After all, we are neighbors and must look out for one another." Yunli, maintaining her composure, shivered slightly and grasped her hand, feeling deeply moved. "Sister, you are truly wonderful," she replied, her voice unexpectedly tinged with a hint of sobbing, sending a chill down the spine of Yu Er-san, who instinctively withdrew her hand. The expression of gratitude on Yun Li's face was swiftly replaced by astonishment, which soon turned to the brink of tears. She staggered back a couple of steps, clutching her chest, her voice trembling, "Sister." She appeared as though she could not continue, raising her hand to cover her face, emitting a series of soft whimpers. Amid their banter, a distant cultivator with a prominent nose observed thoughtfully and drew closer without making a sound. Just as the two were engrossed in their exchange, a radiant beam of light, suffused with the hues of dawn, pierced through the sky. As the radiant glow swiftly approached, three figures became increasingly distinct. The foremost, a man clad in black, stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a flying sword, his expression stern and icy. Behind him was a young girl dressed in blue, who sat gracefully with her legs dangling beside the flying sword, her demeanor serene, reminiscent of a warm spring day, leisurely playing on a swing in a courtyard. At the rear was a slender youth, his flowing ink-black hair tied neatly into a high ponytail with a moon-white ribbon. His flawless visage was adorned with a few stray locks that gently brushed against his forehead, softening his otherwise proud and exquisite features. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the crowd fell silent. Wei Ling stepped closer to Yun Li, scrutinizing her with a barely perceptible nod. He then glanced at the nearby Yu Urshizan, addressing Yun Li with a teasing smile. It has been a year. You have changed considerably and now dare to engage in banter. Yu Urshizan's face paled instantly, realizing the support had arrived. However, upon reflection, she realized she had yet to do anything of consequence, merely engaging in trivial exchanges with Qian Shi. It seemed beneath her dignity for a distinguished direct disciple to trouble herself over such insignificant matters. Moreover, as a maidservant to Miss Lan Shu, she believed he would not treat her harshly, considering their connection. With this thought, she steadied herself and noted that Wei Ling had already reached the 8th level of Qi training, leaving her astonished. In just a year, he had surged from the 5th to the 8th level. Such talent surely surpassed even that of her mistress. It seemed she would need to address him as Xixiang from now on. Quietly, she bowed slightly to Wei Ling and hastily positioned herself behind Miss Lan Shu in the crowd. Xixiang, she called out. Yun Li's eyes sparkled, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, her entire being relaxing at the words spoken. With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "Isn't it just the ground warming up?" After more than a year, she had become accustomed to the rules of the cultivation world and was well versed in the various overt and covert regulations of the Twilight Pavilion. Ultimately, it boiled down to the principle that strength reigns supreme and power dictates everything. With her cultivation level at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, she felt entirely unperturbed. Tilting her head, she observed Wei Lin and commented, "You've changed quite a bit too. You embody the demeanor of a true cultivator." In her memories, he was the delicate young master adorned in splendid attire. Now, he donned white robes, his hairband fluttering lightly, exuding an otherworldly aura. Wei Lin chuckled softly and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What? Are you not accustomed to it?" Especially the fluttering hairband, which he had previously detested, insisting that only a frail scholar would dress in such a manner, as he aspired to be a great general. The Twilight Pavilion allowed for a more relaxed dress code beyond the absolute killing threshold, liberating even the disciples and children of those who had surpassed that level. Congratulations. You've reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. After conversing for a while, she realized that Wei Lin had already advanced to the 8th layer. A wave of disappointment washed over her. While both had spent the same amount of time cultivating, her senior had jumped 3 levels, whereas she had only progressed by 1. Feeling a momentary pang of frustration, she soon adopted a more optimistic outlook. Although her advancement was somewhat slow, it did not necessarily dictate her combat prowess. Wei Lin smirked slightly, wondering why she felt envious. Unbeknownst to others, he was well aware of her remarkable feats since her cultivation began. Even at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, she had effortlessly defeated a 4th-tier beast, and now at the 3rd layer, her combat capabilities were bound to be even more formidable. Chapter 42. Entry. Casting a glance at the crowd that surrounded the radiant figure of Miss Lan Shu, Yun Li inquired, "By the way, how did you come here with them? Wasn't Miss Lan Shu away on business?" "I encountered them on the road," Wei Ling replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before he shifted to a discreet transmission. "I spotted Zhu Ji's jade pendant on a senior foundation establishment master." "Huh," Yun Li exclaimed in shock, swiftly turning her head before feigning indifference as she scanned the area. She transmitted back, "He has come to the residual night pavilion as well? How could his pendant be in someone else's possession? Something must have happened to him." That jade pendant in the shape of a cloud and a pai xiao was a defensive artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It had been bequeathed to Zhu Gu by his father, and he had always treasured it, never parting with it for even a moment. Wei Ling lowered his gaze, a chill flickering in his eyes. It seemed so. Yun Li felt a twinge of concern as she recalled the chubby, unassuming boy on the bamboo raft, remembering his warmth when he had invited them to Jin City. Could Jin City be connected to Mochi Mountain? Among the 3 prominent families of Jin City, the Mo family had met with a mysterious demise, leaving only Mou in a precarious state. The Fang family had been obliterated by the residual night pavilion due to their involvement with the blood demon technique, with only a boy clutching a censer managing to escape. Now, with only the Zhu family remaining among the 3 great families, could it be that the Zhu family had also encountered misfortune? Yun Li felt a sense of trepidation as she was about to engage in a discussion with Wei Lin, when suddenly, Jing Shisan from the crowd soared into the air and announced coldly, "Disciples, heed my command. The secret realm of Juing Peak will only remain open for 7 days. Should you exceed this time limit and fail to exit, Yunli quickly retrieved a timing ring and handed one to Wei Lin, while donning another herself. She explained, "This is a timing ring. Once infused with spiritual energy, it will lose a vertical mark each day." Casting a glance around, she added through a voice transmission, "The seller has marked it with a mixture of mahuang, ginger, and apricot liquid. They are likely to come and attempt a robbery." Wei Lin's lips twitched, realizing he had been duped, yet he brazenly donned the ring. Yunli smiled mysteriously, articulating, "In the hunting grounds, the roles of hunter and prey are ever-changing." Wei Lin shot her a glance of exasperation. "Stay close to me. We shall enter in quick succession. We should not be separated by much distance." As the secret realm opened, the spatial stability would waver, causing entrants to scatter across various locations. The circumstances upon landing would depend entirely on one's fortune. Some might be fortunate enough to land beside treasures, while others could find themselves in the lairs of formidable beasts. Nevertheless, those who entered in quick succession were unlikely to be too far apart. This was a precaution she had devised to prevent any blunders that might arise from being unwittingly sold by a talisman. They would retain the advanced talismans for their own use. Wei Lin raised an eyebrow, impressed that she had not been idle over the past year. Not only had her cultivation not waned, but her proficiency with talismans had also significantly improved. Indeed, Yunli lifted her chin, exuding a sense of pride. "Junior brother Qianjiu, it is time for us to depart." Upon hearing Lan Shu's call, the two hastily moved forward. In the ethereal realm, the 13th scene unfolded as the azure-clad figure known as Lan Shu nodded, summoning an ancient token. With deft movements, he conjured intricate and enigmatic seals with both hands. And in a fleeting moment, the token erupted in a resplendent golden light. Under the gaze of the onlookers, this luminescent radiance transformed into a golden-black vortex nestled halfway up Hushi Peak. With a smile, Lan Shu addressed Wei Lin, exclaiming, "To the secret realm." Wei Lin nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. Lan Shu then leapt into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Yu Er-san stepped aside, and Wei Lin cast a sideways glance at Yunli, saying, "You may go first." Yunli, not wishing to decline, recognized that if her senior brother entered before her, Yu Er-san would undoubtedly contest her for precedence, potentially delaying her and causing a considerable distance from her brother. With a gentle push off her toes, she leapt into the vortex. Wei Lin followed closely behind, while Yu Er-san pouted slightly and followed suit. Yunli felt a sudden buzzing in her head, accompanied by a wave of nausea, and as her vision swayed, she found herself in a new environment. Bang! Ouch! Yunli clasped her forehead, cautiously extending her hand to prod the empty space ahead, which suddenly rippled, revealing itself as a barrier. "This path is impassable." Rubbing her temples, she turned and ventured deeper into the shadowy cavern. As she walked, she summoned a refreshing essence from her mind, attempting to sense Wei Lin's location. However, her efforts proved fruitless. Not only that, but the vicinity revealed itself to be devoid of any living soul. A frown creased her brow. Was the spatial stability truly so precarious? Vigilantly, she employed her spiritual awareness to probe the surroundings, confirming the absence of life before advancing. With a small shovel in hand, she began to excavate, exclaiming, "It appears I am among the fortunate favored by the goddess of luck." With a promising start, Yunli's spirits lifted significantly, and her footsteps became notably lighter. After observing for a while, she murmured to herself, "This side seems to be better." With that, she took a step to the right. Plop! She slowed her pace, cautiously advancing. The darkness in this cave was more profound than before, rendering her vision indistinct. Flames danced at her fingertips, illuminating the surroundings slightly. The ground, within a radius of 10 paces, was composed of bluestone slabs, devoid of anything else. Yunli let out a faint sigh of relief and continued onward. As she approached the center of the cave, she suddenly felt something sticky beneath her feet. What could it be? Lowering herself, she illuminated the area with her bright flame, revealing tendrils of dark green gas rising from the bluestone floor. A cold sweat broke out on Yunli's brow as she quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy around herself. Yet, it was too late. The next moment, dizziness enveloped her and her body grew weak. How careless! She hurriedly began to circulate her energy, intending to expel the poison. At that moment, her heart raced, and a warm current surged forth, gradually alleviating her dizziness, clearing her vision, and restoring strength to her legs. Yunli was petrified. Was this not the warm current that had dispelled her ghostly cries? It had arrived in a hurry that day and departed just as swiftly, eluding her timely investigation under the watchful gaze of her guardian. Startled, she quickly turned her focus inward, witnessing a small golden dust slowly dissipating and merging into her bloodstream. As it integrated, her blood seemed to heat up, and the dark green gas was instantaneously vaporized. Stunned, Yunli realized that this warm current, which had resolved her ghostly cries, and the small golden dust that had tormented her during her ascension, were one and the same. The reason was clear. Given that the small golden dust could detoxify and fortify her body, she reluctantly permitted it to remain within her. She found herself unable to extract it, as if it were forbidden. As she lightly touched the ground, it felt slightly damp, though far from sticky. Lifting her foot to inspect the sole of her shoe, she was startled to discover that it was nearly corroded through, pockmarked with numerous small holes. With a few cautious steps, she emerged from the pit, only to realize she had stumbled into a toxic gas chamber, leaving her filled with trepidation. After a moment's pause, curiosity took hold. The interior appeared desolate, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Where could this toxic gas originate? Attempting to summon the little golden dot proved futile. After some contemplation, she formed a seal with her hands, and a brilliant fire dragon erupted from her fingertips, skimming the ground as it entered the pit. Following a series of hissing sounds, the intense heat cleared the dark green haze that lingered above the ground, allowing her to step back into the cave. Upon entry, the flames at her fingertips flickered once more, only to be accompanied by the familiar hissing noise. More toxic gas. Startled, Yunli summoned the flames, which transformed into a roaring fire dragon, swirling within the cave. After a stick of incense had passed, the toxic gas was finally eradicated, and the previously dim cavern brightened perceptibly. Inspecting the ground, she found nothing suspicious. Looking up, she noted that the cave was quite lofty, with a conical ceiling from which hung a magnificent pale orange flower. The flower's petals were tightly closed, resembling a lotus, yet its hue was a delicate pale orange, adorned with layers of purple sepals. Suddenly, the flower trembled, abruptly unfurling to release a plume of bluish-white smoke before closing once more. The blossom emitted no discernible fragrance, its faint bluish-white hue easily overlooked in the dimness of the cave, rendering it quite insidious. Yunli unleashed a shimmering thread to ensnare the flower's stem and, with a determined tug, found it firmly rooted. It was indeed quite sturdy. With a flicker of thought, the spiritual energy danced and adjusted within the ethereal silk, sharpening one side against the flower stem like a blade. With a twist of his wrist, the silk blade sliced into the stem, severing it cleanly. Chapter 43. The Snowy Domain of Ice. Cicadas. On another front, as Wei Ling entered the secret realm, he felt his footing give way beneath him, plummeting straight downwards. He immediately released his consciousness to survey the surroundings, seeking points of leverage, only to discover he was suspended high in the air, with nothing but emptiness surrounding him. Setting aside his grievances about his misfortune, he hastily adjusted his body, facing downward, bending his legs, and raising his shoulders, forming an arch to reduce his descent speed. The biting cold wind lashed at him like a blade, stinging his skin and freezing his face, yet it did slow his fall considerably. However, the gusts tossed him about, leaving him with no fixed direction. In this lofty altitude, the situation below remained a mystery. Wei Ling could only muster a feeble spiritual barrier to shield himself from the wind and cold, surrendering the rest to the whims of the breeze. A cultivator could only command flight once they had established their foundation. The only flying artifact available to a Qi refining stage cultivator was the wind-attributed crane talisman. As Jingzhe would say, for a sword cultivator, as long as they wield a sword, they can cleave through all obstacles ahead. Anything else is merely a minor path, not worth expending excessive thought. After approximately a quarter of an hour, specks of green finally emerged in his line of sight. As he descended rapidly, the patch of green below grew larger, gradually revealing itself to be a pine tree, its branches crowned with a blanket of pristine white snow. Wei Ling steadied his focus, targeting a specific section of the trunk above. With a swift motion, he hurled a vine upwards, deftly controlling it to shorten as he approached the tree, getting ever closer. The snow atop the treetops cascaded down in a flurry as the vines were forcibly pulled downward by an immense impact, even bending the trunk of the tree. With a resounding crack, the trunk could no longer withstand the sudden and violent bend and snapped. However, This action had absorbed much of the shock. Wei Lin crushed a talisman, enveloping himself in a shimmering layer of pale golden light, akin to exquisite armor. Simultaneously, he adjusted his stance, guarding his head with his elbows. His feet firmly planted below, knees bent, and body relaxed. With a thunderous boom, the snow-covered ground was smashed into a massive pit, sending snow and mud flying. Wei Lin felt as though his very organs might be dislodged, and then he was propelled backward by the force of the recoil. Enduring the pain, he flung a vine to ensnare the trunk of the broken tree, and this time, it did not shatter. After a while, Wei Lin released the vine and slid down the trunk to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with mud, an unfortunate consequence of the chaos when he had landed in the pit. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy and deftly shifted 3 feet to the side while seated, slamming his bloodied palm onto the ground to propel himself upward. Another vivid spray of blood erupted from him. After this outburst, he swiftly summoned his silver-white sword, turning to swing it, creating a dense barrier of silver sword energy before him. It was then that he discerned the ambushers, a swarm of snow-white, shell-covered creatures with transparent wings tinged with a hint of blue, their eyes glimmering like rubies. They were the ice cicadas of the snowy realm. Unlike their warmer climate kin, ice cicadas favored the frigid, often dwelling in icy plains and subsisting on the sap of cloud and snow-laden pine trees. Wei Lin found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether his fortune was favorable or adverse. Yunxua Wusong, one of the primary materials for crafting spiritual vessels, produced not only vessels that were light and robust, but also imbued with a protective barrier capable of thwarting divine consciousness from probing. The snow domain ice cicadas, which subsisted on its sap, naturally possessed the same ability to shield against spiritual scrutiny, explaining why he had previously failed to detect their presence. Moreover, although the snow domain ice cicadas thrived in frigid climes, they were unperturbed by high temperatures, their exoskeletons remarkably resilient, not easily breached. The cicadas before him were predominantly of the second tier, with only 3 third-tier cicadas coordinating at the rear of the swarm. Had he been in peak condition, he would have easily managed a handful of these third-tier creatures. Over the past year, under the guidance of his master on Luya Mountain, he had diligently practiced, devoting his days to both cultivation and swordsmanship. Thanks to his master's teachings, he had exhibited a certain aptitude for the art of the sword, making significant strides throughout the year. The Yi Luo Ling Kong sword technique had become second nature to him, with his movements flowing seamlessly, transitions executed with agility, and his sword aura growing ever more formidable, sufficient to contend with several third-tier beasts. However, at present, he bore grave injuries, rendering him challenged even against the second-tier snow domain ice cicadas. Should the third-tier ones join the fray, the situation would be dire. As he expended his spiritual energy, his internal wounds exacerbated, and a sensation of stagnation lingered in his throat, causing an irritating itch that compelled him to cough lightly. The movement agitated his heart veins, sending a sharp pain through his internal organs. His consciousness began to blur, and his actions slowed considerably. Seizing the moment, a third-tier snow domain ice cicada swiftly darted towards him, its pristine mouthpart piercing through his shoulder with startling ferocity. The chill upon his shoulders roused Wei Ling from his somewhat dazed state. With a quick shake, he dispelled the snow domain ice cicada, and in that instant, a surge of sword energy swiftly approached, poised to intercept the trajectory of the falling cicada. The blade of energy severed one of its wings, causing the creature to veer off course and plummet toward the ground. In a frenzy, the ice cicada flailed its wings, desperately attempting to escape. The swarm of cicadas became agitated, recklessly hurling themselves forward to shield the third-tier ice cicada, sacrificing themselves in the process. Amidst the chaos and the relentless onslaught of its brethren, the panicked third-tier ice cicada finally managed to stagger its way to the rear of the swarm. There was no time to waste. Wei Ling's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth and channeled more spiritual energy into his silvery longsword. With a series of sharp sounds, brilliant silver light erupted, each thrust of sword energy striking true against the cicada's tough exoskeleton. The snowy ground became littered with the lifeless forms of white cicadas. Observing the near annihilation of its companions, the third-tier ice cicada's ferocity surged. A white light suddenly enveloped it, momentarily deflecting the sword energy, before 3 demonic cicadas lunged at Wei Ling, attacking him with a relentless barrage. A chill coursed through Wei Ling's body, as if ice water had been injected into his veins, freezing his very blood. With resolve hardening within him, he disregarded the frost gripping his insides and summoned all his strength to forcefully repel the ice cicadas clinging to him. He raised his longsword, gathering his energy. His thoughts solely focused on the blade. In that moment, all else, injuries, the ice cicadas, the struggle for victory, faded from his mind. The howling wind fell silent. Time appeared to freeze, and the ice cicadas before him became extraordinarily vivid in his perception, their blood coursing beneath their exoskeletons distinctly visible. At last, he moved. With a slight retreat of the left foot and the right foot's toe angled outward, the wrist pressed down as the sword was swung. A brilliant silver light cleaved through the air, as if it could slice through space itself. For a fleeting moment, the 3 snow domain ice cicadas paused, their wings shattering in an instant. The tips of their wings danced in the frigid wind, vanishing into the swirling snow. Following this, a distinct crack appeared on their armored backs, gradually deepening. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 snow domain ice cicadas plummeted to the ground, their 6 lifeless bodies resting silently in the tainted snow. Wei Lin felt his body weaken, stepping back 2 paces, the long sword piercing the earth to steady himself. The snow domain ice cicadas are fiercely territorial beasts, allowing no other creatures to inhabit their domain. Thus, for now, he was safe, untroubled by the sudden arrival of other beasts. Chapter 44. Poisonous herb Yun Li ventured deeper into the shadowy cave, where the humidity of the air intensified with each step. To the right, the ground dipped slightly, revealing a pool of water beneath a stout stone pillar that dripped rhythmically. Beside the clear pool stood a massive crimson spiritual mushroom, exuding a rich aura that caused its semicircular cap to radiate a resplendent red glow, as if beckoning, "I am a treasure. Come pluck me. Come pluck me." Yun Li's face lit up with delight, yet she swiftly adopted a vigilant demeanor, scanning her surroundings. Such a rare spiritual herb surely had fierce predators guarding it. She released her spiritual sense, conducting a thorough search. No toxins on the ground. Splendid. No poisonous flowers in the air. Excellent. To the left, something caught her eye. In the shadow of the protruding rock wall, a cluster of unfamiliar flora stood languidly. Indeed, an ambush awaited. Yun Li advanced a few steps, yet there was silence. She ventured further, still met with stillness, and continued to press on. As she approached within roughly a yard of the shadow, the outermost plant, adorned with deep purple, sword-shaped leaves and a conical white flower spike tinged with a hint of purple, began to stir. The small purple flower bud, reminiscent of a gluttonous child, suddenly devoured the entire flower spike in one swift motion. Yun Li was taken aback, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What was happening? Was it a display of self-deprecation or a desperate act of self-termination? In the next moment, the closed flower bud abruptly unfurled, resembling a cannon, and launched a spike-shaped projectile towards Yun Li. The first attempt missed, and the purple poisonous spike, in a fit of frustration, began to thrash its stems and leaves wildly, while the flower bud opened and closed, unleashing a barrage of poisonous projectiles like a relentless assault towards Yun Li. While dodging, Yun Li murmured, "Oh, where did all these spikes come from? Wasn't there only one?" Observing this, the neighboring purple poisonous spikes, feeling a sense of camaraderie, joined the fray, energetically swaying their stems and leaves to attack Yun Li. She danced left and right, shaking her head with a leisurely and somewhat smug tone. "TSK, poor dears. Save your efforts. Sister is unafraid of poison." The poisonous spikes ignored her taunts, resolutely continuing their bombardment. However, Yun Li moved like a rabbit, bounding within their range, evading their strikes with agility. After a prolonged struggle to subdue her, the neighboring sisters, devoid of leaves and adorned with a string of purple-red lantern-like flowers, could no longer contain themselves and rushed to assist. They swayed their bodies, releasing a burst of purple-red smoke, and soon, a small lantern darted along the ground, swiftly reaching Yun Li's feet. The lantern pulsated rhythmically, urging her to act. With a quick tap of her toes, Yun Li spun away just in time. Bang! Oh, splendid. It even comes with fireworks effects. Yun Li waved her sleeves to dispel the encroaching smoke, expressing her admiration repeatedly. The little poisonous lanterns, incensed, quivered their stems and leaves, one by one launching themselves into the air. Yun Li swiftly executed the graceful steps of the Jinghong technique to evade them. Over the course of the year, she had not neglected her training, Through daily, relentless practice, she had finally made some progress in the Jinghong technique. The first level, swift as lightning, had been achieved, and she was now advancing towards the second level, a dance of retreat and advance, ethereal and elusive. However, with the little lanterns exploding in succession and the persistent aerial assaults from the small poisonous spikes, the ground was enveloped in a haze of purple smoke. Leaving no place to land, soaring high, Yunli sent out her long silk ribbon, securing it to a thick stone pillar that hung from the ceiling. Thus suspending herself in midair, she swung the illusory world ribbon and remarked, "Oh dear, I'm getting angry." Suddenly, her right ankle tightened as a powerful force yanked her downwards. Caught off guard, the illusory world ribbon slipped from the pillar, and she plummeted towards the ground. In a moment of quick thinking, Yunli bent her left leg and executed a mid-air flip, casting the ribbon once more to ensnare the stone pillar and steady her descent. Looking down, she discovered that it was a verdant vine adorned with several delicate white flowers, beneath which lay a pearl-sized blue fruit, concealed by the toxic smoke created by the poisonous spikes and lanterns, reaching out with its tendrils to grasp her foot. Oh, it can even combine skills. With a surge of strength, Yunli swung her body to evade its grasp. For approximately the duration of an incense stick, they engaged in a back-and-forth entanglement, observing the repeated maneuvers. Yunli, no longer willing to wait, suddenly elongated her silk ribbon, deftly maneuvering around the entangling vines, and swiftly secured it at the base of the deep purple poisonous spike. The poisonous spike quivered slightly, continuing its descent, unperturbed by the silk ribbon entwining around it. Yunli tugged at it, yet it remained steadfast. She raised an eyebrow, pondering its audacity. It was indeed quite robust. However, who would engage in a tug-of-war with it? In the next moment, the silk ribbon, now transformed into a razor-sharp blade, sliced through the poisonous spike with her exertion, detaching it entirely. Without a moment's pause, she efficiently severed the entire cluster of poisonous spikes and lanterns, leaving only the central green vine. The small vine, taken aback by her ferocity, drooped to the ground. Was this surrender? Yunli was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the vine, resembling a clumsy puppy, began to wriggle and scurry forward. Watching this spectacle, Yunli could only stifle a laugh. "Brother, you are but a plant, rooted to the earth. How can you attempt to flee? Is it of any use?" She shook her head, severed the vine, released the silk ribbon, and gently descended to the ground. Something was amiss. As she picked up the vine, intending to store it in her jade box, she paused. Where was the fruit? There had clearly been a small fruit beneath the leaves. Where had it gone? In a flash, she recalled the fleeing vine. Could it be a ruse? After thoroughly searching the entire cave, Yunli had to concede a startling truth. One small plant had escaped her grasp. A mere plant, capable of employing such cunning tactics as a diversion and a strategic retreat. After a moment of frustration, she reassured herself that it was all right, as the precious Ganoderma was what truly mattered. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she exclaimed, "My little treasure, I have arrived." Just as her hand was a mere 2 centimeters away from the blood-red Ganoderma, an ominous sensation surged within Yunli. A silver flash erupted from the tranquil waters, hurtling directly towards her. The illusory silk unfurled protectively in front of her, as the sharp silver light bore down with fierce intent. Through the thin veil of silk, the pointed attack was alarmingly close to her right eye, mere half an inch away. Cold sweat trickled down Yunli's brow as she rapidly retreated, commanding the illusory silk to entwine from behind. Yet, to her astonishment, the typically invincible illusory silk failed to take effect. In her perception, it felt as if it were entangling a puddle of water, lacking any substantial grip. The sharp point drew nearer, just 2 centimeters away, now 1. Panic surged within Yunli, her heart racing. She thought, "This is it, I'm going blind." Only then did she realize that what pursued her was a fish. Its back, fins, and tail shimmered a silvery gray, while its belly was a pristine white, adorably plump. Indeed, she had never seen such a chubby little creature. As its tiny mouth opened and closed, it released a few bubbles, exuding cuteness from every angle. However, its gaze was menacing, fixated coldly on Yunli, desperately attempting to leap forward. Yet, it seemed ensnared by an invisible force, flailing its short fins in vain, unable to advance even a fraction. Instead, it appeared to exhaust its spiritual energy, plummeting downward in a daze. In an instant, water splashed everywhere. Yunli patted her chest, taking several deep breaths. She had been thoroughly frightened. Chapter 45. The silver-spined soft sturgeon. After a brief pause, she murmured to herself, "So this is the true guardian of the Lingji." She leaned forward once more, observing as the surface of the pool returned to tranquility. Extending her consciousness outward, she perceived that the silver fish, upon entering the water, seemed to merge with its very essence, rendering it indistinguishable from its surroundings. How cleverly it concealed itself. The water dripped tirelessly from the stone pillar, each drop echoing in the cavern, creating an eerie silence. After a moment of contemplation, she let out a soft chuckle, declaring that the Lingji was destined to be hers. With that, she unleashed her silken ribbon, which first coiled around the crimson Lingji twice before gently gliding over the earth beneath it, shimmering with a golden hue. The adorable fish in the pool, incensed, leaped from the water once more, initially striving to grasp the levitating crimson Lingji, only to realize it lacked hands. It swiftly resorted to brandishing its sharp fins, attempting to sever the illusory ribbon and rescue the Lingji. Although the illusory ribbon was impervious to its assault, it also disregarded the fish's efforts. Ultimately, both could dissolve into a soft form, rendering the attack futile. As the crimson Lingji drifted farther away, the fish finally recognized that Yunjia was the true target to breach. Without a moment's hesitation, it darted straight toward Yunjia. As the distance diminished, it observed the previously panicked human standing motionless, a vague smile playing on her lips, seemingly unfazed. The fish, puzzled yet feeling provoked, accelerated its charge toward Yunjia, its small, sharp teeth glinting ominously in the light. Approaching, the fish's eyes glinted with ferocity as it opened its mouth wide to snap at the nearby Yunli, only to miss entirely. Its jaws collided with a resounding thud, causing a slight tremor in its skull. Momentarily stunned, it attempted to bite again, but still fell short. It then realized that it had halted, mere inches away, and its frustration grew. This shameless human dared to stand just outside its reach. "Come on, bite me. I dare you." Yunli, moving a couple of steps along the boundary line, felt an overwhelming sense of delight. She shook her head and retorted, "TSK, TSK. Being adorably foolish is one thing, but being genuinely dim-witted is another." With a delicate finger, she poked at the air in front of the fish's mouth. "Are those sharp little teeth merely for show? If you can't catch the Lingji, why not take a bite? Whatever you can manage is fine by me, since I can't cross over." At this point, she rolled her eyes mischievously, thinking perhaps she would soon devise a strategy to deal with the situation. Having indulged in her moment of triumph, Yunli gazed thoughtfully at the tireless fish, which seemed possessed by the spirit of Sun Wukong, determined to unlock its moonlight treasure box. What manner of creature was this? Its body could transform into water. The silver-spined, soft-shelled sturgeon, dwelling in deep pools, thrived on the fragrant essence of the jade blood Lingji. It was supple, capable of becoming fluid, and thus elusive, with sharp teeth, yet it never strayed more than 3 zhang from its pool. Using its skin as a defensive tool, she was quite certain that she had never encountered any literature akin to this. How could she be so inexplicably aware? The jade blood Lingji, was it the very one she had plucked? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a sudden recollection of the jade blood Lingji's description flooded her consciousness. Yunli was left in a state of petrified astonishment. This sensation is truly extraordinary. As if her mind houses a vast repository of information, she inputs everything she observes, and the system conjures up relevant data. Could it be that I have inadvertently linked myself to some form of search engine? Reflecting on her previous encounters with the poisonous spike, the lantern plant, and the vine, she realized she was unfamiliar with them as well, prompting her to experiment further. Recalling the sensations from earlier, she painstakingly delineated the 3 types of vegetation in her mind. After the span of half a fragrant stick of incense, she had traced the vascular patterns of the leaves of the 3 plants in her thoughts, yet there was no response whatsoever. Why does it seem to be erratic? The jade blood Ganoderma and the silver spine soft sturgeon appear to be of a considerably higher caliber than these 3 plants. Could it be a matter of selectivity? Yunli was taken aback by her own musings, pondering for an extended period without reaching any conclusions. She shook her head, choosing to dismiss the thought. The peculiar occurrences surrounding her were not isolated incidents, and as long as they posed no harm, she would let them be. However, her gaze flickered towards the silver-spined soft sturgeon. This creature is an excellent material for crafting defensive talismans. Yunli tilted her head, squinting at the fish still wriggling about. How should she proceed? Recalling the information in her mind, She understood its critical weakness. It was sensitive to heat, softening into water to protect itself when under attack, and it could not stray from its deep pool. A spark of realization ignited in Yun Li's eyes. The silver-spined soft sturgeon is exceedingly particular about its habitat. It is extremely averse to heat, yet the icy expanse is too harsh for its liking. It revels in the profound chill of a cold pool, thriving on the aroma of jade blood Ganoderma. Logically, given this characteristic, if she were to drain the pool, victory would be hers without a fight. However, they possess the ability to transform into water, and the myriad crevices at the bottom of the pool would easily facilitate their escape. After careful contemplation, Yun Li devised a cunning plan. She stepped forward, crossing the safety boundary, and the small fish in the pond, upon noticing her presence, darted towards her with lightning speed. At that moment, Huan Shiling suddenly emerged. The silver-spined soft sturgeon, upon recognizing her, momentarily hesitated, harboring disdain within. Although it could not contend with Huan Shiling, she too was powerless against it. However, it was too late. Infused with spiritual energy, Huan Shiling transformed into a delicate sheet of steel, rapidly unfurling across the pond's bottom, enveloping the entire area in the blink of an eye, including the surrounding walls and even the ceiling above the water. Yun Li then commenced her incantation, summoning a roaring fire dragon that coiled and swirled within the pond. In an instant, the icy waters began to boil violently, bubbling furiously and releasing steam that enveloped the cavern in a hazy mist. The silver-spined soft sturgeon panicked, plunging to the pond's depths in an attempt to escape through the crevices of the rocks. Yet, it collided with a thin veil, which was both delicate and smooth like a mirror. It sought a gap to slip through, but the searing heat of the water rendered it dizzy. The scorching temperature relentlessly lapping at its flesh, intertwining pain and disorientation. With its focus shattered, it failed to locate any openings. Or perhaps they existed but were overlooked due to its current state. The water was unbearably hot, prompting it to leap high, searching for an escape at the pond's surface, only to again encounter the gossamer veil. Frustration welled within the silver-spined soft sturgeon. This time, it wasted no time searching. Instead, it turned sharply and charged straight towards the center of the cave. Yun Li smiled faintly, altering her gesture, and a wall of fire rose along the pond's edge. The unstoppable silver-spined soft sturgeon crashed directly into the fiery barrier. A vast expanse of water vapor evaporated, causing the silver-backed soft-shelled turtle to wither at a visibly alarming rate. Its skin became flaccid, as if encased in a burlap sack. In utter despair, the moisture within its body was gradually extracted, along with its strength, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of helplessness that spread like an abyss. It flailed its tail in a final, futile struggle, departing with a sense of bitterness. True to the legends, the silver-backed soft-shelled turtle was indeed a creature of water. As the vapor dissipated, only its skin remained, devoid of flesh, blood, and bone. Alas, one had hoped to savor a roasted fish. Chapter 46. The illusion Wei Ling wielded his sword to sever the cloud, snow, and mist pine, stowing it in his storage bag. With his departure, the barrier on the cliff ahead vanished. He stepped onto the staircase leading into the cave nestled within the cliff. The temperature rose sharply. Outside the barrier, snowflakes danced and the cold wind howled, while within, it felt like spring, with a gentle warm breeze. After traversing a distance of 10 paces, he noticed the edge of the cave on the right, where the soil had recently been disturbed. In the scattered earth lay a fist-sized pit, indicating the remnants of a blue flower, as evidenced by the roots left behind. His brow furrowed slightly. Someone had indeed been here and had excavated the blue flower. He glanced at the descending steps ahead, the expansive cave, and then cast a wary eye towards the narrow, shadowy crevice on the right. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his foot and proceeded towards the steps before him, navigating through several caverns of varying sizes. He descended until he emerged into a platform measuring approximately 10 paces in diameter. The ground was speckled with patches of blue-violet moss, which adorned the surface. Along the edges of the platform, in addition to the moss, a few verdant little plants were interspersed amidst the greenery. Delicate clouds drift softly across the sky, with a few towering emerald peaks shrouded within their embrace. The gently falling snowflakes seem to soften as they arrive here, dissolving into the warm fragrance of blossoms before they even touch the ground. He takes a few steps forward, and a wave of warmth envelopes him, prompting him to hold his breath, covering his mouth and nose with his hand. He quietly waits, feeling as though nothing has transpired, save for the occasional ethereal and cheerful chirping of birds echoing through the heavens. He meanders towards the edge of the platform, where mist entwines with the air, and in the distance, he can faintly discern another platform, hazily illuminated. It appears that a few small wooden cottages are nestled there. However, a wide and deep chasm separates the two platforms, leaving no path between them. Senior brother. A melodious voice from behind interrupts his reverie. Turning around, he sees a girl in a yellow and white outfit, standing playfully at the edge of the shallow water, tilting her head with a radiant smile. As she moves, the yellow tassels in her hair sway gently, and the branches above cast dappled shadows of leaves upon her delicate face, enhancing her youthful complexion, reminiscent of a sweet and juicy peach. Ali? A strange thought flits through his mind, yet he cannot quite grasp what feels peculiar. Noticing his stillness, the girl seems a bit displeased, glaring at him with puffed cheeks and pouting lips. What are you doing? Come here quickly. Suppressing his bewilderment, he approaches her and raises an eyebrow, inquiring, where did you emerge from? The girl turns her head, pointing playfully behind her. From back there. Back there? Wei Ling was taken aback by the serene pond, surrounded by lush green grass and tendrils of vines that hung quietly. Beside him lay the rocky wall of the cave he had just emerged from, along with the boundless sea of clouds beyond the platform. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, and the girl beside him nodded with a mischievous smile, suggesting, indeed, you did not expect that there is another path behind this. Furrowing his brows, Wei Ling glanced over and stepped forward. In a flash of realization, he suddenly remembered that the girl, Ali, had disintegrated into powder when emerging from the broken shell. He instinctively took a few steps back, drawing his sword and coldly inquiring, who are you? The girl turned her head, her apricot eyes filled with confusion. Senior brother, what are you doing? A wave of alarm washed over Wei Ling. The girl before him exhibited the same tone and demeanor. Even the tilt of her head in perplexity mirrored that of Ali. Were it not for the discrepancies in her attire, he might have been completely deceived. Since entering the Kanglan continent, they had lived in dire poverty. Aside from the coarse garments purchased from fishermen at the seaside of Nanawan, they had acquired no new clothing. After joining the mysterious night pavilion, the sect had only provided them with 2 sets of black disciple robes. Moreover, this yellow and white embroidered satin dress was an ordinary garment, utterly incongruous with the ethereal robes customary in the cultivation realm. Ignoring her presence, he thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at the girl's heart. His hand trembled slightly, although he was aware she was an illusion. Directing his sword at that familiar silhouette still caused a fleeting pang in his heart. Shaking his head to dispel these inexplicable feelings, he steadied himself and drove the sword into the girl's form. However, the long sword appeared to pierce through the very fabric of light and shadow, encountering no resistance whatsoever. In a moment of lost control, he nearly traversed entirely through the girl's form, but he quickly reined in his strength and flipped backward. Distancing himself from the edge of the pool, the girl maintained her expression of perplexity, seemingly unaware that she had been struck by a blade, and merely turned her head. Chiding, why are you running? Come here. Was it ineffective? Wei Lin pressed his lips together, raising his hand to deliver several more strikes with his sword. The brilliant silver light sliced through the air, causing the girl's figure to momentarily falter, creating a fleeting rift, only for her to return to her original state. This is an illusion? Wei Lin inhaled sharply, cold sweat trickling down his back. Illusions, in essence, are mere tricks of the eye. When unrecognized, they can instill fear and present myriad dangers. Yet, once discerned, they can collapse instantaneously, disintegrating without resistance. At this moment, he had clearly identified this as an illusion. But why had the phantasm not dissipated? He scanned his surroundings, which mirrored the scene he had observed at the cave entrance. Was only the girl an illusion? A flicker of hope stirred within him as he approached the edge of the platform to peer over the swirling mists, obscuring any clear view. Leaving him uncertain of the distance to the opposite platform, crossing directly was not an option. However, he soon collided with an invisible barrier. Wei Lin. Very well. That glimmer of hope has vanished. This is undoubtedly an illusion. His expression turned grave as he sheathed his sword and raised his hand to cast a fireball towards the apparition. Illuminated by the bright flames, the girl's figure shimmered and appeared to swell momentarily, yet the fireball passed through her, soaring over the pool and plunging into the sea of clouds beyond the platform. The spell proved ineffective. Wei Lin's pupils constricted. Could it be that the focal point lay not within the illusion itself? He carefully surveyed his surroundings. The dimly lit stone slabs were impeccably clean, and clusters of blue-violet moss quietly gathered, while verdant foliage adorned the edges, resembling what he had seen along his journey. His gaze shifted towards the shallow pool, which was unique to this place. The girl by the water continued to chide him unweariedly. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Come here quickly." A flicker of hesitation crossed Wei Ling's mind. It was evident that the water was perilous. Yet, he found no other reason for the illusion. Could the key to dispelling the mirage lie within the pool? After some contemplation, he retrieved a snow domain ice cicada from his storage pouch and tossed it into the water. Instantly, the water around the cicada erupted in a frothy tumult, bubbling fervently. And in the blink of an eye, the cicada was entirely dissolved, leaving not a trace. The water soon returned to its calm state. A shiver ran down Wei Ling's spine. Had he followed the phantom into the pool, the consequences would have been dire. He realized the water was certainly off-limits. Turning his focus back to the girl, it seemed the key to breaking the illusion still rested with the phantom. "Phantom? Phantom? Phantom?" Wei Ling muttered, brow furrowing in thought. Suddenly, he paused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Where there is light, there are shadows. Without light, how could there be a shadow? In an instant, his bright gaze dimmed, and he looked up at the radiant sun overhead. But how could one be without light? Did he have to wait for nightfall? No, that couldn't be right. He had healed his wounds and entered the cave in the afternoon. After wandering within, he had lingered here for quite some time. Yet the sun still blazed above him. Wei Ling was astonished. Was the time within the illusion fixed? Since extinguishing the light is not an option, he resolved to separate the illusion from the light. With this thought, he set down his sword, interlacing his fingers in a precise gesture. A flicker of verdant energy danced at his fingertips, which then transformed into tendrils of spiritual power that spiraled outward. These vines began to entwine around the illusion from above, gradually shrouding it. As the final sliver of green was woven into the enclosure, a thunderous crash echoed, signaling the collapse of something unseen. Chapter 47. The shadowed tiger taking a few steps to the edge, he noticed several lower, uneven stone platforms emerging beside him, curving gracefully toward another expansive platform ahead. Scanning with his consciousness, he found no anomalies, and thus, Wei Lin stepped onto the stone platform. Gazing downward from his position, he beheld a sea of swirling clouds beneath. The platform itself flat and surrounded by wisps of mist, distinctly floating above the billowing vapor, a scene reminiscent of celestial mountains. In the clear river valley, the peaks displayed a myriad of forms, some elegant, others rugged, some perilous, and still others layered in complexity, each possessing its unique charm. Such mountains, though rare in the mortal realm, did exist. However, those that floated amidst the clouds were truly unparalleled. Wei Lin sighed in awe, stepping onto another small stone platform, slightly more distant. As his foot touched down, a flicker obscured his view, and in the next instant, he found himself in an entirely different scene. Yet another illusion. To his astonishment, he stood amidst a lush forest, its greenery vibrant and alive. The sunlight filtered through the foliage in a dappled dance. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying a subtle fragrance through the air. Ahead, several patches of dim blue light flickered, accompanied by the faint rustle of movement nearby. Upon hearing a sound, he turned to behold a majestic white tiger adorned with gray stripes, confidently advancing toward him. Its eyes, a brilliant blue, resembled two luminous sapphires, while a soft azure glow emanated from its four ankles. Most astonishingly, upon its back rested a saddle pad crafted from an unknown silvery gray material, and its paws were encased in matching protective gear reminiscent of a noble steed. This was the spectral tiger. Wei Ling was taken aback, for it was a creature dwelling at the heart of the Tianwu Forest. The Tianwu Forest, situated in the southern region of the Kanglan continent, was a sanctuary for various demon races, teeming with a myriad of beasts. The outskirts often saw the presence of formidable seventh-tier demons, and it was said that those residing in the forest's core were transformed demon cultivators, who could possess such extraordinary prowess to traverse to the heart of the Tianwu Forest and tame the spectral tiger as a mount. As the spectral tiger emerged from the shadows of the trees, it suddenly arched its back and lowered its head, extending one hind leg backward. Gradually, it lifted its head, allowing its lean form to bow and let loose a thunderous roar that echoed through the woods. The deep growl sent leaves swirling and dust billowing into the air. Wei Ling felt a tumultuous surge within his consciousness. A piercing headache ensued, and the overwhelming aura emanating from the spectral tiger bore down upon him like a mountain. This kind of pressure he had only experienced from nascent soul cultivators. His knees gradually weakened, his back began to curve, and he clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, soaking his garments and slowly dripping to the ground. The spectral tiger raised its head high, fixing its piercing blue gaze upon him, its eyes ablaze with intensity, as if seeking to ignite him with their fervor. Under such a gaze, it felt as though nothing could escape its scrutiny. In an instant, Wei Ling felt a remarkable lightness enveloping his entire being. He stepped back a couple of paces and raised his gaze, only to behold the once formidable infernal tiger, its prowess diminished significantly. Within a mere few breaths, he was able to discern its cultivation level, 6 tiers, 5 tiers, 4 tiers. Ultimately, it settled at the 3rd tier, slightly surpassing his own current strength. Wei Ling raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the infernal tiger yearned for a fair duel? Gripping his silvery sword tightly, a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. He had no fear of engaging in combat at the same tier. Once its cultivation was fully adjusted, the infernal tiger struck the ground with its forepaw, lunging towards Wei Ling with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously closing the distance between them. Wei Ling was taken aback. While he was aware of the tiger's swiftness, he had not anticipated such a breathtaking velocity. The tiger's form still appeared 3 yards away in his sight, yet he could already sense the sharpness of its claws cutting through the air towards him. Leaning back, he raised his guard, and with instinct honed from years of martial training, he narrowly evaded disaster. As the sword energy erupted from his weapon, the remnant shadow of the infernal tiger finally converged. Tilting its head and retracting its abdomen, the fierce blade of energy grazed just past its belly. Having evaded the sword's arc, the infernal tiger arched its back midair, launching its powerful forepaws once more at Wei Ling. His pupils constricted, the combat techniques and agility displayed were nothing short of extraordinary. This creature hardly resembled a mere beast. The infernal tiger propelled itself off a nearby tree with its hind legs, hurtling toward him with renewed ferocity. Wei Ling, employing the graceful steps of the mirage technique, deftly maneuvered amidst the scattered trees, his silver-white sword unleashing a series of fierce sword energies aimed at the phantom tiger. His intention was to momentarily hinder the tiger's relentless assault, granting himself a fleeting opportunity to catch his breath. However, his efforts proved futile. Neither the trees nor the sword energies could impede the forward advance of the phantom tiger, which instead found leverage in them. With a swift flick of its tail, it ensnared a nearby tree trunk, then spun its massive body to evade the oncoming sword strikes. Pushing off the trunk with its powerful hind legs and launching itself forward once more, Wei Ling hastily evaded the attack. Suddenly, the tiger's long tail struck a tree trunk with tremendous force, triggering alarm bells in his mind. From their recent skirmish, he had discerned that the phantom tiger executed no superfluous actions. Each movement was a calculated preparation for its next strike. Crack! Wei Ling looked up to behold a massive beam crashing down from above. A colossal tree limb, once supported by several trees, had been severed by the tiger's blow. Realizing the peril of the falling timber, he promptly shattered a ground escape talisman, vanishing beneath the earth. The phantom tiger landed swiftly, its keen instincts allowing it to accurately judge Wei Lin's subterranean position with each stomp and lash. Wei Ling felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Though he had faced 3rd-tier beasts before, he had managed to slay 3 3rd-tier snow domain ice cicadas even while gravely injured. He had even confronted a 4th-tier beast, the Windrunner Wolf King, during his 5th layer of chi cultivation, and although he could not inflict fatal damage, he had never found himself in such a dire predicament. Against the phantom tiger, his sole impression could be encapsulated in one word: formidable. As the last talisman for burrowing into the earth was on the verge of being consumed, Wei Ling leapt from the ground, his white attire stained with blood and his body marred with injuries, all sustained while evading attacks from the nether tiger underground. Just as he was about to make a move, he sensed that the nether tiger had anticipated his emergence, swiftly swiping its claws towards him. Once again unable to evade, deep wounds appeared on Wei Ling's arm, exposing bone. With a deft motion of his toes, he shifted his form, evading 3 feet to the side. As he distanced himself, He hurriedly crushed a Vajra talisman. The ferocity of the assault was overwhelming, simply intolerable. In the next instant, the nether tiger surged forward once more, its razor-sharp claws striking his back. A flash of golden light enveloped Wei Ling as the protective barrier formed by the Vajra talisman shattered piece by piece. He felt as though the very blood within him had congealed. With a swift step, he left behind a series of afterimages, escaping the reach of the nether tiger's attack. A deep gash bled profusely from his back, and he was filled with trepidation, realizing that the tiger's claws had nearly extracted his heart. Yet, amidst the fear, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. The sheer intensity of the attack and the blinding speed were indeed formidable, rivaling even the most potent of magical arts. Not only did they rival, but they surpassed them. Suddenly, he began to grasp the essence of being a sword cultivator, the path to becoming one. Attack is the finest form of defense. With his gaze resolutely firm, he ceased evasion. As spiritual energy surged within him, his long sword shimmered with radiant silver light, poised to intercept the incoming claws of the tiger. With a resounding clang, immense force reverberated from the blade as Wei Ling steadied the sword with his left hand beneath the blade, stepping back with his right foot into a bow stance. Lowering his center of gravity, while continuously channeling spiritual energy into the sword. Regardless of how fierce the assault or how exquisite the technique, it remains a mere third-tier cultivation, not significantly surpassing his own. With this thought, he closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to immerse within the sword. The spiritual energy within the blade seemed to ignite, forming a vortex of aura centered around it, as torrents of spiritual essence surged forth, spiraling into the longsword. Fear flickered in the eyes of the nether tiger. The temperature of the sword beneath its claws surged dramatically, the searing heat penetrating its armor and seeping into its flesh, causing its blood to seemingly boil. The silver-white sword grew increasingly radiant, its blade humming incessantly, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum, as if a single strike could cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering jade echoed, and a slight crack appeared upon the silver blade. Wei Ling could not contain his frustration. How could it falter at such a crucial moment? He hastily concluded his build-up, his fingers gliding inch by inch along the blade, causing silver light to rise in tandem. At the instant his fingers departed from the sword's tip, he abruptly opened his eyes and swung the sword. A flash of silver light shot forth, cleaving through any obstacle in its path. Leaves fluttered gently, and the surroundings opened up before him, revealing a row of neatly aligned stumps. The relentless nether tiger was hurled backward, crashing into one of the stumps and splitting in two. The forest trembled, and then the entire world shattered like a mirror. As his vision blurred and then cleared once more, Wei Ling found himself still standing on the initial circular platform. Chapter 48. The Harvest of Peaches with a Sharp Crack. The silver-white sword broke into two pieces, the shattered blade rolling down the stone platform. Within Wei Ling's body, not a trace of spiritual energy remained, and blood flowed ceaselessly from his wounds. Ultimately, he could no longer endure the torment and succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before slipping into a complete stupor, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of a cerulean light. A quarter of an hour later, a girl clad in black emerged hastily from the cavern. Her garments stained with blood, indicative of a recent skirmish. She exuded an air of cold detachment as she cautiously extended her consciousness, sensing the presence of others. A frown creased her brow as she unsheathed her green wooden sword and advanced slowly, her gaze momentarily pausing on the unconscious Wei Ling sprawled across the circular platform, only to be drawn in by the azure lamp suspended from a gnarled tree at the platform's edge. The lamp was adorned with 4 petals of varying sizes. The one facing her was the largest, nearly enveloping the entire lamp, while the smallest petal was slightly curled upwards. The lamp emanated a soft, ethereal blue light, tranquil yet refreshing. A hint of warmth replaced the indifference on her face as she prepared to approach. Suddenly, another girl in black appeared on the opposite platform, her attention immediately captivated by the same azure lamp. It seemed that the lamp possessed an enchanting allure, capable of instantly drawing the gaze of those who beheld it, compelling them to covet it. The black-clad girl glanced at the earlier arrival, when Shua, noting her to be merely a small cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, not a prominent disciple of any formidable protector. With a light tap of her toes, she swiftly traversed to the circular platform and reached out to seize the lamp. When Shua's eyes remained composed as she executed a steady sword strike, a piercing scream echoed through the air. As the black-clad girl clutched the severed stump of her right hand, her round face contorted in agony, her eyes aflame with rage as she hissed, "No one dares to treat me, Zhang Tao, in such a manner." Zhang Tao was consumed by fury. Both of her parents were managers in the residual night pavilion, and the disciples within the sect revered her. Whenever they encountered her, they would address her as senior sister or junior sister, and any treasures they obtained were promptly presented to her. It was the first time anyone had dared to lay hands on her, and they had severed her hand. Zhang Tao seethed with rage, vowing, "I will kill you." After her outburst, she caught a glimpse of Wen Shuo beneath her hood, whose countenance resembled cold jade, with delicate brows and autumn-like eyes, akin to an orchid flourishing in a secluded valley, exuding an air of ethereal independence. This only fueled Zhang Tao's jealousy. With a swift motion, she released a plume of red smoke toward Wen Shuo's face. Wen Shuo, possessing a naturally round face that could be considered charming, was marred by a flat nose that diminished her beauty. As she wielded her sword to sever Zhang Tao's remaining left hand, she effortlessly invoked the wind spirit technique. The red smoke was redirected by the gust, cascading onto Zhang Tao's face. Zhang Tao emitted a blood-curdling scream, as if her face had been doused in acid, leaving her visage grotesquely disfigured. Upon witnessing her condition, Wen Shuo momentarily froze, memories flooding back. Her mother's face, swollen and inflamed with pus, loomed vividly in her mind, accompanied by the haunting echoes of her mother's humble pleas, each cry carving deep into her heart like a chisel. The twisted, frenzied visage of her stepmother Su Roya began to merge with that of the woman before her, and an overwhelming torrent of hatred erupted within her. A storm brewed in her calm eyes, and the veins in her hand, gripping the greenwood sword, bulged ominously. Her garments billowed without wind, and she fixed Zhang Tao with an unwavering gaze. Amidst Zhang Tao's wailing, she could not help but shiver under Wen Shuo's icy stare, as though she had become the target of a malevolent specter. In that moment, she forgot the excruciating pain, swallowed hard, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "My parents are the caretakers of the city, and I lit the soul lamp." Wen Shuo paid no heed to her words. All she could hear were Su Ruoya's venomous insults. A chill coursed through her body, her eyes narrowing with a glimmer of murderous intent as she coldly declared, "Damn it. They all deserve to die." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the heavens, only to abruptly cease. Within the valley of Qinghe, a practitioner clad in black and adorned with silver suddenly felt an unbearable pang in his heart. This unexpected surge of emotion nearly drove him to madness, pulling him out of his cultivation. Frowning, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as a memory flashed in his mind, causing his expression to change drastically. In an instant, he vanished into a dimly lit room. The room was sparse, illuminated by a few flickering candles, and now, the one on the far right had gone out. The man's eyes widened in rage as he bellowed, "Who is it?" The next moment, he flickered and reappeared at the foot of Hushi Peak. "Jing Shi, what brings you here?" Sensing an overwhelming aura rapidly approaching, Jing Shi-san was perplexed. Within moments, Jing Shi's figure materialized before him. Shouldn't he be cultivating at this hour? Then, he noticed the storm of anger and profound sorrow swirling within Jing Shi's expression, accompanied by a hint of fear and an indescribable glimmer of hope. What could have happened? Ignoring his inquiry, Jing Shi soared directly towards the whirlpool in the sky, but was forcefully repelled. Undeterred, he attempted to enter again, only to be grasped tightly by Jing Shi-san. What on earth has transpired? Jing Shi-san gazed at him in astonishment. Among the Jing clan, only Jing Shi had established a family. Yet both he and his wife had surpassed the prime age for childbearing and remained childless. This girl was a result of Jing Shi's arduous struggles and relentless efforts to obtain a child, cherished as if she were his very own eye. It was said that he had even named her after his maiden surname before entering the cabinet, which explained his deep affection. Jing Shi-san advised, "Calm yourself. This barrier was set by the cabinet master, and no one above the chi refinement stage can enter." His demeanor was somewhat frenzied, but it did not persist for long. After all, having lived for several centuries, many matters had long since faded from his mind. Had it not been for the involvement of his precious daughter, he would not have lost his composure so. Taking a deep breath, he began to form seals with his hands over the extinguished soul lamp of Zhang Tao. It was then that Jing Shi-san noticed the extinguished soul lamp in his grasp. As he formed the seals, the last flicker of the wick ignited, and Zhang Tao's agonized scream in his final moments resonated from within. A coldly beautiful visage danced in the flickering candlelight, only to vanish as the wick burned out. It was she who killed Tower. Jingshi gritted his teeth, a chill spreading in his eyes. The soul lamp revealed the last sight that Tower beheld. Indeed, that little wretch was responsible for his daughter's demise. Beside him, Jingshi furrowed his brow, uncertain, and remarked, "It seems there was someone lying behind that person." "What did you say?" Jingshi suddenly turned to fix his gaze upon him. In a fleeting moment, I seemed to catch sight of a white sleeve on the ground behind that girl. White. Jingshi narrowed his eyes. The disciples of the Remnant Night Pavilion donned black robes, and very few were permitted to wear garments of other colors. Jingshi sighed helplessly and, without waiting for him to inquire further, stated, "Among the disciples who entered this time, only the apprentice of Lord Jingshi wears white robes." A jolt of apprehension surged within Jingshi as he realized that Lord Jingshi was the foremost among the assassins, the most formidable master of the Canny Night Pavilion. His disciple could not possibly. Noticing the expression on his face, Jingshi reassured him, "Do not overthink it. Given the circumstances, he likely sustained severe injuries as well, and it may not be connected to him." Jingshi remained silent, his demeanor inscrutable. Within the secret realm, as Zhang Tao's head slumped, when Shuilua's eyes gradually regained their tranquility, she drew her sword, stepped over Zhang Tao's bloodied corpse, and took the green lamp, acknowledging it with a drop of her blood. As her blood fell upon the lamp, it shimmered with a crimson ripple, and a dense white mist enveloped her. Amidst the whiteness, an ancient voice resonated. "First, congratulations on passing the first 2 trials I set. Now, take the dream-kindling lamp to the center of the Yunshu Immortal Mansion to receive my inheritance." Yunshu Immortal Mansion? When Shuilua was momentarily taken aback, what was that? A glimmer of light emerged from the mist, piercing her brow, and instantly, a vision unfolded in her mind. It depicted a vast sea of clouds, with a majestic palace at its end, alongside a vague location. After assimilating the new information, she cast a glance at the still unconscious Wei Lin, her expression wavering. Tightening her grip on the sword, she ultimately turned and departed swiftly. The setting sun stained the horizon with crimson, its hue rivaling the bloodshed nearby. Leaning against the curved purple trunk of a tree by the circular platform was a young woman clad in black. Her head was bowed, and 2 severed arms hung limply at her sides, crimson blood pooling beneath her, radiating outward like cracked earth parched by the sun. When Wei Ling awoke, he was greeted by a gruesome sight. He stood in stunned silence, surveying the desolate surroundings, devoid of any presence. As he pushed himself to his feet, the hem of his garment brushed against a desiccated, severed hand, pale and lifeless. He paused, his brow furrowed deeply, before unsheathing his verdant wooden sword. Stepping forward, he lifted the chin of a woman with the blade. What a visage it was, mangled and bloodied, with not a trace of unblemished skin. A grotesque inscription of the word death spanned from her forehead down to her chin. Startled, Wei Ling retreated a step. What sort of enmity could compel a murderer to inflict such torment? Steadying his nerves, his gaze fell upon a branch at an angle ahead, where a faint indentation marred its surface, as if something had hung there for years. Recalling the glimmer of azure light he had seen before losing consciousness, he surmised that something had indeed been taken. Casting a glance at the corpse, he feared this was the unfortunate victim of a theft. Yet, why had his assailant spared him? Wei Ling pondered. Was it someone he knew, or perhaps an indication of the fear instilled by the nascent soul cultivator behind him? After enduring countless trials and traversing through illusions, to be outwitted like this left him profoundly disheartened. He had not even discerned what the treasure precisely was. Chapter 49. The Fat Sheep. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, the warriors returned to their camp after target practice. Their hearts lightened. Yunli trod with a buoyant step, reveling in the joy of having acquired 2 substantial treasures without enduring significant strife. What splendid fortune had befallen her, prompting such exuberance from the junior disciple? As a sinister yet somewhat excited voice echoed, 2 figures emerged from either side, blocking Yunli's path. She halted, surveying the 2 from head to toe. Her almond-shaped eyes suddenly brightened, and she took a couple of eager steps forward, exclaiming with delight at the young man with the prominent nose on the right. "Ah, it's you." The young man's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. His voice tinged with wariness as he asked, "Do you know me?" Yunli beamed radiantly. "Of course I know you. The kind soul who sold me the timing ring. Oh, by the way, I realized I never got to ask you your name last time. Caught off guard, Hao Lu was taken aback. Yet he sensed that Yun Li's demeanor did not reflect that of someone who had uncovered a secret. He steadied himself and inquired cautiously, "How did you, junior sister, recognize me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Li replied, "Your voice." She displayed a naive demeanor, and after speaking, her expression shifted to one of admiration. "There are not many kind-hearted individuals like you, senior brother. I certainly must remember your voice. If I ever encounter something I do not understand, I would be grateful to seek your guidance." At this point, her tone carried a hint of shyness as she scratched her head, suddenly recalling something, and quickly added, "Of course, I would never disturb your cultivation." Hao Lu's apprehension eased, his expression turning peculiar. What a naive girl, seeking him as a pillar of support. He forced a smile and responded warmly, "Junior sister, you flatter me. We are all members of the same sect, and it is only natural that we assist one another. My name is Hao Lu. Feel free to seek me out whenever you have questions." The young man on the left stepped forward to engage in conversation, saying, "Little junior sister, there is no need for formality. Brother Hao Lu is renowned for his warm-heartedness and never turns away those who seek his assistance." "Really?" Yun Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed intently at Hao Lu. Ahem. Hao Lu cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's merely my fellow brothers being polite. I am not as great as they say. I only strive to do my best." The two exchanged a secret glance, recognizing that this was a golden opportunity. If they could cleverly persuade her, her remarkable talent for crafting talismans would surely lead to an abundance of wealth in the future. Just as they pondered how to subtly coax the young girl into sharing her spoils with them, she approached shyly, twisting the hem of her garment, and smiled bashfully. "I have a question to ask. I unearthed a spiritual plant, but I cannot identify it. May I trouble the two brothers to help me examine it?" The two were elated, suppressing their excitement as they feigned nonchalance and nodded in agreement. Yun Li then tapped her storage bag, and a magnificent, pale orange blossom appeared in her hands. The flower was substantial. She lifted it forward, thrusting the large bloom under their chins, releasing a plume of bluish-white smoke. "Shuwa!" they exclaimed in unison, their expressions changing dramatically as they instinctively covered their mouths and noses, shouting, "Quick, take it away." However, it was too late. The toxic smoke had already infiltrated their nostrils, leading to dizziness and weakness, causing them to collapse onto the ground. Yun Li stood frozen for 3 seconds, seemingly coming to her senses as she slapped her forehead in dismay, saying, "Oh no, I forgot. This is poisonous. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Upon concluding her words, she hastily rushed to assist the two individuals, only to realize that the poisonous flower in her hand had inadvertently been thrust before them. She quickly retracted it, feeling a pang of guilt and concern as she inquired, "Senior brother Hao Lu, are you both unharmed?" Noticing that she had put away the flower named Su Fong Yi, Hao Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and weakly replied, "No, we are fine. This flower emits a toxic smoke that can induce dizziness and weakness, rendering one unable to muster strength. However, as long as one does not inhale it continuously, there is little cause for alarm. A common antidote pill should suffice. Yet, should the toxins accumulate, the situation becomes dire." Yun Li gazed at him intently and, upon hearing this, asked, "What do you mean by dire?" At that moment, Hao Jiu, sensing a hint of caution, interjected, "Why are you unscathed?" Yun Li scratched her head, her clear eyes innocently looking at them. "I consumed an antidote pill just before picking it. Perhaps the effects have not yet worn off." This explanation was indeed plausible. Hao Lu shook his head, feeling the toxins fully take effect, making his head spin even more. He hastened his speech. "It could lead to mutations, resulting in a highly corrosive substance. It is said that the refined Su Fong Yi can corrode even barriers." Having succinctly conveyed his thoughts, he turned to Yun Li, earnestly asking, "Junior sister, do you still possess antidote pills?" Yun Li lowered her head, rummaging through her storage pouch. "Let me have a look." Upon hearing this, both men's eyes brightened with excitement, their expressions filled with delight. The use of the word "look" indicated something significant. Was this indeed a little lamb ripe for the taking? Would someone in dire financial straits need to look for something? Surely, they would be rummaging through their few meager possessions daily. As she contemplated this, a cluster of bluish-purple spike plants was placed on the ground by the small lamb. The two individuals, leaning on their weakened bodies, bent over to examine it closely, fearful that a moment's inattention might cause them to overlook some celestial treasure during the division of spoils. The final word quick was uttered with a change in tone, prompting Yunli to lift her gaze towards them, astonished, her words faltering. Your faces, why are they swollen? The sight of their faces, swollen like purple pig heads, made her realize the effects of the toxic spikes. Ever since the appearance of the small golden dot, which had alleviated the poison afflicting Su Fani, she had felt warm all over, and the subsequent poisons encountered had no effect on her. She was genuinely unaware of the specific effects of these toxic plants. Feigning panic, she concealed the toxic spikes and, trembling, asked anxiously, "Senior brother Hao Lu, are you all right?" Hao Lu looked at her with uncertainty, wondering if he had misjudged her intentions. Yet, her expression of concern appeared genuine, her eyes resembling two clear springs, revealing depths that seemed unfathomable for a mere 7 or 8-year-old girl. This led him to question his own suspicions. He struggled to articulate, "Antidote. Pill." Yunli suddenly understood, "Yes, the antidote pill. But I have run out of them." She looked up in frustration, helplessly gazing at Hao Lu and his companion, her expression betraying her utter confusion. Hao Lu, nearly exasperated to the brink, could hardly contain his frustration, bellowing, "We have some in the storage bag." Unfortunately, his words came out haltingly, lacking the imposing presence he had envisioned. As the matter concerned their own fortunes, Hao Jiao suddenly regained his composure. He glared at Yunli, exclaiming in fury, "You did this on purpose." Huh. Hao Lu was momentarily perplexed, but soon the realization struck him. Twice they had encountered poisonous herbs, both times with the unfortunate coincidence of only the two of them being poisoned, which raised suspicions. Yunli, seizing the storage pouch at Hao Lu's waist, looked up defiantly and retorted, "What are you talking about, senior brother? Intentional? You think I deliberately caused your poisoning in order to rob you?" How had she managed to gather such herbs? Why had he let his guard down simply because she was a mere 7-year-old girl? For cultivators, age was never a reason to underestimate someone. On the contrary, younger practitioners, with their potential yet to be unveiled, should be approached with caution. Who could foresee that the novice they bullied today might be taken under the wing of a powerful master tomorrow? Moreover, how could a girl at the 3rd level of Qi refinement craft mid-tier mystical talismans? Countless fellow disciples, coming and going to purchase her talismans, had failed to perceive her as a threat, merely seeing her as a weak target. One must understand that only a 3rd-tier talisman master could produce mid-tier mystical talismans. Hao Lu broke into a cold sweat. This little girl was indeed quite formidable. Yunli flashed a smile, saying, "How could this be considered robbery? We are all fellow disciples and should assist one another. Now that you two brothers are poisoned, it is only natural for me to offer you antidotes. However, since you insist on offering me remuneration, I cannot refuse and must graciously accept." Both Hao Lu and his companion were left astounded by her audacity. Their mouths agape as they emitted clear cries of shock. Chapter 50. The Convergence. Over there, Yunli had already erased his spiritual imprint, opened the storage bag, and after rummaging for a while, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior brother Hao Lu, truly, as an alchemist, your wealth is unparalleled." Inside the storage bag, there were nearly 1,000 spirit stones, among which 2 were of medium quality. In addition, there was an alchemy furnace, a resplendent golden sword, along with various spiritual plants and herbs, as well as the standard new hand gift pack from the residual night pavilion. Yunli transferred the spirit stones, golden sword, and spiritual plants into her own storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, she also retrieved the alchemy furnace before returning the storage bag to Hao Lu with a playful smile. "Next time, earn more spirit stones and come to me for a little raid." Hao Lu, whose spiritual awareness had been forcibly erased from the storage bag, spat out a mouthful of blood. Hearing her words, he felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, and he lamented in anger, "Demoness." Beside him, Hao Jiao's expression stiffened. She had long realized they were there to rob her. Upon reflecting on Yun Li's words, a chill crept over her. It seemed that the young woman was merely waiting for them to deliver themselves to her doorstep. Hao Lu felt as if he had struck a punch into cotton, unable to find any leverage, and the taste of blood in his throat grew increasingly intense. Hao Jia was taken aback. How did she know about her selling the map? Just then, a light chuckle came from behind, causing Hao Lu to tense momentarily. However, he soon recalled that being robbed by one person was not much different from being robbed by 2, and he relaxed again. Having someone to assist them in dealing with this demoness could be seen as a form of revenge, and with that thought, anticipation began to stir within him. Suddenly, he noticed the little demoness' eyes brightened, and she turned swiftly, exclaiming in delight, "Seen your brother." Wei Lin strolled over, arching an eyebrow as she inquired, "Are you having fun?" Yun Li's eyes curved into crescent moons as she bounced up, shaking the storage pouch in her hand. "Absolutely. Let me tell you, they are quite affluent." She pointed at Hao Lu, exclaiming that this senior possessed nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Afterward, she dismissed the spiritual sense guarding Hao Jio's storage pouch, delving into it while remarking, "And this senior here is also quite resourceful. By the way, what is your name?" She turned her gaze downward to Hao Jio, who felt a chill run down his spine. What dreadful luck it was to encounter a mere passerby who was an ally of the little demoness. Hao Jio coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wei Lin raised an eyebrow, pondering whether she intended to let them off the hook. After a brief pause, she added, "This is what we call casting a long line to catch a big fish." Wei Lin questioned, "With them in this state, are you certain they will make it out alive?" Yun Li shot him a glance, retorting, "That is no concern of mine. Should they attempt to rob me, do you expect me to ensure their safe passage? Is it really so?" She contemplated the two, a smile revealing her teeth. "Well then, I wish you both the best of luck." Upon witnessing their angry and frustrated red-rimmed eyes, she rolled her own. "Don't look at me like that. I haven't laid a finger on your contributions. Be content with what you have." The night was as dark as ink, with visibility reduced to nothing. The world was engulfed in utter darkness. In the darkness, the cacophony of unknown creatures' howls intertwined with the sorrowful whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional cries of both beasts and cultivators, forming a tempestuous and sanguinary symphony. Amidst the ink-black night, various lights flickered intermittently, revealing the lurking beasts in the shadows and the cultivators engaged in their arcane duels. A struggle more brutal than that of daylight commenced, as nocturnal creatures stirred and the sinister thoughts hidden beneath the sunlight became animated. After a day filled with conflict, Yun Li and Wei Ling chose not to proceed further. Although the night posed little hindrance to their vision, they needed to pause and reflect on their recent encounters. Wei Ling, experienced in such matters, had spent the year honing this routine, battling, reflecting, and then engaging once more. He conjured a small lantern with his spiritual energy, placing a luminescent stone within it, which he hung from a tree overhead. While the darkness did not impair their sight, the presence of a light offered a measure of comfort. Yun Li settled beneath the tree, sheltered from the wind, rubbed her eyes, and drowsily remarked, "I am tired." With that, she lowered her head, searching for a suitable spot, genuinely preparing to lie down and sleep. Wei Ling, taken aback, sat down and retorted, with the roars of beasts echoing around us and the continuous cries resounding. "Are you certain you can sleep?" "Yes, I am particularly weary now," she insisted, struggling to keep her eyes open. It was nearly the witching hour, significantly deviating from her usual bedtime. "We are cultivators. We shall not succumb to fatigue." Wei Ling's lips twitched in disbelief. Throughout the year, he pondered whether Yun Li had diligently cultivated or had merely grown accustomed to the comfort of slumber. Yun Li, weary to the point of barely keeping her eyelids open, shook her head vigorously at the words spoken, exclaiming, "No, I am exhausted. No amount of cultivation will suffice. Only slumber can alleviate this fatigue." Wei Ling pressed his forehead, acknowledging the precariousness of their situation, stating, "It is not safe at present. Let us exit the secret realm before we rest." Reluctantly, Yun Li replied with a drawn-out "Oh." Stifling a large yawn and mustering her spirit, suggested, "Let us engage in conversation. This secret realm is rather peculiar, for it even houses ancient mythical beasts." Ancient mythical beasts? Wei Ling's heart tightened momentarily. Then he contemplated, realizing that the difficulty of this secret realm had indeed escalated, given the presence of such formidable creatures. As her mind began to awaken, Yun Li's drowsiness diminished considerably. She produced the skin of the silver-spined soft sturgeon and handed it to Wei Ling, urging him to examine it. Wei Ling inspected the flawless skin in his hands, puzzled by its pristine condition, inquiring, "What weapon did you employ to slay it?" "I used fire to vaporize it." Yun Li then animatedly recounted the events of her day, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "The skin of the silver-spined soft sturgeon retains several of its inherent characteristics, being both supple and resilient. When subjected to an attack, it automatically softens, rendering the impact akin to striking a mound of cotton. It is an exceptional material for crafting defensive artifacts." Once again, she presented the exquisite jade blood spirit mushroom, a remarkable treasure brimming with immense spiritual energy, remarkably pure and gentle, capable of silently aiding cultivators in broadening their meridians. After the arduous battle against the ethereal tiger, Wei Ling found himself empty-handed. As Yun Li concluded her discourse on the silver-backed soft-shelled sturgeon and jade blood spirit mushroom, she began to ramble on about peculiar poisonous flowers and plants. Wei Ling swiftly interjected, "Aren't you tired? You should go to sleep." However, caught up in her enthusiasm, Yun Li waved her hand dismissively, declaring she was no longer sleepy. Wei Ling smiled gently. "My dear, you are still young. How can you grow if you don't rest?" Though she considered his words, Yun Li hesitated, questioning, "Didn't you just say that sleeping isn't safe? I'll keep watch over you." Nodding at this solution, she produced a pillow and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, she turned and asked, "Don't you need to sleep too? You aren't much older than I am." A faint crack marred Wei Ling's gentle expression as he closed his eyes, murmuring, "If I don't sleep, I can cultivate." In a flash, she arranged her pillow and lay down, and within 3 breaths, she was enveloped in deep, rhythmic breathing. Chapter 51. The exquisite chamber. The consequence of a night spent in such a manner was that Yun Li awoke with aching limbs and a sore back. Oh, the notion of sleeping beneath the sky, with the earth as her bed, sounded carefree and liberating, yet the actual experience was utterly disheartening. Given their circumstances, such nights spent outdoors were bound to be frequent, a thought that was undeniably grim. She lowered her head, mourning for her future life, her gaze sweeping across several brown dead moths on the ground. Instinctively, she glanced to the side, where more brown awaited. No, that was incorrect. She abruptly halted, grasping the arm of Wei Lin. Something was amiss. Wei Lin turned around, his expression calm. "You noticed as well." This left Yun Li incredulous. Could it truly be the phantom moth? The phantom moth is a unique creature native to Juying Peak, its body laden with deadly poison. Whether human cultivators or beastly entities, any being that comes into contact with even a speck of its powder is doomed to perish instantly. Its sole vulnerability lies in its aversion to light. Exposure to sunlight leads to its swift demise, along with the vanishing of its toxic properties. Yet, paradoxically, these creatures are irresistibly drawn to sources of light, recklessly leaping towards them. This was one reason they had employed luminous stones for illumination the previous night. With a light source present, not only could they more readily detect the creature's approach, but it also maximized the chances of luring them towards the glowing stones, facilitating their defense. Wei Lin's expression grew grave. Each appearance of the phantom moth heralded anomalies within the secret realm. It is said that during their initial emergence, only 2 disciples from the Remnant Knight Pavilion managed to escape the secret realm alive, one now serving as a guardian for the Blue Book, Jing Shi-san, and the other the steward of the city tower, Jing Shi. They are the last 2 representatives of the Jing lineage. The phantom moth is a gregarious creature, and each emergence brings forth swarms that engulf the entirety of Juying Peak. The only recourse available to these novice Qi refinement disciples is to erect a spiritual barrier and await the dawn. Reflecting on how her senior brother had faced the ferocity of the moths alone throughout the night, Yun Li could not help but feel a pang of guilt. "Why didn't you wake me?" she inquired. Wei Lin furrowed his brow, replying, "There were none around us last night." Yun Li was taken aback, her mouth agape. "Isn't it said that these creatures, once they appear, are bound to envelop the entire Juying Peak?" "That is merely conjecture," Wei Lin responded. Upon further contemplation, Yun Li realized the truth in his words. No one could trail their appearance to observe them directly. Such hypotheses were merely the collective deductions of cultivators who had encountered them before, based on the locations of their sightings. As Wei Lin gazed at the increasingly dense heap of ghost moth corpses, he suggested, "Let us go take a look. It is now midday. Those little creatures would not dare to venture out. The toxicity of the corpses has dissipated, so we shall encounter no peril." After a brief interval, they came upon a woman clad in black, her face contorted in disdain as she repeatedly employed wind spirit techniques to sweep the multitude of ghost moth bodies aside. In the clear space before her stood a quaint and exquisite little abode, fashioned from jade, capable of accommodating 3 individuals. Yun Li gasped in astonishment. Could it be that there were permanent residents within this secret realm? Wasn't it said that closed-off secret domains were perilous? If she was present here, then could it be that Lan Shu resided within that house? Yun Li's eyes sparkled with fervor at the thought. This meant that the charming little house had been brought in by Lan Shu. Was it a portable dwelling, perhaps a mobile home? Upon noticing them, Yu Er-sen paused momentarily before exclaiming with delight, "Qianjiu Shixiao." Qianjiu Xixiao. Being at the 8th level of Qi refinement and a disciple of the esteemed Lord Jinjia, possessed considerable combat prowess. Had he been present last night, they would not have faced such arduous resistance. Wei Ling nodded, gazing at the house ahead. Is my senior sister inside? Indeed, she replied. No sooner had the words left her lips than the door of the small cottage swung open, revealing Lan Shu, who leaned against the doorframe, her complexion pale. The junior brother has arrived. Wei Ling furrowed her brow and stepped forward, inquiring, what has transpired? I sustained a minor injury earlier. I exerted myself to maintain the spiritual barrier last night, and my energy has merely been depleted. Lan Shu waved her hand dismissively, her expression growing serious. There has been an anomaly this time. Wei Ling nodded, offering reassurance. Let us proceed with caution. It should be nothing serious. Lan Shu, at the 9th level of Qi training, was but a step away from foundation establishment, while Wei Ling, at the 8th level, felt no trepidation encountering fellow disciples. With Ali's ability to suppress monstrous beasts and her formidable combat prowess, they were not overly concerned. However, Lan Shu's demeanor remained tense. Over the years, the restrictions on Jiying Peak had weakened, and upon her entrance, she had already encountered a peak 3rd-tier beast. We should deliberate on our forthcoming strategy, she suggested. Wei Ling acquiesced, following her inside to confer. Yunli wandered around the small house, puzzled. Where are the wheels? How did this house get here? You simpleton, utterly lacking in knowledge. You don't even recognize a Linglong house, scoffed Yuer-san with a disdainful snort. A Linglong house. Yun Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The first floor of Wen Su Lu often mentioned the Linglong house in various tales. It was said to be a spatial artifact that typically served as a small ornament. When needed, it could be infused with spiritual energy to enlarge, and if spirit stones were placed at the array, it would even provide its own defense. The house, once claimed by its master, becomes intertwined with their thoughts, allowing for immediate detection of any intrusions, thus providing a sanctuary for undistracted cultivation and rest. However, the materials required for the exquisite Linglong house are scarce, and the craftsmanship demands a high level of skill, placing its price on par with that of a small spiritual vessel. For the majority of cultivators, the Linglong house serves merely as an aesthetically pleasing abode, while its defensive array could easily be replaced by other means. With such funds, acquiring a spiritual vessel seems far more enticing. The lack of market demand has dampened the enthusiasm of artifact craftsmen, resulting in a scarcity of Linglong houses available for circulation. Yun Li, however, does not place much value on the defensive capabilities of the Linglong house. Rather, she cherishes the idea of carrying her home with her, ensuring that wherever she goes, a soft bed awaits her, sparing her the discomfort of sleeping on the hard, damp ground. Alas, she cannot afford it. Her gaze was resolute as she set her latest aspiration, to earn spirit stones and purchase a house. After enduring the mockery of Yuer-san, she reluctantly shifted her eager gaze away, casting a sidelong glance. Humph, it's not yours, so why flaunt it? Yuer-san's expression of derision froze, a pang of discontent settling within her. She too was among those who could not afford a Linglong house. Yunli lowered her gaze to the pile of brown moth corpses on the ground, her brow furrowing. The location was not far from where they had rested the previous night, and if there were so many ghost moths here, it stood to reason that they must have been present in their resting place as well. She glanced towards the gleaming jade-like house under the sunlight, pondering whether the brightness from the previous night had drawn the surrounding ghost moths to this spot. Yuer-san, feeling vexed, followed her line of sight and suddenly had an idea. With a fierce glare, she exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Come here and clear away the ghost moths." Yunli shot her an exasperated look, contemplating for a moment before asking, "What are you doing this for?" The lady issued her command. Yunli glanced at the pristine ground surrounding the exquisite house, as well as the concentric circles of ghost moth corpses that radiated from it. Does Lan Shu suffer from a phobia of densely populated spaces? Inside the house, Wei Lin and Lan Shu had already conferred and emerged to greet the two. With a simple gesture, Lan Shu summoned the small jade house, which swiftly diminished to the size of a walnut and floated toward her hand. Yunli gazed in awe, salivating with curiosity, and inquired, "Miss Lan Shu, how many spirit stones would it take to procure a delicate dwelling such as this?" Yuer-san could not help but perk up her ears. She too was eager to learn the answer. Lan Shu chuckled lightly. "Well, girls tend to be enamored with such exquisite trinkets. Are you considering a purchase?" Yunli initially nodded, then shook her head. I can't afford it right now. I must save my spirit stones first and buy it once I have enough. She sighed. Perhaps I should just sleep on the floor. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 10 million lower-grade ones. Spending 10 million on a modest 10-square-meter house seemed utterly foolish to her. Lan Shu stifled a laugh and encouraged her. Given your current cultivation level, earning such a sum might indeed be challenging. However, as your skills improve, it will become more feasible. Aren't you studying talismans? Work diligently and strive to become a great talisman master. Yunli reflected on this and found a glimmer of hope. Yet, the thought of spending 10 million on such a small space still felt absurd. Wei Lin interjected. I haven't even earned any spirit stones yet, and I've already laid out my spending plans clearly. He weakly tugged at the corner of his mouth. First, focus on your cultivation. The center of Lan Shu's brow twitched slightly as she discreetly cast a glance at the two individuals. Chapter 52. Fear. Perhaps due to the ferocity of the ghost moth the previous night, they encountered no monstrous beasts along the way and successfully arrived at their destination. Qianfu Cliff. Lan Shu examined the map, then lifted her gaze to survey the surroundings, declaring, this is indeed the place. Yunli stretched her neck to peer downward, observing the sheer cliff face that plunged straight into the depths of the sea of clouds. The midday sun illuminated it, rendering the cliff as reflective as a mirror, almost capable of revealing one's reflection. She couldn't help but wonder if the nine-leaf grass truly grew on this precipice. There wasn't even a single crevice to be found. As she spoke, she searched for a large rock at the cliff summit. A burst of green light cascaded from her fingertips as a vine intertwined itself around the boulder, while its other end coiled around her waist. With a leap, she plunged down the cliff. Lan Shu smiled at her, producing a paper crane. Yunli's attention was immediately captivated. This was the earth-level crane talisman. Her gaze was fixated upon it. Having nearly mastered the mystical-level talismans, she was now preparing to conquer the earth-level ones, with the crane talisman being her foremost choice. The paper crane was delicately crafted, resembling 1,000 origami cranes, adorned with faint crimson lines that danced rhythmically across its surface, exuding a subtle brilliance. Lan Shu gently blew upon the paper crane and commanded, grow. The crane in her palm quivered, enveloped in a soft azure glow. In the next moment, it indeed expanded with the wind, growing to over 1 meter in length and half a meter in height before coming to a halt. Lan Shu stepped onto the paper crane, which then unfurled its wings and steadily flew downward toward the cliff. Yunli stared blankly at the paper crane, feeling something fleeting brush past her heart, an urge to grasp it, yet unable to seize it. What a simpleton! On the 23rd day of the month, she muttered a few words and, emulating Wei Ling, entwined a vine around a colossal rock, descending towards the precipice. Yunli rolled her eyes. This person truly seemed to possess an incessant desire to flaunt her superiority. If she were like Lan Shu, blessed with wealth and exceptional talent, it might be understandable. Yet, she was merely of similar standing. What audacity did she possess? Raising her hand, she intended to bind the illusory world silk to the massive stone but hesitated, opting instead to secure it to a slightly smaller rock nearby. After all, no matter how large the stone, it was precarious to bear the weight of 3 individuals. Moreover, one ought not to place all their eggs in a single basket. Shaking her head to dispel the nonsensical thoughts, she hurriedly leapt down the cliff. Urshizen clutched the vine tightly, cautiously inching her way down while steadily managing the vine's length. Suddenly, the sound of the stone wall reverberated with thuds as someone propelled themselves against it. Looking up, she saw Yunli, with a long silk tied at her waist, facing downward, racing along the stone face. In mere breaths, she had surpassed her, swiftly plunging downwards. Urshizen felt a surge of envy. The illusory world silk was indeed remarkable. Hearing the commotion, Lan Shu glanced over and, witnessing her navigate the sheer cliff with such ease, could not help but exclaim, what skill! What bravery! Yunli chuckled, humbly replying, too kind, too kind. Wei Ling, however, was not surprised. The illusory world silk resonated with Ali's intent, allowing it to effortlessly alter its length at her command. He looked up, noting that the distance was no less than 100 zhang, yet the illusory world silk showed no signs of reaching its limit. Just how long could it be? Descending to a certain depth, she indeed spotted a few scattered green plants clinging to the cliff face. 9 heart-shaped leaves basked in the sunlight, their veined patterns distinctly visible. Taking out her small medicinal hoe, Yunli joyfully began to dig. Under her deft hands, the once unyielding cliff wall resembled soft tofu, and she effortlessly unearthed a complete clump of 9-leaf grass, roots and all. She carefully placed the precious find into a prepared jade box. Then, with a push against the cliff, she leapt gracefully to a nearby plant. Beside her, Lan Shu's eyes twitched in disbelief. The medicinal hoe was no magical artifact and could not harness spiritual power. Thus, she was relying entirely on her physical strength for the task. Glancing at her own half-excavated 9-leaf grass beneath the dream-sinking sword, she observed Yunli skillfully unearthing another plant, causing her to question the nature of Yunli's hoe. As Yunli reached her 5th specimen, Yuersin finally made her way down slowly. Witnessing Yunli bounding energetically along the rock face, clearing out the 9-leaf grass, she felt a pang of anxiety. If Yunli finished excavating this area, they would have no choice but to descend further in search of more 9-leaf grass. Without pausing for rest, she too began to dig. As her Qingmu sword plunged into the cliff, she felt a tingling in her arm. Looking over at Yunli, who wielded her hoe with remarkable vigor, she couldn't help but envy Yunli's strength. Suddenly, Yunli was rendered speechless in terror. In her line of sight, a serpent, as thick as a bowl, was covered in a dense array of gray-brown scales. As the serpent writhed, it shimmered with iridescent hues, sending shivers down her spine. Its gaping maw, awash in crimson, flicked out a forked tongue that hissed ominously, while 2 rows of sharp teeth gleamed menacingly, with milky saliva dripping from the edges of its jaw. As the monstrous serpent swayed its tail, it opened its foul, gaping maw, poised to strike. To her horror, the theoretical invincibility she had relied upon seemed to falter at that moment. Her body became rigid, immobilized, as if encased in ice, and her throat felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, rendering her voiceless and parched. In both her past and present lives, she harbored an overwhelming fear of snakes. Even the artificial serpents depicted in films and images instilled terror within her. During her junior high biology classes, she would ask classmates to cover the images in her textbooks with stickers. Despite her efforts, she refrained from casually perusing those pages, terrified of inadvertently encountering one. This phobia was etched into the very depths of her soul, to the extent that even the mere sight of the word snake sent shivers down her spine, as if a live serpent might leap forth from the letters at any moment. The acrid stench intensified, the snake's forked tongue inched closer, almost brushing against her skin, while cold sweat poured from her brow, and her heart raced like a war drum. In her mind, she fervently urged herself to flee, yet her legs remained as rigid as stone, utterly unresponsive. Despair washed over her as she shut her eyes, convinced that her end was nigh. At that critical juncture, Wei Lin encircled her, propelling himself off the rocky wall to evade the serpent's foul jaws. With a missed strike, the serpent's long tail slammed against the wall, twisting its body to lunge at them once more. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lan Shu, ensnaring the descending serpent and drawing it into her storage pouch. She then turned to inquire, "Is she unharmed?" "Your timely intervention suggests that the brown cloud serpent did not make contact with her. She should be fine." Above, Yuersin could not help but mutter, "What is the point of flaunting your skills at just the 3rd layer of chi training? Now look at the situation. Merely a 2nd-tier brown cloud serpent, and you're terrified to this extent." Blue Book shot her a glare. In truth, she felt that her junior disciple was overly indulgent with the young girl, especially in such a perilous realm. Wei Ling's expression grew solemn. Ali's condition was decidedly unsettling. A mere 2nd-tier demon beast should have posed no challenge to her, yet she appeared pallid and rigid, as if he were holding a piece of wood. Frightened, he narrowed his eyes, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. He recalled a certain autumn hunt when they, a group of children, were frolicking near the hunting grounds. Suddenly, she had become just as stiff and cold, motionless. Initially, they assumed she had ingested some poisonous fruit. It was only when another girl followed her vacant gaze that they discovered a green snake coiled upon a lush tree. Memories flashed before him, and he realized that her fear of snakes was unlike any other. In the face of other fears, she, like most young girls, would tremble and scream. Yet, when confronted with a snake, she seemed to be under a spell, neither screaming nor shaking, simply frozen in place. Chapter 53, At the Cliff's Edge. The anticipated demise had not arrived. The metallic scent at her nostrils had dissipated considerably. Yunli fluttered her long lashes and cautiously opened her eyes, meeting the gentle gaze of Blue Book. There was no sign of the grotesque, slippery serpent before her. Her body relaxed, and she gasped for breath. Even the mocking expression of U-23 appeared oddly warm. In a moment, her eyes brimmed with tears as she looked up at Wei Ling, trembling lips uttering, There's a snake. You should have killed it sooner. Above, U-23 wore a disdainful expression, unimpressed by such feebleness, daring to venture into the secret realm. With a resigned sigh, Wei Lin tightened his grip around her waist, offering a comforting reassurance. It's all right. Lan Shu subtly shook her head and analyzed. This rock face is as smooth as a mirror. The brown cloud snake could not possibly crawl on it for an extended period. It must have a lair below. Upon hearing the mention of the snake, Yunli involuntarily shuddered. Wei Lin continued, the brown cloud snake. Yes, it delights in the moon-seeking grass. It must be present in its den. At this, Yu Ershizen's face lit up with excitement, for the moon-seeking grass is one of the primary ingredients for foundational elixirs. She quickly proposed, let us descend and take a look. Yunli swallowed hard. A snake's den? Who knew if it harbored others of its kind? She was reluctant to venture inside. They searched in the direction from whence the brown cloud snake had emerged and soon discovered a protruding stone platform below, leading to a cave. The entrance was smooth and even, yet the rocks bore a dark hue, as if worn down over the years and coated with a viscous substance that had dried in the wind. The overwhelming stench wafting from within the cave caused Yunli to instinctively step back, trembling as she questioned, do we really have to go in? The filthy entrance deterred the others, and Wei Lin, averse to dirt, furrowed his brow in distaste. Contemplating the moon-seeking grass, the three hesitated, yet ultimately resolved to enter. Yunli stomped her foot, considering the possibility of encountering another snake hole nearby. Should another snake emerge, she would be left defenseless, merely a meal for the serpent. Gritting her teeth, she followed suit into the cave. The cave was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the luminescent stones they held. As they ventured deeper, the cavern expanded from barely allowing a single person to pass, to accommodating two side by side, and eventually three in comfortable proximity. Yunli tightened the illusory world silk draped over her shoulders and tugged gently at Wei Ling's sleeve, whispering, there is a fragrance. Amidst the nauseating stench that pervaded the cave, a cool, minty aroma reminiscent of refreshing herbs became startlingly distinct. Before long, the other three companions also detected it. Lan Shu smiled, having previously encountered the moon-seeking herb, and exclaimed, it is the scent of the moon-seeking herb. Joy surged among them, prompting an acceleration of their pace. After traversing for what felt like half a tea's worth of time, they finally reached the heart of the cave. Fortunately, no other serpents inhabited this space. It appeared to be the lair of a solitary snake. Yunli exhaled a sigh of relief, releasing her grip on Wei Ling's sleeve and stepping forward a couple of paces. Following the invigorating scent, she spotted a large cluster of spear-shaped green leaves on one side of the cavern. Indeed, it was the moon-seeking herb they had been seeking. Wei Ling furrowed his brow, fixating on the crumpled sleeve. He tugged at it, but to no avail. Channeling his spiritual energy into his palm, a moment later, warm vapor began to rise from it. With a gentle sweep, the creased fabric returned to its previous smooth state, and his frown eased. After successfully harvesting the moon-seeking herb, the four of them nearly sprinted out of the cave, overwhelmed by the foul odor. They stood on the stone platform, facing the cliff edge, inhaling deeply the fresh air to cleanse their senses. The heavens seemed to cooperate, as a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the noxious miasma. Suddenly, Yunli's nose twitched, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her eyes. It seems there is a fragrance. It is Qianxizi. She grasped Wei Lin's arm with fervor, exclaiming, there is Qianxizi below. Are you certain? Lan Shu inquired, recalling that she was the first to detect the scent of the evening primrose in the cave earlier. Her belief somewhat strengthened. Absolutely, Yunli replied without hesitation. Before entering, she had specifically visited the Lingyao shop in the market, recalling her previous transaction with Chunjiu, and had memorized the fragrance of Qianxizi. It appears the news of Qianxizi's presence in the secret realm is indeed true. Lan Shu smiled, hoping it would be of at least 500 years of age. Only Qianxizi aged 500 years or more can be used to concoct the Jebing Dan. Anything younger lacks sufficient potency. Wei Lin closed the map, noting the precariousness of their position on the cliff, uncertain if it was the location Chunjiu had mentioned. We'll find out by going down, he stated. After the initial excitement, Yunli suddenly recalled Chunjiu's warning that a fourth-tier Qinglin snake guarded Qianxizi, causing her to hesitate. The tear wasn't the issue. The fact that it was a snake posed a significant threat. However, they could not afford to retreat now. Setting aside their dealings with Chunjiu, the sight of such a high-grade spiritual herb would attract others, promising a bounty of spirit stones. Lan Shu had already mounted the paper crane, soaring downward, while Wei Lin and U-23 secured the vines. Yunli glanced at the misty rock face below, her heart sinking at the thought of a snake springing out mid-descent. What if it were riddled with snake holes? She yearned to fly. Fly? She glanced at the illusory world silk on her wrist and suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. With both ends wrapped around her waist, she skillfully manipulated the fabric in the center, gradually expanding and thinning it until it assumed the shape of a hot air balloon, gently lifting her from the rocky platform and allowing her to float downwards. Lan Shu gazed up at the drifting cloud-like figure, secretly impressed. Although the girl was somewhat timid, her perceptiveness was commendable. In her hands, a single ribbon transformed into an array of intricate designs, shattering Lan Shu's preconceived notions of ribbon-shaped magical tools. It seemed that, when wielded with finesse, they could indeed serve a purpose beyond mere ornamentation. Yu San, on the other hand, was consumed by jealousy, her eyes tinged with envy. The spectacle was breathtaking, and she yearned for the various practical ribbons as well. Wei Lin pondered, what peculiar notion is this? As they descended, they finally reached the base of the cliff after half an hour. A tranquil path meandered into the distance, adorned with the same blue-purple moss. Beneath the swaying shadows of the trees, clusters of luminescent purple leaves and white flowers thrived, seemingly no different from the stone platforms they had encountered earlier. Yunli crouched low, shrinking back, and with a twitch of her nose, pointed towards the left ahead, stammering, over there. The mere thought of encountering the giant python again made her legs feel weak, and she was tempted to flee. Amidst her anxiousness, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something moving, sending a jolt through her spine. She screamed as she turned to the left, exclaiming, "What is that?" With a distraught expression, Yunli stuttered, "It seems there is something moving." Following her gaze, they observed the branches swaying in the wind. Yu San rubbed her arms and, exasperated, retorted, "Could you please refrain from being so jumpy? You'll give someone a heart attack." The atmosphere was already quite heavy and solemn, with everyone on edge, occasionally startled by her piercing voice. It seemed she might frighten them to death before the azure-scaled serpent could. Lan Shu gently advised, "Junior sister, do not be afraid. You can simply stay by my side." Wei Ling applied more pressure, silently conveying strength to her. As she gazed into his calm eyes, her frantic heart gradually settled, and she nodded, stammering, I am not afraid." As they walked, something seemed to flit at the corner of her eye. She suppressed the urge to scream and swiftly turned her head, yet saw nothing. Glancing at the swaying shadows of the trees, could it be that she was merely too tense and had imagined it? The surroundings were eerily quiet. The rustle of the wind through the branches and the soft patter of her feet on the stone path resonated with unusual clarity, each step seemingly echoing in her heart. They descended a small wooden bridge to find an irregularly shaped river where several shallows lay. On a larger shallow, a vibrant green plant swayed gently in the breeze, with a cluster of bright red berries peeking through the lush leaves. Amid the dark-hued vegetation, the vivid green and striking red presented an irresistible sight to all. "Qianzizi!" Yu exclaimed, taking a couple of steps forward to see better, then turning around excitedly to exclaim, "Miss, it truly is Qianzizi." Chapter 54. Mutation. Be cautious. The guardian demon beasts must be nearby. Suppressing her joy, Lan Shu warned with vigilance. However, after meticulously surveying their surroundings, they detected no anomalies. On the 23rd night of the month, gazing at the tranquil emerald foliage along the bank, one speculated, could the mythical beasts have ventured out in search of food? Lan Shu furrowed her brows, acknowledging the possibility, and turned to her junior, inquiring, "What is your perspective?" "In the river." Wei Ling replied with a tone that was subdued yet undeniably resolute. "In the river?" Yunli followed his gaze, observing the murky waters flowing languidly, leaves gracefully descending into its depths, sending ripples that gradually dissipated, restoring the surface to its serene state. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. The placid surface, surrounded by a myriad of vibrant plants, indicated an absence of soil erosion, yet the water's murkiness suggested the presence of a colossal beast lurking beneath. Stirring the waters with its movements, Lan Shu's tightly knit brows gradually relaxed, clearly coming to the same realization, her expression turning solemn. It appeared that this creature possessed some degree of sentience. They had scoured every inch, yet found nothing. Either it had the ability to conceal its presence from divine perception, or had taken refuge deeply. The river's turbidity indicated recent activity. If it were the latter, it was likely a deliberate ploy to lure them in. Yuersan's gaze flitted across the faces of her companions before she turned her head to scrutinize the river's surface, her lips moving, though no words escaped them. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Yun Li's peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of something, prompting her to swiftly turn her head, and in the next moment, her pupils dilated in shock, frozen in place. Wei Ling felt a sudden weight at his sleeve and turned to see Yun Li's face, pale with terror. He glanced back to the wooden bridge where a serpent's tail, as thick as a tree trunk, silently extended from beneath, inching closer to them. He instinctively pulled Yun Li to the edge, guiding her to the ground as he donned the ethereal robe of the illusory realm, urging her to remain there. After uttering the words, he drew his Qingmu sword, ready to advance, but was halted by Yun Li gripping his hand tightly. Perhaps his words had instilled a semblance of courage in her, or perhaps the protective charm of the robe offered her a flicker of safety. Although she remained tense, she was no longer completely immobilized. Trembling, she retrieved Hao Lu's gleaming golden sword from her storage pouch. Having previously assumed he cherished his silver-white sword too much to use it as a tool for digging up the nine-leaf grass. Now, confronted with the beast, he still wielded the Qingmu sword, suggesting that the silver-white sword had likely been destroyed in battle. Wei Ling raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit more assured. Though fear rendered him nearly motionless, he observed the scene with keen attention. He swiftly recognized the golden sword as his own, lifting it as he moved forward. At that moment, the colossal tail came crashing down towards them. The group swiftly leaped aside, narrowly evading the attack. This was not the Qinglan serpent. The most terrifying aspect was its head, human. At the junction of the human and serpent neck were 6 deep purple leaves, sharp as needles, above which was the visage of a girl, around 15 or 16, her skin tinged with purple and covered in scales. A transformed great demon. Level 7. Yuersan gasped, her knees buckling as she collapsed to the ground. Yet, it was not level 7, it was level 6. Wei Lin's expression was grave. Although the demon serpent had begun to take form, its aura had not yet reached the 7th tier. He noted a bluish hue on its forehead and remarked, "This must be the previously encountered 4th-tier blue-scaled serpent. I wonder what spirit herb it consumed to undergo such a mutation. Not only have its scales turned blue, but it is also bound by restrictions, preventing it from advancing, and has instead grown a human head, initiating its transformation prematurely. It is the Pingqian fruit." Lan Shu's voice was somewhat hoarse. The spiritual energy of the Pingqian fruit is exceedingly pure and dense, making it one of the materials for concocting transformation elixirs. She clenched her fist, her palm slick with sweat. Initially, she believed this blue-scaled serpent to be merely a 4th-tier beast, although it was a significant tier above them. Both she and her companion were elites of the Silent Night Pavilion, and together they could barely contend with it. To her dismay, it turned out to be a 6th-tier creature, equivalent to a human cultivator in the late foundation building stage, and it had undergone a mutation. "Do you have any escape talismans?" Yuersan asked, trembling. She had assumed that being with the young lady would shield her from danger, and she had come to this secret realm utterly unprepared. In response to her hopeful gaze, Lan Shu shook her head. "I am a sword cultivator." Yuersan's heart roared in protest. What of it being a sword cultivator? When faced with an unbeatable foe, even a sword cultivator must flee. Did you not prepare any life-saving talismans or artifacts? You were aware of the need for flight talismans. Could you not have also arranged for escape talismans? Alas, she dared not voice these thoughts aloud, but could only express her frustration internally. She then turned her gaze to Wei Lin, wondering if that wretched girl, Qian Shi, had what they needed, as she had been drawing incessantly. "We have used them all." Wei Lin's words shattered her last glimmer of hope. She scrambled to the back, clutching Yun Li's waist, her body trembling uncontrollably as she urgently exclaimed, "You must fly now." Within the confines of her rigid heart, Jiang Li silently roared. She yearned to act, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Moreover, could someone please loosen their grip? She felt as though she might suffocate. Wei Ling's gaze sharpened, recognizing the impossibility of a 6th-tier escape. He barked, "Move swiftly." As his words echoed, a fireball spell hurtled directly towards Qian Sizai, who was nestled within the stream. The demon serpent's expression shifted dramatically, with a powerful thud of its tail against the ground. It lunged forth to intercept the fireball. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wei Ling retreated abruptly, prying away the persistent grasp of Yu Er-san, and hoisted her onward. Racing back the way they had come. Ahead, the figure of Lan Shu flickered and vanished at the path's terminus, while Yu Er-san remained momentarily stunned before breaking into a frantic sprint. The demon serpent, tasked with protecting Qian Sizai, exhibited no haste in their pursuit. Its emerald vertical pupils glimmered with a chilling intensity as it opened its petite cherry-red mouth, its crimson forked tongue twisting through the air, accompanied by a low, ominous hissing sound emanating from its throat. Suddenly, Lan Shu halted, drawing in a sharp breath, and Wei Ling followed suit, coming to a standstill. Moments later, Yu Er-san caught up, but the words she intended to utter were swallowed back as she beheld a dense throng of serpents slithering towards them, halting just a yard away. They rose on their serpentine bodies, gazing coldly in their direction. The meticulously organized serpent battalion was led by 2 fourth-tier serpents, one black and one red, entwined together, followed by 2 rows of third-tier serpents. To the left, right, and rear, additional third-tier serpents formed a formidable perimeter, resembling a highly trained military force. After encircling them, the serpent army exhibited no eagerness to strike, seemingly biding time for their marshal's arrival. Lan Shu, lightly brushing the delicate azure fox hairpin atop her head, felt her frenzied heart calm slightly as she declared coldly, "We shall carve our path through." On the 23rd day of the month, a chill swept through her heart as she found herself encircled by a host of 3rd and 4th-tier demon beasts. The likelihood of escape rested solely with Miss and Senior Brother Qianjiao. They were destined to be forsaken. There was no need to ponder how Senior Brother Qianjiao would choose. In such dire circumstances, escaping alone was a formidable challenge, and carrying a burden would only invite inevitable doom. With a heavy heart, she cast a glance at Yunli, her eyes reflecting a shared sense of despair. No matter how profound their bond, in the face of life and death, one would still be the one abandoned. Wei Lin's expression turned solemn as he set Yunli down, enveloping her vital points with the illusory world silk. He shook his head and said to Lan Shu, "You should leave." Lan Shu was engulfed in disbelief. In such a moment, if she could not save herself, how could she concern herself with others? Suppressing the rising fury within her, her teeth ground together audibly. "Junior brother, this is not the time for bravado." Wei Lin gazed at her resolutely and replied, "I cannot abandon her." With that, he turned away, raising his golden sword, the chilling aura swirling around it, powerful currents of air causing his inky hair to billow. Anxiety gripped him as the serpent formation emerged. Yunli, who had been resting on his shoulder, trembled and then fell into unconsciousness, although her eyes remained wide open. They lacked focus. He attempted to reach her through the coolness deep within his mind, only to find her consciousness overwhelmed by despair, fear, regret, anger, and sorrow. Chapter 55. Acknowledgement of the launch at last. It is published. This is my first attempt at writing, and I am utterly inexperienced. It is thanks to the guidance of editor Dada Lian Xiao and the support of my fellow readers that I am inspired to continue writing. Thank you all. Whenever I find myself on the brink of despair, the sight of the little one's votes invigorates my resolve, making me feel that I cannot afford to give up. To do so would be a disservice to their unwavering support. This tale has been brewing in my mind for several years, longing to be penned and shared with a wider audience. Chapter 56. The little girl on the 23rd day of the moon. She was taken aback. Casting an envious glance at Yunli, it suddenly dawned on her that if Wei Lin chose not to depart, she too might have a glimmer of hope. Wei Lin's robes billowed as he wielded his sword, its golden radiance shimmering, exuding an aura of sharpness that pierced the heavens before radiating outward, disrupting the formation of serpents around him. Many of the serpents behind him writhed restlessly, some even attempting to retreat. Lan Shu's expression shifted, her eyes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. This was the manifestation of sword intent. Such prowess could only be comprehended by those at the foundation establishment stage. A sword cultivator who grasps sword intent during the Qi refinement stage is a rarity. Achieving this signifies invincibility among the Qi refinement practitioners. A faint, almost imperceptible smile of resignation appeared on her lips. It seemed that the shadow sword was destined to belong to him. In that moment, Wei Lin felt the wind still and the heavens clear around him. The hissing of the serpents grew more distinct as the spiritual energy in the air rushed into his body, circulating within before flowing into his longsword. The golden brilliance of the blade gradually transformed into a soft azure hue. With a single stroke, the azure light surged forth, cleaving through the serpentine formation with an unstoppable force. The azure brilliance blossomed like miniature whirlwinds, drawing the surrounding serpents into a shroud of misty blue. Upon contact with the serpents, the light erupted into delicate streams of sword chi, effortlessly severing their bodies. In an instant, the azure light dissipated, leaving behind segments of serpents tumbling to the ground, with the black and red fourth-tier demon serpents bearing several deep wounds. On the 23rd day of the month, a fervent gaze was cast upon Wei Ling, hope blossoming within. Lan Shu regarded him intensely, and as Meng Chen's sword cleaved through the air, the injured fourth-tier black-red twin serpents abruptly parted. With a delicate leap, Lan Shu ascended, poised to act, when suddenly, the tail of a dark purple serpent lashed fiercely against her back, propelling her violently toward the ground. A yellow light flickered rapidly across her form, and the yellow bracelet adorning her right wrist shattered, cascading to the earth. She sprang back to her feet, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze warily fixed upon the sky. It was evident that had it not been for the protective artifact, the consequences would have been far graver than mere blood at her lip. "Miss," Yu Ersan exclaimed, rushing forward to assist her. Unbeknownst to them, the mutated azure-scaled serpent had crept up from behind, its tail raised high, thrashing through the air. It appeared there was no escape. Lan Shu cursed inwardly, a wave of frustration choking her heart. Wei Ling turned, hurling an explosive talisman, a devastating weapon capable of maiming third-tier beasts. Yet, upon striking the sixth-tier azure serpent, it was akin to a small snowball colliding with a boulder, leaving no more than a darkened patch upon its already deep purple scales. With a deft gesture, he unleashed the remaining explosive talismans in all directions, and the encroaching serpent army was immediately scattered by the blasts. If they could not contend with the sixth-tier beast, surely they could obliterate these second- and third-tier creatures? Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the once orderly ranks of serpents disintegrated, the survivors darting away in frantic panic. The azure serpent, unperturbed by the flight of its minions, seethed with rage upon witnessing the massacre of its brethren, its long tail sweeping violently toward Wei Ling. In a swift motion, Wei Ling evaded, executing a graceful aerial maneuver, his sword aiming directly for the azure serpent's vulnerable spot. The sharp blade became ensnared among the dark purple scales, unable to penetrate any further. He raised his wrist gently, guiding the sword's tip in accordance with the movements of the azure-scaled serpent, seeking the gaps formed by the scale's undulations to unleash a stream of sword energy. For a fleeting moment, the serpent's motions faltered as the fragile flesh within was cleaved by the energy, eliciting a pained cry that echoed towards the heavens. Both Lan Shu and U-23 felt their souls jolt, causing them to expel a mouthful of blood, while Wei Lin experienced a sharp pain in his consciousness, soon followed by a refreshing sensation that calmed the tumultuous waves of his spirit. A sense of joy surged within him. Confronted by a beast far superior in strength and lacking any formidable weapon to turn the tide, they could only rely on their skills to gradually wear it down. Seeing that his method proved effective, Lan Shu joined the fray. Although the azure-scaled serpent had assumed a humanoid form, its intelligence remained limited, and it fought with the instinctual ferocity of a serpent. Its sinuous body coiled and constricted, its tail lashed out, and it occasionally opened its small, crimson mouth in a futile attempt to bite. It appeared that its premature transformation had indeed diminished its power to some extent. The two moved with ethereal grace, seizing opportunities to thrust their swords, whether or not they found their mark, repelling the serpent like two bothersome mosquitoes, inciting its agitation. Noticing this, U-23 exhaled in relief, drawing forth the greenwood sword to slay the advancing serpents surrounding them. The explosive talisman Wei Lin had previously cast bore the brunt of the assault, striking the three-tiered demon serpents first, while the two fourth-tier serpents were left gravely wounded and on the brink of death under the successive attacks from Wei Lin and Lan Shu. U-23 found the situation manageable. Meanwhile, Yin Li remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Upon seeing the throngs of serpents approaching, her spirit jolted, her mind swirling with confusion, as if something were on the verge of emerging, yet obstructed from her grasp. Before her lay an abyss of darkness, where fear, like creeping vines, thrived in the depths of her heart, gradually devouring the remnants of her courage. Something slithered over her body, its bone-chilling cold, sticky and viscous. A hissing sound echoed in her ears, causing her to tremble. It was a snake. Her eyelashes quivered in a frantic dance as she struggled to rise. Yet something constricted her legs and waist, another serpent coiling around her form, enveloping her entirely. They writhed and bit at her, and though she yearned to scream, the dread of a serpentine invader slithering into her mouth silenced her. In despair and terror, she shut her eyes tightly, tears mingling with cold sweat and the nauseating saliva cascading down her face. At that moment, the terrified cry of a little girl pierced her ears, and she suddenly opened her eyes. The courage that had been gnawed away surged forth like a tumbleweed crazily drinking from a parched desert. With a fierce resolve, she tore the snakes from her body and stood up, stumbling towards the source of the girl's voice. The sound of the girl grew fainter, and her own fear escalated, as if she were on the brink of losing something precious. Her feet quickened, heedless of the snake corpses beneath her or the serpents lunging towards her. She pressed forward, moving with the swiftness of lightning. At last, she burst forth from the clutches of darkness. The world around her was a blinding white. Save for the looming black serpent soaring through the air, its pitch-black colors starkly contrasting the surrounding brightness, indelibly etched in her memory. The dark serpent flicked its vibrant red tongue, ensnaring the nearly translucent, unconscious girl aloft. With a swift motion, she sprang forth, as if wings had sprouted from her back, racing towards the girl like a bolt of lightning, ultimately seizing her just before the black serpent could swallow her whole. She held the black serpent's upper jaw with one hand, while tightly grasping the girl's hand with the other. A tremendous suction emanated from the serpent's mouth, akin to a tornado, drawing them inward. She clenched her teeth, resolutely refusing to let go, even as the serpent's massive fangs pierced her palm, blood dripping steadily into the creature's maw. The serpent appeared to be fearful of her blood, its gums secreting a copious amount of viscous saliva that enveloped her blood and flowed out from its gaping mouth. A hurried melody seemed to whisper in her ears. As the black serpent grew agitated, thrashing wildly among the clouds, attempting to throw her off, she remained silent, desperately urging herself to hold on, to never release her grip. The unconscious girl stirred awake, frail and increasingly translucent, save for a delicate pink petal at the corner of her eye that lent her a semblance of vitality. Yunli felt an unbearable ache in her heart, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in terror, "Don't die, please don't die." Suddenly, the girl's face transformed into Wei Ling's, the coolness in her mind jolting her into clarity, her vision gradually sharpening, the scene coming into focus. At the end of her sight, Wei Ling was adorned with a scarlet ribbon around her waist, flying towards the azure-scaled serpent not far away. The petite girl bearing an incongruous, enormous serpent's mouth upon her delicate visage. Chapter 57. Thoughts. The serpent no longer pursued the elusive Wei Ling or Lan Shu. Instead, it lashed its long tail fiercely toward Yunli and her companion. Moon 23, lively and agile, evaded effortlessly, but Yunli remained frozen, devoid of awareness. Wei Ling lunged forward, attempting to shield her, yet he was too late. The snake's tail struck his back with tremendous force. The blow from a sixth-tier beast was no trifling matter, and he immediately felt a sharp taste of blood rise in his throat. His jade-like visage flushed with a tinge of crimson. Drawing in a deep breath, he endeavored to extract every vestige of spiritual energy from his Dantian meridians. By this point in the battle, their spiritual reserves were nearly depleted, and the azure-scaled serpent bore numerous wounds, its defenses weakened from before, with scales no longer interlocking as tightly as they once did. With his final strike, he poured forth all his remaining strength into a desperate, all-or-nothing move, a last-ditch effort. A glimmer of azure light coalesced as he unleashed his sword, imbued with a faint aura of sword intent, delivering a fierce blow to the serpent's tail. The blade skillfully sliced against the scales, penetrating the azure serpent's body at an angle. This strike inflicted the most significant damage they had yet dealt to the azure-scaled beast. In agony, the serpent let out a furious roar, and the exhausted Lan Shu felt his soul tremble, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. Though Moon 23 still retained some protective spiritual power, faring somewhat better. In a frenzy, the azure-scaled serpent's small, cherry-like mouth suddenly gaped wide, transforming into a colossal maw that overshadowed the girl's palm-sized face, its eyes and nose nearly obscured. Its bloodied, elongated tail coiled around Wei Ling and flung him aside, while its long forked tongue arched through the air, poised to devour the spiky little insect. Just then, Yunli opened her eyes. As her pupils constricted, a flicker of orange light emerged from the depths of her almond-shaped eyes. The ethereal ribbons entwined around her shimmered, radiating like a soft orange glow that soared forth. The luminescence danced around Wei Ling, gracefully swirling around him before continuing its journey. The delicate orange ribbons approached the azure-scaled serpent, gently gliding across its neck, severing its scaly head cleanly, without a single drop of blood spilling forth. Yu Ersan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the girl standing upright by the roadside. The pale orange ribbons swirling about her, her figure seemingly merging into the radiant light, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Lan Shu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, slowly rising with the support of her sword, a spark igniting in her eyes. This ribbon was extraordinary. The flowing ethereal ribbons gradually descended as Wei Ling knelt on one knee, embedding his golden sword into the ground to steady himself, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He lifted his gaze towards the end of the ribbons, while Yunli blinked, observing the scattered serpent corpses, stepping on a severed piece beneath her feet. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Shu disregarded the medicinal effects and rushed to Yun Li's side. "Are you all right?" Yu Ersan stepped forward, her concern evident, but was halted in her tracks by Wei Ling's piercing glare, sending shivers down her spine. Lan Shu cast a glance, picking up the ethereal ribbons strewn across the ground as she slowly approached them, speaking softly, "Junior brother, you must tend to your wounds." Sensing Wei Ling's refusal in his eyes, she paused, placing the ribbons down, and turned to Yu Ersan, instructing, "Clean up. We must depart swiftly." After speaking, she began rummaging through the pile of serpent corpses, turning her back. A fierce expression emerged on her face, her delicate palms appearing as if scalded, flushed with crimson. As night descended, the stars twinkled like scattered gems, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the bright flames to flicker as if they were on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, once the breeze passed, the flames regained their brilliance. Yunli opened her eyes, and the tiny stars above playfully blinked at her. Turning her head, she caught sight of Wei Lin's sharply defined profile. She sat up, surveying her surroundings, and inquired, "Where's this?" "Yuchen Valley." Having just awakened, her mind was somewhat sluggish. It took her a moment to recall that Yuchen Valley was home to several medicinal herbs they needed, making it an essential stop on their journey to Jueying Peak. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she realized they had left that terrifying place behind. Her body relaxed considerably. Her gaze fell upon the shimmering, exquisite pavilion behind Lan Shu, and she was instantly captivated. The jade house glowed with a soft blue light in the darkness, resembling an ethereal sprite, mysterious and dreamlike. "Do you like it?" Lan Shu asked with a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of affection. Yunli was momentarily taken aback and softly replied, For it was the coveted exquisite pavilion she had longed for, a traveler's artifact. "If you like it, come stay with me tonight." The peculiar affection in Lan Shu's tone intensified, sending a shiver down Yunli's spine. Could it be that Lan Shu had been possessed by someone? The Lan Shu she remembered had always been kind. Yet that kindness had carried an air of superiority, marked by an aloofness that made her seem unreachable. In essence, both she and Anren held a deep regard for status. Inviting a maid, especially someone else's maid, to share her quarters felt utterly bizarre. "Yunli, what does it mean to be clumsy and careless?" It makes her sound like a mischievous child. With an expression of dissatisfaction, she shot him a glare and, with a smile, addressed Miss Lan Shu, "You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. This evening, with the moon shining faintly amidst the sparse stars, it would be best not to impose further." Realizing the disparity in wealth between them, she felt a deeper sense of melancholy, especially as she could not afford such luxuries. Lan Shu smiled gently, not wishing to press the matter, and remarked, "Since junior sister Qian Shi has awakened, let us divide the spoils of this encounter." Yun Li's face paled, and she noticed Wei Lin nodding. "I have a channel for Qian CZ and can sell the spiritual stones at 50% above market price. I shall take care of the sale, and we will split the stones evenly afterward." "Is it about Wen Su Lu and Chen Jiao?" Lan Shu raised an eyebrow. Wei Lin nodded, indicating her familiarity with the managers of the Kangi Pavilion. She was well informed about even the smallest matters concerning Wen Su Lu. Lan Shu had no objections and handed the jade box containing Qian CZ to Wei Lin, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, junior brother." Turning to Yunli, she continued, "Thanks to junior sister Qian Shi's valor in vanquishing the Qinglin snake, we were able to escape with our lives. The remains of the snake rightfully belong to you, do they not?" Yunli crossed her arms, her scalp prickling at the mere mention of the snake, and firmly declined. A resounding refusal. "Everyone has contributed. I only require the demon core. As for the Qinglin, I prefer to sell it and share the spiritual stones evenly. Wei Lin gently tugged at the edge of someone's garment, her tone neither high nor low, her voice calm and steady. As for the others, he paused, initially intending for Lan Shu to handle it as well, settling for a division of spirit stones. However, upon remembering that Yun Li required demon cores for her cultivation, he changed his mind. Let us divide the remaining resources 60-40, with you receiving 60 and I 40. Lan Shu suggested, how about 50-50? If not for your initial strike that injured 2 4th-tier demon snakes, and the subsequent explosion talismans that scattered the snake formation, she wouldn't have been able to contend with the horde. U-23 remained silent. From the start, she had not uttered a word. Since slaying the azure scale snake, she sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, and upon reflection, the reason became clear. A mere 3rd-tier chi refinement practitioner had effortlessly slain a 6th-tier demon beast. Either she was concealing her true strength, or her magical artifact was extraordinary. The opening of the Shadowless Peak was sealed off, permitting only chi refinement practitioners to enter. If she was not disguising her power, it must be the artifact. The young lady's dream-subduing sword was a heavenly-grade artifact, and with her cultivation at the 9th layer of chi refinement, merely a step away from foundation establishment, she still could not contend with the azure scale snake. What then could be the grade of her Ling? U-23 felt a surge of excitement, pondering Lan Shu's unusual words and actions, causing her to hesitate. Wei Ling did not refuse any longer. After all, they had contributed significantly more effort, and the previous 60-40 split had merely been a gesture of politeness. As they prepared to divide the spoils on site, Yun Li suddenly sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. It must be even more enchanting by the river. I shall go take a look." She spoke while walking away, and before the last word look could escape her lips, she had vanished from sight. The indigo sky was adorned with countless stars, shimmering brilliantly, yet there was no sign of the moon. Wei Ling's lips twitched in resignation as he transmitted a message, "Don't wander too far." Understood. Yun Li stood by the river, exhaling a breath laden with trepidation. Chapter 58, The Third Trial. Ethereal clouds drifted, mountains rose majestically, and at the horizon's end, a grand palace stood in serene solitude. Remarkably, despite the vast expanse of cloud seas that separated them, the palace appeared deceptively close, with its dark tiles and crimson walls, soaring eaves and arched bridges. Even the rows of emerald bamboo behind it were distinctly visible. In contrast, the mountains in between were shrouded in the mist, their peaks barely discernible, rendering them elusive. When Shua gazed at the palace from a distance, her vision aligning with the image etched in her mind, a flicker of joy igniting in her eyes as she murmured, "This is the place." She took a few steps forward, scanning the blue jacaranda tree by the roadside, and hung the dream-burning heart lamp upon a crescent-shaped branch to the left. Adjusting the lamp to align with her mental image, she then infused it with spiritual energy, igniting the azure light. The soft blue glow illuminated the nearby jacaranda, as if the ethereal light were a cerulean pigment, gradually tinting the tree with its hue. As the entire jacaranda transformed into a shade of azure, the space beneath it momentarily twisted, suddenly revealing an intangible door. Lifting her gaze, she noticed a similar grand entrance before the palace across from her. When Shua took a deep breath, regardless of what awaited her ahead, she would not, nor could she, retreat. The Yunshu Immortal Mansion was hers for the taking. Stepping through the door, a searing wave of heat engulfed her, causing her to stagger back a few paces. Raising her eyes, she was met with a sea of yellow. The previously visible palace now lay behind a sand dune. A frown creased her forehead, and alarm bells rang in her mind, for she had not seen this dune before. The consciousness enveloped the surroundings, revealing no peculiarities. Gazing at the palace ahead, she stood in a daze. After a while, the relentless yellow sand swirled around her, and the oppressive heat bore down. Resolute, she darted forward, swiftly traversing the sand dune. Yet, upon reaching the other side, she found herself immobilized. More dunes loomed ahead, and the palace still lay hidden beyond them. Undeterred, she scaled another dune, only to encounter the same barren landscape. Time meandered on, and she lost track of how long had passed. Her spiritual energy had long since waned. Her throat parched and raw. As beads of sweat emerged on her skin, they were instantly vaporized by the searing heat. Her eyelids grew heavier, everything appearing as if viewed through a haze, and her legs felt as though they were encased in lead, each step demanding the utmost exertion. With great effort, She lifted her gaze to the clearly defined palace ahead, a vision of her mother's distorted face flashing through her mind, rekindling her determination to grow stronger. She must obtain the Yunshu immortal mansion. It was imperative. Her once dull eyes regained their brightness, and her legs, sunk in the grains of sand, rose once more. Step by step, she advanced slowly yet resolutely. Gradually, the wind picked up, sending sand swirling, darkening the sky. Each grain, propelled by the tempest, transformed into the sharpest blades, tearing through her garments, lacerating her skin, and slicing into flesh. Blood stained the ground as the moisture within her body continued to evaporate. Like a dying fish gasping for air, she opened her mouth wide, desperately seeking every breath, but was instead met with an onslaught of fine sand that clogged her nostrils and throat. She gritted her teeth, her mind resolutely repeating, "Forward, forward, forward." A steadfast will clashed with an exceedingly frail body, neither willing to yield. She felt herself growing lighter, lighter still, as though her soul had transcended the confines of her physical form, observing herself as a detached spectator, trudging through the endless sea of sand. The sky was vast and the clouds sparse. A gentle breeze wafted through, while the verdant foliage swayed delicately, stretching its petite form, each flower, each leaf, each stem basking in the sunlight. Yunli deftly placed the harvested spirit fruit into a jade box. Tilting her head, she spotted another plump and juicy spirit fruit, ready to be picked. Just then, a figure darted out beside her, reaching the fruit before she could. She rolled her eyes. This marked the third time on the 23rd day of the month that her spirit plants had been snatched. Enough is enough. She halted and glared fiercely. Do you want to fight? The figure, seemingly taken aback, hesitated and blushed, stammering for quite some time before finally uttering, "You were quite impressive yesterday, especially that last move." "The kill." "Stop right there," Yunli interrupted, her brow furrowing in suspicion. "Are you complimenting me?" The figure awkwardly cleared her throat, mumbling a non-committal agreement before stubbornly insisting, "But you still fall short compared to Miss and Brother Chinjio. Is that how you give compliments?" Yunli shot her a look. "Are you stealing my spirit plants and fruits just to flatter me?" On the 23rd day of the month, Yuesa, akin to Lan Shu, resolved to first cultivate a favorable relationship with Yun Li before seizing an opportune moment to strike. However, given their previous mutual disdain, such a sudden shift in demeanor would raise suspicions even among the most naive. Thus, she decided to take a gradual approach, occasionally retorting with a casual, "What else?" Yunli, contemplating the matter, could easily deduce that Yuesa's sudden interest stemmed from the light blow she had delivered the day before, igniting a spark of greed within her. Stealing a glance at Lan Shu from a distance, she noted her composure. Aside from appearing slightly more amiable than before, there were no other peculiarities. A sense of unease crept into Yun Li's heart as she hoped that Lan Shu would maintain some decorum and refrain from making any overt attempts to confront her. They were not afraid of covert attacks or ambushes, as long as their adversary was not at the Golden Core stage. With her Earth Escape talisman, even if she were outmatched, she could still evade capture. Her greatest fear lay in the possibility of the other party reporting to the sect leader, prompting a forceful intervention from the sect itself. Yet, surely Lan Shu would not engage in such a thankless endeavor? The following noon, with only the last ingredient, the fragrant withering grass, remaining for their expedition, Yunli noted its peculiar nature. It grew in a scattered fashion, suggesting that if it thrived in one area, it would be absent within a 5-mile radius, reminiscent of the adage about two tigers not coexisting in the same mountain. Upon entering the Qinshu Peak, Yun Li's keen eyes quickly spotted a specimen. Elated, she communicated with Wei Ling and hurriedly dashed towards it. Wei Ling stood motionless, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he dispatched the tiger-shaped demon beast guarding the grass before Yun Li could arrive. She quickly uprooted the fragrant withering grass and stowed away the demon beast. In the blink of an eye, U-23 observed her companion suddenly dash forward. To her astonishment, she spotted the fragrant withering grass standing gracefully amidst the thicket. A surge of joy filled her heart, but in the next moment, a flick of a delicate white hand rendered the fragrant grass non-existent, transforming her elation into dismay. In another instant, the blood-dripping tiger-shaped demon beast beside them also vanished without a trace. Having discovered the fragrant withering grass, lingering any longer held no purpose, and the four companions quickened their pace. After traversing approximately 6 or 7 kilometers, Yun Li's nose twitched, and she communicated with Wei Lin, subsequently darting out with remarkable swiftness. Within a few breaths, her storage pouch brimmed with another stalk of fragrant withering grass and a second-tier demon beast. Are you possessed of a canine nose? U-23's frustration escalated exponentially. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of the fragrant grass, whilst others had already secured it, with 2 stalks of fragrant withering grass acquired. They had gathered all the materials necessary for the foundation-building pill, and Yunli was in high spirits. Upon hearing her words, she bore no resentment, instead smiling knowingly. Succinctly stating, "You are simply envious." U-23 found herself at a loss for words. Lan Shu chuckled, seemingly offering a casual compliment. Junior sister Qian sure possesses an astute sense of perception. Yunli returned her smile and humbly remarked, "It is all thanks to Miss Lan Shu's kindness, for she graciously allows me my share." The smile on Lan Shu's face became somewhat strained. She had merely discovered it slightly earlier than U-23. Yet acknowledging her inferiority, especially to a mere third-tier chi cultivator, felt akin to a personal affront. "Junior sister is being modest," she retorted, swiftly changing the subject. "Let us venture deeper. The path there is less frequented, and the spiritual plants are of superior quality." Before the Grand Palace, when Shuelua, her garments stained with blood and a weary expression upon her face, pushed open the crimson doors. With a creaking sound, the heavy doors slowly parted, revealing a portrait of a woman at the center of the hall. The woman in the painting, in her prime of youth, adorned in a resplendent red feathered cloak, held a white jade paper umbrella beneath the red plum blossoms resting upon the snow. Her long, dark tresses cascaded gracefully from the edge of her fur-trimmed hat, while a languid gray-striped white tiger crouched at her feet. A soft sigh echoed through the expansive hall, a detached voice seemingly emanating from the end of time. Imbued with the essence of ages past. After all these years, you are the first to have passed through the 3 trials and arrived here. Chapter 59, The Anomaly. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from the sky, shaking the very earth, followed by a cascade of falling stones and billowing dust, plunging the world into darkness. Wei Lin grasped Yun Li and soared into the air, cleaving through the oncoming projectiles with his sword. Yun Li, momentarily taken aback, swiftly crushed 2 golden talismans, while the illusionary silk transformed into a colossal hot air balloon, floating steadily in the air. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Is the earth trembling?" As her words fell, she recalled the thunderous sound and murmured, "An earthquake shouldn't produce such a noise. A burst talisman? That doesn't seem right either. As a burst talisman couldn't create such a commotion." Lan Shu stood atop her crane talisman, her expression grave, lost in thought, observing the 3 individuals nearby, each seemingly adept yet offering no assistance. Her heart seethed with resentment. After a quarter of an hour, the tremors finally ceased, and the spiritual energy in the world thickened at a visible pace, an inviting comfort that made one yearn to open their pores and meditate right there on the ground. A few individuals appeared somewhat dazed, but suddenly, Wei Lin's expression changed dramatically. "Not good. It's a restriction. The barrier has been breached. We must flee." Frost Peak is situated within the inner side of Juying Peak, adjacent to the foundational realm of Ing Mountain, which is teeming with monstrous beasts. With the barrier compromised, the hordes of beasts would charge forth, and Frost Peak would be the first to bear the brunt of the assault. However, by the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The ground trembled once more, unlike the earlier seismic upheaval. This time it merely quaked subtly, reminiscent of a herd of galloping steeds in the nearby hills. Turning their heads, they beheld a massive throng of monstrous beasts surging down from the undulating mountain ranges, advancing relentlessly towards them. Urshizen's face paled in terror. The beastly horde comprised various types of creatures, predominantly 4th and 5th tier, with only a scant few at the 6th tier, yet they were foes beyond their capacity to confront. Yun Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Even a mere mouse dared to provoke a bull. Truly, the world of cultivation was rife with bizarre occurrences. Before them, a bull-like beast leaped and bounded, frantically attempting to dislodge the mouse clinging to its leg. Yet the mouse remained steadfast, its tiny green eyes glimmering with an icy light. Its sharp fangs deeply embedded in the bull's tough hide, impervious to the tumult around it. Nearby, a pitch-black wild boar-like creature, while running, tilted its head, driving its ivory tusks into the neck of a nearby antelope-like beast. With a swift motion, it licked up a glimmering beast core with its long tongue, all the while continuing its frantic dash. Yun Li's eyes flickered with confusion. It appeared that this group of beasts was being driven by some unseen force. And amidst their frantic escape, they did not hesitate to turn on one another. Moreover, the strength of the monstrous beast ranges from low to high, with the rumor suggesting that within the confines of Mang Mountain, these creatures are distributed in concentric circles. The lower-ranked beasts dwell on the periphery, while the more formidable ones inhabit the inner sanctum. Could it be that a powerful beast at the heart of Mang Mountain has gone berserk, driving the surrounding creatures into a frenzy, causing the higher-ranked beasts to flee outward, thereby instilling terror in the lesser ones as they scramble for their lives? As she pondered this perplexing thought, a shadow swept swiftly overhead. She glanced up to see a fourth-tier eagle-like beast darting past like lightning. It dove down, its sharp talons aimed at the shoulder of Wei Lin, who stood in the forefront. Yunli mused. Could this eagle be rather finicky, or perhaps lacking in wit? It bypasses the three individuals behind and seeks a challenge ahead. She shook her head, thinking the creature foolish, possessing spiritual awareness. It was futile for it to stir up a sandstorm. Once more, a shadow loomed above, and upon lifting her gaze, she witnessed a flock of winged beasts soaring through the air, diving towards the ground to seize a few morsels for sustenance. Good heavens, an aerial force! How remarkable it is to be able to fly. While evading the grasping claws, she felt a pang of envy. She yearned to cultivate her foundation and to soar gracefully through the skies on a sword. Suddenly, a series of black fissures appeared in the air, catching the nearby beasts off guard, pulling them in and erasing them from existence in an instant. Is this a spatial rift? Alarm bells rang in Yunli's mind. She had never experienced such a profound sense of danger in her cultivation journey. This was a peril that could claim her life with the slightest lapse in vigilance. Ignoring the surrounding beasts, she cautiously dodged the dark fissures while attempting to transmit a message to Wei Lin, only to find that her words did not reach him. At such a close distance, the signal should not be poor. Suddenly, she cast her gaze towards the position where the previous sentinel stood, catching sight of a white garment vanishing into a crevice. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunli swiftly pursued, plunging into the darkness. Within the shadows, she felt as if countless small blades were slicing at her, and fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Otherwise, she feared she would meet a gruesome end. Where are the insulators? Fragments of high school physics flickered chaotically in her mind, akin to a television finally receiving a signal, bringing clarity. Various insulating materials flashed before her mental eye. She anxiously surveyed her surroundings, only to find a desolate expanse of charred earth, resembling a landscape scorched by fire, marred by uneven blackened scars. Not far ahead lay a massive crater, as if struck by a meteor. After enduring a jolt of electricity, her body had surprisingly acclimatized. Aside from a faint wisp of white smoke escaping her mouth and a slight tingling sensation, the previous uncontrollable muscle tremors had subsided. Steadying herself, she began to scrutinize her surroundings. The scorched earth radiated outwards from the crater, becoming increasingly charred as one approached. After a moment of stunned silence, she suddenly exclaimed, "Jiuqing Gorge." Yunli's nerves tightened in alarm. This was indeed Jiuqing Gorge, the secret realm where golden core cultivators comprehend the Tao, the very site of failed tribulations for powerful beings. Why had she, a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, been transported to such a high-level place? With trepidation, she approached the edge of the crater and leaned over to peer inside. The depth was 1,000 meters, revealing a dark mass that occasionally twitched. What on earth is that? As her consciousness reached out, she gasped in shock. "Brother!" She dashed forward with remarkable swiftness, and upon reaching the center, once again experienced that peculiar sensation of being crispy on the outside, yet tender on the inside. The residual electricity in this area was rather excessive. She grasped Wei Lin's hand and swiftly summoned the illusory world-s Ling floating. Yunli spread her hands, quite evidently indicating, "I followed you in." Wei Lin glared at her, questioning, "Why would you chase after me in such a perilous situation?" Yunli gestured downward with her chin, replying, "If I hadn't come, you'd be nothing but charred remains at the bottom of the pit." Suddenly, this exchange felt eerily familiar. The two shared a moment of silent understanding, recalling the time after the spirit vessel was destroyed when turbulent waves relentlessly pursued Wei Lin like an obsession. After a brief pause, Yunli expressed her suspicion. "Why do I feel that your luck is rather dubious?" She scrutinized Wei Lin from head to toe and gasped, "Could it be that in your past life, you wronged the daughter of the heavenly Tao?" Wei Lin's lips twitched as he instinctively delivered a light slap to his forehead, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yet inwardly, he pondered whether he had indeed committed some unpardonable act in his previous life. Chapter 60. Escape within the vast hall. As the final beam of white light penetrated into Wen Shuelua's body, the secret realm trembled violently. A magnificent palace illusion gradually materialized, only to transform into flowing light and vanish into the center of the secret realm. This spectacle unfolded before every surviving disciple of the Remnant Night Pavilion. In the next instant, the scene shifted unexpectedly, and the disciples found themselves at the foot of Hushi Peak. They stood in a daze until they noticed several streaks of rainbow light soaring from the horizon. The figures of Jing Shi-san, who activated the secret realm, and the steward of the market, Jing Shi, both bore expressions of astonishment. As a radiant arc of light swiftly descended, a colossal hand formed from ethereal energy reached eagerly towards the center. It was only then that the onlookers discerned the presence of a woman clad in black, standing where the luminous trail had vanished. Yun Li and Wei Lin exchanged a glance, both astonished to find that the mysterious figure was none other than Wen Shuelua. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, it was evident that Wen Shua had acquired some form of advantage, precipitating this extraordinary turn of events. The oppressive aura emanating from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator caused her to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, the immortal mansion possessed a protective function, enveloping her in a radiant white light that alleviated the pressure. In the blink of an eye, she and the immortal mansion vanished entirely from the gazes of the powerful onlookers, leaving no trace of their presence. A spatial transmission. Jingzhe, who had just emerged from seclusion, witnessed this spectacle and, despite his usual composure, could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Pursue them. The man who had initially arrived here bellowed, and several figures transformed once more into beams of light, scattering and disappearing from sight. 3 days later, within the conference hall of the residual night pavilion, the arched ceiling was adorned with luminous pearls the size of pebbles, their radiant light mingling harmoniously, casting the chamber in a brilliance akin to daylight. A middle-aged cultivator, donned in a white robe lined with golden thread and adorned with a golden crown, presided at the head of the table, his expression frosty, brows furrowed tightly as if to crush a fly. To the east stood Zhu Sha, Jingzhe, and Bai Lu, while to the west were the deputy pavilion master and Lan Shu, all with their eyes partially lowered, maintaining a solemn silence. The thought that the very foundation of the residual night pavilion, which he had safeguarded for many years and to which he had devoted considerable effort, had been seized by a mere junior, specifically the Yunshu Immortal Mansion, caused the pavilion master, Xing Yi Jinjuan, to darken further, his heart brimming with frustration, wishing to tear apart everything before him, whether person or object. The countenance of Xing Yi Jinjuan darkened increasingly, as the oppressive atmosphere thickened palpably. The others held their breath, not daring to utter a word, while only Jingzhe maintained a semblance of calm, his thumb idly caressing a lustrous ring. Yet, the furrowed brow of Jingzhe betrayed his discontent. In the presence of the elite from the Kangyi Pavilion, the fact that a mere girl managed to escape their grasp was a significant blemish on their reputation. The sound of hurried footsteps resonated as the left guardian Mangzhong hastily entered the meeting hall, cautiously glancing at Xing Yi Jinjuan. Report to you, master. We have made progress regarding that disciple's identity. Xing Yi emitted a cold snort, suppressing the fury roiling within him, and commanded sharply, "Speak." Jingzhe paused in his motions, casting a frosty glance at him. Mangzhong instinctively recoiled, then blushed upon realizing he had been intimidated by a mere glance from Jingzhe. He lifted his chin, attempting to project an air of authority. "Qianjiu?" A flicker of recognition passed across Xing Yi Jinjuan's face as he turned to Jingzhe. "I recall that your newly accepted disciple was named Qianjiu a year ago, correct?" Without voicing any objections, Xing Yi added, "Summon Ing Yi as well." After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, Yun Li and her companion entered the meeting hall with trepidation. Before them lay a figure prostrate on the ground, unmistakably Ing Yi by the aura he exuded. As the two completed their salutation, a formidable voice resonated from above, demanding, "What is your relationship with Qian Shuri?" And privately, the tone of Xing Ye carried an edge of aggression, his oppressive presence intensifying. Wei Ling felt a cold sweat trickling down his temples, his body swaying slightly as he fought to maintain his composure. Clenching his jaw, he asserted, "There is no private connection." Even in this moment of tension, Xing Yu could not help but admire Jingzhe's discernment in accepting such a promising disciple, who could stand tall even under the oppressive aura of a Yuanian cultivator. Truly commendable. Jingzhe's expression remained unchanged, revealing nothing of his inner emotions, as if the prince were merely kneeling before an inconsequential figure. However, those familiar with him, like Xing Yi, recognized that he cared deeply. He had restrained his imposing presence. And according to what Ing Yi had just conveyed, They indeed had no other relationship. Since entering the pavilion, they had focused solely on their arduous cultivation, leaving no room for suspicion. At that moment, Mang Zhong's ears perked up, and he remarked, "Master, Jing Shisan and Jing Shi have made some discoveries. Bring them in," came the command. At this juncture, he would spare no effort to uncover any detail related to that female disciple. After bowing, Jing Shi hurriedly recounted how he had noticed the abnormality of his daughter's soul lamp racing to the foot of Hushi Peak, where he and Jing Shisan had witnessed the circumstances surrounding his daughter's demise through the soul lamp. The voice of Master Xing Yu was cold as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that Qianjiu was present when that disciple took your daughter's life?" Jing Shi quickly clarified, "Qianjiu must have been unconscious." In the perspective at that moment, his garments were lying flat on the ground. Jing Shisan could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Jing Shi, thinking his personal sentiments clouded his objectivity. After all, that was Jing Shi's prized disciple. Could he truly be implicated? Jing Shi's expression grew frantic. With his daughter gone, he had nothing left to fear. He would pursue any potential perpetrator of her demise without mercy. Wei Ling was taken aback, realizing that it was Wen Shualaw who had stolen his peach. Yunli lowered her gaze, wondering if her senior brother had truly fainted. It seemed the timing ring was indeed essential. But what had transpired? Why was Wen Shualaw unharmed while her senior brother succumbed? She had never heard him mention such a thing. Lan Shu interjected, explaining that he had been with junior brother Qianjiu until the unexpected incident occurred. During the onslaught of beasts, junior brother inadvertently fell into a spatial rift, leading to their separation. Even an infant soul cultivator could easily perish when ensnared by such a phenomenon. Xingyi pressed for clarity. "How did you lose consciousness?" Wei Ling recounted his encounter with an illusion and how, after overcoming it, he had succumbed to exhaustion. He omitted the detail of perceiving a greenish light before his fainting and the shallow marks he later discovered on a branch. At this juncture, the others grasped that this matter bore no relation to him. "And you?" Xing Ye's gaze suddenly shifted to Yunli, who had been silent with her head bowed. She instinctively lifted her head, her clear apricot eyes reflecting confusion. "I was with my senior brother and Miss Lan Shu." Xingyi turned his head to see Lan Shu nodding before he averted his gaze, his impatience growing. After an extensive investigation, there was still no progress. Ing Yi had discovered Qianxi near the river by Qingyao City, yet remained oblivious to her origins, only knowing that her real name seemed to be Wen Xua. Observing that Xingyi hovered on the brink of an explosion, Mang Zhong mustered the courage to declare, "I have dispatched someone to Qingyao City." With the situation at a standstill, Xingyi, growing weary, waved his hand to dismiss the crowd, leaving only the high-ranking officials such as Jing Zhe and Mang Zhong. To Yunli's astonishment, Lan Shu was also left behind, alongside Juesha and several others, including the deputy master. Clearly, the deputy master's daughter's identity was insufficient, and even being the chief's direct disciple felt somewhat tenuous. It appeared that Lan Shu's status was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 61. Bewilderment. Shortly after exiting the conference hall, Jing Shi intercepted Wei Lin. "My daughter." Jing Shi's eyes were filled with rage. "Oh, by the way, both of her hands were severed, one of which seemed to be the right. It rolled onto my garment. At first, I didn't notice, but when I stood up, it tumbled out with a thud, startling me. You cannot imagine the horror. It was pale and devoid of moisture, and at a glance, one might mistake it for kindling. I have no idea how long it has been severed." As for the other hand, Yunli was speechless. He was still so petty, unwilling to concede even a little. However, Jing Shi was indeed malicious. It was understandable that he mourned his daughter's death, but he could not drag others down with him in his grief. At this moment, entangling his senior brother with Wen Shualaw was perilous. Had it not been for Jing Shisan's just words, his senior brother would have been devoured alive. Wei Lin sighed, his face etched with guilt. "Alas, my time in the pavilion has been brief, and I spent a year in seclusion with my master, so I do not know junior sister Zhang. Had I known she was your daughter, I would have ensured her remains were brought back to you, preventing junior sister Zhang from being left to rot in the wilderness." With that, he grasped Wei Lin's arm and dashed toward the courtyard. "What?" Upon returning to the courtyard, Yunli listened to Wei Lin's complete account and could not suppress her exclamation, filled with indignation. She was furious, truly furious. Wen Shualaw actually stole your opportunity. How could we have saved her, not expecting her to repay our kindness, yet she still takes advantage of our misfortune? What an ungrateful wretch. "Lower your voice," Wei Ling remarked, his gaze turning icy as he coldly snorted. To expect gratitude from someone like her is absurd. The fact that she did not conveniently dispose of me and seize my storage bag is already a demonstration of her acknowledgement of the life-saving grace. Yunli pressed her lips together, still feeling a surge of anger. However, she recalled that their initial actions had been merely incidental, devoid of any expectation for her gratitude. The fact that she spared her senior brother in such circumstances was not entirely in vain. Had it been anyone else, they would not only have taken away the opportunity but also left her senior brother, unconscious and unaware, to face dire consequences. With this thought, she felt somewhat relieved. After a while, curiosity piqued her interest. Do you think when Shuelua can escape from the relentless pursuit of the experts within the pavilion? Shortly after they emerged from the conference hall, they witnessed the formidable Jusha and Jingsha, along with Bai Lu, transform into a radiant light and depart from Qinghe Valley. It was evident that they were off in search of Wen Shuelua. The atmosphere in the residual night pavilion was tense, with disciples in a fervor. Wen Shuelua had not merely taken a celestial estate, she had seized the hopes of all. Without the shadowless peak, the foundational materials for the Qi refinement disciples were scarce, leaving many trapped at this juncture for a lifetime. The absence of Mang Mountain also hindered the advancement of the foundation establishment disciples. While the impact on the Golden Core stage seemed minimal, it was, in fact, the most significant, as remnants of the heavenly Tao's principles were exceedingly rare. Hasn't she already escaped? Wei Ling's tone was indifferent, though his heart seethed with indignation. He had an instinctive feeling that the opportunity taken by Wen Shuo was undoubtedly linked to her eventual acquisition of Yun Shu's celestial estate. And how could he not be exasperated at having missed such a fortuitous chance? Yunli nodded thoughtfully. On that day, Wen Shuo had just acquired the celestial abode, and everything remained unstable. She was suddenly exposed to the scrutiny of others, and even the sect leader's direct intervention failed to prevent her. Now, after all this time, her connection with the celestial abode must have strengthened considerably. She could very well have mastered it entirely. It was futile for these individuals to seek her out now. Her eyes brightened with a spark of inspiration. Let us take this opportunity to investigate Zhu Ji's affairs and seek the antidote for Guai Qi. At present, everyone's attention was fixated on Wen Shuelua, inevitably causing a relaxation regarding the matters within the sect, a prime moment for their inquiry. The sky was clear and the air crisp. Yunli concealed herself behind a tree, patiently waiting until she heard Wei Ling's voice indicating his departure. She swiftly began practicing the entwining technique beneath the tree. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a corner of fabric fleeting past the nearby foliage, causing her vine to suddenly spiral out of control and lunge forward. Startled by the unexpected appearance of the verdant tendril, Qin Qi was taken aback, his expression one of sheer terror. He darted left and right in an attempt to evade the vine, but it seemed to possess a will of its own, mirroring his every movement. Ultimately, in a moment of carelessness, it ensnared him, binding him tightly from head to toe. He was horrified, after all. They were within Qinghe Valley. Who would dare to act so brazenly here? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. As she scrambled to her feet, Yunli frantically tried to retract the vine, but in her panic, it only tightened its grip. Master Uncle, yes, I truly apologize. I didn't mean to. I just learned this technique, and I'm still unpracticed with the entwining technique. As the green vines tightened their grip around Qin Qi, Yunli felt a surge of panic and fear. Tears glistened in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Oh, all right. Yunli nodded fervently, her hands trembling uncontrollably, resembling a person afflicted by a sudden stroke. In her frenzied attempts to untangle the vines, she inadvertently tightened their hold. Qin Qi, infuriated, thought to herself, "What are you doing? Such a simple incantation, and yet you managed to miscast it. I am sorry, tight, open, easy to air," Yunli stammered, her fright rendering her nearly incoherent. Struggling to suppress the rising anger within, Qin Qi gritted her teeth and instructed, "Calm your mind, focus your thoughts." Under Qin Qi's patient guidance, Yunli finally managed to untangle the binding spell with much effort and hesitation. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Qin Qi. "Master Uncle, you are truly remarkable. I've practiced this spell for ages without grasping its essence, yet with your guidance, I can do it." Qin Qi huffed lightly, appreciating the innocent admiration reflected in the girl's clear eyes, which eased her irritation considerably. She advised, in the pursuit of cultivation, while innate talent is significant, diligence is equally indispensable. With consistent practice, you shall surely achieve success one day. The brightness in Yunli's eyes intensified, the surface of the serene lake glimmering with hints of orange light. Chen-Chi, momentarily lost in thought, recalled a gentle voice in her mind. That Paixio jade pendant of Master Uncle's is quite unique. How did it come to be? Her sweet and melodious voice resembled the tender red date dumplings steamed by her mother during the Dragon Boat festival of her childhood, delightfully sweet and soft. He found himself lost in thought, uttering absently, "A month ago, I stumbled upon this in the forbidden area, amidst the grass." His eyes reflected a dazed confusion, while the girl maintained an expression of reverence, her dimples subtly appearing as she earnestly gazed into his eyes and said, "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. I shall remember it." With a solemn nod, Chen-Chi turned to leave, unaware of the remarkable fact that a foundation establishment practitioner like himself had been ensnared by a mere third-layer Qi refining disciple's binding technique. "Your secret technique is truly impressive." The words of Wei Ling echoed in his mind. Yunli turned to Wei Ling, who had approached her, her dimples deepening with a smile. "This is the heart confusion technique that accompanies the red dust cultivation method after breaking through to the third layer." With a swift glance, she communicated telepathically. "When shall we venture into the forbidden area? The night is long and dreams numerous. It is prudent to investigate early." Wei Ling's expression turned grave. The defensive artifact he usually carried was lost, and Zhu Gu had not even noticed, indicating that the situation was dire. Chapter 62. Night exploration. As the moon hung low over the willow treetops, silence enveloped the world. A few disciples remained within the pavilion, engrossed in their cultivation or slumber, with scarcely anyone stirring about. Two shadowy figures, shrouded by the terrain, advanced stealthily to the edge of the forbidden area. Beneath the dense shadows of trees and lush aquatic plants, the pale moonlight illuminated the shimmering surface of the clear river, creating an atmosphere thick with ominous winds and ghostly presences. Casting a cautious gaze around, Yunli approached a crimson tree, extending her hand to search among the scattered blue stones. "Do you perceive me as playing in the water?" Yunli asked, her expression one of astonishment as she glanced at him, her fingertip tapping lightly on the blue stone. Indeed, there was an anomaly. Wei Ling paused, approached her, and inquired, "What do you see?" "A haphazard arrangement of blue stones." Wei Ling closed his eyes momentarily, then reopened them, yet the shimmering water surface remained before him. He extended his hand to touch it, and the sensation confirmed it was water. With skepticism, he questioned, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain," Yunli exclaimed, rummaging through the blue stones until she extracted an irregular small stone from the crevices of two misaligned rocks. Suddenly, Wei Ling felt a disorientation, as the rippling river transformed into a heap of blue stones, revealing a concealed well beneath the nearby tree. "Ah, an illusionary array, non-existent," Yunli remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the crude carvings on the stone. "There is no water." Wei Ling probed with his spiritual sense, discovering a winding passage beneath the well, tall enough for a person, enveloped in a protective aura of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he leaped down, with Yunli closely following. "Ah, poisonous." Upon landing, he observed a shallow stream of greenish water bubbling between the stones, while dry patches emitted greenish vapors. Yunli glanced at Wei Ling with concern, with such toxicity surrounding them. And considering her brother lacked the golden light in his blood that protected her from poison, she worried about the consequences if the protective aura faltered. Thus, she proposed, "Perhaps you should ascend, and I shall investigate." "No, there may be other dangers," Wei Ling firmly declined. Just as she was about to argue, she recalled the abundance of toxins, realizing that the source might be serpents. Should they encounter one, she would be unable to call for help, prompting her reluctant agreement. "There seems to be something moving on the bridge." With her mind reaching out to the distant scene, Yunli gasped, her figure flickering as she and her companions swiftly arrived on the wooden bridge. Upon the dilapidated, gray-green planks, sprawled individuals lay scattered, impoverished souls clad in tattered brown garments. Affluent figures dressed in luxurious brocade, stooped elders, and young children, all of whom shared a singular fate. Their eyes were vacant, skin pallid, and consciousness hazy, as if their very essence had been siphoned away, leaving them to writhe upon the bridge. These were mere mortals. In shock, Yunli reached out to examine the nearest victim, wondering if they were poisoned. "Do not touch them," Wei Ling urged, pulling her back a few steps, his expression grave. "They are the victims of sorcery." "Sorcery?" Yunli was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon her. The curse of the sorcerer's sect. But has it not been eradicated? Could it be that someone escaped, or that a participant in their extermination harbored the dark arts in secrecy. This is a fusion of curse and poison. Wei Ling released a surge of spiritual energy, immobilizing the writhing figure on the ground. There was no heartbeat. This was a cursed corpse. These mortals, unable to withstand the venom and sorcery, had perished, yet their bodies were artificially preserved, hardened beyond decay, and now manipulated by the insects of sorcery. Reduced to mere walking dead. Almost every treatise on cultivation warns that practitioners must not harm mortals indiscriminately. Otherwise, the karmic retribution during ascension would escalate exponentially, leading to certain annihilation. Yet, the remnants of the Night of Carnage appear unbound by such constraints, indifferent to the massacre of entire families and cities, and now they audaciously transform mortals into cursed corpses. Do they truly not desire to ascend to the higher realms? With slender fingers lightly tapping twice upon her thigh, disparate thoughts in her mind began to weave together. Wei Ling remarked, "Do you recall the Zhou Kingdom of the previous dynasty?" Zhou Kingdom? The prince discovered to possess dual spiritual roots of fire and earth in the illustrated tales. She blinked, realizing something she had previously overlooked. At that time, the Zhou dynasty was in decline, fragmented by warring factions, on the brink of collapse. After the prince's dual roots were revealed, the dynasty regained stability with the support of its cultivators, enduring until 30 years later when the Hanshi Li clan emerged with disciples possessing dual roots of water and wood, leading to the demise of Zhou and the establishment of the Liang kingdom. The four great sects intervened in the affairs of the mortal realm, and this meddling continues to this day. Yunli stood in a daze for a long while, murmuring to herself, to meddle in the fate of a nation. Such profound karmic consequences exceed even the transformation of mortals into goo corpses. They, not only the remnant Night Pavilion, but the four great sects also disregard karmic retribution. Or perhaps they are indifferent to ascension. Wei Ling seized the conversation, articulating the thoughts she dared not voice. No, if they were indifferent to ascension, they would not strive so fiercely in their cultivation. It is the hope of ascension that eludes them. He recalled a casual remark made by Lan Shu during his apprenticeship. Had it not been for the continent's anomalies and restrictions, my master would have ascended to the higher realms long ago. The continent's restrictions? He had never heard of such a thing. If this were to become widely known, the Kanglan continent would surely descend into chaos. Wei Ling pondered, recognizing that while not everyone was aware, a significant number understood the underlying truth. Yunli blinked her eyes, pondering. Are you suggesting that many are aware yet collectively choose to remain silent? Their actions inadvertently betray a sense of self-despair. The existence of a bloodthirsty assassin organization like the Bloodline Pavilion within the realm of cultivation serves as a testament to this. The behavior of the four major sects corroborates this notion. Suddenly, she halted, pointing to a figure in the distance. That goo corpse appears to be a cultivator. The goo corpses encountered previously were mere mortals, lacking any offensive capability. They lay on the wooden bridge, occasionally twitching, incapable of standing. Yet, the goo corpse ahead was ambulating on the bridge. Although its pace could only be described as sluggish, it was undeniably standing upright, inching forward. Residual spiritual energy lingered within its body, and it was far more robust than the previous mortal goo corpses. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She bit her lip and whispered, "Do you think Zhu Ge could also?" Wei Ling remained silent. If Zhu Ge were indeed present, it was likely he had already transformed into a goo corpse. The sluggish goo corpse seemed to sense their presence, gradually approaching them. Its limp body bore long, sharp claws that, when swung, created silver sparks from the friction with the air. The dark blue claws glistened ominously under the pale moonlight, swiftly evading its swiping claws. Wei Ling struck with his sword, severing the emaciated arm that fell to the ground, its severed end as desiccated as firewood, devoid of blood or moisture. "Be cautious. Don't let it scratch you," Yunli cautioned, rubbing her arm with a grave expression. Who could have conceived such a malevolent creation? It is utterly despicable, more terrifying than a zombie. Fortunately, although the claws of these corpse puppets are sharp, their movements are sluggish and their attack power is limited. The two of them managed to slay several approaching puppets, and they were finally nearing the end of the wooden bridge. At the bridge's terminus, a dense mass of corpse puppets swayed towards them, while behind them, from the verdant pool, a continuous stream of corpse puppets crawled out to join the growing army. Can they sense our presence? Or can they communicate with one another? How is it that so many have gathered in such a short span? Yunli inhaled sharply. How many people must have been captured to create such a formidable legion of corpse puppets? Help, it hurts. What sound is that? Yunli tightened her grip on the illusory world silk, scanning her surroundings warily. In the misty green pool, pairs of pale blue arms slowly emerged, and ashen faces floated in the viscous liquid, their vacant gazes catching a glimmer of vitality at the sight of the two. They have not entirely lost their sanity. These individuals. Yunli instinctively took a few steps forward. Her gaze sharpened as Wei Ling interposed his sword before her. We must not alert the enemy. Dawn is approaching. We should withdraw for now. She cannot save them. They cannot even escape from the Remnant Night Pavilion themselves, let alone bring along this group of half-dead corpse puppets. Moreover, she is unable to dispel the poison and curse afflicting them. A wave of helplessness surged within her, an emotion both foreign and familiar. Chapter 63. The Cabin at Dawn. The azure sky bore a unique magnificence, as splendid clouds spread across the eastern horizon like a bustling market. We must grow stronger, exceptionally strong. Yunli stood beneath the wooden post in the courtyard, gazing up at the horizon, murmuring to herself that she no longer wished to experience such a sense of helplessness. Wei Ling glanced at her small face, marked by confusion and a fleeting look of anxiety, then turned away, his tone resolute as he declared that he would grow stronger. There was no point in dwelling on what was unattainable. She was merely a novice in the Qi refinement stage, not a savior capable of rescuing so many. All she could do was strive for self-improvement, ensuring that neither she nor those she cherished would become mere prey to others. The tumultuous emotions within her subsided as she exhaled deeply, stifling a great yawn. Dawn has arrived, and I have yet to sleep. I shall take a nap now, she announced before turning to enter the house. Wei Ling's lips twitched. Who was it that had just proclaimed the desire to grow stronger? When Yunli awoke from her slumber, it was already afternoon. Remarkably, Wei Ling was not engaged in cultivation or practicing sword techniques today. Rather, he was building a house. She stood at the entrance, momentarily dazed, and with a flick of her ethereal ribbon, she called out loudly, "Who dares to impersonate my senior brother?" Wei Ling paused in his actions, raising an eyebrow, his voice unhurried. Are you feeling mischievous? The familiar expression and tone confirmed it was indeed her senior brother. She hurried forward in a few swift strides, peeking through the intricately carved wooden frame, leaning in closely to scrutinize Wei Ling, her warm breath nearly brushing against his face as she questioned, "What are you doing instead of cultivating?" As she squeezed through the wooden structure once more, a hint of bewilderment crept into her voice. Surely, the sect wouldn't be so stingy, would they? With a swift motion, Wei Ling tossed her a pear-colored storage pouch crafted from soft silk. You desired a quaint retreat, did you not? While a luxurious abode may be beyond our reach at the moment, a pouch capable of containing a petite cabin is well within our means. Yunli blinked, pondering the connection between the storage pouch, the small cabin, and the coveted retreat. A spark ignited in her almond-shaped eyes as a realization struck her. Are you suggesting we construct a mobile cabin to fit within the storage pouch? If that's the case, I need not hoard spirit stones to fulfill my dream of taking my home with me. I shall no longer fret about sleeping under the stars or on the bare ground. Overwhelmed with joy, she leapt 3 feet into the air, seizing Wei Ling's shoulders and shaking him fervently. How could you be so brilliant? Why didn't I think of such a splendid idea? You are simply marvelous, senior brother. With that, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Wei Ling, slightly exasperated, pushed her away. Be gentle, or soon enough, the structure will collapse. Is there anything I can assist with? Yunli inquired, her smile beaming with innocence. Just refrain from causing chaos, he replied. Wait a moment. Can you actually build a house? After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that Wei Ling seemed to lack skills in that particular area. Wei Ling raised an eyebrow, dismissing her concern. What difficulty lies in constructing a small cabin? However, it soon became evident that building a cabin indeed required a certain finesse. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wei Lin found himself still struggling to erect the small wooden cabin, observing the furrows forming on his fair forehead. His resemblance to the bottom of a pot grew increasingly uncanny. Yunli, sensing his distress, offered a gentle reassurance. Every craft has its expert. Perhaps you should seek guidance from more experienced peers tomorrow? Unnecessary, Wei Lin retorted decisively, turning to fixate on the courtyard with a piercing gaze that seemed capable of dissecting the very structures before him. Alarmed, Yunli quickly grasped his arm, urging, calm yourself. This courtyard is public property and cannot be dismantled. If the cabin remains unfinished and you demolish the courtyard, we may very well find ourselves sleeping on the streets. Wei Lin cast her a sidelong glance. Do you believe everyone is like you, prone to such violence? Yunli stifled her retort, indignant that she, a delicate fairy, could be accused of such brutality. Yun Shui Wu Song. Yun Shui Wu Song. Yunli furrowed her brow in contemplation before her face lit up with excitement. The Yun Shui Wu Song used in crafting spiritual vessels. Her exhilaration was palpable. With the inclusion of Yun Shui Wu Song, her wooden cabin could shield against prying spiritual senses, and with an added defensive formation, it would rival even the exquisite Linglong house. Did you acquire it within the secret realm? Your luck is extraordinary. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of distortion crossed Wei Lin's countenance. With such a limited supply of this precious material, had it not been for the Yun Shui Wu Song to lend an air of prestige, his journey to the Juing Peak would have felt like a complete loss. Yet, Yun Li's concern returned. Could so few pieces truly form a barrier strong enough to repel scrutiny? When it was alive, its barrier encompassed a radius of 5 miles. Such potency. Then we have nothing to fear. As twilight enveloped the surroundings and the silvery moon ascended in the east, a quaint wooden cabin was finally completed. Modest in size, measuring approximately 10 square meters, it could barely accommodate a bed and a dressing table. However, the prospect of resting on a soft bed brought immense satisfaction to Yunli. I never imagined you possessed such craftsmanship, she exclaimed, her admiration for him profound as she gazed at the charming cabin before her. Wei Ling remained unperturbed, merely responding. Have you never seen a pig run after having eaten one? In light-hearted spirits, he refrained from further teasing. Yun Li's eyes sparkled with joy as she scrutinized the wooden structure. Glancing at the darkening sky, Wei Ling clapped his hands and cast a cleaning spell, banishing the wood shavings clinging to his garments. It's getting late. We should venture forth, he advised. The previous night, they had been unprepared and had stumbled upon the Gu corpses, which stirred a whirlwind of emotions and delayed their search for others. Fortunately, those corpses were of a lower grade. They could bypass them and delve deeper this time. Reluctantly, she tore her gaze from the cabin and responded, all right. However, as the two exited the inner valley, they sensed an astonishing aura lingering near the forbidden area. Without a moment's pause, they instinctively retreated swiftly from the vicinity. A fleeting glance at the disordered grass beneath their feet made Wei Ling's pupils constrict. There were others present. They had tread carefully along their route, leaving only faint footprints. Such conspicuous marks were not characteristic of cultivators, and even mundane martial artists would not leave such obvious traces. The forbidden area was of great significance. Even the slightest hint could lead to severe repercussions, as the sect would prefer to err on the side of caution. Someone had orchestrated this deceit. She was taken aback, pondering whom she might have offended recently. Wei Lin's lips twitched slightly. As far as he knew, the two individuals who had been ambushed within the shadowless peak, including Lan Shu, were both eager to eliminate her. What confidence did she possess that she had not offended anyone? Suddenly, Mou darted into the room. Adopting a meditative posture, her small face etched with profound confusion. What have I done to offend her? In an instant, her expression hardened, only to relax as she forced herself to close her eyes and enter a state of cultivation. The person from the forbidden area had arrived. Outside the courtyard, a figure clad in white appeared abruptly, yet refrained from entering the room. He listened intently to the girl's heartbeats resonating from the loft, each pulse stronger than the last. Rapid and chaotic, as if at any moment, her fragile heart might leap from her slender chest. The young girl curled up tightly at the foot of the bed. Strands of hair at her temples dampened by cold sweat, resembling grotesque worms coiling upon her pale forehead. Beads of crystalline sweat gathered at the tip of her nose, succumbing to her trembling, cascading down to splash on the floor, sending droplets flying. Even from such a distance, he could hear the faint sound of her teeth chattering together. A wicked smile curved his lips, his gaze imbued with a chilling coldness as he murmured softly, quite intriguing, "She is indeed the daughter of Frostfall." The last two words were uttered so softly that they dissipated into the wind before they could fully escape his lips. Chapter 64. The Pavilion Master. Only after the figure had moved far away did Yunli release a long breath, placing a hand over her heart. Finally gone, she exhaled. Her curiosity piqued, she wondered aloud, who could that person be? Why did he not enter? From the distant aura emanating from the forbidden area, it was evident that the opposing force was exceptionally formidable, likely possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. They dared not release their spiritual consciousness to probe further, nor even to cast a cautious glance in that direction from behind the walls, fearing that any awareness on the part of their adversary might lead to their discovery. Yet, How could a mere mortal like Mou be pursued to this extent without the assailants daring to breach the threshold? Was it due to the presence of Lan Shu, or perhaps Shuangjiang? Wei Ling remained silent, fixated on the horizon, his elegant fingers lightly tapping on his thigh. Lost in contemplation, this individual exuded an aura of danger. Suddenly, Yunli sprang to her feet and dashed to the spot where he stood, inhaling deeply. Every person possesses a unique scent, an essence that often goes unnoticed yet lingers in every place they traverse, clinging to all objects they touch, impervious to water or wind. Much like a garment meticulously laundered to pristine condition, it still retains the fragrance of its original owner. If that person were to discover the traces of their presence from the previous night in the forbidden area, it could spell peril for them. She must remember his scent and keep her distance. In the next moment, she froze, recognizing that scent. What? Wei Ling's brow furrowed, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. Are you certain? I am certain. He approached us in the council chamber, and I could never mistake his scent. Observing her unwavering conviction, Wei Ling's expression tightened. This was indeed peculiar. The only individual associated with Mou, whom even the sect leader regarded with caution, could only be Shuangjiang Imochi Shan. However, would a nascent soul-true monarch, who had lived for over a millennium and hailed from a lineage of cold-blooded assassins, truly care so deeply for a mere clansman? The two individuals gazed at each other intently, as something in the courtyard collided with the barrier. A consciousness was projected, and a sound transmission talisman, glowing with a white light, gently descended upon the barrier. The blood-red crescent moon emblem inscribed upon it caused their pupils to constrict involuntarily. This was a special sound transmission talisman exclusively for urgent tasks from the task hall. What manner of urgent task could this entail? With a gentle gesture, a light gray sound transmission talisman floated down to Wei Ling's fingertips. Yunli bit her lip, contemplating. To grasp it is to invite fortune. To avoid it is to court disaster. The voice remained warm and soothing, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, caressing their ears. Rank Yellow Assassin Qianjiu, Qianshi. Proceed immediately to Nan and I want to investigate the whereabouts of Shuangjiang. No, Wei Ling shook his head. If they were to be discovered, they would simply be captured without any pretense. There is no need for such unnecessary theatrics. His gaze was heavy as he declared, let us depart first. In these tumultuous times, it is wisest to keep our distance. Yunli nodded, hastily gathering all that could be taken from the courtyard and rushing out in a flurry. Before they had even exited Qinghe Valley, they spotted Lan Shu standing at the valley's entrance, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them, Lan Shu greeted them with a bright smile. Junior brother Qianjiu. Wei Ling paused momentarily before approaching. What brings you here, senior sister? Just yesterday, it had been reported that Lan Shu's father, the deputy pavilion master, had also departed, purportedly to investigate the lineage of Wen Shui Luo in Qingyao City. Wei Ling nodded, deeming it plausible, yet he could not shake the feeling that the timing was rather coincidental. Just as Mou had been discovered by the pavilion master, the trail of Shuangjiang was uncovered. Such coincidences inevitably sparked suspicion. However, Frostfall was indeed buried on an island near Nanyuan. While he felt astonished, he also experienced a sense of relief. Their personal involvement would surely provide them with the opportunity to erase all traces. If not, the discovery of Frostfall and Blood mysterious arts could lead to the exposure of their tracks, which would be exceedingly dire. At that time, they had not yet mastered the dust removal technique, leaving behind numerous remnants that would almost certainly be uncovered. Thus, it was best to leave promptly. There's no need to rush, Lan Shu smiled, for one is yet to arrive. As her words fell, a languid voice drifted from behind, indicating a late arrival. Turning around, a flamboyantly dressed youth, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, came into view, clad in striking red garments. Was he a disciple or a son of the Absolute Kill sect? The next moment, Lan Shu spoke with a gentle smile. This is our first meeting, my two junior brothers. Allow me to introduce you. She turned her gaze towards Wei Lin and said, this is junior brother Yu Yi, possessing both water and earth spiritual roots, and the cherished disciple of Master Bai Lu. He has spent the past few years in seclusion with Master Bai Lu, even missing the trials at Juing Peak. Wei Lin raised the corners of his lips into a courteous yet distant arc. Senior brother Yu Yi. This is junior brother Qianjiu, a newly accepted disciple of Master Jingzhe from a year ago, endowed with both fire and with spiritual roots. His purity of roots is indeed exceptional. Wei Lin's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the increasing malice in the gaze directed at him. It appeared that this junior brother harbored ill feelings. Lan Shu was inadvertently sowing seeds of animosity. Nevertheless, he concealed his thoughts, maintaining a humble demeanor as he replied, "I cannot compare to senior sister, whose singular golden spiritual root is the true blessing from the heavens." As Lan Shu smiled faintly and was about to speak, she was interrupted by Yui, who remarked teasingly, "Junior brother Qianjiu certainly has a sweet tongue." The sarcastic tone and the acerbic expression provoked Yunli to glance at him repeatedly, secretly speculating whether this fellow had also wished to apprentice under Master Jingxia, only to be rebuffed. A chill flickered in Lan Shu's eyes as she cast a meaningful glance at Yui, perhaps due to the overt nature of Yunli's gaze. Yui could not help but shift his attention to her, his eyes brightening as he inquired, "And which esteemed senior's beloved disciple might this little junior sister be?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Wei Lin's features as he stepped slightly to the right, obstructing Yui's view. His voice turned frosty as he replied, "She is my maid." "Maid?" Yui gasped, taken aback. The young girl before him, with her bright, expressive eyes and charming, ethereal presence, appeared far too enchanting to merely be a maid. It was then that he noticed Yunli's cultivation was merely at the third level of qi refining, and he couldn't help but shake his head in regret. Yunli rolled her eyes in silence, suddenly realizing that Moon 23 was absent, and she could not help but ask, "Miss Lan Shu, where is senior sister Moon 23? Being surrounded by those with dual and single spiritual roots was immensely daunting. She truly missed Moon 23 at this moment. "She has perished," Lan Shu replied, glancing at the sky before saying indifferently, "We should leave quickly. If we delay any longer, the weather will turn cold." For a moment, she seemed dazed, contemplating the cruel reality of cultivation, where a person could be vibrant and full of life one moment, only to be separated from the world the next. What is even more chilling is the indifference exhibited by those around her. The death of the 23rd moon is met with a callousness that renders her fate less significant than that of an inconspicuous mortal. No one remembers her, nor will anyone mourn her departure, as if she had never graced this world at all. Moreover, all three of them are on a mission, and the young girl who has been tending to Mo seems to have vanished these past few days, with only 2 small courtyards in the vicinity. It implies that Mo now stands alone in that area. The master must have deliberately reassigned them. What intentions could he possibly harbor towards Mo? She cast a sidelong glance, her gaze inadvertently colliding with Wei Ling's in the air, only to swiftly avert her eyes in silent understanding.